Chapter 1. In the year 767 of the age of AI, the legendary Super Saiyan Son Goku, once hailed as the mightiest warrior in the universe, found himself ensnared by an endless sea of torment. The anguish that transcended the realm of the mind shattered the glory of the universe's foremost fighter, though perhaps he was indifferent to such a notion of glory. The once unrivaled champion ultimately succumbed to the insidious grip of malevolent illness, his life drawing perilously close to its conclusion in a daze. Goku beheld his beloved wife, Shishi, weeping profusely upon his chest, while Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and others stood around him, their expressions awash with profound sorrow. Shishi! Goku's heart called out softly, yet the excruciating pain gnawed at his entire being, even unsettling his very soul. Rendering him unable to utter a single word, he strained to reach out, longing to caress the woman with whom he had journeyed through life. However, his once formidable hand, capable of obliterating planets, now felt like a leaden weight. I truly cannot accept this. I yearn to battle stronger foes. The cries of son Goku echoed within, yet they bore an undercurrent of helplessness. The world around him began to blur, marking the end of his existence as the strongest warrior in the cosmos. Kakarot, you bastard! Vegeta burst into the room, his gaze falling upon the lifeless Goku, his body trembling, veins bulging on his forehead, a visceral display of his indescribable rage. In the year 767 of the age of AI on Earth, what is happening? Shouldn't I be heading to the afterlife? Clad in an orange martial arts GI, Son Goku stood amidst a desolate cityscape. Confusion etched upon his features. He surveyed his surroundings, where shattered remnants lay strewn about, and the ground was awash with blood, mingled with the charred remains of bodies, an abhorrent sight that churned the stomach. What is this place? Is this the hell spoken of by King Kai? A hint of perplexity graced Goku's brow. He had faced death before yet. This experience was fundamentally different compared to the past. This realm felt like a veritable hell on Earth. This as Goku's gaze suddenly shifted to the distance, fingers pressed against his forehead, as he sensed a familiar aura. The once thriving West City had been reduced to ash, its former vibrancy now a charred memory. The blood-soaked earth littered with the remnants of various life forms, resembling a nightmarish purgatory. Yet, amidst this purgatory, two groups of people stood. Two individuals were encircled by a throng. Is this what you call a beautiful world? Look at these wretches struggling in fear, their expressions a testament to their futility. What a delightful sight, remarked a cold young man clad in black, a scarf tied around his chest, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil surrounding him, his tone laced with mockery. Indeed, the fear of humanity is the most exquisite delicacy in existence, replied a stunning woman dressed in denim. Her demeanor as frigid as ice. She delicately played with her golden locks, her azure eyes tranquil as water, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. You two must be the notorious villains causing havoc of late. I absolutely cannot permit your reign of terror to continue, proclaimed a black-haired man in an orange martial arts GI, a scar marring his face, adding a touch of ferocity to his countenance. Is that not Dainty? The man's gaze swept over the group surrounding him, noticing a portly man with three eyes, atop whose head floated a pale visage of a dwarf. Their martial attire bore a resemblance to his own, while another, similarly clad in Dainty's garb, was a diminutive bald man. Nearby stood a young boy in an orange eye, emblazoned with the character for Goku. Scanning the scene, he continued, "Not bad, quite courageous, but you are still woefully inadequate. Where is son Goku? Why hasn't he come? Dad?" The boy clad in the Goku GI paused momentarily before speaking. "I don't know how you know my father, but he passed away last month." Passed away? The beautiful blonde woman blinked in surprise, but in the next instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her azure eyes as she surveyed the group, a chilling smile creeping on her lips. "But do not fret, I shall soon send you to reunite with your father. Remember my name, number 18. In an instant, before the boy could react, he felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, sending him soaring into the air, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. "Since your father is dead, let his debts be paid by you." Accompanied by a soft voice, the boy felt his body crash heavily to the ground. At that moment, Dainty and the others finally reacted, witnessing as the boy plummeted into the blood-soaked earth, his head trampled beneath the foot of the beautiful woman known as Number 18. Gohan, the bald man in the orange GI, gasped in horror, preparing to leap forward. Seeking death. The cold man in black flashed a cruel smile, his body shifting slightly in the next moment. Krillin felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a hand protruding from his torso. In that fleeting instant, the bald man felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and in his dazed mind, only one name echoed: Son Goku. Perhaps in his heart, he believed that only this man could defeat these two fiends. Krillin, unseen by all, Son Goku, still clad in his orange GI, bore witness to Krillin's demise, an overwhelming fury surging within him. With an explosion of rage, a golden aura erupted forth, coiling like a mighty dragon ascending into the heavens. Goku's hair stood on end, transforming into a golden mane, the unparalleled force of the universe's strongest warrior, threatening to shake the very fabric of reality. Yet those around him appeared utterly oblivious. Only you shall not be spared. With a rush, the orange figure shot forward like a beam of light, charging at the man in black. However, unexpectedly, the orange figure passed directly through the black-clad man, as if there were no resistance at all. Kamehameha! Huh! Yet, at that moment, the Super Saiyan Son Goku seemed oblivious, flipping over, hands coming together, a tremendous energy gathering forth, a wave of power surging toward the black-clad man. However, that earth-shattering strike once again passed harmlessly through the man, who continued to show no reaction, his right hand slowly withdrawing from the bald man named Krillin, casting a mocking glance at the others. What is happening? Why can't I land a blow? Am I truly dead? Is this merely my spirit? Realizing his attacks were futile, Son Goku paused, perplexed, examining his hands. Let me send you on your way as well, Son Goku's son. Number 18 exerted pressure beneath her foot, driving Gohan's head into the earth. As he flailed helplessly, devoid of mercy, she took a step back, her right hand extending toward Gohan, golden light coalescing between her fingers. Krillin, Gohan. At that moment, the three-eyed bald man and Dine T launched an assault on the black-clad man, the diminutive figure in the air stretching forth his hands, seemingly invoking some arcane power. Unaware of your own demise, the man in black smirked coldly, and as he shifted, he unexpectedly felt a momentary sluggishness, allowing the two to seize the opportunity for a few strikes. Gohan. Witnessing Gohan's impending doom, Goku felt an overwhelming urgency. Yet, despite being so close, all his attacks were rendered ineffective against these two demons. Suddenly, a spiraling wave of light descended from above, dispersing the energy sphere in Number 18's hand. A white cloak billowed in the wind, revealing a peculiar green-skinned figure encased within. He cast a glance at Gohan, a flicker of compassion in his eyes, before turning his cold gaze toward Number 18. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be King Piccolo. In the blink of an eye, Number 18 appeared before Piccolo, her distance a mere foot apart, a smirk gracing her lips. In my childhood, you were often used to frighten me. At this, Piccolo was taken aback, though aware of her unprecedented strength. He had not anticipated her speed would be so extraordinary, his eyes barely able to keep pace with her movements. A seasoned warrior, Piccolo, though astonished, swiftly tore off his white cloak, his right arm's muscles swelling as he hurled a colossal fist imbued with unparalleled might toward the woman before him. Bang! To his astonishment, that powerful punch was effortlessly caught in her hand. Now it seems. Number 18 regarded the astonished Piccolo, her left hand tightening, as she effortlessly squeezed the once dominant King Piccolo's face into a pallid hue. Suddenly, her expression turned frigid, yanking her left hand back and tearing off one of Piccolo's arms, the purple blood staining the earth. The excruciating agony was unbearable, even for someone as formidable as Piccolo, who staggered back, clutching the so-called Great Demon King is nothing extraordinary. However, witnessing the fearful expression of the legendary Demon King brings an indescribable joy. Number 18 strolled leisurely, a cruel smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she approached Piccolo. How despicable! Who are you people? Why have you chosen to slaughter so many? Piccolo appeared to be in great anguish, his own suffering aside on the other side. Number 17 ambled about, as if in a tranquil garden, toying with the likes of Bulma and others, relishing their expressions of terror and helplessness. Number 18 unexpectedly halted, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan, who stood beside her, gazing at her in fear with a faint smile. She continued, "It would be no harm to inform you we are the androids created by Dr. Gero. My designation is number 18, and his is number 17. Our purpose for existence is to eliminate Son Goku." Dr. Gero? Not only were Piccolo and Gohan taken aback, but even Son Goku was astounded. He had believed that the Red Ribbon Army had been entirely eradicated. Yet here was Dr. Gero, not only alive, but having developed such a terrifying adversary. Curse it all. This is entirely my fault for provoking such formidable foes. Yet now I find myself utterly powerless to assist. Seeing this, Goku was engulfed in self-reproach indeed. He yearned for battles against powerful opponents and had spared enemies on numerous occasions for this very reason, however. He never wished for others to bear the consequences of his missteps. Damn it! Goku trembled, overwhelmed by guilt. Of course, as a return for the formidable power bestowed upon us by Dr. Gero, we have allowed him to be the first to test such unparalleled strength. A smile graced number 18's lips, her beautiful visage reflecting in the eyes of Piccolo and the others, appearing as a demon from the deepest abyss of hell, embodying cruelty and terror. Nevertheless, even in the wake of Dr. Gero's demise, we shall still pursue the death of Son Goku, merely for the sake of amusement. As for Son Goku, should he perish, it would not matter. We might as well reshape the entire world during our moments of tedium. Number 18's smile was sweet, yet it conveyed an unsettling danger, sending chills down the spine. In that case, I cannot allow you to wreak havoc upon Earth. Everything here belongs to me. The Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo rose, tearing away the white cloth from his head, channeling his energy as one arm stretched forth, green fluid splattering everywhere. A bunch of ignorant machines. With a cold, indifferent voice, a man clad in a black bodysuit suddenly descended beside Piccolo. "Uncle Vegeta!" Gohan exclaimed in surprise at the arrival of the man. "Hey, Kakarot-san, you should step aside and join Bulma. Do not interfere with the battle here." The man named Vegeta shot a glance at Gohan before fixing his gaze intently upon number 17 and number 18. "Gohan, quickly seek the Dragon Balls to resolve this while I can still resist for a moment. None here, save for Goku, can withstand their might." Suddenly, Gohan felt Piccolo's voice resonate deep within him. With a swift motion, Piccolo seized Gohan and hurled him away with great force. "Think you can escape? Let me assure you, no one is leaving." As the 18th approached, she suddenly sensed a tremendous force surging towards her, emanating from the nearby Vegeta. Bang! 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 The two commenced a rapid exchange of blows, although Vegeta had yet to attain the power of his Super Saiyan. He managed to engage in a fierce battle with the 18th for a brief moment. "I've had enough of this," remarked the 17th with a cold chuckle. In the blink of an eye, Tien Shinhan and Chaos were struck down, blood splattering vibrantly as their vision was filled with golden stars. With a flourish, the 17th extended his arms, summoning countless green energy blades that launched an unrelenting assault upon the two. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, only the blood-soaked remnants remained. Ting! A heart-wrenching cry echoed as a diminutive figure floated in the air, tears welling in his eyes as he charged at the 17th. "You seek death." The 17 teacher's expression turned grim as he swiftly struck out, sending the man flying, then opened his right hand, igniting a golden energy wave that consumed yet another life. "Curse you!" Goku slammed his fist into the ground in fury. Yet the hellish world around him remained unaffected, as if he were no longer a being of this realm. Everything lay before him, yet it seemed separated by the veil of reincarnation, a distant world. "Hey, Piccolo, your opponent is me." The 17th disregarded the blood splattered upon him, stepping between Piccolo and the 18th, his brow stained with crimson, resembling a demon. Boom! Piccolo lunged forward, colliding with the 17th, once a great demon king. He managed to hold his ground for several exchanges under the 17th's onslaught, but his energy waned in an instant. "This ends now, former king, Piccolo," The 17th scoffed, driving his right elbow into Piccolo's abdomen. Green blood mingling with shattered organs, spilling forth. Ah, not bad. You can regenerate. That I suppose it's true what they say about the former Demon King. The 17th watched impassively as the damaged areas of Piccolo's body began to heal. A hint of mockery gracing his features. Swish! A shadow trailed closely behind a retreating Piccolo. In the next moment, Piccolo's head was obliterated by a powerful punch. The 17th standing firm, sneering, no matter how strong your regeneration is, you cannot mend a shattered skull. Piccolo's form crumpled to the ground, and in that instant, the world dimmed, as if bidding farewell to the once mighty Demon King. The 17th flicked the remnants of flesh from his hand and turned his gaze toward the battlefield with the 18th. At this moment, Vegeta was exerting every ounce of his strength, the intensity of the fight causing his body to tremble. Yet the 18th appeared to effortlessly absorb all of his assaults. This truly your full power. O Prince of the Saiyans, with her alabaster hand, she grasped Vegeta's fist, and despite his bulging veins and strained muscles, he could not break free. He felt an unsettling realization that the woman before him was far more terrifying than the former Galactic Emperor. Frieza, he believed he could have stood a chance against Frieza. Yet before this woman, he felt utterly unworthy of being her opponent. Bang! The 18th lifted her right leg, her brown boot connecting forcefully with Vegeta's abdomen, launching him backward as if struck by a mountain, pain radiating throughout his entire being. That I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How can this be? Anger propelled Vegeta to withstand the excruciating agony. Using one hand to prop himself up, struggling to rise, bang! He felt a sudden pressure on his head. The 18th's foot was planted firmly upon it, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "What of your so-called royalty? It amounts to little." Bang! Her seemingly delicate leg pressed down, pushing Vegeta deeper into the earth. "Curse you!" Vegeta's roar reverberated through the heavens, veins bulging on his arms, his intense energy boiling forth, causing the very ground to tremble. "Oh, you possess some skill?" Just as the 18th intended to conclude the battle, she felt the ground quake beneath her, retreating 2 steps, intrigued as she observed the man below. The rising aura began to shift toward a golden hue, and Vegeta stood upright, his hair unchanged, but his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a beast. Super Saiyan, Vegeta, go for it. Goku, filled with guilt and anguish, beheld this transformation in Vegeta, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Now, this is interesting. The 18th's form blurred as she collided with Vegeta. Boom! Even the formidable 18th was sent reeling in a brilliant flash. Accompanied by a roar of rage, a vast orb of golden light surged forth towards the spot where the 18th had landed. Yet, Vegeta's energy continued to escalate, as if he were advancing toward an extraordinary realm. "Keep it up, Vegeta. This is not enough." Goku watched anxiously, aware that both the 17th and 18th wielded unfathomable power. Even were he to survive, it would be merely to endure their combined onslaught, not to emerge victorious. "How unexpected! My clothes have been torn by you." A voice, celestial yet laced with an icy chill, resonated as the 18th stood amidst the swirling smoke, tearing away her tattered garments. Swish! An onslaught akin to a thunderclap surged forth, and even Vegeta found it nearly impossible to withstand. The earth quaked, cities crumbled, and everything seemed poised on the brink of oblivion. After an unending deluge of light, the 18th grasped Vegeta's throat with one hand, twisting it gently, erasing his once proud stature. "Vegeta!" A heart-wrenching cry echoed, yet only Goku could hear it. His body flushed with rage, engulfed in golden flames tinged with crimson. Was it anger? Or perhaps guilt? In a moment of fury, Goku witnessed the very fabric of reality fracturing. In the next, he found himself transported to another realm. The land remained scorched, and the 2 figures, akin to demons, stood before him, strikingly beautiful yet terrifying. However, kneeling upon the ground was a tall young man clad in an orange martial arts jai emblazoned with the character. One of his arms was missing, a scar marring his face, and his golden hair blazed alongside a golden aura, embodying both hatred and conviction. Was this a grown-up Gohan? what was unfolding before him. In an instant, Goku felt disoriented. He was unsure of the nature of his experiences or the path he was destined to traverse. Utterly tedious. Gohan, it is time for you to join your comrades. The 18th regarded the mature Gohan with a slight smile, extending her hand as white light began to coalesce. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the city with vibrant fireworks. What beautiful fireworks, she mused, turning to the 17th. Let us go. The 18th cast a glance at the 17th and walked away leisurely. Curse them! I shall never forgive these two. Goku's gaze fell upon the lifeless form of Gohan, tears brimming in his eyes. His heart wrenched as if pierced by 1,000 blades, rendering him unable to stand. Crash! The world before him crumbled once more. Where is this place? Goku surveyed the surroundings, lush and serene, momentarily lost in a daze. As he wandered, he spotted another version of himself, clad in worker's attire, laboring in a nearby vegetable patch. Another me. Why can I sense no aura from him? Goku gazed in astonishment, realizing that although he could not touch Gohan and the others, he could feel their presence. Yet this doppelganger seemed utterly devoid of existence. Finally finished. Now, Kiki should agree to let me train with Lord Kai. The other Goku paused his work, exhaling deeply, excitement evident in his tone. Swish! Abruptly, an unspeakable force descended upon the realm, causing the other Goku to gradually fade into the ether. In the blink of an eye, a different visage emerged, adorned with skin of a vibrant green hue and crowned with a peculiar array of white hair. What could possibly have transpired? How could such a transformation occur so suddenly? Beside him, Wukong gazed in astonishment, as if confronted with an extraordinary phenomenon, a flicker of terror igniting within his heart. Father, what has happened to you? From a distance, a child clad in a striking blue suit approached, bearing a striking resemblance to Wukong in his youth. Clutching a lunchbox, he looked on in bewilderment at the flustered man before him, before swiftly turning to flee. Who is this child? Could he be my future son? Where on earth am I? Clad in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong was engulfed in confusion, with no one available to elucidate his plight. Allow me to enlighten you. You remain Sun Wukong, but your essence has been exchanged with that of my body, Zamasu, while your former body has been seized by the new age deity Zamasu. As the familiar voice resonated, a figure identical in appearance to Wukong materialized, garbed in attire reminiscent of the King of Worlds, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zamasu, who are you? The green-skinned Sun Wukong was perplexed, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Who am I? I am no mere mortal. I am a deity. With a flourish, Zamasu unleashed a pink blade from his right hand, thrusting it menacingly towards the green-skinned Wukong. Damn it! The green-skinned Wukong struggled to move, but this body proved to be unwieldy, leaving him unable to evade the assault. The rose-hued energy blade was drenched in blood, while Zamasu looked on with a cold smirk. Mocking the green-skinned Wukong. What manner of fiend is this? Why does his name elude me? Fury simmered within Wukong, for this stranger, with whom he had no prior acquaintance, had not only usurped his body, but sought his life as well. Cursed fiend! The green-skinned Wukong grimaced in agony. Clutching his wound with his left hand, his right fist clenched tightly 20 times. A crimson aura surged forth, fueled by an indomitable resolve. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he would unleash this punch. This was Sun Wukong's unwavering spirit. Boom! Even Zamasu, caught off guard, was sent reeling by the force of the blow. Truly foolish mortals! As Zamasu landed some distance away, he wiped the blood from his face, casting a derisive glance at Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, he retracted his blade, gathering an unparalleled aura of power, as black waves of energy began to coalesce, surging forth with ferocity. Damn it! The green-skinned Wukong recognized that this body could not withstand a full-force strike from his original form. But he feared that if he dodged, the entire planet would suffer. Kicking 50 times, the red aura intensified. The green-skinned Wukong's skin began to crack, blood oozing from every fissure. Yet his resolve would not waver. This was Sun Wukong's creed, to protect his friends and battle the strongest adversaries. Facing himself in this moment, he felt a twinge of exhilaration. his pupils alight with fervor as he bellowed, Kamehameha, boom! The crimson beam amassed boundless energy. Resembling a mighty dragon, colliding fiercely with Zamasu's dark wave. Yield, for mortals can never triumph over deities, Zamasu declared, slightly on the offensive, his voice dripping with arrogance. Deep within, madness flickered in the depths of his gaze. As the green-skinned Wukong began to fracture, while the red energy sphere surged forward, overwhelming Zamasu and ultimately consuming him. However, after this fierce struggle, the green-skinned Wukong stood frozen, blood cascading from his wounds, his breath fading, his pupils dilating, until he ultimately succumbed. Truly detestable mortals. As the essence of the green-skinned Wukong ebbed away, Zamasu's voice echoed through the smoke of the explosion, his expression one of twisted satisfaction as he gazed upon the fallen son Wukong. Ah, Wukong! A woman's voice suddenly pierced the air, and Zamasu turned to see a stunning woman in purple attire, accompanied by a child whose appearance mirrored that of son Wukong. That Wukong's wife. Chi-Chi and their son, Goten. Zamasu's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with malice. Chi-Chi, run! The orange-clad Wukong shouted desperately. Yet it was of no use. Chi-Chi and Goten remained oblivious. What have you done to Wukong? Despite the fear that gripped her heart, Chi-Chi's voice rang out with defiance. I merely rectify the errors of the gods. I shall soon send you to meet him. Zamasu halted momentarily, his pink sword emanating a murderous aura once more. Chi-Chi, the orange-clad Wukong sprang forward to shield her, wishing to absorb the fatal blow in her stead. However, Zamasu's blade passed through his form, piercing straight through Chi-Chi's chest. The sound of the blade penetrating echoed. Blood spilling onto the earth, piercing Wukong's heart, causing him to kneel in despair, overwhelmed with grief. Goten, hurry! Find your brother! In her final moments, Chi-Chi poured her remaining strength into her son before her life extinguished, leaving Wukong too weak to even glance back. Damn it! Zamasu advanced on Goten. While unbeknownst to him, Wukong raged, his face flushed with fury, veins bulging, boom, like shattered glass. Wukong felt the world shift, the scene transforming once more. What is happening? In that fleeting moment, as Wukong vanished, Zamasu felt a sudden pang of anxiety, his movements momentarily faltering. The next instant, Super Saiyan Goten collided with him, fueled by boundless wrath. Even Zamasu, caught unawares, stumbled back. Detestable brat, Zamasu sneered, raising his pink sword, intent on dispatching this defiant child. Swish! A white energy wave streaked past, preventing Zamasu from closing in. What is transpiring, Goten? Clad in black, Vegeta finally arrived, locking eyes with Zamasu for a moment before demanding. Who are you, and why are you using Kakarot's body? How dare you? Mere mortals question a deity. Zamasu retorted coldly, raising his blade as he proclaimed, the greatest evil, son Wukong, has been vanquished. Now, it is your turn, Vegeta. You dare kill Kakarot. Whoosh! An ethereal aura descended, enveloping Vegeta in a blue light akin to ancient ice. His black hair transformed into a shade of blue, radiating mystery and beauty. That was my prey, Vegeta roared in fury. Fixing his gaze upon Zamasu, whoosh! The collision of unfathomable speed and strength struck Zamasu, leaving even the formidable deity momentarily incapacitated. Foolish humans, relying solely on brute strength. Zamasu chuckled mockingly, raising his right hand, revealing a silver ring that emitted an eerie, captivating glow. In an instant, the world around them shifted, and Zamasu vanished without a trace. Damnable fiend. Only the echoes of Vegeta's furious roars remained in the wake of Zamasu's departure. Chi-Chi, a profound sense of helplessness and guilt overwhelmed son Wukong. For perhaps the knowledge of his loved one's demise did not weigh heavily upon him. Yet witnessing it firsthand brought forth a suffering beyond articulation. Yet he also understood the futility of his powerlessness. At present, he was oblivious to his own circumstances in alternate realms. Son Wukong bore witness as a bystander to his own demise and the tragic fates of his comrades. He had seen his family fall under the control of extraterrestrial beings. Powerless to intervene, he had borne witness to another version of himself, clad in crimson fur, fierce and relentless, joining forces with a similarly transformed Vegeta to confront an unimaginably malevolent entity. However, even an alliance proves utterly futile. Ultimately, sacrificing one's own life to merge with the essence of all things in the universe is the only path to clarify the cosmos and usher in peace. He once beheld a vision of himself, adorned with flowing golden locks, his form entwined with crackling lightning, engaged in a fierce battle against the embodiment of evil, only to succumb in defeat. Not only did he fall, but all of his companions were consumed by that terrifying foe. Thus, the question remains, why has all this transpired? Hence, Sun Wukong incessantly interrogates himself. The world trembles as Wukong's figure traverses yet another realm, arriving at a planet that is both familiar and foreign. In the year 737 of the Age of the Dragon, Planet Vegeta stands as one of the most malevolent places in the universe, inhabited by the most nefarious of races, the Scions, who thrive on conquering other planets and selling them at exorbitant prices. It is precisely for this reason that many Scions are dispatched to other worlds at birth, destined for conquest and slaughter, only to return the planets for a hefty profit. Yet, at this moment, Planet Vegeta is unusually populated, exhibiting a scene of rare prosperity. Beneath this exceptional fade, however, lurks an unspoken peril. A spaceship approaches the Scion planet. Where is this? The attire of these individuals resembles that of Vegeta. Is it Frieza? In his orange garb, Wukong gazes around and suddenly spots a figure who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself, save for the fact that this doppelganger is clad in Frieza's military uniform, with a scar etched across his face. "Hey Bardock, we're about to return to Planet Vegeta. It's been quite the journey," announces the Scion piloting the ship. What on earth has happened to necessitate the return of all Scions to Planet Vegeta? The man who resembles Wukong, named Bardock, crosses his arms over his chest, seemingly questioning his companion while also grappling with his own thoughts. "It's none other than that bastard Frieza's orders," the pilot Scion retorts, clearly irate. "Remove the scanner. Otherwise, he'll hear us." Bardock, not even casting a glance at him, replies coldly, his demeanor heavy with concern. Oh, the pilot suddenly appears flustered. Frieza's ruthless methods have long instilled fear among the masses. Look, everyone is flocking back. The pilot observes the ships heading toward the Scion planet. "Look over there." Bardock maintains his indifferent fade, yet his gaze is fixated on a particular ship that stands out from the rest. His pupils constrict as he continues. "That is a Frieza army ship, but there is still time. Why is he so impatient? Strange, isn't it?" Despite not receiving a response, Bardock presses on. If he merely wished to convey something, he could easily use the radio. "There is no need for us all to return if he intends to provide us with new weaponry. It is equally unnecessary for a full return." This seems rather paranoid. "Don't you think? The Scion warriors live to conquer planets, as mandated by Frieza's father, King Cold." Observing his silent companions, Bardock continues, "That was a long time ago." The pilot interjects, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge certain truths. "So, how do you believe the situation will unfold? Or rather, how do you view the collaboration between the Scion warriors and Frieza?" As the ship descends toward Planet Vegeta, Bardock remains unhurried in his inquiry. "Well, it appears no Scion harbors affection for Frieza." With the pilot's admission, the ship finally lands on Planet Vegeta. Frieza's sentiments toward the Scions mirror this disdain. Bardock rises and states, "However, the Frieza army is growing stronger. Perhaps they will no longer require the Scions." As Bardock steps off the ship, the pilot, drenched in sweat, struggles to contain his shock, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that Frieza intends to annihilate us?" "Perhaps," Bardock replies, not bothering to look back as he strides forward. "Hey Bardock, you're back." A familiar Scion greets him warmly. You know why Frieza has summoned all the Scions?" Bardock inquires, turning to him. "I don't know. Perhaps he has discovered a particularly large planet that requires our Scion forces to conquer." The Scion speculates. Bardock, however, continues his path without acknowledging him, until the man recalls something and adds, "But it seems his confidants are inquiring about the legendary Super Scion." Super Scion? Bardock halts, recalling the legend of the universe's mightiest warrior, then turns to say, "Yes, indeed, the Super Saiyan. With resolve forming in his heart, he heads toward his home. The legend of the Super Saiyan. Wukong suddenly realizes, piecing together that this is Planet Vegeta, potentially his birthplace. And that Bardock may very well be his father, that he feels a stirring within. Smiling as he muses, what a surprise it is to meet my parents. Inside Bardock's home, Kine, a slender Saiyan woman, slicing meat, pauses at the call, turning to face the man at the door, her joy evident. Bardock. The two embrace swiftly, Kine exclaiming, "You're finally back." Indeed, everyone has returned, Bardock softly replies, continuing to inquire. Where's Raditz? He is already a warrior. Accompanying Prince Vegeta to another planet, Kine removes her work gloves, pride swelling within her. Prince Vegeta, Bardock frowns. What a troublesome fellow. What a Kakarot. Is he still in the nursery? Bardock questions, noting Raditz's absence. Yes, but he will be out soon. Kine assures him that I wish to see him. Bardock expresses thoughtfully. Very well. The two rise and traverse the palace, arriving at the Saiyan nursery where, due to their penchant for combat, newborns are sent for assessment and training before being assigned tasks. He's quite small, Bardock observes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazes at his son within the incubation chamber. Speaking in unison with his unseen son, he certainly appears to be a late bloomer. Kine, increasingly enamored with their son, remarks, moreover, he looks just like you, especially with that signature hairstyle. What an unexpected revelation. Are these truly my parents? As Wukong witnesses the affection in Bardock and Kine's eyes as they gaze at Kakarot in the incubator, he feels a moisture at the corner of his eye. Perhaps, sometimes, the reason for not searching is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an absence of awareness. Tonight, let us steal an old spaceship and send him to another planet. Bardock finally declares after a moment's contemplation. Are you joking? Kine exclaims in shock, unable to comprehend Bardock's intentions. No, I'm quite serious, Bardock insists, his gaze unwavering. But why must we do this? Kine protests, her frustration evident. He hasn't even learned to speak. Given Kakarot's potential, he will undoubtedly be sent to another planet. We might as well send him to a more suitable place ahead of time, Bardock elaborates. But it is far too early. Kine continues to resist, unwilling to part with their son, even though she knows it is fate. That it is not too early. That a flicker of hatred crosses Bardock's eyes as he states. Frieza is likely concerned about the prophecy of the Super Saiyan appearing. He may soon take action against the Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan. A trace of confusion crosses Kine's beautiful face. The Super Saiyan is merely a fairy tale she heard as a child, and she responds, that is just a story. Indeed, yet he remains fearful of it. I can sense death approaching. Bardock gazed at her with an unprecedented seriousness. The stars in the night sky twinkled like scattered gems. As Bardock and Jine place Kakarot into an archaic spacecraft, heading towards the launch site. Yet, I still find it hard to believe, Jine said, her voice tinged with reluctance as they flew to, if I am wrong. I will go there and bring him back. Bardock continued to carry the spacecraft through the air. But why can't the three of us escape together? Jine inquired. Their detectors will find us immediately. Bardock calmly analyzed. But why are you so relentless in this endeavor? So concerned for the child? It hardly seems characteristic of a Saiyan. Jine remarked, a hint of amusement creeping into her expression as she looked at Bardock. Perhaps I have been infected by your naivety, Bardock mused after a moment of contemplation. Continuing, after enduring endless battles, I often feel an impulse to protect something, especially my son, who is a lower-class warrior. This resemblance to my parents is quite unexpected. It turns out they fought for my very existence. Meanwhile, Goku watched his parents, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to recognize them, as a mixture of paternal and maternal love brewed within him. Kakarot gazed at his parents and suddenly burst into tears. Even as a child, he did not wish to part from them. I have designated a planet called Earth for you, where the inhabitants possess both low technological advancement and combat capabilities. Even you could survive there, and it is of little value. Frieza's army should not invade it. Bardock regarded his son with rare tenderness. Rest assured, if Bardock is mistaken, we will come for you soon. Jine's gaze was filled with boundless warmth, tears beginning to well in her eyes. You must survive. Bardock reached out with his left hand, solemnly declaring, farewell. Jine extended her right hand, gently waving it across the spacecraft to her son. unable to contain her tears any longer. With a whoosh, the spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the cold night sky. Kakarot. The night echoed with Jine's heart-wrenching cry, a testament to her love for her son. The most profound expression of maternal affection that in the year 737 of the age of the universe. Due to the legends of the Super Saiyan's and the Super Saiyan God, Frieza resolved to annihilate Planet Vegeta. The King of Vegeta, having foreseen the impending doom, organized an elite group of Saiyans to launch a surprise attack, while Frieza's forces were still consolidating. However, the Frieza force was overwhelmingly powerful. The infamous Frieza himself did not even need to intervene. And the Saiyan elite were utterly obliterated that a storm was brewing, and the entire planet was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Even those Saiyans who remained unaware of Frieza's plans felt the suffocating tension enveloping the planet. What a beautiful planet! Frieza chuckled malevolently as he ascended slowly in his small spacecraft, gazing at the world below. But a glimmer of light ignited at his fingertips, and a cruel laughter reverberated through the cosmos. Frieza, a roar filled with Saiyan defiance, echoed from Planet Vegeta. In the next instant, a dark figure broke through the atmospheric resistance, hurtling towards Frieza. There are still Saiyans brave enough to resist. A thought flickered through Frieza's mind as he instinctively glanced at the approaching Saiyan. Clad in black battle armor, with a distinctive hairstyle that was hard to forget, and a stern face marked by a scar. That face irked me. Frieza's elongated eyes glinted with murderous intent, the orb of light at his fingertips expanding to an enormous size, eclipsing the very planet itself. With a swish, a massive crimson energy sphere shot towards Planet Vegeta, colliding first with Bardock, the legendary warrior who fought until the very end despite being a low-class soldier. Even before the colossal projectile reached Bardock, its searing aura caused his entire body to tremble, the armor he wore beginning to melt. Bardock gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the meteor-like attack as the heat shattered his armor. And his consciousness began to fade, colliding with the energy sphere as it hurtled towards Planet Vegeta. Curse it! Such thoughts flashed through Bardock's mind as his awareness gradually dissolved. Bardock, Dad! Goku, witnessing Bardock's struggle, suddenly cried out. Having witnessed the love his parents had for him, feeling an overwhelming appreciation for his father, he stepped forward, yearning to protect something. With a whoosh, Goku appeared beside Bardock, and upon touching him, his form inexplicably vanished. Goku felt his entire being swirling, as if undergoing a profound ritual like tea that moment. Bardock's energy began to surge uncontrollably. How is this possible? Frieza, above in space, watched as the data in his detector skyrocketed, surpassing even Captain Jinyu. Reaching his own level, with a crack, the detector exploded, emitting white smoke. Am I able to connect with this world? He now felt the intense heat and immense pressure bearing down upon him. Yet he could also sense Frieza's enormous energy sphere approaching. Although he was unsure of the situation, Frieza, brace yourself. A purple lightning bolt streaked across the cosmos, striking awe into Frieza as he beheld the diminutive human beneath the massive fireball, radiating a golden glow. At that moment, Frieza recalled a terrifying legend, one that belonged in a fairy tale, a legendary warrior. The golden aura blazed fiercely, the mere expansion of the energy flow preventing the massive energy sphere from advancing, even pushing it back towards Frieza. Bardock, who had been on the brink of death, now appeared reborn, his emerald eyes narrowing, blood-stained skin adorned by golden hair, standing upright, exuding an icy yet overwhelmingly powerful presence. Frieza, brace yourself. Bardock, or rather Goku, the Saiyan Kakarot, fixed his gaze upon Frieza, his right hand slightly open, and with what seemed a gentle push, sent the colossal energy sphere retreating at meteor-like speed. Curse it! Though Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he felt his energy rapidly depleting, and in an instant, his strength had dwindled to less than 3/4 of his initial power. Impossible! Frieza's furious roar echoed through space. This not my body. I must end this battle swiftly. Goku looked up, watching as the energy sphere was obliterated by a burst of purple light. In the next moment, Frieza, clad in white, surged through the remnants of the energy sphere towards him, his malevolent form reminiscent of their previous deadly confrontation. Scion Monkey, die! The frenzied roar drowned out the entire starry sea, as if attempting to obliterate the deepest fears within him. Frieza raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Kamehameha, sensing his energy waning, Goku wasted no time, unleashing his ultimate technique, the golden energy wave engulfing Frieza's attacks, striking him directly and with immense force, shredding through their spacecraft. Curse it! At that moment, Goku felt his legs weaken, unable to sustain himself, and he plummeted to Planet Vegeta, his face contorted with rage. Science, die! Frieza, now bloodied and furious, could not have anticipated that the legend was indeed true. Drip. Once the ruler of the universe. Frieza now bled profusely, racked with pain, and above all, he felt an unprecedented humiliation that Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he cast a gaze filled with unbridled hatred towards Planet Vegeta. With a roar, Frieza raised both hands, gathering a cataclysmic energy that coalesced into a massive purple sphere containing unimaginable power capable of annihilating everything. With a whoosh, the purple orb tore through the fabric of space, bearing down upon Planet Vegeta, as Frieza stood ready to defend against any Scion counterattack. Curse it! Upon landing on Planet Vegeta, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping him. His entire being began to resist his own soul, struggling to maintain his breath as he half-squatted on the ground. Utterly incapable of standing, it must be this way. With his fingertips pressed against his forehead, Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he reappeared within Bardock's abode, where Kain was gazing out the window in terror at the enormous purple energy sphere looming in the sky, sensing the unmistakable presence of death in that moment. Kakarot! She whispered her youngest son's name, her mind consumed with worry, for he was still so young, and her heart ached for her family. Wukong, having teleported, did not allow Kain a moment to react before seizing her arm with one hand while placing his 2 fingers on his forehead with the other. Attuning himself to a certain energy, damn it, he roared in fury, searching desperately for the presence of Master Roshi and the God of Earth, but to no avail. What is this? With a sudden flash, the purple energy sphere descended upon Planet Vegeta, and in the moment of its explosive arrival, the forms of Wukong and Kain vanished, in the vastness of outer space. Frieza remained poised for an imminent strike, awaiting the emergence of his formidable adversary. Even the tragic beauty of the flames igniting before him could not distract him. He understood that a being of such power would not succumb easily to his attack. What is happening? Moments later, as the smoke began to dissipate, leaving behind a vast array of cosmic debris, Frieza was engulfed in confusion. Though he was notoriously arrogant, he was not naive enough to believe that an opponent nearly his equal would be defeated so effortlessly. Casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at his trembling army behind him, he barked, "Dodoria, immediately conduct a scan. I want to know the locations of all life forms with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Yes, Lord Frieza." Dodoria responded, observing Frieza's disheveled state, yet dared not utter a word more. He understood all too well that anyone who spoke out of turn in this moment would face Frieza's wrath. After a brief interval, Dodoria reported, "Lord Frieza, we have scoured the surrounding planets and found no life forms with battle powers exceeding 10,000. He spoke cautiously, glancing at Frieza. So, that transformation was merely coincidental. That Scion did not fully attain the Super Saiyan state. Thus, after a single strike, he was unable to continue. And Frieza, I've already vanquished him." Though Frieza's heart was riddled with doubt, his apprehension towards the Scions deepened, gradually realizing his own limitations as he had been ambushed by a mere monkey and left in such a disarray. His expression turned ashen as he surveyed the ruined spacecraft behind him and the frightened faces of his soldiers. From this day forth, conduct a thorough investigation of every Scion across the galaxies. I will ensure the complete extermination of that wretched monkey. Yes, Lord Frieza. A chorus of voices responded in unison, echoing the wrath of this cosmic overlord. At the edge of the universe lies a mysterious planet. Name K.IT is inhabited by the enigmatic and peace-loving Namekians, who possessed extraordinary abilities, even capable of granting the wishes of others. Outside the Grand Elder's chamber, Nail stood vigil, as usual, as a rare combat-oriented named kin. He was responsible for the safety of the Grand Elder and his kin. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Nail, startling even him. Despite his profound powers, both individuals bore tales, unmistakably marking them as members of the malevolent race of Scions. The male Scion before him was drenched in blood, appearing as though he were on the brink of unconsciousness, teetering on the edge of oblivion. This was the soul of Sun Wukong, now inhabiting Bardock's body, and he felt an unprecedented weakness, as if he might vanish at any moment. With a heavy thud, Bardock's body collapsed to the ground. As Wukong's eyes fluttered, it was as though he had traversed countless cycles of existence. He could sense the world around him fracturing like fragile bubbles, as though, in an instant, all cycles and realms ceased to exist, darkness gradually consuming his vision. I am Sun Wukong, the Scion who grew up on Earth. His resolute voice reverberated through the void, as crystalline, mysterious objects began to shatter around him, igniting a glimmer of light within his eyes. The world trembled as Sun Wukong instinctively felt himself enveloped in some ethereal substance, his soul gradually condensing. Meanwhile, life on Earth continued in its tranquil routine, with everyone busy within their own circles, pursuing their goals. This moment, however, a spaceship descended quietly. Carrying a bamboo basket, Son Gohan ventured out to gather herbs, as usual. Ever since he had departed from his master, the martial arts god Master Roshi, and earned a reputation in the martial arts world, he had secluded himself, living a life of peace and cultivation, enjoying his tranquil existence. What is that? Son Gohan observed something peculiar in the distance, something that stood out from the ordinary. As a competent martial artist, he could discern details from afar. There lay a massive crater, akin to the aftermath of a meteor strike, and faintly, he could hear the sound of a child's cries. With a few agile leaps, he approached the crater, discovering a silvery sphere that appeared quite advanced. Just as he was about to investigate, he heard the distant wails of a baby. Son Gohan concentrated, for he was indeed a master of martial arts. Within moments, he had pinpointed the direction of the cries and swiftly navigated to the nearby cliff. Upon closer inspection, he found a tiny child clad in black armor, weeping profusely before 3 wolves. Although the child was diminutive, he sported a full head of hair, and judging by his size, it seemed unlikely he could walk on his own. Get away! Without a moment's hesitation, Son Gohan saw the wolves about to pounce on the child. He swiftly positioned himself in front of the boy, narrowing his gaze at the wolves and issuing a sharp command. To his astonishment, the 3 wolves recoiled in terror, fleeing frantically into the depths of the canyon. Little one, why are you out here all alone? Son Gohan felt a surge of affection as he gazed at the child, disregarding his struggles, and gently cradled him in his arms, caressing him tenderly. I wonder which heartless parents would abandon their flesh and blood like this. Wawa! The child continued to cry, tugging at Son Gohan's white beard. Appearing fierce, yet to Son Gohan, it seemed more like the innocent fear of a young child. You may not be able to find your parents now. Son Gohan extracted his beard from the child's grasp, surveying the surrounding wilderness. It was no easy feat to find anyone in such desolate terrain. Moreover, to leave a child in such perilous surroundings, what would one do upon finding them? His gaze returned to the child, and the more he looked, the more he felt a connection in his solitude. He felt an increasing fondness for the boy. Gently stroking the child's head, he softly said, "Then you shall stay with me from now on. I will name you." As he slowly walked toward his home, careful not to jostle the child in his arms, he pondered what name to give him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You shall be called Sun Wukong." Wawa! The child, who had just ceased his crying, suddenly wailed anew, recalling the memories of 2 significant figures in his life and his own identity as the warrior Scion Kakarot. Why is he crying again? Upon reaching home, Son Gohan, witnessing the child's fresh bout of tears, found himself at a loss. Though renowned as a martial artist, he was momentarily unsure how to handle a child. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Bardock and Kine had been recuperating for over a month. Initially, Nail had harbored a strong aversion to the infamous science residing on Namek. However, upon the Grand Elder's decree, accommodations were arranged for the two, and Bardock's injuries were treated. Over the course of a month, the Namekians began to realize that these scions were unlike the malevolent legends that had preceded them. The male scion, though cold, exhibited a stark contrast to the tales of their race. However, it was not entirely unfavorable. The last time the Namekian residing in the Western tribe was attacked by a monster, Neru was unfortunately preoccupied with an important matter and was absent from his people. Fortunately, a scion named Bardock intervened, ensuring the safety of their tribe. It was precisely for this reason that these two scions earned the friendship of the Namekians. In Bardock's quarters, he inquired, "Hey, Kine, have you ever pondered how I suddenly appeared with you and instantly transported to this planet?" Bardock lightly tapped his head with his finger, contemplating certain queries. "Yes, just before Frieza obliterated the planet, you brought me here," Kine replied, exasperated by Bardock's incessant questioning, despite having already answered him hundreds of times. Yet he continued to press on, entirely uncharacteristic of a cold-hearted scion. "But I truly have no memories of that event," Bardock said, tilting his head to look at Kine at him. "Why recollections remain fixed on my battles against Frieza in outer space. Yet he was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely intercepting his energy attack caused me to lose consciousness." "Don't dwell on it, if you cannot comprehend," Kine said quietly as she approached Bardock and wrapped her arms around his neck. "At least our family is still alive, and that is enough. Yes, however, the vengeance for Planet Vegeta I shall certainly seek from Frieza," Bardock replied, a fierce scion spirit returning to him, for some grievances were utterly intolerable. "Before that, shouldn't we find Kakarot? I'm quite uneasy about him living alone on Earth," Kine remarked, her thoughts drifting to their youngest son. "Indeed, in a few days, we shall bid farewell to the Elder and journey to Earth. It is a rather inconspicuous planet, and we can use it to evade Frieza while we await our opportunity," Bardock pondered aloud. "Agreed," Kine nodded gently, her affection evident. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in their minds. "Two scions from afar. Please join us for a discussion." Bardock and Kine exchanged a glance before rising to fly towards the Elder's dwelling, the very heart of Namek. In the distance, they spotted the Elder's distinctive towering structure, guarded by vigilant sentinels. Notably, the most formidable lock was the half-closed eyes of Neru, whose strength surpassed even Bardock's. With a soft thud, they landed and were greeted by Neru, who, despite his usual cold demeanor, had begun to acknowledge the two scions. Nodding as he spoke, "The Elder has been expecting you both for quite some time. You are indeed formidable," Bardock remarked, his gaze fixed on Neru since their first encounter. The warrior nature of the scion allowed him to intuitively gauge the strength of others. Yet, Bardock found Neru to be exceedingly inscrutable, having survived numerous life-and-death battles to achieve his current battle power of over 10,000. He was astounded that the peace-loving Namekian was so far beyond him. Perhaps, deep down, Bardock yearned for a duel with him. "Let us proceed," Kine said, gently tugging at Bardock's garment. The pair followed Neru to a central entrance in the ceiling of a chamber. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. It has taken me some time to meet with you." A calm and balanced voice resonated, soothing the hearts of those present. Bardock and Kine looked up to behold the tall figure seated upon a throne. Indeed, it was the Elder, whose stature exceeded that of a typical Namekian. Although his form appeared severely distorted, possibly due to age, he looked quite corpulent, his face marked by age spots, and his eyes were half-closed, suggesting profound fatigue. "Elder," Neru and the others bowed respectfully. "Due to my physical condition, I am unable to rise to greet you. But please, feel free to take a seat." The Elder gestured towards the adjacent seats. Bardock and Kine complied, their eyes fixed on the Elder. "Elder, I have come to request a spaceship," Bardock stated after a brief silence, noticing the Elder's hesitation to respond, given that my lady is with child. "Traveling in a spaceship may not be beneficial for her health," the Elder remarked, his gaze sweeping over the couple, a hint of confusion evident. Yet he continued, "Are you expecting?" Kine, taken aback, responded, "Not yet, You may not feel it yet. But indeed, it seems you are newly with child, and it is certainly unwise to travel by spaceship," The elder paused before continuing. Frieza is currently scouring the universe for the traces of psions. And if you leave the concealment of Namek, you are likely to be discovered swiftly. Kine glanced at Bardock with a hint of resignation. Bardock was indeed too formidable, and it seemed she was once again caught in the whirlwind of events. By the way, while you are here, I have a favor to ask. Mr. Bardock, may I access some of your memories? The elder inquired. Why memories? Bardock's expression shifted to one of wariness as he scrutinized the elder. You wish to delve into the essence of my soul? The elder appeared unfazed, explaining, It is evident you harbor some uncertainties about your past, and I too am intrigued by your arrival on Namek. I believe my abilities may help clarify matters for both of us. Very well. Bardock pondered for a moment before consenting to the elder's proposition. Primarily, he was indeed curious about certain events. Secondly, the elder had extended a saving grace to them. And thirdly, Bardock felt there was nothing shameful to conceal. Come closer, the elder instructed, and Bardock moved beside him. The elder extended his hand, emitting a peculiar wave of light. And then he beheld a vision that a planet on the brink of extinction, engulfed in flames, its continents crashing violently together, mountains and valleys producing tremendous roars, and purple lightning flashing across the sky on a crumbling piece of stone. A golden-haired man, clad in tattered garments, stood with his back to the chaos. His blue vest and orange pants were in ruins, his body smeared with blood, and an aura of golden energy blazed around him. He turned slightly, and in his emerald eyes there was an air of indifference. Unclear, indeed, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The elder sighed deeply, puzzled by the vision he had just witnessed. He then abruptly asked, Have you chosen a name for your son? Not yet. Bardock shook his head, as there had been no time for such considerations. Then may I suggest the name Sun Wukong? The elder proposed after a moment of thought. As time flowed on Earth, it had been 4 years since Son Gohan discovered that peculiar child. It must be said that the child emanated an air of strangeness, not least because he sported a tail. After all, according to certain experts on Earth, humanity's ancestors were primates, and the occurrence of atavism was not entirely implausible. However, there were many oddities. For instance, the child often spied on Gohan as he practiced martial arts, feigning indifference and even disdain. Moreover, in the mornings, he would boldly confront tigers when hunger struck. Yet these were not the crux of the matter. The most significant moment was when Gohan named him Sun Wukong. And the child unexpectedly retorted, My name is Kakarot. What typical child would possess such a response? Nevertheless, it was fortunate that despite the child's somewhat aloof demeanor, he had accepted Gohan over 3 years of companionship, evolving from referring to him as old man to grandpa. Gohan could see that while Kakarot bore an inherited haughtiness, he was inherently kind-hearted, living each day with joy. Meanwhile, Kakarot found himself reminiscing about the two figures who waved goodbye to him, consumed by thoughts of his parents, wondering whether they still live, and why grandfather, a human on Earth, possesses remarkable skills. Dressed in a simple blue tunic, Kakarot watched as his grandfather trained outside, although not overwhelmingly powerful. Gohan seemed to master his strength effortlessly, his movements appearing casual, yet always maximizing his potential. Little Kakarot, would you like me to teach you martial arts? I am the esteemed disciple of the legendary martial artist Master Roshi. Revered as a martial arts god, if you train with me, you might become the next martial arts champion. Gohan observed Kakarot peeking at his training once more, feeling that the child had exceptional talent. A natural-born warrior. After all, how many children could single-handedly confront a tiger at the age of 4 or 5? Hello, grandfather. Did we not agree not to call me little Kakarot? I am Kakarot. With a proud expression, Kakarot crossed his arms in front of him and declared, If you continue this way, I shall persist in calling you Old M and AS for your martial arts. HM, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Very well, from this day forth, you shall train with me daily, Sun Wukong stated, his once gentle demeanor becoming slightly stern as he gazed at Kakarot. However, let me make this clear. Once we commence training, it is absolutely forbidden to interrupt, regardless of what may occur. Humph, Kakarot replied, unfazed by Sun Wukong's newfound seriousness, thinking to himself, is this old man truly intimidating when he is stern? Besides, the proud scion Kakarot, "shall not be bested by mere earthlings. I belong to a warrior race, and I will not be deterred by trivial setbacks." Kakarot regarded Sun Wukong with a righteous air. "Warrior race? Are you referring to that northern tribe known for their bare-handed bear fighting?" Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat puzzled. He had heard his master speak of a tribe in the northwest that stood as Earth's backbone, renowned for their love of battling bears. Kakarot responded in confusion. "How would I know which direction my former planet lies in relation to Earth?" "Then let us begin today's training," Sun Wukong said, nearly overwhelmed by Kakarot's bewildered expression, which almost melted his heart. He quickly regained his composure and continued. "First, let us practice this set of punches. How much of what I just demonstrated do you comprehend?" "I have memorized it," Kakarot replied smugly. As Sun Wukong yielded the training space to him, he began executing the sequence of punches. "What a remarkable talent!" Sun Wukong observed Kakarot's diminutive figure tumbling outside. Though small in stature, his punches were surprisingly effective, and without direct instruction, he had grasped the essence of the technique with considerable proficiency. Sun Wukong felt a surge of astonishment. Such talent could soon rival that of Master Wu Tian. "Grandfather, how did I perform?" Kakarot inquired after completing the set of punches, standing tall with confidence. After all, as a warrior of a proud lineage, he had an innate aptitude for combat. "Your technique is acceptable." Sun Wukong nodded. Observing Kakarot's triumphant smile, he cleared his throat and continued. "However, it seems your punches carry a hint of hostility. While I am unsure of the cause, this is truly undesirable. The purpose of martial arts is to strengthen the body, to assist the weak, and to aid the people. I fear you may stray from the right path." "Yes, that's so," Kakarot replied, perplexed. "What is this hostility you speak of?" "I merely felt an impulse for battle. It appears that before I can teach you martial arts, I must first instruct you on how to calm your mind. When your state of mind becomes as tranquil as the gentle stream before Baobao Mountain, only then may you begin to learn the secrets of my turtle school," Sun Wukong said, trying hard to maintain a serious facade, though his eyes betrayed a hint of affection. "Oh, I understand." Kakarot looked slightly reluctant. Lately, he had felt increasingly irritable, sometimes even experiencing an inexplicable urge to fight. Suddenly, he recalled a woman had once told him to avoid gazing at the full moon. "Why must I refrain from looking at the full moon? Is there some monstrous creature that appears then?" Kakarot pondered, finding the child's imagination to be quite whimsical, as he oscillated between feeling despondent about his inability to train and contemplating when he might gaze at the moon. "Little Kakarot, now you shall practice your breathing," Sun Wukong said, noticing Kakarot's slightly disappointed demeanor and feeling a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, he understood that Kakarot was a rare talent in martial arts, and he felt a duty to guide him properly to avoid dire consequences. "Breathe." Thus, Kakarot's first day of training transformed into a lesson on breathing. It must be said that this breathing technique proved useful. At least Kakarot felt a reduction in his inner turmoil over the past few days. In the subsequent month, while Sun Wukong trained Kakarot's mental state, he also worked on his physical conditioning. Remarkably, within just a month, Sun Wukong perceived improvement in both Kakarot's physique and mindset. The hostility that once tinged his punches had significantly diminished. "Little Kakarot, from today onward, you shall learn the way of martial arts from me. Before we proceed, it is necessary to inform you that I am the foremost disciple of the Turtle School," Sun Wukong declared, standing tall with an air of a master, a stark contrast to his previous frail appearance. Martial arts have been passed down through the ages in this world, reaching their zenith under Master Wu Tian. Alas, a legendary demon lord emerged, causing the martial arts community to retreat in fear. Fortunately, Master Wu Tian ultimately sacrificed himself, confronting the demon lord with unparalleled bravery, sealing him away and saving the world. As Sun Wukong spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Noticing Kakarot's eager expression, he grew somber and continued. "Yet, even a mortal like Master Wu Tian could not escape death after such a battle. However, he left behind 3 schools that evolved into the Turtle School: the Crane School and the current Battle Sage School. However, the 3 disciples had their own ambitions. After Master Wu Tian gained fame, he retreated into seclusion and never resurfaced. The Crane School, due to various reasons, parted ways with Master Wu Tian and the Battle Sage School's Master Wuming." Sun Wukong sighed, his tone laced with reminiscence. Thus, in this world, only Master Wuming of the Battle Sage School remains, revered as the immortal of martial arts Dai, your grandfather and the senior disciple of Master Wu Tian. So you shall also belong to the Turtle School. Does that mean the Battle Sage School and the Crane School are our enemies? Kakarot asked, his expression fierce, merely eager for a fight. After all, the nature of the Science is not easily subdued. Enemies? What nonsense! Sun Wufan thought of giving Kakarot a light smack on the head, but withheld, instead continuing, moreover, Master Wuming and Master Wu Tian were brothers. It is said that Master Wuming's martial prowess has reached unimaginable heights, perhaps even surpassing that of Master Wu Tian, but I have also heard from my master that he once had an audience with a deity. So you must show him utmost respect when you meet him. Oh, Kakarot replied, though inwardly he remained unconvinced, thinking to himself, how can an ordinary human compare to me, a warrior of the Scion race? Although he had not undergone any Scion knowledge indoctrination, he was certainly not intimidated. By the way, I had almost forgotten to wait for the full moon night to see what might happen. These past few days of training with my earthling grandfather on breathing nearly made me forget. Kakarot remained fixated on the full moon, contemplating that he might uncover some Scion secrets. Now, let us commence training. Sun Wufan proceeded to impart training methods to Kakarot. First, you must stand on your toes like me. Yes, Sun Wufan demonstrated, bouncing lightly on his toes. Any martial artist observing would be impressed by his solid foundation. His feet barely disturbed the dust, and his balance was impeccable. Puffed. How difficult can this be? Kakarot scoffed, his tail wrapped around his waist as he mimicked Sun Wufan's movements. Thud. Kakarot lost his balance and tumbled forward. For a fleeting moment, Sun Wufan felt a pang of sympathy, yet he reminded himself that the path of martial arts demands perseverance and hardship. Without enduring this little struggle, how could one hope for future greatness? And thus, time flowed steadily, minute by minute. Amidst the cosmos, countless stars revolved in their respective orbits, all appearing serene, seemingly unaffected by the demise of any single planet. On the planet Ochuo, the temporary residence of the cosmic emperor Frieza, the atmosphere was tense. Upon his arrival, the planet had attempted to resist, leaving only Frieza's army in its wake. Dodoria, how is it that such a splendid opportunity allowed Prince Vegeta to escape once more? How do you propose to reward yourself for this oversight? Frieza, with his pale skin adorned with purple armor and a slight frame, casually surveyed the red-skinned, portly figure groveling on the ground before him, his crimson eyes glinting dangerously. Lord Frieza, this was truly beyond our control. Prince Vegeta is simply too powerful. For reasons unknown, he has attained a battle power of nearly 40,000, and even Lord Zarbon in his transformed state was defeated. Dodoria, prostrate before Frieza, felt sweat trickle down his face. 40,000 battle power. A fierce glint flashed in Frieza's crimson gaze as he downed a glass of crimson liquid, proclaiming, and this has occurred merely 6 years later, Prince Vegeta should still be considered a juvenile. Moreover, it is astonishing that you lot have failed to capture a single child over the span of 6 years. With a sharp sound, a beam of violet light pierced through the spacecraft. Accompanied by anguished cries, the Frieza force outside the ship was immediately struck with terror. In recent years, Frieza had often succumbed to fury due to the Scion affairs, occasionally even taking his wrath out on his closest confidants. Though not fatal, such actions only intensified their dread. On the distant azure planet of the North Galaxy, Kakarot continued his training alongside son Gohan. Gohan's astonishment. In merely 2 years, Kakarot had mastered approximately 80% of his abilities. If there was any shortcoming, it lay solely in his timing. Over these years, Kakarot had undeniably become the sovereign of the Capsule Mountain, devouring countless saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs. It could be said that now. Upon detecting Kakarot's scent, the creatures of Capsule Mountain would flee to the corners in sheer terror, a true manifestation of flight at the scent of danger. It had indeed been a while since Gohan had last seen Master Matedo and Uncle Mame. Observing Kakarot engrossed in his training, Gohan found himself lost in thought. Little Kakarot, tidy yourself up. We shall soon visit the legendary martial arts master, Matedo. Just then, the voice of his grandfather reached Kakarot's ears. Kakarot pouted slightly, though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at being referred to as Little Kakarot. However, after 3 years of Gohan consistently calling him that, he had grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing about Master Potato, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "All right, Grandpa. This boy is remarkable in many ways, yet he tends to be overly indifferent towards others," Gohan mused. Shaking his head, he recalled the last time when Uncle Mume discovered that he had taken a grandson. He personally visited and even proposed to accept Kakarot as his direct disciple. It was known that over the years, while many had been taken under Mume's wing, none had ever elicited such a declaration. Yet, Kakarot had coldly refused, leaving Uncle Mume in an awkward position. Furthermore, when Mume learned that the child was named Kakarot, he wore a peculiar expression. How did he know that I once went by the name Son Goku? Moreover, he had previously cautioned me against venturing out on a full moon night. Could it be that Kakarot's transformation into a giant ape was witnessed by him? Nevertheless, this uncle is quite interesting. Upon realizing his failure to take on a disciple, he insisted on challenging Kakarot to a duel, which ultimately brought forth Kakarot's fighting spirit. "Grandpa, let us depart." In the blink of an eye, Kakarot had readied himself. Donning a coarse blue tunic, a long red stick slung across his back, and a yellow translucent bead adorned with 4 swirling stars around his neck, which looked rather appealing, the two of them, swift and decisive, set off towards the residence of Master Roshi, traversing at a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary automobile, propelled by their martial arts. Martial Arts City was a joint establishment of all martial artists on Earth, providing the finest training resources, and it had nurtured countless formidable warriors. Residing at the city's core was the current martial arts sage, Master Mume. The world seemed to have changed significantly. Master Mume, clad in a white martial arts uniform, sat in his dojo meditating when he suddenly sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. Everything is about to begin. Rising to his feet, he opened the window, and golden sunlight flooded the room, illuminating him as though he were a celestial being. "Kakarot, Son Goku, I eagerly anticipate your adventure. This is also my opportunity," Mume remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his powerful aura radiating around him. Meanwhile, in the Odo star system, Frieza remained composed within his spacecraft. Yet a sense of unease crept into his mind regarding the remaining Science. Over the years, he had undergone his own training. Due to the Science, he had never reverted to his original form. Suddenly, a voice from his communicator broke the silence. "Lord Frieza, we have just detected an energy level exceeding 100,000 in the North Galaxy, but it vanished in an instant. Which planet was it? Have we identified it?" Upon hearing of the power surpassing 100,000, Frieza's pupils narrowed with a cold glint. Though his voice remained calm, as if unconcerned, it originated from a remote area in the North Galaxy. A place known as Earth. A voice relayed through the radio. Earth? Upon hearing that name, Frieza felt a jolt of apprehension. He sensed that one day he would forge an inextricable connection with Earth. And such a prospect boded ill for him. Notify all Frieza Force personnel to head towards the North Galaxy. I shall personally pay a visit to Earth. The chilling crimson of Frieza's eyes shimmered with a certain intensity. Regardless of whether or not the Science existed on this planet, he intended to erase it from the cosmic map. Yet in stark contrast, Earth remained a realm of tranquility, with everyone engrossed in their own pursuits of happiness. Surrounded by a vast expanse of blue ocean, a small island came into view, graced with a house featuring a red-tiled roof and a few palm trees. Exuding an aura of serenity, a speedboat swiftly approached the island. And Son Gohan and Kakarot finally arrived at their destination, Kame House. "Master Potato, your disciple Son Gohan has brought his grandson Kakarot to pay a visit." Upon reaching the island, Gohan retracted the boat into its capsule and slightly bowed towards Kame House, calling out in a solemn tone. However, after a prolonged silence, Gohan, well aware that his master must be engaged in some indescribable activity within, shook his head and ventured inside. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing a frail, bald old man with a white beard, who was hunched over, carrying a massive turtle shell on his back. This old man was currently fixated on a television screen displaying a long-haired human in pink attire, his gaze wandering as the women swayed their waists. Kakarot scoffed at the sight, What was so fascinating about humans? Lacking tails and appearing utterly feeble, they were devoid of taste, with a swift motion. Gohan turned off the television, realizing that it would not be appropriate for his grandson to witness such content. "Hey, Gohan, what are you doing?" the turtle hermit exclaimed, momentarily irked at being interrupted, but upon seeing his prized disciple, he softened, knowing that Gohan shared similar interests. "And why grandson is here," Gohan indicated towards Kakarot. Speaking softly, "Oh," the turtle hermit suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, turning to the doorway just as he encountered Kakarot's indifferent expression, prompting him to ask, "Is this the child you mentioned in your letter?" "Yes, Master Mume. He possesses exceptional talent. In fact, last time, even Uncle Mume came personally to take him as his disciple." Gohan beamed with pride as he gazed at his grandson. "What? That arrogant Mume wanted to take him as a disciple?" The turtle hermit was taken aback, his expression reflecting a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. "Indeed, thus far, I have exhausted my ability to guide him in martial arts. Therefore, I hope Master Mume can provide some instruction." Gohan bowed respectfully to the turtle hermit. Of course. The turtle hermit glanced at Kakarot and felt an inexplicable fondness for the boy, sensing he was truly a prodigious talent in martial arts. "Hey, little Kakarot, come over and greet Master Mume." Gohan beckoned to Kakarot. "Greetings, Master Mume." Kakarot approached, bowing respectfully, yet his expression remained impassive, as if he was perpetually indifferent except in the presence of Gohan. In that very moment. As Kakarot bent down, the turtle hermit's pupils narrowed, and his right hand shot out swiftly, aiming to strike Kakarot. Reacting with remarkable speed, Kakarot flicked his tail, wrapping it around the turtle hermit's arm, employing the martial arts techniques he had learned from Gohan to retaliate. Impressive. After a few exchanges, the turtle hermit, channeling his energy, flung Kakarot back, his face beaming with approval. "Then starting tomorrow, you shall commence the next phase of your training in the turtle school." The turtle hermit regarded Kakarot with satisfaction. Recognizing the immense talent he possessed in both technique and combat awareness, that IT felt as if this was an innate instinct. He mused that the previous spar had left him slightly breathless. Perhaps age was catching up with him. "Come, let us celebrate your arrival at Kame House." As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the turtle hermit, Son Gohan, Kakarot, and a turtle gathered around a table to revel in merriment. "The moon is particularly round tonight. I recall seeing a full moon last time, but after that, I remember nothing, except Grandpa telling me that monsters appear on full moons." Kakarot gazed up at the full moon, his expression one of bewilderment. Thump, thump, his heart's rhythm intensified, and his body began to swell. Dark fur erupted forth, and in an instant he transformed into a colossal ape. "This is bad," Sun Wukong exclaimed, flipping backward in alarm, chiding himself for being careless. Having forgotten that today marked the full moon, above the boundless green ocean of Namek, the Namekians commenced their busy day. The mightiest warrior of Namek, Nail, adorned in a white scarf and a long white robe, stood guard near the residence of the elder. Everything proceeding as usual. In Bardock's abode, Jin had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, eagerly awaiting the return of her youngest son, Sun Wukong, from his training, though puzzled by the elder's peculiar choice of name for her son. Sun Wukong. She found it surprisingly fitting, as if the name had been crafted for him. Speaking of Sun Wukong, one could not help but commend the genetic lineage of the Bardock family, the four sons. Save for Raditz, who had taken a slightly different path, bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. "Mom, I'm back." Jin, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by the vibrant voice of her son. She turned to see Sun Wukong bounding towards her. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character Wu, complemented by a blue vest that gave him a spirited appearance, one had to admit, the elder had a keen sense of style. In this outfit, Sun Wukong exuded an inexplicable charm. "Wukong, you must be exhausted from training, right? Mother has prepared a lavish breakfast for you," Jin said, stepping forward to affectionately tousle his hair, only to feel the sweat glistening on her palm. With a tone that was part reproach, part concern, she added, "Honestly, you're still so young, yet you train harder than your father. Must you be so relentless?" Because this universe is vast, and there are many unimaginable strong warriors. I truly wish to face them," Son Wukong replied, gripping his mother's hand, his gaze fixed on the dining table, his heart racing with excitement. However, he was suddenly reminded of certain terrifying memories, and with a somber expression, he remarked, "Moreover, I must grow stronger to protect the things that matter. All right, from now on, you shall protect your mother. But for now, eat your meal and grow strong," Jine said, holding his hand, feeling an unprecedented happiness. Though her son was still small, he surprisingly understood the importance of caring for her. Sun Wukong, indeed, felt hungry. He had spent the morning training in the gravity chamber established for him by the elder of Namek. Even with his current physique, it was somewhat overwhelming. Yet he was driven by an urgent desire to become stronger, having witnessed foes of greater power, realms of strength he had never imagined. Indeed, this Wukong was the one who, after succumbing to a heart disease, traversed various worlds. Upon attaching to Bardock's body on Planet Vegeta, he intended to travel to Earth. However, at that time, he could not sense the familiar energies of Earth. But fortunately, at the last moment, he detected a powerful presence on Namek and instantaneously teleported there. Afterward, inexplicably, he was reborn, yet his inherently optimistic nature allowed him to take it in stride. "Honestly, I wonder if your father has reached Earth. It's been 7 days since he left, which is quite worrisome," Jine mused, resting her head in her hands as she watched her son relish the food she had prepared, her heart swelling with joy. Yet, her thoughts turned to Bardock's quest to find their second son, Kakarot, and she felt a pang of anxiety. When Bardock had set out for Earth, he had considered that Frieza was hunting scions throughout the universe. If Jine and Sun Wukong were to accompany him, they might hinder his mission. So he had gone alone. "I wonder how your brother is faring on Earth. I hope he can get along well with everyone." Jine, though a scion, was entirely different from the typical scion. She harbored a deep-seated disapproval of the brutality and plundering associated with her kind. Instead, cherishing peace, "He'll surely be just fine," Sun Wukong replied between mouthfuls. Yet suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "What about the other me? It seems he's become my brother now. Is he also called Sun Wukong?" However, this thought was but a fleeting notion, quickly overshadowed by the delicious food before him. "Your father, that fool, is always contemplating how to confront Frieza to reclaim the dignity of the Scions. However, I have heard that Frieza possesses a battle power of 530,000, Jine said, quietly observing Wukong, expressing concerns she had never shared with Bardock. Truth be told, she often worried about her husband Bardock, fearing he might impulsively seek vengeance against Frieza. She spoke without expecting a response from Sun Wukong, as if merely needing to voice her pent-up thoughts. Yet, even after training with Nail on Namek, your father's battle power is still below 100,000, and he is nowhere near a match for Frieza. I'm full," Sun Wukong declared triumphantly after devouring an entire feast. Leaving only empty bowls and plates, he looked earnestly at Jine and said, "Mother, let me be the one to defeat Frieza." "You silly child." Jine's expression shifted, and she playfully slapped his head, her face a mixture of anger and concern. "Do not entertain thoughts of battling Frieza. He is utterly invincible. I am not telling you this to encourage you to fight him, but Frieza doesn't seem that strong," Sun Wukong protested, rubbing his head and looking seriously at his mother. "Not that strong? My dear child, you have never encountered Frieza. How can you comprehend his terror?" Jine looked at Sun Wukong, believing him to be naively innocent, shaking her head as she continued, "When he succeeded his father, King Cold, and first arrived on Planet Vegeta, he slaughtered my brother. And my brother, Bowls, was a mid-tier sound warrior with a battle power nearing 5,000. Jine's gaze drifted, as if recalling an unforgettable past. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong stood up, choosing not to elaborate further, merely stating, "I shall commence my training for today." With Jine's nod of approval, Sun Wukong made his way to the gravity chamber. One could not deny that over the past 6 years, he had made considerable progress, accumulating martial arts experience from his previous life, alongside witnessing the might of various powerful beings across different timelines. In merely 6 years, he had experienced significant growth, sensing that this time, he would venture even further. "Frieza, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Do not let me down." Within the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong pushed against 100 times the normal gravity, engaging in tedious training while reminiscing about Frieza. He dodged incoming attacks with remarkable speed, relentlessly fortifying his strength, yearning for the day he would confront even stronger foes. On Earth, a full moon hung high in the night sky, symbolizing beauty and reunion among mortals. Ah, another full moon? Bardock, clad in armor, leapt from his spaceship, donning a pair of glasses that shielded his eyes from the moonlight. Time to assess the highest combat power of this world. Bardock pressed a button on the glasses, and a stream of numbers and information immediately appeared. What a surprise! The strongest combat power in this world is only in the hundreds. Bardock expressed his astonishment, as he had expected a planet's peak power to exceed 1,000. Is this 300 battle power Kakarotes? Bardock mused, glancing at the moon above. Tonight is the night of the full moon. It is entirely normal for Kakarote's battle power to reach 300 at no. The power readings around him are fluctuating wildly. What? Over 1,000? With a flash, Bardock's figure transformed into a streak of light, racing toward that direction, his heart filled with concern for his son. Meanwhile, Master Wuming of the Martial Arts Palace, having completed a day's tasks, was just about to retire for the night when his expression suddenly shifted. What a powerful aura, wild and domineering. Is this a Scion's energy? Impossible. At this hour, there should not be any extraterrestrial beings arriving on Earth. And I have never heard of such a formidable Scion, surpassing even Vegeta. Master Wuming's expression fluctuated, as if something beyond his imagination had occurred. This direction. Master Wuming's face turned serious as he uttered, "Came House." With that, he opened the window and soared out, heading toward Came House, internally cursing himself for not mastering the instantaneous movement of the Yardrat people, even though Sun Wukong had mastered it with ease. Yet his heart could not find tranquility, and thus he had never learned the skill. Came House. If this continues, the entire island will face annihilation. Son Gohan and Master Roshi continuously evaded the onslaught of the colossal gorilla. This was not due to their inability to confront the transformed Kakarote, but rather out of concern for his safety. Son Gohan was deeply distressed for his grandson, to the extent that even Master Roshi sought to intervene. "Gohan, we cannot keep dodging like this. If this continues, Kakarote's transformation into a great ape will only grow stronger, potentially wreaking havoc on the Earth." Master Roshi deflected a beam of energy emitted by Kakarote, observing the increasingly ferocious great ape, and addressed Son Gohan beside him. "You distract Kakarote while I bring down the moon." Understood. Son Gohan realized that prolonging the situation was untenable. Thus, he deftly maneuvered, enticing Kakarote away from this territory. Kamehameha. Master Roshi assumed a stable stance, his muscles swelling dramatically as an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire island to be swept by fierce winds, stirring up towering waves. A colossal beam of light as thick as a barrel shot towards the distant moon, intent on annihilating it. Unexpectedly, a wave of energy surged forth from afar, obliterating Master Roshi's Kamehameha. What tremendous power! Master Roshi stared vacantly at the figure in the distance, completely oblivious to the approaching great ape Kakarote behind him. "Kakarote, it is indeed you!" The figure, swiftly approaching, hovered before the great ape, gazing down upon the massive creature. Roar! The great ape pounded its chest in a furious display, its deafening roar echoing ominously. "Do you wish to battle your father?" The man, with a solemn expression, deftly evaded the great ape's hefty strikes. Ha! A white light coalesced in the man's hand, forming a luminous blade. And in the instant the great ape turned, its tail detached from its body. The earth, beneath a full moon hanging high above the secluded Came House, was ravaged by the great ape. Yet in the next moment, a flash of light sliced through the air, causing the leaping giant to shrink progressively, plummeting to the ground. "So, are you enemies? Kakarote's foes?" A peculiar armored figure leapt to catch the reverted Kakarote, casting a glance at the two elders nearby. "Who are you? Release my grandson." Son Gohan, having been focused on Kakarote, now pointed accusingly at the stranger, failing to recognize him. "Your grandson?" The man scrutinized Son Gohan with an unfriendly gaze. Although he had realized the other was not an enemy, he could not avoid confrontation. How is this possible? Son Gohan's attention was drawn to the individual holding Kakarot, noting the striking resemblance in their hairstyles. Save for a scar on his face, he was an adult version of Kakarot. Indeed, the newly arrived man was Kakarot's father, Bardock. Humph, quite surprising. Your combat power fluctuates so dramatically. Bardock observed the pair, recalling that upon his arrival he had sensed Master Roshi's power was nearly 10,000, yet now it appeared to be below 10. You are Kakarot's father. Master Roshi looked gravely at Bardock, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from him, one that surpassed all on Earth, including the Supreme Kais. Yes, I am Kakarot's father, the Scion Bardock. Bardock's gaze swept over the two, his passion for battle igniting as he continued. Though I'm unaware of how you conceal your power, nonetheless, with a swift motion, Bardock gently set Kakarot aside and turned, unleashing a tremendous aura that stirred the winds. It seems a battle is inevitable. Master Roshi, having learned of Bardock's Scion heritage during his training under the Kai, recalled tales of the Scion race, known as the most warlike and malevolent species in the universe, notorious for seizing planets and selling them at exorbitant prices. Suddenly, he grasped Kakarot's reasons for coming to Earth and for his transformation. He hastily removed his shell from his back and tossed it aside, fixing a serious gaze upon Bardock, his aura gradually intensifying. Master Roshi, I will fight alongside you. With Bardock appearing to harbor ill intentions, Son Gohan stood resolutely beside Master Roshi, both of their auras similarly elevating. Quite intriguing, the ability to mask one's combat power at will. A flicker of amusement danced in Bardock's eyes as he remarked, one who has risen from below 10 to 8,006, and another from 200 to 3,002. Such figures are remarkable even among Scions. Kamehameha. Both Master Roshi and Son Gohan felt the unparalleled pressure exerted by Bardock and chose to strike. Ah, the blinding white light coalesced, two robust beams merging in the sky, their immense power bearing down upon Bardock. Their combat power has increased, reaching 20,000. What a peculiar race. Bardock appeared unfazed, yet within, he was taken aback. His own full-power combat strength hovered around 50,000. Yet here on Earth, he encountered 2,000 combatants exceeding even the mightiest Scions from Planet Vegeta. Aha! Bardock's body shimmered with golden light as he crossed his arms, resolutely standing before the dual beams, determined to withstand this formidable assault with sheer strength. Yeah, Bardock was pushed back by the beams, his expression twisted in exertion, seemingly exerting every ounce of his strength. Possibly a testament to his training. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wind, as the colossal beam was ultimately shattered by Bardock's sheer will. Standing firm, Bardock breathed heavily, yet remained unscathed, a smile upon his face as he regarded the duo. I must admit, you are remarkably strong, but this is where it ends. How infuriating! Master Roshi trembled with rage. Even at his utmost effort, he could not inflict even the slightest damage upon Bardock. This overwhelming might reminded him of the time he faced Demon King Piccolo. It was a similar sense of helplessness. However, while he had since grown stronger through training in the other world, Bardock still instilled a feeling of inadequacy. It was evident that Scions were indeed terrifying, and he began to contemplate whether to employ the forbidden technique learned from the Kai. Though it would impose significant strain on his body, it might be a necessary recourse. Enough, I have witnessed your power. I thank you for raising Kakarot to this point, but I must take him with me. Bardock turned to embrace Kakarot, smiling at the two. Farewell, Earthlings. What? Aren't you here to conquer our planet, eliminating everyone and selling it for a high price? Master Roshi, who had been prepared to unleash the forbidden technique, was taken aback, struggling to reconcile the legendary Scion's notorious reputation with Bardock's apparent disinterest in attacking Earth. So you know of the Scions? Bardock regarded Master Roshi with keen interest before continuing. However, I currently have no interest in such endeavors. Moreover, the previous Scion invasions were under Frieza's command. But now, Frieza! Master Roshi felt a sense of familiarity with the name, yet could not quite place it. Boom! Just as Bardock was about to depart, he sensed an immense fist laden with unparalleled power approaching. Yet as a seasoned warrior, he reacted swiftly, clenching his right fist and spinning to collide with the incoming blow. The impact of their fists created a tremendous pressure wave, and in that instant, Bardock felt the devastating force contained within the opponent's strike. With a swift motion, he hurled Kakarot behind him, while his own body was launched backwards, skimming across the water for several meters, cleaving the river in two. How vexing! What a terrifying foe! Bardock retreated, feeling his hands tremble, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Kakarot, who he caught once more, still shaken from the encounter. Master Roshi, Gohan, are you all right? The man who had just arrived was clad in a flowing white martial arts uniform, with thick brows and large eyes. His casually tousled short hair dancing in the breeze. Adorning his chest was an impressive brushstroke that formed the character for battle. He stood in the air with an air of remarkable composure, exuding the demeanor of a master. Indeed, he was the martial arts immortal of this world, Master Wu Ming. Not yet. Master Wu Tian hasn't finished speaking, he thought, but soon he noticed that Wu Ming had already reached the sea. Right before Bardock, your appearance is strikingly similar to that of Kakarot. You must be his father, Bardock. As Wu Ming approached, he finally discerned the features of the man before him, whose hairstyle and face were identical to Kakarot's. Dressed in a suit of black armor, Bardock's expression was one of cold indifference, and in that moment, Wu Ming's heart was filled with astonishment. After all, as far as he knew, Bardock had perished amidst the flames on Planet Vegeta. Do you know me? Bardock's figure flickered, and he returned to the Turtle Hermit's abode. Placing Kakarot aside, he turned back, his gaze filled with confusion as he regarded the formidable newcomer who seemed to recognize him. Yet he had never encountered any Earthlings before. However, he could sense the unimaginable power emanating from the man before him, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Are you here to attack Earth? Wu Ming did not respond to Bardock's inquiry, but instead regarded him with a frosty expression. Although he was uncertain why Bardock was alive, he knew that his arrival on Earth could not bode well. In his mind, aside from the Earth-imbued son Goku, he considered all Saiyans to be untrustworthy. Even the erstwhile Prince Vegeta was no exception, let alone the pure Sun warrior Bardock. I have no interest in that. Besides, Earth holds little value. I have come solely to take my son, Kakarot. Bardock observed the unprecedented seriousness in Wu Ming's demeanor, but felt no fear. The warrior race of Saiyans never shied away from battle. He was even ready to engage in combat at any moment. Take Kakarot? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly voiced his refusal. That is preposterous. The dawn of a new era relies on Son Goku to unfold. If you take him away, who will confront the cosmic crises that lie ahead? How can I step into this new era? If you will not permit me to take my son, then we shall have to engage in battle. Bardock's expression shifted, and a white aura enveloped him as he locked his gaze on Wu Ming. I believe that your son, Kakarot, would receive a far superior martial arts guidance here on Earth, particularly in the mastery of energy manipulation, something unattainable for you Saiyans. Wu Ming, however, had no intention of striking just yet. He subtly raised his energy, prepared to intervene should Bardock decide to take Kakarot away. Energy manipulation? Bardock paused, then replied, Are you referring to the technique of concealing one's power and concentrating it into a single point? That does sound intriguing. That is merely a fraction of it, Wu Ming replied, casting a glance at Bardock. Energy manipulation pertains to your mastery over your battle power. If one can perfectly control their energy, they may even defeat those far stronger than themselves. Overcome Frieza. One must learn this technique. Yes, that's so. Overcoming Frieza. Bardock's stance remained unwavering, yet his heart was filled with disbelief at the thought that this earthling sought to confront Frieza. However, he could not deny that this method of energy manipulation piqued his interest. It could indeed be immensely beneficial in his quest to defeat Frieza. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I still find it hard to believe that such a technique could yield significant results. Above the azure planet of the North Galaxy, two formidable auras gradually ascended. Bardock, I shall match your battle power and demonstrate the merits of this technique. Wu Ming leaped over the deep sea, fully unleashing his energy, which rose to a strength comparable to Bardock's. With a battle power of 54,000, it truly aligns closely with my own. Now, I shall make my move. Bardock's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his aura erupted, parting the waves like a fearsome dragon emerging from the depths. surging toward Wu Ming. Such an attack is no challenge. Wu Ming's form flickered lightly, effortlessly evading Bardock's all-out strike. He stepped lightly to Bardock's rear. His fist clenched and aimed at Bardock's back, as he remarked, "Your killing intent is too pronounced. Any opponent of equal skill could easily evade it." Boom! To Wu Ming's surprise, Bardock managed to pivot in the nick of time. Countering with a punch, their fists collided, each pushing back slightly against the surface of the sea. Indeed, a warrior teetering on the edge of life and death possesses an extraordinary battle instinct that Wu Ming shook his slightly numbed right fist. About to speak when he noticed Bardock had already closed the distance between them, his massive fist aimed directly at him. Crash! Wu Ming was struck by a single blow, sent crashing into the sea. The roiling waters soaring 10 feet high, cascading like a waterfall. Damn it! Bardock gazed downward, only to find that the readings on his scouter regarding Wu Ming had completely vanished, prompting a silent curse to escape his lips. Boom! A white beam of light erupted from the depths, churning the waves and sending forth a tempest that rushed toward Bardock. Whoosh! Bardock retreated swiftly, now 100 meters away, in his right hand. White energy coalesced into a sphere, which he launched toward the waves below. Bang! Bardock felt a sudden weight on his back, realizing too late that he had been struck, his body crashing heavily into the sea. How about it? Is it time to conclude this? Hovering above, Wu Ming flashed a smile at Bardock, his white beard revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. Not bad. Bardock's form glided across the water for several hundred meters before he finally came to a halt, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Wu Ming, fully aware that the latter had held back. Otherwise, he would not have emerged unscathed. He spoke, "I must admit, your Earth possesses remarkable techniques for manipulating battle power, or what you refer to as energy. However," crack! Bardock lifted his gaze to the sky, where the moon had vanished, casting a shadow over the heavens. He gently removed his glasses and shattered them, continuing, "I believe I am beginning to understand. Is it any wonder that he is a scion? Or more specifically, Goku's father?" Wu Ming observed Bardock's actions, recognizing that he had begun to grasp the concept of energy manipulation. Furthermore, Bardock had resolved to no longer rely on such devices for comprehension. Bardock furrowed his brow, perplexed as he gazed at Wu Ming. "How do you know my youngest son's name is Son Goku?" "That is a name given to him by a wise man, though it does seem rather peculiar." "What?" Even with a demeanor as composed as Wu Ming's, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. "You mean to say you have another son, and his name is Son Goku?" "Indeed, after Kakarot's departure, I had another son, named Son Goku. Is there a problem with that?" Despite Bardock's exceptional intellect, he could not fathom why Wu Ming seemed so taken aback. "No, it's just that I overreacted. It's merely that Gohan once named Kakarot Son Goku, and I never anticipated such a coincidence would exist." As Wu Ming spoke, he regained his usual composure and began walking toward Kame House. "Ah, is that so?" Bardock regarded Wu Ming with a strong sense of skepticism, convinced that such coincidences would not provoke such a reaction from a person of Wu Ming's caliber. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further, instead stating, "Kakarot cannot also be named Son Goku. We can't have two children with the same name." Wu Ming remained silent, appearing nonchalant on the surface while his heart raced with astonishment. He had believed he had entered the authentic Dragon Ball universe, and now he learned that Bardock was still alive. Fine, he could accept that. However, to discover that Kakarot and Son Goku were two separate individuals was a revelation that could alter the very fabric of the universe. What a twist! All the previously established paths have been rendered moot. Thud! Wu Ming and Bardock both descended on a Kame House, where Master Roshi and Gohan awaited their return. Kakarot had fallen asleep, and Gohan, fearing for his comfort, had taken him inside. "So, Mr. Bardock, have you decided to stay on Earth to train with Kakarot?" Master Roshi asked, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Wu Ming with unexpected ease. "Yes, I would very much like to train here with Kakarot until we defeat Frieza." Bardock glanced at the others before examining his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued. "However, the gravity on this planet is too low. It fosters an unwarranted sense of comfort, making it unsuitable for rigorous training. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. Within our martial arts city, we possess a gravity chamber, a remarkable creation resulting from our collaboration with the Capsule Corporation. In this chamber, one can freely adjust the gravity, even reaching levels hundreds of times that of Earth. Wu Ming observed the slight upturn of Bardock's lips, seemingly proud of the technological advancements of his planet. Hundreds of times the gravity of Earth. Upon hearing such news, Bardock was undoubtedly astonished. This technology far surpassed that of the Scions. Although he had witnessed similar innovations on Namek, the enigmatic nature of the Namekians had always left a profound impression, rendering Earth rather inconspicuous by comparison. Yet he now discovered that Earth possessed such terrifying technology. Indeed, if one were to train there, given your Scion physique, it would surely lead to swift ascension to the pinnacle of power. Wu Ming continued to entice Bardock, while internally making a resolution. Should Bardock insist on taking Kakarot away, he would not hesitate to take action. Very well, I shall train here, but before that, I need to return to Namek. My wife, Jine, and my young son, Sun Wukong, are there, and I feel somewhat uneasy. Bardock greeted the others and stated, "Until we meet again, I must take my leave now," as Bardock's gaze swept over the three. It seemed he discerned something, and he continued, "I entrust you with him." With that, Bardock did not await their response. In an instant, a white aura enveloped him, and he soared toward the direction from whence he came. "He truly is a peculiar fellow, leaving so abruptly," Master Roshi exclaimed, scratching his head as he watched Bardock fly away. Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted, "Huh, Master Roshi, what has happened?" Son Gohan, slightly surprised by a sudden outburst, inquired, thinking something significant had occurred. "That I missed a show," Master Roshi declared, hastily returning to his room to turn on the television. Son Gohan exchanged glances with Wu Ming, both of their lips curling into faint smiles, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. "Well, I must also take my leave. Kakarot, you all must train diligently." Wu Ming turned it apart, but suddenly seemed to recall something, turning back to say, "If Bardock comes, let him seek me out." Without further ado, Wu Ming leaped into the air, slicing through the atmosphere like a blade as he sped toward Martial Arts City. "What a dreadful night," Son Gohan muttered, shaking his head as he retreated to his room, his thoughts drifting to the named Sun Wukong. Realizing that the Scions shared a taste akin to his OWNAT, the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, an urgent report was issued. Report: an extraordinary combat power has been detected on Earth. Suspected Scion invasion. Please proceed to the quiet hall immediately. In an instant, alarms blared, accompanied by abnormal messages from various locations. Science? Jack was somewhat perplexed. He distinctly remembered that Planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Suddenly, the memory of the infant sent to Earth resurfaced, prompting him to inquire, "Is it that infant? Has he finally made an appearance? Then I, the elite Jack, shall pay Earth a visit. Alert! Combat power measured at 54,500. Target confirmed as Scion." The alarm resounded once more. "Wah! What? 54,000? Is that truly the Scion infant?" Jack exclaimed in shock, astonished by the outrageous combat power. "What is wrong, Jack? You who pride yourself on being an elite, are you truly frightened?" taunted a fellow Galaxy Patrol officer clad in the same attire as Jack. "Do not underestimate me. I am the elite Jack of the Galaxy Patrol, but I merely find this situation a bit troublesome," Jack replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he approached the cockpit. Galaxy Patrol Jack requesting deployment. Target Earth. Jack inputted his information, mobilizing his spacecraft, feeling a twinge of fear within. "First, I shall visit Tai Si, assess the situation, and if necessary, seek Wu Ming's assistance." Jack boarded the ship. Commencing the launch, his thoughts lingering on Tai Si, who should currently be on Earth. The ship transformed into a streak of light, traversing through layers of space toward the Azure Planet, as he silently hoped for a favorable outcome. In the west capital of Earth, the Capsule Corporation stood as the most renowned enterprise across the globe, having birthed countless technologies that transformed human life, boasting the most cutting-edge advancements, Dr. Brief's residence. A stunning woman with short golden hair gently tapped her pen against her head, appearing deeply troubled. "Sister Tai Si, are you writing your novel again?" A small girl with long blue hair, around 10 years of age, approached the golden-haired woman, noticing her frustration over the manuscript. "What is wrong, Bulma? Have you completed your homework?" Tai Si turned to see her prodigious younger sister. "Those assignments are meant for children," Bulma replied, her delicate nose scrunching slightly as she gazed at her sister with her beautiful large eyes. "They're no challenge for me at all. Indeed, indeed. Our Bulma is the brightest." Taisi gently stroked Bulma's blue hair, feeling a tinge of jealousy for her sister's innate talent. Truly, a genius, though only just 10 years old. It seemed as if nothing in the world could pose a challenge to her. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed across the sky as a spacecraft descended in front of Dr. Brief's residence. "Huh, is that Jack's spaceship?" Bulma's eyes widened as she recognized the vehicle belonging to the Galaxy Patrol officer she had seen before. "Jack?" Taisi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she quickly ran outside. "Jack!" Taisi called out as she spotted the patrol officer emerging from the ship, immediately saying, What brings you here? I happen to have some matters to discuss with you." "What matters?" "Hold on a moment. I have some very important questions for you." Jack approached Taisi, lowering his voice. "Hey Taisi, has there been any large-scale battle on Earth recently?" "A large-scale battle?" Taisi looked bewildered, indicating her lack of knowledge, and turned her inquiring gaze toward Bulma, who had just emerged. "What large-scale battle?" "Everything has been perfectly calm," Bulma replied, her expression one of disbelief. She had been outside all this time, and everything had seemed normal, leaving her somewhat weary of the mundane, with no trace of any significant conflict. "Yes, that's so. I shall conduct another scan. It may be a malfunction," Jack said, stepping back into the spacecraft. Truth be told, he hoped it was merely a technical error, proceeding to press buttons with urgency. Beep beep, scanning for unusual phenomena on the designated planet. Scanning complete. The planet is normal. No anomalies detected at all. So it was indeed a malfunction? Jack mused, scratching his head in confusion, somewhat skeptical of the result, yet relieved nonetheless. "Hey Jack, could you take me to space for a bit?" Taisi asked softly, gazing at Jack, who appeared somewhat pale that I'm afraid I must insist. "Taisi, the current situation in space is extremely tense. The Frieza force is frantically searching for the whereabouts of the Scions, having destroyed countless planets in the process that I cannot guarantee your safety if I were to take you into space." Jack lamented. The Frieza force's recent actions had heightened tensions across the Galaxy Patrol, given that Frieza was the most malevolent tyrant in the universe. The Frieza force and the Scions? That name sounds familiar. Taisi pondered, a light bulb moment occurring in her mind. "Isn't that the character you mentioned last time you visited Earth?" "Yes, you should pray that Frieza is unaware of the Scion presence on Earth. Otherwise, the planet will face a dire crisis," Jack warned cautiously, glancing at Taisi and Bulma. Although Earth had a formidable martial artist like Wu Ming, he did not believe that Wu Ming was powerful enough to contend with Frieza. "Is that Frieza truly that terrifying?" Bulma gazed at the patrolman Jeek with a look of curiosity. What a ridiculous notion. He was speaking of Frieza, the most fearsome and malevolent tyrant in the universe. A being that could be regarded as the very source of all evil within it. Jeek appeared astonished, as if claiming that Frieza was anything but terrifying was the height of absurdity. He continued, "Moreover, Frieza's army possesses the most advanced equipment and technology in the cosmos. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true terror lies within Frieza himself." "Frieza himself? What nonsense! The power of an individual is ultimately limited." Bulma scoffed at Jeek's assertions that, in her current mindset, she believed that human strength would eventually meet its limits. "You humans have no comprehension of Frieza's dreadfulness. The reason Frieza's army can roam the universe unchecked is not due to their vast influence, but solely because of Frieza himself." Jeek's expression grew grave as he continued. "Frieza is infamous for his cold-blooded cruelty. To him, life is akin to mere weeds. The annihilation of planets is but a fleeting thought. And yet, within the known universe, not a single formidable warrior can rival him. But I still wish to go. Rest assured, I am merely seeking to gather the materials I need. How could I possibly encounter Frieza's army, let alone incur his wrath?" Taisi observed Jeek's usually jovial demeanor now replaced by seriousness, and patted his shoulder, continuing, "Why can't you understand?" Jeek looked at Taisi, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He replied, "Frieza destroys planets on a whim that if you happen to be within his search radius for Scions, escaping death would be utterly impossible." Suddenly, Taisi's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "That I have a new idea." I could create a villainous emperor based on the Frieza you speak of, and then have a noble protagonist, burdened with a deep-seated vendetta, carry the hopes of the universe to challenge him. Such a tale would surely become a bestseller across the cosmos. The more Tai Si pondered, the more her excitement grew. Without waiting for the astonished Jeek to respond, she dashed back to her room to embark on a new literary journey. "Wait, you can't!" Jeek exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief as he hurried after Tai Si in an attempt to dissuade her. What a preposterous idea, to base a villainous emperor on that Frieza. It could be life-threatening. However, Jeek's pleas fell on deaf ears, and he could only hope that Tai Si's novel would not achieve universal acclaim, for he could not bear the thought of her publishing in the cosmos. Especially when it implicated him, a super elite. Frieza, science. What a chaotic mess, Bulma muttered, shaking her head as she entered Dr. Brief's laboratory to explore new inventions that on came house. Due to Kakarot's need for training, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi had relocated, moving overnight to a larger island. "Kakarot, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple of the Kame School, and I shall officially commence your training," Master Roshi declared, observing the cold demeanor of Kakarot after their morning exercises. "First, I will assess your physical attributes to devise a suitable training regimen," Master Roshi continued, undeterred by the fact that Kakarot was not of this planet, but rather a member of the universe's most nefarious race. The Science. Having discerned Kakarot's character, he was even more inclined to impart his knowledge. "First, let us gauge your reflexes," Master Roshi instructed, forming a circle on the ground. "Step into this circle. I shall throw 100 marked stones at you, and we will see how many you can evade." "Understood," Kakarot replied, stepping into the circle, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Master Roshi, readying himself for the onslaught. In an instant, Master Roshi hurled the marked stones like a tempest. Aiming to pummel Kakarot mercilessly, Kakarot's eyes narrowed. His body tensed as he began to dodge the barrage. Yet within moments, he felt the sting of several strikes. Being still so young, the intensity of the exercise left him breathless in short order. "Enough! You've succeeded in evading 81 hits," Master Roshi said, approaching Kakarot, who was panting heavily. "You have quite a long way to go in this regard. I will contact Wuming to procure a dodging machine for your training." Next, Master Roshi marked a straight line on the ground with a swift motion. "Now let's assess your speed. When I say go, you must sprint with all your might to reach me. Go," Master Roshi commanded, and Kakarot, his gaze steady and ready, launched himself forward like an arrow, racing past Master Roshi in a blur. "Impressive. You clocked in at 9.36 seconds, Master Roshi remarked, nodding in approval, merely 6 years of age. "You surpassed the majority of humans on Earth. Finally, let's test your strength. Channel all your energy into a single punch and strike me," Master Roshi instructed. "Are you certain you want me to hit you?" Kakarot asked, his fist clenched tightly, energy coursing through him as he replied with a serious demeanor. "I won't hold back." "Very well," Master Roshi said, seemingly unperturbed by Kakarot's intensity. With that, Kakarot unleashed his full power, delivering a decisive blow to Master Roshi. "Your strength is commendable, yet requires further honing," Master Roshi remarked, effortlessly catching Kakarot's fist. "I now have a clear understanding of your physical capabilities. It is time to commence your training in earnest." Meanwhile, the once tranquil expanse of the universe was now ablaze with various types of spaceships, all bearing the same emblem, the insignia of the tyrant Frieza. The mobilization of Frieza's forces had cast a palpable tension across the cosmos, for no one knew what the notorious villain intended next, whether it be the annihilation of planets or the extermination of entire races. "Mr. Dodoria, have there been any sightings of the Scion Prince recently?" Frieza inquired, appearing quite at ease as he poured himself a glass of crimson liquid, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Dodoria. "Report, Lord Frieza. Prince Vegeta seems to have vanished without a trace, and we cannot locate any matching power levels," Dodoria replied, trembling as he avoided direct eye contact with Frieza. "Let us set aside the matter of Prince Vegeta for now and focus our efforts on attacking Earth," Frieza commanded, his gaze icy as it swept over the blue planet displayed on the cosmic holographic projection. "Every time I behold this planet, I am overwhelmed with an inexplicable aversion. By the way, do we have any updates on Earth?" Lord Frieza, According to yesterday's scans, 3 power levels exceeding 10,000 briefly appeared on Earth, with the highest reaching an astonishing 100,000. However, due to the vast distance and the fleeting nature of the readings, we cannot ascertain precise values, Dodoria reported, his body quaking as he observed Frieza's calm demeanor. Over 100,000. Captain Jinyu has only a power level of 120,000. Frieza mused, narrowing his eyes as he savored a sip of his deep red drink. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Earth, indeed, is a most intriguing place, is it not, Mr. Dodoria? Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied quickly, bowing deeply in deference. Such an interesting planet warrants a visit from the entirety of my army. Does it not? Frieza declared, placing his glass on a nearby table as he regarded Dodoria. If those monkeys are present as well, it would be even better. My army could witness the most breathtaking fireworks the universe has to offer. Ha ha! On a small island, the turtle hermit, unaware of the impending arrival of the universe's tyrant, continued instructing his young disciple Kakarot, stating, now, the first exercise of today's training is BOM. Master Roshi pressed the capsule, and with a resounding explosion, a gray mist began to envelop the surroundings. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed countless boxes of milk. Master Roshi pointed at the milk and said, above the milk lies the destination you must deliver it to. Your first training task is to transport these boxes. Is it merely delivering milk? Kakarot furrowed his brow, appearing quite dissatisfied with such a trivial task. Indeed, it's just delivering milk, but you must complete it within 3 hours. Otherwise, there will be no lunch for you today. Master Roshi observed Kakarot's displeased expression and couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that the true challenge lay here. What? Kakarot exclaimed in surprise. Being deprived of food was undoubtedly the greatest punishment for him. And before he could utter another word, Master Roshi retrieved another capsule from his pocket, pressed it, and threw it again, stating, you need to wear this while delivering the milk. BOM. True to form, the capsule erupted in a tremendous explosion. And when the smoke cleared, a set of black clothing lay on the ground, exuding a sense of quality, delivering milk while donning this outfit. Although Kakarot felt a twinge of confusion, he dismissed it and picked up the garment. In his clumsiness, Kakarot inadvertently missed grabbing the clothing, which startled him. In the next moment, he mustered all his strength to lift the outfit off the ground and changed right before Master Roshi. It was indeed somewhat heavy. As he felt the weight on his body, Kakarot mused. Yet he never feared such challenges. In fact, he felt a hint of joy within. What a rare little fellow! Master Roshi silently admired Kakarot's remarkable adaptability. However, he furrowed his brow and said, Kakarot, could you please change clothes inside the house in the future? Is there a problem with this? Kakarot replied, looking perplexed, as he truly couldn't comprehend human customs and I suddenly feel it's necessary for you to learn some basic etiquette before training. Master Roshi said, sweating profusely, realizing that Kakarot seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of etiquette. Etiquette? What is that? Is it something delicious, or something that can make me stronger? Kakarot continued to gaze at Master Roshi with a stoic expression. Neither. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. Acknowledging Kakarot's logic left him speechless. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and said, however, to become an exceptional martial artist, etiquette is indispensable. But for now, you need to complete my task. Let the timer begin. With a resounding start from him, Kakarot's expression shifted rapidly as he dashed towards the milk. After quickly understanding the delivery address and direction, he sprinted off. However, the weight of the clothing made it difficult for him to control his movements perfectly. His rapid running resembled a toddler's first steps on the island. Dust billowed as Kakarot tirelessly delivered the milk to the residences. Yet, it must be admitted that carrying a heavy load combined with the intense physical exertion left even Kakarot feeling sore all over. Damn it, I can't let Grandpa and that old man underestimate me. Kakarot clung to this resolve, pushing his exhausted body to its limits. Perhaps even unbeknownst to himself, he was breaking through one physical barrier after another. What a determined little guy. Master Roshi, seated in the game house, watched the television screen where several alluring women performed some form of gymnastics, his mouth watering as he appeared completely absorbed. Meanwhile, he occasionally sensed Kakarote's energy from afar. Master Roshi, giving Kakarote such a strenuous training regimen on the first day, surely won't break him, considering he is only 6 years old. Son Gohan also sensed Kakarote's energy from a distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of worry to 1-2, 1-2. However, Master Roshi, lost in the television's allure, seemed oblivious, even echoing the rhythm of the women on screen. Truly, Son Gohan shook his head at his teacher, who, despite being a martial arts master, continually exhibited a lecherous demeanor that was quite astonishing that I should prepare some food for little Kakarote. This high-intensity training must have exhausted him. Son Gohan decided not to disturb Master Roshi, fully aware that Kakarote possessed unparalleled talent in martial arts, which was precisely why Master Roshi was so strict with him from the outset. The entire world needed a new martial artist to elevate the art to new heights. So, fish for today. Son Gohan unleashed his powerful aura, parting the sea as he strode into the water to gather ingredients for lunch. I'm really exhausted. Kakarote thought countless times about shedding the heavy outfit that it significantly hindered his movement, requiring him to be cautious while running, lacking his usual swiftness. After only a short while of exertion, he felt his whole body become weak and fatigued. Damn it, I will not concede easily. Kakarote roared internally, summoning all his strength as he sprinted with the milk. One moment, he even felt a thrilling sensation of breaking through his limits. Come on, Kakarote! At that moment, Kakarote was unaware that in Martial Arts City, a martial arts master was cheering for him, applauding the impending legend. Finally, it's over. After 3 hours, Kakarote felt utterly drained, his body collapsing into a heap. Unwilling to move. Kakarote, you did well with the task this morning, but do not become complacent. This afternoon will bring even more arduous training, so be prepared, Master Roshi remarked, momentarily setting aside his distractions to commend Kakarote. All right, Kakarote stood up, his right fist pounding into his left palm, brimming with anticipation, truly eager for the upcoming training. Even if it was arduous and tiring, it could not deter his desire for strength. And the morning's training had indeed yielded great rewards. Come on, Kakarote, Master Roshi, it's time for lunch, Son Gohan called, having finished preparing the meal. Ugh. Master Roshi begrudgingly set down the magazine he had been perusing and made his way to the dining table. By the way, Gohan, your culinary skills have greatly improved lately. At the table, Master Roshi savored the delicious fish feast prepared by Son Gohan, mumbling incoherently to Kakarote, not bothering to speak, devoured bowl after bowl, the mountain of fish diminishing visibly, while his own bowl piled ever higher at an astonishing rate. Truly terrifying. Even after witnessing Kakarote's appetite the previous night, Master Roshi was once again astonished by Kakarote's voracious eating. By the way, Kakarote, did you know that your father visited yesterday? Son Gohan contemplated this matter for some time, knowing it was something he needed to address sooner or later, rather than waiting for Bardock to arrive. He felt it best to tell Kakarote now, as they were still his parents though. Kakarote responded nonchalantly, then proceeded to dig into another bowl of rice. I'm full, with a towering stack of dishes before him. Kakarote finally patted his stomach in satisfaction, exclaiming with excitement, Hey little Kakarote, did you hear? Your father Bardock came to see you yesterday, Son Gohan resolved to tell him, observing Kakarote's contented expression. Oh my dad. Kakarote lifted his head, looking at Son Gohan in confusion, a certain figure emerging in his mind. Yes, your father is a very powerful man, Son Gohan reflected, realizing he didn't know much about Bardock, and he could only say, he was looking for you yesterday. Really powerful? More powerful than Grandpa and that old man. Initially indifferent, Kakarote's interest peaked upon hearing Son Gohan describe his father as strength, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He turned to glance around, seemingly searching for something, before returning to Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. But this place doesn't seem like it has any other strong individuals. What old man? You should call him Master Roshi. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Kakarote's nape and continued, Your father is indeed formidable. Together with Master Wutian, we are utterly no match for him. He is truly one of the strongest individuals I have ever encountered at IS. That's so. Is he really that powerful? Kakarot gazed upward, seemingly envisioning what his father might look like in that fleeting moment. His eyes seemed to glaze over, and before him appeared a scene from a dream. Beneath a clear night sky, a man and a woman stood on opposite sides of a spacecraft, gazing at him. Their eyes were filled with sorrow, tears brimming in their gaze, as they extended their left and right hands towards him, reaching across the void of the spacecraft to meet his own, for reasons unknown. Kakarot's heart swelled with sorrow at that moment, and unconsciously his hands reached out as if to grasp theirs across the endless expanse of time and space, vowing never to part. Kakarot, what are you doing? Sun Wukong observed Kakarot's increasingly dazed expression, his eyes misty, and his hands outstretched as if yearning to touch something or perhaps preserve something precious. Startled by Sun Wukong's call, Kakarot jolted back to reality, regarding him with an unusual coldness tinged with melancholy. Grandfather, I wish to meet my father. He left yesterday. Noticing Kakarot's expression darkening, Sun Wukong continued. However, he mentioned that it was because your mother and brother are on another planet. He is worried about them and will bring them to Earth so that your family may reunite. Yes, that's so. Kakarot's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly inquired, what is a brother? Is it something delicious? Thud. Sun Wukong stumbled, nearly dropping the dishes in his hands, but thanks to his profound martial arts skills, he swiftly caught them before they could hit the ground. I suddenly find merit in Master Wu Tian's teachings. Kakarot, it is indeed essential for you to attend etiquette lessons. Sun Wukong gazed at Kakarot's earnest demeanor, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as if he might be overwhelmed by Kakarot's naivety. Observing Kakarot's puzzled expression, Sun Wukong resolved to ensure that Kakarot would learn earthly etiquette in the future. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a series of amusingly bewildering situations. Grandfather is quite peculiar. Kakarot muttered as he watched Sun Wukong depart, pondering whether his parents were as eccentric as his grandfather, and whether they, too, lacked tails. Old Master Wu Tian, let us commence our afternoon training, Kakarot declared as he rose from the table, glancing towards the turtle hermit, who was engrossed in a magazine. Despite feeling sore all over, Kakarot was fervently eager to proceed with his training. The turtle hermit, completely absorbed in his reading, was startled by Kakarot's sudden inquiry. He looked at Kakarot, frowning, and said, Kakarot, when calling someone, one must be polite. Do not shout like that, Kakarot acknowledged, yet his expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with hope. All right, you first do 100 push-ups? I will be right there. The turtle hermit instructed Kakarot, observing his eager expression. 100? Kakarot walked towards the door, counting on his fingers, seemingly puzzled as to what 100 truly entailed. 1, 2, 1, 2, 100. Just as he stepped outside, the turtle hermit saw Kakarot laboriously completing his push-ups. His clothes soaked in sweat, his arms appearing as though they might falter at any moment. However, just as the turtle hermit was about to commend Kakarot's perseverance, he heard his peculiar method of counting. Hey, Kakarot, can't you count? The turtle hermit looked at Kakarot, bemused. Although Kakarot was still young, surely Sun Wukong had taught him something. What counting? When grandfather told me to do push-ups, he always counted 1, 2, Kakarot replied, a hint of confusion creeping onto his otherwise stoic face. The turtle hermit was left speechless, finding Kakarot's ignorance rather excessive, and simply said, forget it. Now we shall begin the next stage of turtle school training. First, we must plow the field. Clearing his throat, the turtle hermit pretended to say something important and then proceeded towards the distant farmland without waiting for Kakarot. Yeah, Kakarot gathered his strength and sprinted after the turtle hermit, his face flushed but refusing to stop. Today feels like something is missing. My body seems uncoordinated. Standing amidst a cultivated field, Kakarot sensed something was off. As if he were lacking something, his body unbalanced. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now, feeling fatigued, it became apparent. Where's my tail? Kakarot reached behind him, only to realize that his tail had vanished without a trace. In that instant, panic surged within him. You just noticed? The turtle hermit stared incredulously at Kakarot's actions. How did you manage to go an entire morning without recognizing such an obvious issue? Forget it. Let us continue training. Seeing Kakarot on the verge of tears, the turtle hermit was about to comfort him when Kakarot spoke again. Indeed, he is just a child, the turtle hermit sighed, pulling out a pair of gloves from his pocket and handing them to Kakarot. Wear these gloves and use your hands to finish plowing this field. Just so you know, if you are slow, the remaining training will be canceled and correspondingly, your food supply will be reduced at HMM.AT that moment. Kakarot appeared to become cold and distant, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor after the meal. He took the gloves silently and began working the soil at an astonishing pace, under Kakarot's diligent efforts. The soil was soon transformed, and he sat beside it, panting heavily. Very well. Let us continue with the remaining training. The turtle hermit observed Kakarot, who was out of breath yet still radiated an indomitable spirit. Thus, Kakarot persevered through the arduous training of turtle school, performing labor with weighted clothes, and even grappling with sharks after being thrown into the river. This was initially intended as a means for the turtle hermit to train his speed. However, Kakarot found himself directly battling the sharks, which attracted a swarm of them. Fortunately, his latent potential surged, allowing him to escape their jaws. Later, he hid beneath a beehive, dodging the attacks of countless bees, resulting in a swollen face and an overall rounder appearance. As time passed, Kakarot engaged in extraordinary training, astonishing the turtle hermit and others with his remarkable progress. They had considered him a genius, but they had never anticipated the sheer intensity of his training. In just a week, he had begun to acclimate to the weighted clothing. "Hey, Kakarot, why do you wish to train?" Son Wukong inquired, noticing Kakarot's swollen face during mealtime. "Because I want to grow stronger. Every time I train, I can feel the blood within me boiling. It longs for battle, yearning to confront more powerful foes." Surprisingly, Kakarot, who was typically indifferent and oblivious to worldly matters, provided a rather thought-provoking response. "Why do you want to engage with stronger opponents?" Son Wukong continued to question, pondering whether this might be a common trait among Scions. "I don't know. I just want to become stronger, not to be outdone by anyone," Kakarot replied, his words muffled as he continued to eat. "You child, eat more slowly. If you can't manage, can't you finish before speaking?" Son Wukong gazed at Kakarot with an unmistakable fondness in his eyes. Beyond the countless stars on planet Namek, a silver meteor streaked across the sky as a spacecraft descended onto the plains outside a Namekian village. Bardock, clad in armor, slowly emerged, having endured a long journey, and at last he had returned to planet Namek. "I must admit, I feel a sense of nostalgia." Bardock gazed at Namek, shaking his head. He understood that he had caused considerable inconvenience to the Namekians, and it was time for him to depart. Earth, being remote, offered not only a refuge from Frieza's relentless pursuit, but also the opportunity for him to further strengthen himself, preparing for the day he might confront that cosmic tyrant. Frieza. With a swift motion, Bardock pinpointed his home and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber of Namek, Son Goku, clad in an orange training outfit, was deftly evading the barrage of machine gun fire. Suddenly, he paused, glancing into the distance, and murmured, "Father has returned, but it seems he is alone. Did he decide to go to Earth?" Several machines approached with astonishing speed, intent on attacking Son Goku, yet with a slight shift of his feet. He deftly evaded all assaults before striding out of the gravity chamber that a young boy, dressed in tattered orange martial arts attire, emerged from a metallic room, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the distant village. With a deep breath, a white aura surged around him. Enveloping his slender form, he leaped into the air, soaring gracefully, the energy surrounding him parting the air as he sped toward the horizon in Bardock's home. A Borjine began tidying the room, her face adorned with a sweet smile, seemingly content with her current life that, of course, it would be even more perfect if Bardock could bring Kakarot and Raditz back. Free from shadow of Frieza's threat, she occasionally pondered the well-being of her eldest son, Raditz. Though his combative nature starkly contrasted her gentle disposition, he remained her son, and during moments of leisure, she found herself missing him. She had often worried that Raditz might fall victim to Frieza's clutches, yet her own lack of strength rendered her helpless. A soft sound from outside jolted Jine from a reverie, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. Logically, Son Goku should not have completed his training yet, and if the elder had sought her out, he would have communicated directly. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. and a radiant smile illuminated her lovely face as she hurried to the door, pressing the button to open it. Bardock, upon recognizing the man at the doorway, Jine was overwhelmed with joy and rushed to embrace him. "Yes, Jine, I've returned, but I didn't bring Kakarot. There are some matters we need to discuss," Bardock replied gently, wrapping his arms around his wife. "Why? Why didn't you bring Kakarot? Is something wrong?" Jine's hand slipped from Bardock's embrace. Her eyes filled with concern. "Not at all. He's been taken in by a martial arts master on Earth, and it appears he is doing quite well there," Bardock said, stepping into the room and surveying his surroundings. "I didn't bring him back because I discovered some valuable things on Earth. Just in case, I would like to bring both of you there as well, Ditto. I see. That means he is getting along well with those people on Earth." Jine followed Bardock into the room, her hand resting over her heart as if to soothe her worries. "But do we truly need to move to Earth as a family? While it sounds lovely for us to be together, Goku has lived on this planet since birth. Leaving so suddenly might be difficult for him. There's nothing to worry about. Earth is a splendid place. Children adapt quickly, and everything will turn out fine," Bardock said, his gaze sweeping across the room as he took a seat on a nearby chair. By the way, has Goku gone off to train again?" "Yes, that child has been obsessed with training since birth. It seems his life revolves solely around becoming stronger. Perhaps one day, he may surpass all the Scions," Jine said proudly as she thought of her younger son. However, beneath that pride lay a hint of concern. Fearing that her son was so consumed by training that he neglected everything else. He is merely a lower-class warrior. Bardock slowly shook his head, the Scion hierarchy deeply ingrained in his mind. Even as Goku's father, Bardock did not believe he could surpass all previous Scions. Knowing well the battles he had endured to achieve a battle power of 13,000 after arriving on Namek following the destruction of Planet Vegeta. His battle power had risen to around 30,000 after recovering from his injuries. Yet even with the burden of his race's enmity, he had only attained a power level of just over 50,000. What's wrong with being a lower-class warrior? I can sense that our son is exceptional. Perhaps he can surpass the limits of the Scions, Jine retorted, somewhat displeased by Bardock's dismissive attitude toward their son. "Let us hope so." Bardock did not refute Jine's words, secretly wishing that his son could indeed transcend the boundaries of the Scions. If that were to happen, there would be no need to fear Frieza's existence any longer. "By the way, do you have any news about Raditz?" Jine shifted the conversation, clearly not dwelling on the idea that Goku, born with a battle power of 1, could ever reach the legendary Super Saiyan level. "Raditz?" Bardock shook his head, a shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he continued, "The latest news I heard in the universe is that the Scions, led by Prince Vegeta, made an appearance at the intersection of the North and South galaxies, but managed to escape Frieza's encirclement. Prince Vegeta even severely injured Zarbin, but I have not heard any news regarding Raditz. Yes, that's so." Jine's expression dimmed slightly, for he was still her child, though she did not appreciate his temperament. Her concern for him was no less than for her other son. "Prince Vegeta has become so strong that he could escape Frieza's grasp. I have heard that he possesses the highest innate battle power of all Scions. Perhaps one day he could indeed defeat Frieza, allowing us to end this dreadful era and see Frieza become a thing of the past." Jine recalled the rumors surrounding Prince Vegeta, and a flicker of hope ignited within her heart, fueled by her yearning for family reunification. "Prince Vegeta?" Bardock slowly shook his head, recalling the once arrogant and cruel King Vegeta, his gaze filled with a deep contemplation. "Let us not speculate whether Prince Vegeta can surpass the limits of the Scions and defeat Frieza. Even if he could defeat Frieza, I do not believe he would be significantly better than Frieza himself. Dad. Mom." Just as Jine was about to say more, a familiar voice called from outside, signaling that her younger son had returned. Though she was unsure why he had come back so early today, she felt a surge of excitement as she pressed the button to open the door. "Goku, why are you back so early today?" Every time Jine saw her son's sunlit face, it felt as if her heart melted, inundated with warmth. "Yes, I sensed Dad's presence. I see back." Goku reached out his hand toward his mother, allowing her to grasp it. "Why do you always say such strange things? What do you mean you sense your father's presence?" Jine chuckled, bemused by Goku's words. "Wait, did you say presence? That sounds similar to the way energy is described on Earth." Bardock observed with a bemused expression, recalling how peculiar his son had always been. Goku had been following in his footsteps since he could walk, and at the tender age of 4 or 5. He had claimed he could assist Bardock in his training. Bardock scoffed at the thought. After all, he had fought countless battles and survived against all odds to achieve his battle power. Now, here was his son, introducing concepts he had never considered. "Hey, Dad, are we going to Earth? It seems you didn't bring my brother back this time," Goku inquired, disregarding Bardock's previous comments. "Yes, we'll tidy up today and bid farewell to the Elder tomorrow. We've been here long enough. It's time to see the place where your brother lives," Bardock said, looking at Goku's innocent expression, choosing not to press further on the previous topic. After all, he was his son, born after a 10-month wait. It's been ages since I last saw him," Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. "Indeed, although to be precise, you should say that you have yet to meet your brother," Bardock replied. Jine gently reached out to stroke his head affectionately before turning to sit on the stool. "By the way, Wukong, how is your training progressing? You still seem rather weak," Bardock remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized son Wukong. He had a slight understanding of the energy signatures on Earth, and, after several days of observation, could roughly sense others' auras. However, he was alarmed to find Wukong's energy signature nearly imperceptible. "I've been training quite well lately, but I still can't defeat that guy, Frieza," son Wukong replied, glancing at his hands with a hint of melancholy, aware that his body was still quite young. Despite undergoing rigorous training, he had yet to reach his desired level of strength. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan was insufficient to overcome Frieza at full power. Frieza is the strongest being in the universe. It is said that his talents and abilities surpass even those of his father, King Cold. How could you truly grasp his might? Bardock shook his head, assuming that Wukong had heard too much about Frieza from him. Using Frieza as a benchmark for power to him, why, dear child, didn't I tell you not to think about fighting Frieza every day? At that moment, Jine unexpectedly adopted a tone that contrasted sharply with her usual gentleness, tugging at son Wukong's ear. "Ouch!" son Wukong exclaimed, wincing in pain. Jine felt a pang of sympathy, but she realized that indulging him in his quest for a one-on-one battle with Frieza would only lead him into danger. After a brief commotion, it was time for dinner. Jine watched her husband and son eat heartily, her heart brimming with joy. She softly expressed, "In truth, I wish you both would stop thinking about fighting and defeating Frieza to reclaim the Saiyan dignity. I only hope that our family can remain together, living in peace and happiness. Of course, aren't we about to head to Earth soon? At that time, our family will be whole," Bardock reassured her while eating. "Yes, Mom. Once we're there, we'll be together, and no one can separate us. Not even that Frieza," son Wukong mumbled with food in his mouth, asserting that he could ensure the safety of his family even if Frieza were to come. The immense planet slowly revolved, shrouded in a mysterious and powerful energy. It was the enigmatic planet Namek. "Come on, Wukong. After bidding farewell to the Elder, we must set off for Earth," Bardock said to his son, who was practicing outside early in the morning. Wukong finished a set of movements, stood still, and exhaled slowly before returning to help his parents pack. "Let's go say goodbye to the Elder. We've lingered here long enough," Bardock declared, shouldering a large bundle as he stepped outside first. "Indeed, we've been here for over 6 years, to be honest. I feel a bit reluctant to leave," Jine admitted, also carrying a sizable bundle, unwilling to let her 6-year-old son bear such a load. Thus, she handed Wukong a smaller pack. "We will return when the opportunity arises," son Wukong said, gazing at planet Namek with a sense of nostalgia. After all, he had lived there for 6 years. Moreover, in his previous life, he had a profound connection to this planet, as the Dragon Balls of Earth originated from Namek. It was the Dragon Balls that led to his encounters with his friends and the subsequent events that unfolded. In the past, I attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan here. Regrettably, I failed to protect this planet, but this time I shall not allow anyone to bring harm to it, not even Frieza," son Wukong resolved silently, recognizing that planet Namek had become his second home. "Well then, when the time comes, we shall return," Bardock whispered soothingly, observing the reluctant expressions on the faces of Jine and son Wukong before turning to make his way towards the Elder's residence. As Jin and Sun Wukong saw Bardock soaring into the distance, he was enveloped in a white aura, slicing through the air as he headed towards the Elder's abode. The Elder's residence was located at the heart of Planet Namek. While Bardock's home was situated in a remote village, necessitating a considerable flight distance. Even with their speed, it took them half an hour, primarily due to Jin's slower pace, as both Sun Wukong and Bardock had been waiting for her. "Please come in. The Elder awaits," Nairu said, his expression as impassive as ever, exuding an air of mastery. However, his serious demeanor resembled that of a dutiful bodyguard. The three followed Nairu inside, entering through a small door at the top. When they found the Elder seated in a high position, he appeared much the same as he had 6 years ago, with the only noticeable change being the increased age spots on his face. "You have resided here for 6 years, and due to my health, I have seen little of you. I feel quite remorseful," the Elder said, gesturing for them to take a seat. "Elder, we have come to bid you farewell," Bardock stated succinctly, clearly articulating their purpose, embodying the Scion's decisive nature. "Has this day finally arrived?" The Elder seemed to strain to open his eyes as he regarded the three, reflecting, "Earth, what a distant name." "Elder, our departure is indeed due to the fact that we have been pursued by Frieza. Remaining here would likely attract the attention of his forces and bring disaster to Planet Namek." Bardock explained unexpectedly, his tone serious. "Moreover, there are certain things we need on Earth, and if possible, we hope to overturn Frieza's rule that Earth is indeed a remarkable place," the Elder replied, his voice intermittent as he recalled something fondly. After a brief pause, he continued, "I remember when the turmoil struck on Planet Namek. Kata's child was sent there. If you happen to encounter him, I hope you can look after him on behalf of our shared history. There are Namekians on Earth." The thought merely flickered through Bardock's mind as he continued, "If we meet him, we will treat him well. I sincerely apologize. I cannot rise to see you off," the Elder said, his gaze filled with regret as he considered the three of them. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Before you depart, I have some techniques for unlocking potential that may be of assistance to you." Unlocking potential. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Bardock's eyes, for he had unwavering confidence in the Scion race's latent abilities. After all, even the universe's emperor, Frieza, feared them. If the Elder possessed such power, it might aid in surpassing his limits. "Then please, Elder, grant us this favor." Bardock bowed respectfully before the Elder. "Very well, come forward, the three of you," the Elder instructed, his tone firm, "but I'll pass. I prefer to enhance my strength on my own," Sun Wukong said slowly. Gazing at the Elder's kind face, he had never prioritized mere energy enhancement, valuing strength control far more. "Very well then," the Elder replied, somewhat taken aback by Sun Wukong's decision. "This child continues to surprise me." Bardock and Jin exchanged glances, both recognizing that their son consistently acted in unexpected ways, always seeking to improve his strength through training, yet choosing to forego such an opportunity. "I shall begin now." The Elder fixed his gaze on Bardock, placing a hand on his head and closing his eyes slightly. As soon as the Elder's words left his lips, a faint light emanated from his hand. In the next moment, that glow enveloped Bardock, akin to a spark that ignites a vast inferno, an overwhelming energy radiating from him in an instant. "Wow, Dad really has become stronger," Sun Wukong exclaimed, sensing a substantial increase in Bardock's aura, which had more than doubled in intensity. "Oh, this feeling." Bardock lowered his head, gazing at his hands and clenching his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. At that moment, Nairu observed Bardock with quiet astonishment, realizing the tremendous potential contained within him. Despite having enhanced his own strength over the years, he felt overshadowed by the Scion before him. "Elder, I too wish to," Jin began, looking at Bardock with a mix of pride as she approached the Elder. After all, being a Scion, despite her gentle demeanor, she harbored an intrinsic desire to grow stronger. "Well then, let us commence." The Elder treated her much like he did Bardock, placing a hand upon her head. Huff! Jin's entire being surged with energy, her flowing hair dancing wildly, indicating a tremendous enhancement in her power. Why does it seem that Mom's increase in strength surpasses Dad's? Son Goku observed his mother with a hint of perplexity on his face. Bardock shot a disgruntled glance at his son. "Do you realize how embarrassing that sounds for me?" If your mother were to engage in battle, she would at least be a mid-tier warrior. This inherent disparity? You should inquire with your grandfather about it. After bidding farewell, Bardock and the others did not linger, promptly taking their leave from the elder. Well then, I shan't rise to see you off, the elder remarked, his gaze sweeping over the trio before settling on Son Goku. This child possessed a fate he could not fully comprehend, and thus, everything related to his training would be meticulously arranged by the elder. He sensed that this child might one day save the entirety of Planet Namek. The three, having listened to the elder's words, bowed slightly in respect before rising and walking out. Goku, if one day Planet Namek faces annihilation, will you come? The elder suddenly posed this question to the departing child. I will return, and no matter who it is, I won't allow anyone to destroy this planet, Son Goku replied, momentarily pausing to glance back at the elder. Indeed, the elder observed the diminutive figure of the child, gradually aligning with the image of the golden-haired man he had glimpsed in the River of Fate, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After Son Goku finished speaking, he did not tarry and followed his parents out of the elder's abode. The legendary universe's foremost warrior, the Super Saiyan, the elder thought to himself, astonished that such a being truly existed, and stood right beside him. He exhaled softly. It seems that the impending crisis for Planet Namek may well be averted. Goku, why didn't you allow the elder to unlock your potential? Such a splendid opportunity to grow stronger. Jine remarked, her confusion evident as she boarded the spaceship. In comparison to such power development, I prefer to enhance my energy in my own way, Son Goku replied, his dark eyes surveying Bardock and Jine. His face alight with excitement. It truly is astonishing. The elder managed to elevate both Dad and Mom's powers to this extent. Indeed, it is quite formidable. I feel immensely powerful myself, Jine said, smiling at her son's exuberance. All right, we should head to Earth. Settle your belongings. I'll start the ship, Bardock said, his mood unusually bright as he smiled at his wife and son. Well then, let us anticipate life on Earth together, Jine said, taking Son Goku's small hand and leading him toward the storage compartment. Earthlings, this time, I shall not be defeated, Bardock thought, feeling the surging power within him, determined to reclaim his honor upon returning to Earth. Farewell, everyone. Jine and Son Goku waved goodbye through the window to the Namekians who were seeing them off, their eyes momentarily misty as they bid farewell to these former friends. Huff, the silvery spaceship transformed into a streak of light across the sky, heading towards the far reaches of the universe in the remote northern galaxy. In a secluded area, there lay a cerulean planet. Despite its isolation, it was bustling at this moment, as the cosmic emperor Frieza summoned his army with intentions to descend upon Earth. The Saiyans, in search of greater breakthroughs, were also drawn to this place, which momentarily became the epicenter of the universe, poised for events that would alter the entire cosmic landscape. The previously tranquil Earth saw a silvery meteor streak across the sky. In the next instant, a tremendous rumble emanated from a deep mountain, akin to the Earth splitting apart in the wilderness. A silver spaceship crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The machinery slowly opened, and Bardock's family emerged, their bags in tow. The three leapt lightly, effortlessly clearing a height of 10 zhong, landing just outside the crater. This spaceship's landing mechanism leaves much to be desired, Bardock remarked, glancing at the crater left by the ship with a smirk. Is this really Earth? Jine exclaimed, her excitement evident as she surveyed the picturesque landscape, taking a deep breath and feeling rejuvenated. What a beautiful planet this is. The gravity here is only about 1/10 that of Planet Vegeta, making it quite a livable place. Earth Son Goku, donned in black Saiyan armor with a blue undershirt, gazed around, relishing the long-missed essence of Earth, finally declaring, "It truly is beautiful, isn't it? We may very well reside here for a long time." Jine said, her smile widening as she observed Son Goku's enchanted expression. She then turned to Bardock and asked, "By the way, where is Kakarot?" Over that way. It seems they have moved," Bardock replied, having begun to sense the presence of Ki. After a moment of concentration, he pointed into the distance, a hint of confusion in his tone. "You just learned that skill. Could you be mistaken?" Jine questioned. eyeing him skeptically. "I won't be wrong. I can still sense my son's ki," Bardock asserted confidently. "Indeed, it is over there." Unlike Bardock, son Goku, upon landing on Earth, immediately sensed the presence of Master Roshi, Gohan, and Kakarot. However, he was astonished to find that this world's Master Roshi and Gohan were unexpectedly powerful, far exceeding his prior knowledge. "Who is that person?" Son Goku mused, casting his gaze westward, faintly sensing an extraordinarily strong individual, one whose power surpassed everyone on Earth, possibly even approaching his own. Yet that aura, though balanced and serene, was unlike anything he had encountered in his previous life, leaving him puzzled. "All right, let's trust in Goku. Perhaps they share a bond and have sensed one another's presence," Jine said, smiling at son Goku. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the spaceship in the crater, and she inquired, "So, what shall we do about this thing?" "Let's leave it here for now and figure out what to do later," Bardock replied, glancing at the ship before taking off into the distance. Bardock, feeling surprisingly light and agile, found that even a slight movement allowed him to leap mountains and traverse seas. Like a tea that moment, Jine, holding son Goku's hand, surprisingly matched Bardock's speed. Marveling at the elders' remarkable enhancement of their abilities, I.S. Grandpa, still alive in this world. Son Goku felt a surge of emotion, his eyes moistening. Bardock had shared stories of his experiences on Earth, and while he had his suspicions, personally sensing his grandfather's presence felt entirely different. After a brief silence, he contemplated, "According to Dad, it seems that in this era, I have not suffered any head injuries and am still called Kakarot. I was worried that if I were called Son Goku, it might complicate matters." In West City, Wuming, clad in a white martial arts uniform, sat in Dr. Brief's home, sipping tea. Though Dr. Brief's fame had spread across Earth, he still regarded himself as Wuming's disciple, recognizing that much of his success was due to Wuming's influence. While savoring his tea, Wuming suddenly sensed something and gazed curiously into the distance. "Wuming, is something happening?" Dr. Brief asked instinctively, concerned since he had never seen Wuming display any uncertainty, even after years of friendship. "A few interesting individuals have arrived. I must go see. I'll visit you for tea another time," Wuming replied casually, rising to open the window and employing the instant transmission technique toward Master Roshi's location. "The teacher truly is inscrutable." Dr. Brief shook his head, unable to comprehend Wuming's intentions that in just a few days. The Scion's power had more than doubled. They truly were a bug in the system, Wuming thought while flying, simultaneously sensing another Scion's energy. Although it was lesser than Bardock's, it surpassed all the Earthlings except himself. When did the Scions amass such an overwhelming fighting force? It appears Frieza not only failed to annihilate them, but has instead awakened their latent potential, in the depths of his thoughts. Wuming contemplated the fact that, ostensibly, there were merely around 10,000 elite Scion warriors. How could it be that Bardock's entourage, possibly including his wife, numbered over 10,000 fighters? "Son Goku, Kakarot, I am coming." A gleam of determination flashed in Wuming's eyes as he suddenly accelerated, stirring up colossal waves in the ocean, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye dot on the remote island. Gake, Tai Si, and Bulma had come together to relish the pleasures of nature, basking in the gentle breeze and radiant sunlight, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Suddenly, a beep detected the arrival of two immense energies descending upon Earth. Target identification in progress. Beep. Target identified as Science with a 90 probability. Danger level. Planetary W. Gake, sipping juice, was startled by the alarm from his watch, causing him to spew the beverage in shock. "What is going on?" Tai Si asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Gake's sudden reaction. "Puffed, and they dare to call themselves elite warriors." Bulma, still youthful, looked at Gake's face contorted in fear and smirked disdainfully. "The Scions have truly come to Earth. We are in grave danger now." Sweat poured from Gake's forehead as he gazed fearfully into the distance. "Scions? Are they extraterrestrials? Quickly, let us go see." Tai Si's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Gake. "Are you joking? They're the most malevolent race in the universe. The Scions, who conquer planets for profit." Gake retreated slightly, fear etched on his face, uncertain whether he feared the Scions or Tai Si herself. "But aren't you here? You are a super elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. You will protect us, right? Bulma smiled brightly, fixing her gaze on Gake, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Feigning admiration. Well, all right, but you must heed my words at the not act recklessly. The terror of the Scions is beyond your imagination. Ultimately, Gake, flattered by Bulma's compliments, chose to take the two of them to witness the Scions firsthand. At Kame House, son Gohan, who was happily preparing lunch, suddenly changed expression, shocked as he sensed two colossal presences arriving on Earth, one of which belonged to Bardock. However, compared to the last time, there was a significant increase in power. Beside him were two other energies. One was extraordinarily formidable, possibly surpassing Master Roshi. The other was negligible. When Master Roshi rushed into the room, he found Gohan engrossed in a particular channel on television, excitedly imitating the movements of the characters on screen. Sigh. Gohan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Master Roshi was becoming increasingly eccentric. He swiftly approached the television and turned it off. Gohan, what are you doing? Master Roshi frowned at Gohan's abrupt action. Are you feeling cocky, or am I too old to carry my shell? Master Roshi, you need to sense the energy present on Earth, Gohan replied, noticing the disapproving look from his mentor. This is Kakarot's energy, and it has indeed increased. The Scion's innate abilities are terrifying. Although Master Roshi heard Gohan's words, he merely took a cursory feel of the nearby energies that, Gohan felt a bit dizzy. I was asking you to sense the newly arrived Bardock and his companions. How terrifying. Master Roshi's expression changed as he attempted to gauge the distant energy, realizing Bardock's presence was more than double its previous strength. Fortunately, he sensed no malice from these two energies that Kakarot's training should be concluding soon. Gohan, let us go welcome our guests. Master Roshi straightened his attire and stepped out of Kame House with a swoosh. Three figures streaked across the sky, landing on the island. It was Bardock's family. Bardock, we welcome you and your family to Earth. Taking a deep breath, Master Roshi approached the three standing on the ground. Truly remarkable. He is indeed his father's son. Gohan marveled at the child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, recognizing the strength of Scion genes. I, too, am delighted to meet you. Earthlings, Bardock nodded slightly at Master Roshi and Gohan. Acknowledging them, Kakarot. Meanwhile, the ever-searching Jain had been scanning the surroundings for her son since their arrival. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a figure clad in black, sporting the distinctive hairstyle of the Bardock family, a child whose cold yet innocent eyes could only belong to Kakarot. Son Goku looked up, locking eyes with Kakarot. In that instant, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. In the vastness of the galaxy, where starlight flows, the secrets of the universe are written upon the surface of a blue planet. Kakarot's gaze swept past his grandfather and Master Roshi until it met the eyes of son Goku, who wore the traditional black Scion armor with a tail at his waist. In that moment, a mysterious sensation ignited within his heart. That fleeting glance felt both near and impossibly distant, as if time itself had shifted. Kakarot was momentarily engulfed in a sense of disorientation, feeling as though he and the figure before him were separated by an entire world, as if they were never meant to meet. Kakarot. Observing Kakarot's sudden stupor, Jain felt a pulse of connection in their bloodline and rushed toward him, enveloping the bewildered child in an embrace. Gohan instinctively moved to intervene but hesitated, realizing that it was merely a mother embracing her son, feeling rather like the outsider himself. Mommy! Kakarot, suddenly embraced by Jain, snapped out of the mysterious reverie, looking at the person holding him. Just as he was about to react, he noticed that the figure before him began to merge with the image of the person from his dreams. Beneath the silver starlight, two figures waved goodbye, one of whom gradually morphed into the person before him. Simultaneously, he felt the rhythm of his bloodline stir within him, and he cried out, Mommy, a heartfelt call from the depths of his being. Bardock, observing the tender reunion of mother and son, stepped forward and gently stroked Kakarot's head, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. He never anticipated returning to Earth in his lifetime, let alone reuniting with his family, though he felt as if he had forgotten something important. Master Roshi scrutinized Kakarot from head to toe, sensing something peculiar about the child, an inexplicable familiarity, as if they were destined to know one another. Yet he did not believe the child to be as weak as he appeared. Dad? Mom? Kakarot trembled, unable to discern whether from excitement or other emotions. Upon feeling a large hand caressing his head, he looked up to see a man who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Whoa! Kakarot's mind spun, as if everything had faded away, leaving only a planet drenched in silver light, where a man and a woman stood under the moonlight, tears glistening in their eyes, their faces filled with hope tinged with sorrow. Infinite love interwoven with despair, reaching out their hands towards him. Father, mother. Whether it was Kakarot's voice or a call from his heart, he gazed dreamily at Jine, extending his hands. Bardock and Jine exchanged a surprised glance and smiled, each reaching out their hands to meet Kakarot's in the air that a pair of soft sounds echoed, seemingly transcending time and space, a long-awaited greeting after years of separation. Master Roshi, Grandpa, it has been a long time. Son Goku observed the interaction between his parents and Kakarot, then abruptly turned to Master Roshi and Son Gohan, his mouth breaking into a wide grin, revealing a row of neat teeth. You are Bardock's youngest son. Son Goku. Son Gohan regarded Goku with a hint of confusion, as it seemed neither he nor Master Roshi had ever encountered the child before. Yet, the moment they met, he called him Grandpa, which, in a sense, was not incorrect, for Gohan was indeed his brother's grandfather. The long time no-see was instinctively overlooked at, that would be me. Son Wukong gazed upon Master Roshi and Son Gohan, a warm sensation blossoming within his heart. One was his grandfather, and the other his guiding light in martial arts that it could be said that they played an immensely significant role in his journey forward. What a remarkable child, Son Gohan observed the boy, his innocent visage strikingly reminiscent of Kakarot, and an instinctive fondness welled up within him, causing him to subconsciously regard the child as his own grandson. This child is truly extraordinary. Master Roshi, however, remained silent, as if he had never heard Son Wukong's greeting, his gaze fixated solely on Son Wukong, taking in the brilliance in his eyes and sensing the terrifying stillness of his aura. Within that small frame lay the potential for formidable power. You must be Uncle Son Gohan, as his mother. I am deeply grateful for your taking Kakarot under your wing. That moment, Jine, Bardock, and Kakarot had emerged from a certain atmosphere, requiring no further explanation. The three understood their connection, affirming that genes are indeed a remarkable thing. Please do not say that, Son Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. I too cherish Kakarot. Living with him has bestowed upon me a unique joy of family. Regardless, my gratitude remains, Son Gohan, Bardock replied, his eyes reflecting heartfelt appreciation. Were it not for the elderly man before him, Kakarot might have faced an even more tumultuous fate. Well, compared to that, you must treat Kakarot well in the future. Do not abandon him, as you did last time. Son Gohan regarded Bardock and Jine with reluctance to part with Kakarot, yet he recognized that the child should ultimately be with his parents. His aura suddenly erupted, and he spoke in a low voice. If you dare to mistreat Kakarot, though my strength may be lacking, I will demand an explanation from this child. Bardock regarded Son Gohan's stern expression. Unfazed, he understood that the man meant well for Kakarot and continued. It is because Frieza intends to annihilate our scion race that I suspected danger and sent him to this planet. It was not an abandonment, nor did I wish for him to conquer Earth. When Frieza attacked, I fought desperately to resist, but was unable to prevent it. After losing consciousness, I inexplicably traversed countless star systems to Namek. I intended to retrieve Kakarot then, but there I had my third child. Moreover, with Frieza hunting down scions across the universe, my return to Earth was delayed. That's so. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kakarot. Nestled in Jine's embrace, his mood considerably uplifted. Indeed, splendid. Wukong, come meet your brother, and Son Gohan, grandfather. Jine called out to the nearby, Son Wukong as she spoke. Brother, Son Wukong, and Kakarot locked eyes once more, but this time devoid of any mysterious aura. Son Wukong beamed brightly at the other version of himself, or rather, his brother, Kakarot, with an air of aloofness, nodded slightly at Son Wukong, embodying the demeanor of an older sibling. By the way, we may settle on Earth. Do you have any recommendations for good places? Jine affectionately ruffled the hair of both Son Wukong and Kakarot before addressing Son Gohan and Master Roshi. Settling on Earth, Son Gohan smiled as he looked at the two. If you do not mind, my former home, Bowsy Mountain, is quite a lovely place, with clear waters and picturesque scenery. There's no rush. After all, we cannot leave our guests standing outside. Tea that moment. Master Roshi seemed to awaken from his previous shock and spoke to the others. Bardock, it is astonishing how your strength has surged so dramatically in just a couple of weeks. The radiant figure glided over the ocean surface, halting before Bardock. It was the impeccably dressed Master Wooming. Upon arrival, he turned to Master Roshi, bowing slightly and addressing him as senior brother. Indeed, I have made considerable progress. Bardock, who had previously spoken at length, was now succinct, merely casting a steady gaze at Wooming, his eyes brimming with martial fervor, as if ready to engage in combat at any moment. Scions truly are a warrior race. Wooming observed Bardock's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that even a slight increase in power incited thoughts of combat. His gaze swept over Jine and lingered on Sun Wukong for a moment, as if sensing the unfathomable energy hidden within him. He merely smiled and said, "These two are your wife, Jine and Sun." Sun Wukong. Yes, indeed. Jine nodded at Wooming, casting an irritated glance at Master Roshi, who had seemingly returned to his peculiar ways, now fixated on her bosom. Wooming, Sun Wukong pondered deeply, struggling to recall anyone by that name on Earth. And noting the apparent camaraderie between him and Master Roshi, his strength was evidently extraordinary. Tisich, Kakarot, now free from Jine's embrace, crossed his arms and scoffed at Wooming's arrival, feeling that this individual was likely a charlatan. Sun Wukong, I can sense an immense power within you. May I witness it? Sensing the extraordinary energy residing within Sun Wukong, Wooming decided to test the waters. Wukong, Master Wooming, please do not jest, even after his rigorous training on Namek. Wukong's strength is not formidable due to his age, Jine interjected, startled by Wooming's desire to spar with her son. Having heard of this man's terrifying prowess from her husband, she instinctively positioned herself in front of Sun Wukong. Is that so? Master Roshi mused, his thoughts drifting, yet he remained entranced by Jine. I too wish to witness Master Wooming's strength. Sun Wukong pushed past Jine, fixing a serious gaze upon Wooming on the island. With the fierce sea breeze blowing before Master Roshi's abode, two formidable fighters stood poised, ready for action. Sun Wukong stood resolute before Jine, his eyes sharp and focused on Wooming, who sought to gauge his abilities. While he too yearned to test the mettle of this stranger he had yet to meet, this child possesses no apparent weaknesses. Wooming, cautious not to underestimate him, gathered energy around him, forming a swirling vortex, and assumed a stance of the battle sage, eyes warily fixed on Sun Wukong. Wukong! Jine attempted to pull him back, but Bardock swiftly intervened, shaking his head at her and turning his attention to the impending clash between Sun Wukong and Wooming. Truthfully, he too was eager to see how his youngest son had fared in his training over the years, questioning if he truly concealed such formidable energy. Wukong, you may strike first. Master Wooming regarded Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As a master of martial arts, it was not customary to strike first against a child. Very well, old man, I'm coming at you, Sun Wukong declared, his hands flaring open towards Wooming. As countless blue energy blades coalesced in his grasp, crash, an uncountable number of blue blades surged forth like a tempest, hurtling towards Wooming. Wooming narrowed his eyes, and the moment the energy blades approached, a brilliant light erupted around him, his formidable aura soaring skyward. Shattering all the blue energy blades effortlessly, he remained unfazed as he looked at Sun Wukong and remarked, "Such princely techniques are of no use to me." What an overwhelming presence! Master Roshi, Son Gohan, and even Bardock were all left in astonishment at Wooming's display. Princely techniques? Sun Wukong looked perplexed at Wooming, indicating he was unaware of such tactics existing on Earth. Observing Wooming's rising aura, he extended a hand towards him, golden light flickering, instantaneously transforming into a colossal energy sphere. Then witness my Kamehameha? Wooming, observing the approaching energy sphere, smirked, stepping back with his right foot, bringing his hands together at his waist, gathering energy as a resplendent wave of light surged forth, a thick beam of energy racing towards Sun Wukong's sphere. This guy, Master Roshi shook his head in disbelief at Wu Ming. Knowing well that he had already established his own fame and possessed even more potent techniques, yet he still insisted on using his signature move. Kakarote's eyes flickered as he pondered something while watching the energy wave. Boom! Ah, this truly is perilous. A resounding roar echoed through the air, and one could see a beam of light shooting into the heavens, plunging into the depths of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's figure was already suspended in midair. His armor showing signs of wear and tear, he wiped the sweat from his brow, appearing remarkably composed. Sun Wukong, Wu Ming murmured to himself, though he was unable to discern the depths of his opponent's strength. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power displayed. In an instant, an aura erupted from him, radiating white light akin to a great dragon soaring into the sky, compelling those nearby to retreat in fear. The adjacent sea was tumultuous, waves crashing violently. He gazed at Sun Wukong and declared in a low voice, "I shall not hold back any longer." "Very well. Unleash your full strength," Sun Wukong replied, his pupils narrowing slightly. Still floating serenely in the air, a tail coiled around his waist. Yet despite his diminutive stature, he exuded an air of elegance, presenting a demeanor that suggested he was no less formidable than Wu Ming. With a thunderous sound, Wu Ming trembled, an endless surge of energy pulsating in his right fist. In the next moment, a flash of golden light dashed past, and a fierce gale arose, sending waves crashing into the air. How powerful! Bardock instinctively shielded Kakarote and Jine, his aura surging forth, his gaze fixed intently upon Sun Wukong, prepared to act at a moment's notice. The moment his fist collided with Sun Wukong, a tremendous crash resounded, stirring up clouds of dust that swirled into a tempest, conjuring a whirlwind of chaos. Wukong. Jine, aware of the might behind Wu Ming's punch, felt a surge of concern for her son and instinctively moved towards the cloud of smoke. Bardock, seeing Jine rush towards the swirling mist, swiftly interposed himself in front of her, placing a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head as he said, "Wukong's aura has not diminished in the slightest." This child, Wukong, is truly extraordinary, Bardock thought, his eyes gleaming with realization. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Both warriors were exceedingly powerful. Master Roshi was equally astonished. While Wu Ming was to be expected, it was astounding to hear from Bardock that Sun Wukong was merely 6 years old, yet capable of withstanding such a terrifying blow from Wu Ming. What is happening? The GAC spaceship, having just soared above the Turtle Hermit's house, was rocked violently by this overwhelming force, disorienting the 3 occupants within. With a resounding crash, a spaceship plummeted beside the Turtle Hermit's abode. Emitting thick black smoke, the smoke cleared, 2 figures emerged, with Wu Ming still maintaining his striking pose. However, that fist was now clasped in the hands of the young Sun Wukong. Is it any wonder that he bears the name Sun Wukong? Wu Ming, slightly retreating with a serious expression, regarded Sun Wukong, knowing that his previous punch, excluding techniques like the Kaioken that amplify energy, had utilized 70% of his strength, yet this child had seemingly caught it with ease. "You are quite formidable as well. You have yet to unleash your full power," Sun Wukong remarked, landing on the ground and turning sideways to face Wu Ming, his face adorned with a warm smile. "How about we engage in a serious battle?" Wu Ming replied, narrowing his eyes as his aura surged to a new peak, a bluish light enveloping his gaze. Gugu, Sun Wukong, still sideways, felt his stomach rumble, sheepishly patting his belly and saying, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming took a deep breath, his energy returning to a calm state as he regarded Sun Wukong for a long moment before finally smiling and saying, "Then let us have a meal first. Honestly, Gak, how do you even pilot a spaceship?" The vessel was forcibly opened, and a girl around 10 years old emerged, her clothes charred and blackened, yet her expressive, beautiful eyes sparkled brightly amidst the soot. Their energy is so overwhelming that it could obliterate planets. A faint cough echoed from within the spaceship, though it sounded somewhat weak. "Hey, it's Bulma, Ties, and is that a galactic patrol officer?" Wu Ming raised an eyebrow at the sight of a man and 2 women alighting from the ship, shaking his head. Grandpa Wu Ming, Bulma exclaimed, rushing towards him, only for Wu Ming to interrupt her, saying, "Just call me Teacher Wu Ming. I am far too young to be referred to as Grandpa." Bulma thought, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. After all, he was indeed older than her grandfather, Teacher Wu Ming. "Are they fonts?" Ties, having abandoned the unreliable Gak, inquired of the battle-hardened Wu Ming, her gaze fixated on the tail-bearing individuals across from her. "Indeed, they are scions," Wu Ming replied, casting a sidelong glance at the trembling Gak. Continuing, "However, the scions before us have become our friends. They will reside on Earth and will no longer invade other planets. Surely, this must be a joke," Gak exclaimed, cold sweat pouring down his brow, especially when Bardock's indifferent gaze swept over him, causing him to tremble in fear. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Son Wukong, undeterred by the arrival of the three, approached Son Gohan and tugged at his sleeve. "No worries. I have prepared lunch. You are all welcome to enjoy it." Son Gohan replied, genuinely fond of his current state of affairs, especially given how well Son Wukong's name resonated with his own tastes. "Hey, you're my little brother, right?" Kakarot approached Son Wukong, his expression stern as he asked, "How have you trained to be able to contend with that old man?" "While I was on Namek, the Grand Elder set me up in a gravity chamber where I trained, though it wasn't exactly ideal," Son Wukong said, seemingly dissatisfied as he clenched his fist, following Son Gohan into the room. "Not ideal." Bardock and Giant exchanged glances, speechless. Their younger son was indeed a source of both exasperation and affection. "All right, come and sit with us. Bulma, you should meet these scion friends as well." Wu Ming took a deep breath, pretending he hadn't heard the words "not ideal," though his expression had darkened, inwardly cursing the scions for being insufferable. "Sure, Teacher Wu Ming," Bulma replied, her eyes lighting up as she pulled her sister along and followed them into the Turtle Hermit's house. Gak, after hesitating, gathered his courage and stepped inside as well. Could this be the proper way to engage with Dragon Balls? As Wu Ming strolled towards the Turtle Hermit's abode, he pondered whether Son Wukong and Kakarot were truly the same individual. However, he shook his head. If they were not one and the same, then the Dragon Balls he knew would not exist, suggesting some significant change had occurred. It must be Bardock. Wu Ming's thoughts stirred. As he pieced together the key events, it appeared that all changes stemmed from Bardock, who survived the explosion of Planet Vegeta and oddly arrived on Namek, coincidentally fathering a son named Son Wukong. If that was not suspicious, he could hardly believe it. Yet, Bardock was undoubtedly not a time traveler. Wu Ming shook his head, falling back into confusion. He understood that if Bardock were a time traveler, he would have long since learned to harness ki, and his strength would far exceed what was visible. Could it be Son Wukong? His strength was extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing Bardock, matching Wu Ming's full potential. There had to be something amiss. Wu Ming's mind began to ponder the oddities surrounding Son Wukong. Could an ordinary scion possess such power at the age of 6? Absolutely impossible. However, since the moment he was named Son Wukong, he was no ordinary scion. Moreover, Son Wukong had not yet been born when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, so how could he possess the ability to take Bardock away? This was yet another detail that Wu Ming overlooked. Thus, our teacher Wu Ming found himself ensnared in a perplexing loop once more. In the small room of the Turtle Hermit's house on Earth, a multitude of people gathered quietly, observing Son Wukong and Kakarot devouring their meals. "Humph, I won't lose to you in eating," Kakarot scoffed, watching his younger brother, who was smaller than him, feast voraciously. Though he excelled in martial arts, when it came to eating, he still regarded himself as the elder. As the two small children continued to pile their plates high, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. The dishes seemed to be reaching the ceiling. These two children possessed bottomless stomachs. Bulma gazed at Son Wukong and Kakarot in astonishment, exclaiming that this was utterly unscientific. Such is the nature of science. Upon hearing the words, Teacher Wu Ming turned to glance at her. Smiling as he spoke, he understood in his heart that this girl, though seemingly inexperienced now, would one day become the most intelligent person in the world, with profound ties to the science. It appeared that she was just like us, merely possessing an additional tail. At this point, Bulma smirked, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling Gak beside her. "You lot have no comprehension of the terror that the science embody." Gak, clutching the pillar, quivered as he watched the seance, particularly noting the scar on one's face that seemed to exude a murderous aura. The two little ones, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, stood opposite, observing the ravenous consumption of their companions with increasingly benevolent expressions. What adorable children! Jine sat beside her two sons, quietly watching them feast, her heart swelling with sweetness. I'm full, Sun Wukong declared, placing a clean porcelain bowl aside and patting his belly with a satisfied tone. What a nostalgic flavor. This child, Jine remarked, stroking his head, has indeed suffered. There hasn't been much good food aboard the spaceship. Once we move, I promise to prepare a lavish feast for you. She then turned her gaze to Kakarot, who was still devouring his meal, gently patting his head. Have you yet to experience your mother's cooking? Yes, I'm full too, Kakarot replied, setting aside his empty bowl, which was slightly taller than Wukong's stack. Casting a proud glance in his direction. Truly terrifying, Tais and Bulma exclaimed as they beheld the mountain of bowls. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to believe that such a feat was accomplished by these two little ones. It seemed that aside from the tails, there existed a vast chasm in appetite between scions and ordinary earthlings. Next, we should find a place to settle down, Bardock suggested, observing the two children eating contentedly. How about my place? It not only has a training ground, but also offers the chance to spar with various Earth warriors. Wuming, watching Bardock's persuasive demeanor, felt a strong desire to uncover the mysteries surrounding Bardock and Sun Wukong. No need for that. Jine and I prefer tranquility, Bardock stated, though he was unaware of Wuming's residence. Yet, from his words, it was clear that where he lived must be quite prosperous. After a moment of thought, he continued, as for training, I will seek you out that I can take you to Bowsy Mountain. You can settle there. However, Kakarot still has a year left to complete his training under the Turtle Hermit. Bardock explained. Sun Wufan considered the two of them, realizing that Bowsy Mountain, being remote, was indeed the most suitable choice for Bardock's family. More importantly, he resided there, allowing him to stay close to Kakarot. Another year of training? Jine looked at Kakarot with a reluctant expression. Yes, that's no problem, but if we want to see Kakarot, we can use the flying Nimbus to come over, Bardock replied casually. During this visit, he was astonished to note how much stronger Kakarot had become compared to 14 days prior. He understood that Earth's martial arts possessed unique qualities. After all, a complete transformation in just 14 days would be impossible on Planet Vegeta. Indeed, even if Bowsy Mountain is on the other side of Earth, with this planet's gravity, we can reach it swiftly using the flying Nimbus, Jine said, her beautiful eyes glimmering as her short hair swayed gracefully. Truly captivating, just like our Turtle Hermit, whose eyes sparkle with excitement. May I visit you in the future? Tais gazed hopefully at Bardock and the others, genuinely wishing to obtain material from the scions to fulfill her dreams. Sun Wukong's eyes flicked toward her and then settled on Bulma, a smile tugging at his lips, nostalgia evident in his gaze as he said, Bulma, Tais, I eagerly anticipate your arrival. Hey, what about me? Bulma interjected, asserting that a genius like her shouldn't mingle with just anyone, although she did find herself somewhat intrigued by the scions before her. Beep beep. Wuming, upon hearing Wukong's words, felt a flicker of doubt and was about to inquire further when Gak's communication device beeped. Glancing at the caller, Gak hurriedly chose to connect. Hello, Gak, we have confirmed that the entire Frieza force has been mobilized and is now en route to the North Galaxy. According to the star map, their destination is directly Earth, and they are expected to arrive within 2 years. Please return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters as soon as possible to discuss effective strategies. An anxious voice came through the communication device, plunging the entire Turtle Hermit's abode into silence. Clatter! Gak's communication device fell to the ground, creating a stir among everyone present. Frieza! Bardock clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage. How could this be? Has Frieza detected our arrival on Earth? Jine's face was filled with terror, well aware of Frieza's notorious brutality. Frieza? How is that possible? Wuming echoed, equally shocked. There was currently no one in the universe capable of opposing Frieza. Neither Bardock, Sun Wukong, nor himself stood a chance against him. Even if he exerted all his strength, supplemented by the Kaioken, he would still struggle to match even a fraction of Frieza's power. Whereas Sun Wukong. Wu Ming glanced at Sun Wukong and shook his head, realizing that Wukong's strength was likely on par with his own. However, he was still unacquainted with the Kaioken and certainly could not attain Super Saiyan status, leaving him with no chance of victory against Frieza. Moreover, within the next 3 years, Sun Wukong's combat power would not reach the Saiyan battle power peak, so significant improvement was unlikely. Frieza is coming. Sun Wukong spoke, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He too understood that due to the constraints on his body, his energy had reached a saturation point, even with 3 years to train. He did not expect much improvement. 2 years. Was there really a chance to break through his limits? Sun Wukong pondered, yet deep down, he resolved to give it a try, for perhaps the Saiyans had no path ahead. It was Sun Wukong who paved the way to Super Saiyan, and now he aimed to further transcend the limitations of his physical form, achieving a kind of ascension. Frieza! The turtle hermit's gaze slowly shifted from Jin and Tais, his heart filled with dread. He had heard of Frieza, the being so powerful that even the 4 great Kais could not withstand him. With his arrival on Earth, what fate awaited them all? Is Frieza truly that terrifying? Tais and Bulma looked at the others, especially at Wu Ming, who was revered like a deity, his expression filled with alarm as they timidly asked, if things go awry, I will leave Earth to confront Frieza alone. Bardock disregarded the 2 women, his eyes scanning the somber atmosphere before finally resting on Sun Wukong. From the earlier battle with Wu Ming, he sensed that his son was extraordinary, perhaps on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. If only given more time as a father, he felt obligated to buy him some time, not only for his son, but also for Planet Vegeta and the innocent Earth. Going would only be a death sentence. Wu Ming said coldly, casting a knowing glance at Bardock. First and foremost, you currently lack the capability to face Frieza, and you wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Furthermore, I hardly believe that your death, or even just your visit, could alter Frieza's intentions for coming to Earth. Although we do not yet know why he has come, once he has decided to mobilize all his forces, he will not back down easily. Thus, your departure would merely waste our available strength to deal with Frieza. The best course of action now is for you, Wukong, and I to train together in the other world. With the 3 of us intensifying our training, we might truly stand a chance against Frieza. Wu Ming made his decision, glancing at Bardock and Sun Wukong before turning back to the turtle hermit. Wu Qian Wu Fan, while you train Kakarot, you must also begin your own training. Frieza's subordinates are numerous and powerful. Bulma, Tais, upon your return home, inform Dr. Brief about the urgent development of a high-performance spacecraft capable of carrying a large population. Just in case A.S. Wu Ming spoke, he shook his head, contemplating the severity of the situation that if they were to lose to Frieza, with his cruel nature, would anyone truly survive on this Earth? I don't need it. I feel that my current strength is exceedingly difficult to enhance. Sun Wukong mused, pausing momentarily before continuing. I wish to find my own way to increase my power. This Wu Ming furrowed his brow. But considering that the other was Sun Wukong, the man capable of miracles, he finally spoke. Then do as you wish. Bardock, accompany me now to the temple where the profound arts of martial combat on Earth shall be imparted to you. Wu Ming turned to glance at Janae, adding, I shall notify others to assist in the construction of your residence on Baozi Mountain. Is Frieza truly that terrifying? Even Tai Si and Bulma trembled at the sight of such an imposing presence. The arrival of Frieza is no trivial matter. Everyone must heed this warning. If you wish to survive, diligently pursue your training. Bardock, come with me. With that, Wu Ming soared into the skies without a backward glance. Goku, protect your mother well. Kakarot, forgive your father for having to leave so soon after our meeting. The Bardock's gaze softened as it swept over his wife and 2 sons, yet he felt an odd dissonance in his words, though he could not discern what was amiss. With a swift motion, Bardock propelled himself into the heavens, trailing closely behind Wu Ming towards the clouds, in a distant star system. A child clad in armor, wrapped in a blue bodysuit, sported a fiery hairstyle that stood tall, with a high forehead and pronounced brow. His eyes held a sinister glint as he extended his right hand, effortlessly piercing the heart of a colossal beast, which fell lifelessly in an instant. The prince had grown increasingly powerful. Another child, adorned in black standard armor, bore exposed muscles and long black hair cascading to his waist, with a similarly high hairline forming an M shape upon his forehead. Gazed in genuine admiration at the diminutive boy. The child known as the prince cast a disdainful glance at the long-haired boy, a slight smirk curling his lips as he remarked, "As an elite warrior, Raditz has faced numerous battles, yet his combat power still fails to exceed 10,000. What a disgrace. I wonder how you, an elite warrior, are assessed." Raditz, the long-haired boy, hung his head in shame at the critical words. In the presence of a larger, more robust boy, he felt too intimidated to speak. Never mind Vegeta. This fellow is still commendable. After all, he has survived countless slaughters and achieved a power level exceeding 9,000. Among the lower-class Scions, that is indeed formidable. Just then, a robust man, clad in attire similar to Raditz, approached with a commanding presence, his muscular frame even more imposing than Raditz, his shiny bald head particularly striking. Nappa, what news have you gleaned?" Prince Vegeta turned half his face towards Raditz, disdain evident in his cold huff, before focusing on the bald. "It is said that Frieza has summoned all forces to converge upon Earth. One wonders what treasures it holds." Nappa shook his head, clearly unable to fathom Frieza's intentions. Earth? At the mention of this name, Raditz suddenly jolted, as if recalling something from long ago. What? Raditz's knowledge of this place. Nappa regarded him with keen interest, for over the years, they had been on the run, having little opportunity to learn of other matters. Yet Raditz seemed to possess some understanding of Earth that Vegeta's expression remained indifferent as he regarded Raditz with evident contempt. "It was my father, Bardock, who informed me," Raditz managed to utter, feeling the weight of Vegeta's gaze. He took a deep breath and continued. "Before Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, my father sent word that he had dispatched my brother Kakarot to Earth, urging me to retrieve him should the opportunity arise." Kakarot? The scion who spent 3 years in the nursery with a combat power of merely 2? Vegeta's lips curled in a mocking sneer. Frieza has been hunting scions across the universe these past years. Could it be that he has heard of a scion on Earth and dispatched his forces there? Nappa mused, perplexed, unable to comprehend why Frieza would exert himself to eliminate a weakling. What a laugh! Frieza, who claims to be the emperor of the universe, is mobilizing his full might merely to eradicate a useless being. Vegeta tilted his head back, displaying his characteristic grin. "So, Raditz, are you considering going to Earth to rescue your dear brother?" Vegeta quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Raditz. "What nonsense! That is Frieza we are speaking of." Raditz's body broke out in a cold sweat at the thought, setting aside his reluctance to care for his brother. The mere prospect of facing Frieza filled him with dread. Death seemed the only outcome. How pathetic! Vegeta observed Raditz's fearful demeanor, proudly lifting his chin. "We Scions have no reason to fear Frieza. On the contrary, he should be the one fearing us. If he were not afraid of our kind, would he be so eager to eliminate us all? Is Frieza concerned about the legendary Super Saiyan?" Nappa, with his bald head gleaming, gazed at Vegeta with inquisitive eyes. Indeed. How foolish of him to think he could confront a Super Saiyan, and I wonder what his expression will be when he encounters that weakling. The Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile, excitement glimmering in his eyes. In that case, Kakarot shall serve as a sacrifice for me, as I, the soon-to-be triumphant Super Saiyan, vanquish Frieza. If the Super Saiyan truly exists, then only Prince Vegeta has the potential to attain that pinnacle of strength. Nappa looked at Vegeta, his eyes alight with hope. Over the years, he had witnessed Vegeta's transformation through countless battles, his combat power soaring from 10,000 to nearly 50,000, and he was still not yet an adult. A terrifying prospect. Even among adult Scions, those surpassing 30,000 were exceedingly rare. Of course, while Frieza is occupied on Earth, you all must train diligently. Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the two, though I may not require your assistance when the time comes. You are nonetheless my comrades as a Scion Prince. Especially you, Raditz. Why is it that Nappa's combat power has already surpassed 20,000, yet yours remains below 10,000? Vegeta's gaze bore down on Raditz, his irritation escalating with each passing moment. You are to serve as a member of my team, the future strongest warrior in the universe. Mark my words, if your combat power does not exceed 10,000 within a year, I will personally deal with you. What? Raditz trembled at the implication, fully aware that Vegeta had always looked down upon him as a scion prince. He never expected such a threat to be directed at him. Fear not, Raditz, if need be, let either myself or Vegeta give you a good beating. With a scion's resilience, your combat power might just break that barrier of 10,000, Nappa reassured, gently patting Raditz's shoulder. If you wish to train with me, you had best be prepared, I assure you. I will not hold back for the sake of trivial matters, Vegeta warned coldly, his tone laced with menace. Enough. This planet holds little value at present. Lingering here may attract unwanted attention, but Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He continued, though I fear not the Galactic Patrol, there's still a nuisance. Nappa, have you scouted the nearby planets? Are there any suitable locations for training? Indeed, there's a planet not far from here called Diaojun, where the gravity is 5 times that of Planet Vegeta. However, the environment is exceedingly harsh, with only a few life forms managing to survive there. Nappa relayed the information he had gathered. 0.5 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. That indeed presents an excellent opportunity for physical conditioning, and the creatures there should possess commendable combat abilities. Vegeta gazed upward, lost in thought, before stating, then it is settled. We shall condition ourselves on that planet, periodically raiding other planets for resources. When I emerge, I shall offer Frieza a blood sacrifice, 0.5 times the gravity. How will we even survive? Raditz felt a wave of terror wash over him, yet out of fear of Vegeta's authority, he remained silent. Are we truly going to confront Frieza? Nappa, too, was engulfed in trepidation, despite his noble scion lineage. The mere thought of battling Frieza filled him with dread. Certainly, my body has yet to mature, and I have not yet reached the explosive combat power of a scion. Vegeta's gaze burned with intensity. Filled with confidence for the future, he clenched his fists, a milky white energy swirling around him. In an instant, the area was engulfed in swirling dust and debris as he stood proudly amidst the chaos, proclaiming, when I come of age, it shall be the time of Frieza's demise, for I shall be the strongest in the entire universe. Train hard. Nappa and Raditz crossed their arms, shielding their heads from the storm. Despite the circumstances, he found himself continually retreating under the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta. Very well. Let us set forth. By the way, if time permits, I shall take the liberty of saving your brother's life, provided he swears fealty to me, the great Lord Vegeta. With measured steps, Vegeta approached the spherical spacecraft, suddenly appearing to recollect something as he tilted his head slightly towards Raditz. The 3 spherical ships transformed into streams of light, hurtling into the cosmos. A week later, on the dim and dreary terrain of planet Diaojun, where sparse vegetation struggled to thrive, peculiar and grotesque creatures roamed upon metallic-like rocks, while menacing avian beasts patrolled the skies above, creating an atmosphere of palpable menace. Accompanied by 3 resounding booms, the barren wilderness revealed 3 small craters, each cradling a spherical spacecraft, from which Vegeta and his companions emerged. With a thud, Raditz stumbled out, unwittingly landing face-first into the thick, heavy soil. Tisish, so much for being a so-called mid-tier warrior. How pitiful, Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him as he calmly ascended from the pit, enveloped in a soft white aura. Indeed, the gravity here was formidable. Nappa, having just exited the craft, also tripped, nearly crashing to the ground. However, his reflexes were quick, and he used his hands to push off the ground, igniting a similar white aura around him as he steadily regained his footing. With a surge of energy, Raditz unleashed his full power, feeling a tearing pain throughout his body, yet he had at last taken his first step upon this planet. The creatures here are both bizarre and formidable. I must clarify that you should not expect me to rescue you, Vegeta declared with a cold snort, his aura enveloping him as he soared into the distance to hunt the planet's inhabitants. Science, what normal training is to be had. They evolve only through battle and progress through slaughter. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and began to tread cautiously on this new world, preparing to adapt to its combat prowess. For they lacked the terrifying power and innate talent that Vegeta possessed. Far away, the Frieza force was making its way toward Earth, with no one knowing why the cosmic tyrant Frieza had set his sights on this peripheral planet. Compared to Frieza, who ruled the universe, this was merely an inconspicuous world, seemingly unworthy of such attention. Within his spacecraft, Frieza, with his alabaster skin, sat leisurely in a vehicle resembling a baby carriage, gazing ahead with slitted eyes gleaming with boundless malice. "Lord Frieza, we shall arrive at Earth in 3 months," reported the soldier Zabo, his green hair cascading down his back, clad in Frieza's standard armor that hugged his green skin, giving him an unexpectedly handsome appearance. He stood with arms crossed, bowing to Frieza from his elevated position. "I have heard reports of combat power exceeding 10,000 frequently detected on Earth. It seems the humans there are quite active," Frieza remarked with a smile, fixing his gaze on Zabo. "Indeed, Lord Frieza, those foolish beings in the desolate lands remain blissfully unaware of the fate that awaits them," Zabo replied, standing upright, yet still bowing slightly to show respect while conversing with Frieza. "Perhaps they are not entirely oblivious and are plotting to defy me, Frieza's army. Zabo, should we grant that planet a little surprise?" Frieza's eyes narrowed with interest as he inquired. "Lord Frieza, I am eager to venture to Earth to teach those savage beings a lesson," Zabo insisted, bowing once more as he sought permission to act. He had suffered severe injuries at the hands of Prince Vegeta, barely escaping with his life due to the impending arrival of Frieza's forces. However, having been defeated by Sion was a considerable blow to his pride, and he was determined to make a name for himself on Earth. "Earth? There are beings there with combat powers exceeding 100,000. Do not be hasty, Zabo," Frieza replied, casting a sidelong glance at him with a smirk. "When the time comes, we shall have our grand feast. I've already dispatched the Ginyu Force to Earth," with a gentle tap of his pale finger on screen. A projection of the Azure planet materialized before them in the Grand Hall. "What a beautiful planet," Frieza mused, his eyes narrowing as a sinister smile crept across his face. He cupped his hands around the projection, coldly remarking, "I can hardly wait to witness the fireworks to come." Yes, Frieza's hand, adorned with purple nails, exerted a slight force. Countless purple sparks erupted around the Azure planet. In the next moment, the planet's projection shattered into a kaleidoscope of colors. Dispersing through the in the Earth Temple, 2 figures were rapidly colliding, their movements causing the already thin air around them to heat up, even generating electricity in the void. Centered around them, a massive whirlwind began to whip through the sky. The 2 were indeed inscrutable, but could this truly suffice against the cosmic tyrant Frieza? Nearby stood the Earth's god, now aged, his skin lined with wrinkles, and his teeth reduced to a mere few. Clad in a flowing white robe, a red emblem on his chest depicting the character for God exuded a profound aura. Leaning on a cane, he observed the duel with trepidation. With a thunderous boom, the temple reverberated as immense force struck the center, creating a deep crater as if a meteor had fallen, shaking the entire structure. Standing in the air were 2 men, one clad in black trousers with a bare torso, his muscles flushed from the recent intense battle, his black hair billowing in the wind, and a rugged face bearing a scar that only added to his allure. The other was dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with graying hair that lent him an air of vitality. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes conveyed strength, and the torn parts of his clothing revealed a robust physique, radiating power. These 2 were Wuming and Bardock, who had spent 3 years in the temple for intensive training. Though it was termed 3 years, 2 of those were spent within the time chamber. During this period, both had experienced remarkable growth. Bardock, with a solid foundation, absorbed Earth's martial knowledge, akin to a long dry pond receiving a refreshing rain. He grounded himself in martial arts, spending over 3 years in the time chamber, and in just 4 months, his combat power surged from 60,000 to over 1,000,000, a truly terrifying feat. Wuming, too, had made significant strides, successfully breaking through his previous limitations, the exact measure of his power unknown. It was beyond doubt that he now surpassed Bardock, who felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness when facing him. As if confronting an insurmountable mountain, I should be able to handle Frieza now. Bardock clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as his power surged, generating purple lightning that crackled around him. That may not be enough. Even with your full strength, you would find it difficult to contend with Frieza, Wuming cautioned, stepping closer to Bardock and sighing softly. I must admit, you are a genius. To break through the universe's first barrier and reach 1,000,000 in just 3 years is impressive. However, I regret to inform you that this is insufficient to confront Frieza. If you were to take matters seriously, you might not even withstand a single blow. That fellow only possesses a combat power of 53. Even with his transformation abilities, my power, combined with the tenfold spirit fist, could surpass 10,000,000. Bardock inhaled deeply, the air around him thickening with a blue essence reminiscent of the source of life. Swirling around his form, his aura grew stronger, the white flames enveloped by a layer of pale blue energy as a whirlwind formed around him, intertwining with arcs of lightning, causing the entire temple to tremble. The rising energy even pierced the heavens, resonating across Earth. Meanwhile, Master Doran, revered as a martial arts sage, was instructing his young disciple Krillin in the ways of Dor martial arts, when he suddenly widened his previously squinted eyes in shock. Gazing into the distance, the powerful aura that reached him was almost suffocating, a realm of strength he could hardly fathom. Ba, it seems that teacher Wuming and that scion have achieved considerable progress in their training. Master Dolan clasped his hands together. When Master Wuming embarked on his journey of cultivation, he had placed the alarming news of the Frieza forces' impending attack, along with their information, upon the martial arts network, alerting masters across the land to devote themselves to training in preparation for the invasion. Among those summoned was Master Duolin himself. Beneath the shadow of Karen Tower, the imposing martial arts master, Bra, was deep in rigorous training. His entire being exuded a primal ferocity, and with each strike he unleashed, the very earth trembled under the force of his might. Terrifying, the legendary Master Bra abruptly halted. His gaze filled with dread, he could sense a formidable aura, unprecedented and overwhelming. Perhaps, he thought, there might be a chance to prevail, yet he could not afford to falter, not when his son Upa and his tribe depended on him. Bra clenched his fists and turned back to his austere training done on the shores of Kame House. 3 figures clashed violently, sending waves crashing and the air reverberating with explosive sounds, carving deep gorges into the earth. What is this? The 3 warriors paused simultaneously, turning their astonished faces towards the direction of the temple. The master of Crane School and the deity of Turtle School exchanged incredulous glances, each recognizing the extraordinary feat before them. This is no trivial matter. Bardock has truly surpassed his limits. This power is indeed terrifying. Son Gohan inhaled deeply, a thrill coursing through him that if Bardock had reached this level, did it not imply that the boy had already surpassed it? The turtle hermit, recalling Wuming, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Though they were known as brothers, their bond was that of master and disciple. After Wuming had recently taken on Master Wutai as his mentor, the Demon King descended upon the world, and Master Wutai sacrificed himself for the sake of peace. Thus, the responsibility of guiding Wuming fell to the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit, shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts. A spark of determination ignited within him. He fixed his bright gaze upon the Crane Hermit, saying, "Old Crane, can you still fight? If not, return quickly so as not to delay young Wuming's actions." "You old turtle," retorted the Crane Hermit, not one to hold his tongue, as he lunged forward once more, engaging the Turtle Hermit in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, at Bowsy Mountain, Kakarot and Jain were engrossed in their training. Although Jain preferred a peaceful existence, Scions were never one to shy away from combat. Thus, she too had taken up the martial arts of Earth, sparring with Kakarot. After all, Kakarot had yet to reach the level of Bardock and his companions. "Hey Kakarot, your father's aura has become remarkably powerful," Jain exclaimed, playfully nudging Kakarot aside, a smile illuminating her face. "Indeed, it is quite formidable," Kakarot nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, perhaps your father has truly transcended the limits of the Scions and can defeat Frieza. Jine's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us continue, Mom," Kakarot replied, wishing to focus on his own strength, eager to prove himself to his younger brother while also seeking to protect what he cherished in the distant wilderness. Son Goku knelt on one knee, clutching his chest as if enduring immense pain. Upon closer inspection, one could see the faint glow of fiery red fur upon his body, with fangs protruding from his mouth. Son Goku suddenly sprang to his feet, an explosive aura radiating from him, coalescing into the form of a colossal ape around him. The roar echoed like that of an ancient beast awakening, causing the entire forest to tremble. "Damn it, I can't seem to control this power. It's truly vexing." Dispersing the aura, Son Goku rubbed his head, contemplating how he might harness the power of the great ape he had once observed to achieve a form of evolution, enabling him to surpass Frieza as a Super Saiyan. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the energies of the great ape and the Super Saiyan could not fully merge. "Wait, my father's aura has reached this level?" Son Goku tilted his body slightly, astonished by the immense energy emanating from afar, marveling at his father's rapid progress. However, he pondered, even with this, it would not be enough to defeat Frieza. A serious expression crossed his face as he murmured, "I must find a way to fully master this power before Frieza arrives." Atop the temple, Bardock finally reined in his aura completely and turned to Wuming, speaking calmly. "Is my power not sufficient to contend with Frieza? My battle strength has surpassed 10 million. Even if Frieza possesses transformation abilities, he cannot leap from 530,000 to 10 million. I regret to inform you. But I must reiterate, under Frieza's full power, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to last a minute against him." Wuming observed Bardock's unwavering confidence, but shook his head slowly. He himself had transcended Bardock's level, capable of shattering cosmic limits and potentially surpassing 100 million. Yet concerns still lingered in his heart. "What? 120 million? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief, completely taken aback. The notion of 100 million battle power was utterly astounding, and for a fleeting moment, despair washed over him. The gap was insurmountable. Even with the addition of the Kaioken technique, his battle power barely exceeded 10 million, rendering him incapable of confronting Frieza. Indeed, and I sense that Frieza may become even more terrifying. We must never underestimate him. So we must strive harder," Wuming said earnestly, understanding that Bardock at this moment could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Even if he achieved that evolution, he would still fall short of 100 million, let alone contend with Frieza. Therefore, it was imperative to elevate Bardock's strength to around 4 million, while he too sought further transformation. That's so. Bardock clenched his right fist, placing it against his left palm, a fierce determination coursing through him. But he looked at Master Wuming and declared, "Then let us continue training. No matter what, I will not let him escape. For now, we should take a breather. After years of relentless training, we both need to consolidate our gains, and there are matters on Earth that require attention." Wuming contemplated before deciding to pause their training for a month to reflect, then resume their practice. "Yes, it has been quite a while since I last saw Jine and the others," Bardock mused, bowing his head in thought that he realized that after over 3 years of arduous training, he faced significant issues both physically and mentally, requiring time to assimilate his learnings before he could continue forging ahead toward deeper realms of mastery. "What about you? What do you plan to do?" Bardock inquired, gazing at Wuming. "That I intend to return to Martial Arts City. Firstly, there are concerns on Earth that weigh on my mind. Secondly, the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching, gathering talented martial artists from all corners. If you have the time, you might consider attending." Wuming replied, eyeing Bardock thoughtfully. "Of course. You may also choose to participate in the tournament, engaging in martial arts training with formidable opponents. It could serve as a form of cultivation." "Yes, I will consider it." Bardock nodded, though he remained skeptical, believing that aside from Wuming, no one on Earth could rival him, rendering participation in the tournament futile. "Then I shall take my leave, Kaioshin," Wuming said, bowing to the elderly Kaioshin standing aside before enveloping himself in a powerful aura and departing towards Martial Arts City. Who would have thought that the Namekian prodigy the Elder has longed for would end up as the god of Earth? Bardock remarked after Wuming had left, gazing at the aged Kaioshin. "I am a Namekian?" The Kaioshin looked up at Bardock with a puzzled expression. He had heard Wuming mention his Namekian identity while seeking the king of Otherworld for training, but had not pursued the matter further. For he was now the god of Earth, and could not abandon it to search for answers on Namek. Indeed, I lived on Namek for 6 years. When I arrived, the elder there informed me that the child of his dear friend had been sent here. Bardock replied coolly, observing the Kaioshin. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were that Namekian. But due to the matter of training, I refrained from stating it directly. Perhaps in the future, I can return to Namek for a visit. I am now the deity of Earth, responsible for all that transpires on this planet. How could I leave so easily? The Kaioshin shook his head. Though he too wished to see his homeland, he understood that Earth could not function without him. Then it rests upon you. If any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. For now, I must take my leave. Bardock shot a cold glance at the Kaioshin before turning away, enveloping himself in a dense aura in an instant. Here, take this attire that I hope you can defeat Frieza and bring peace not only to Earth, but even to the cosmos. The celestial being extended a hand towards Bardock, a brilliant white light coalescing above his right palm. In an instant, Bardock was enveloped in a radiant white glow, which flared brilliantly. The next moment, his tattered garments were restored to pristine condition. Oh, you possess such abilities? Bardock mused, surveying his rejuvenated form. His former armor now comfortably clad him, lighter and more agreeable than before. This was the skill of the divine, for a celestial must possess powers beyond those of mere mortals. However, in true battle, I cannot lend my aid. That responsibility lies with you. I entrust this to you, Mr. Bardock. The celestial smiled as he retracted his hand, offering a slight bow to Bardock. I shall, for that scoundrel Frieza is also my foe. Farewell, celestial of Earth. Bardock glanced back at him, his energy surging as he set forth toward the mortal realm. It was unexpected to discover such a scion in the universe. Principled, brave, composed, and benevolent. His 2 sons were pure and unblemished, as crystalline as water. The celestial gazed down at the world, speaking softly, sensing that the future of these 2 children lay in a place beyond his sight. In the martial arts city, Wuming hovered above, observing the vibrant scene below. Under the tutelage of the war immortal, disciples diligently honed their skills, ever prepared to confront the formidable foe on the horizon, perhaps in anticipation of the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. With Frieza's arrival merely a month away from the tournament, it could be deemed fortunate. All the strong were furthering their training, potentially ready to contend with Frieza's forces. Wuming watched as his disciple gradually mastered the art of harnessing energy. A sense of satisfaction swelling within him that I should pay a visit to Brief and see how his research is progressing. Wuming resolved, his form shimmering as he soared towards West City, a tea doctor. Brief's residence in West City. Mrs. Brief sighed in ennui, cradling her small cat. Honestly, Tai Si has gone off on a world tour, and Bulma is out searching for that little boy. Who knows when those 2 will return? She reminisced about her daughters. Her elder, fiercely independent, had become a renowned author, traversing the globe in search of inspiration, while her younger daughter had recently developed a keen interest in a young boy with a tail, spending her days either at school or visiting his home, claiming to want to learn about science. This old man is such a bother. He completed the spacecraft's renovation over a year ago, but is now consumed with virtual intelligence research. Working day and night, Mrs. Brief lovingly stroked her pet, as if confiding in it. With a soft rustle, a figure descended quietly outside Mrs. Brief's yard, clad in a pristine martial arts uniform, standing gracefully as if an ethereal being. With a gentle creak, the distant sealed iron gate slowly opened, revealing a figure approaching. Master Wuming, you have finally arrived. The figure, dressed in a white lab coat, was none other than Dr. Brief, the chairman of Capsule Corporation. With glasses perched on his nose and white hair framing his face, he exuded vitality, having hastily left his work upon receiving Wuming's summons. Yes, Brief, have those items been completed? Wuming inquired, forgoing pleasantries with Dr. Brief, who could be considered a mentor and friend. Indeed, the spacecraft has been remodeled and is currently stationed beneath the western wilderness, that we have also made breakthroughs in virtual intelligence. Dr. Brief's face lit up with excitement. Perhaps within a year. No, in just 6 months, a new era for humanity will dawn. Are we truly on the brink of success with artificial intelligence and virtual reality? Wuming nodded in agreement, as this endeavor aligned with his grand vision of spreading martial arts across the globe. At most, we will require another year before it can be operational. Discussions with the government have already commenced, Dr. Brief nodded, reflecting on how the world might transform in a year. Thus, global martial arts can finally be realized. Wuming felt a wave of emotion. For 2 centuries, he had devoted himself to the advancement of martial arts on Earth to prepare for the significant events to come. Yet, the power of one individual is limited. Despite his relentless efforts, the development of martial arts on Earth, while notable, remained lacking, with fewer than 10 individuals boasting battle powers exceeding 10,000. Initially, Wuming envisioned spreading martial arts through media, having attempted such endeavors. However, ordinary networks posed numerous challenges in his frustration, he recalled science fiction novels from his past, where virtual intelligence was a possibility, and thus he sought the genius Dr. Brief's assistance, hoping it might facilitate progress in martial arts. By the way, I wish to leverage the Martial Arts Alliance and Capsule Corporation to disseminate a message. I would appreciate your help. Wuming turned to Dr. Brief, speaking slowly. What message? I shall instruct Taurus to handle it immediately. Dr. Brief replied. For the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, the top 4 competitors will receive my personal guidance, with a time limit of 1 month. Wuming declared, a smile playing on his lips, in the lush greenery of Baozi Mountain. Wolves, tigers, and leopards roamed freely, while even the dinosaurs from the dawn of time wandered the woods. Birds capable of human speech soared through the trees, yet all consciously avoided a certain area, for there resided their nemesis, a slender monkey who effortlessly dominated them. With a whoosh, a wave of white energy swept through the forest, causing chaos. The former king of the woods retreated into its cave, holding its breath. Dinosaurs that could bite through steel fled into the shadows. Silent, while even the flying predators returned to their nests, suppressing their hunger, T. Bardock's home. Jine concluded her morning training early and set off to prepare lunch for her 2 sons. Thus, the saber-toothed tiger and the swift leopard. Rulers of Baozi Mountain unfortunately found themselves chosen as the day's culinary delight. Kakarot remained absorbed in solitary training, inspired by Son Goku. Clad in a blue martial arts uniform with a black vest weighted down by over 100 pounds, he sought to strengthen his body. Even at such a young age, his combat prowess was commendable, bolstered by a solid foundation in martial arts. Compared to Bardock, he was far more advanced, and once he reached the peak of his battle potential, his power would surge uncontrollably. Rock, paper, scissors. Kakarot practiced the simplest of techniques, yet their impact was formidable. As he moved his hands, surrounding trees toppled in response. Utilizing energy is indeed somewhat troublesome. Kakarot scratched his head. As his young age meant, he was still laying the groundwork. Thus, neither Grandpa's son Gohan nor Master Wuming had delved deeply into the topic of energy with him, intending to provide systematic education only after the Earth crisis had passed and Kakarot's body had matured. Kamehameha! Kakarot closed his eyes, envisioning Wuming unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Concurrently, he endeavored to channel the energy within him in an instant, Kakarot perceived the flow of energy within his body. A glimmer of light sparked between his hands, akin to stars igniting a prairie, gradually transforming into a resplendent moon. With a breath, Kakarot harmonized his mind and body, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The brilliant white energy wave surged forth, unstoppable even in the hands of a child, piercing through the forest and soaring toward the heavens. Kakarot, my child, it has been too long. A gentle call roused Kakarot from his meditative state. Dad. Upon opening his eyes, Kakarot beheld the father he had only met once, and an inexplicable feeling surged within him, prompting an earnest exclamation, "My boy, you have grown stronger. It seems you have not neglected your training." Bardock lifted Kakarot onto his shoulder and ambled toward their home. Indeed, I have been training, but I still struggle to master the energy techniques spoken of by Grandpa and the others. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Kakarot did not resist Bardock's affection. After all, the same blood coursed through their veins. Perhaps a testament to the unbreakable bond between father and son. You are still in the phase of tempering your body, building a solid martial arts foundation. I will teach you about energy in due time. Bardock clutched his son, who rested upon his shoulder. Well aware of the significance of a solid martial foundation in a person's life, he understood that a Kakarot established a robust groundwork from a young age. He would undoubtedly grow into a valiant warrior, unstoppable in his prowess, potentially even shattering the shackles of combat power, exceeding 100 million. Kakarot replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further by the way. Where has your grandfather seemingly vanished from Bowsy Mountain? Bardock sensed the atmosphere around his home and realized that Gohan's presence was absent from the small house nearby, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Logically, Gohan should have been by Kakarot's side, aiding him in solidifying his martial arts. Grandpa has gone to Kame House. He has been there for over a month, Kakarot succinctly stated, given his current martial prowess. There is no need for him to seek out that martial master anymore. Bardock felt a tinge of confusion. Gohan's martial skills should have been developed, advancing in his own direction, rendering a return unnecessary, especially for such an extended period. Well, I heard that Master Matato's disciple has arrived, and they are not on friendly terms, Kakarot added. Once more that it appeared he had a knack for mediating disputes. Bardock mused with a slight smirk. As they reached his doorstep, the Earthling's abode looked quite impressive. It seemed Master Mumming was genuinely considerate. Bardock gazed at his spacious home, feeling a profound gratitude towards Mumming. It appears your brother has yet to return. Bardock sensed the energy and knew that Kain was inside, while Goku's presence lingered on the other side of the mountain. Who knows? Kakarot shrugged, noting that there were likely very few on this planet capable of besting him. Kain, I'm back, Bardock announced as he pushed open the grand door and crossed the lengthy courtyard. Finally arriving in the hall to tea that moment, Kain was preparing lunch, ready to summon her two sons for the meal, when she suddenly sensed Bardock's energy had returned home. Oh, Bardock, has your training finally concluded? Kain rose, her face lighting up upon seeing Bardock carrying Kakarot on his shoulder. Not yet, but due to the prolonged training period, I cannot attain any enhancement for the time being. I require some time to consolidate my gains. Bardock gently placed Kakarot on a stool and replied. How do you feel? Are you capable of facing Frieza now? Kain inquired. Bardock seated himself beside the table, observing Kain and Kakarot, pondering for a moment before smiling and assuring her, rest assured, that rascal Frieza will be dealt with by Mumming and me. Indeed, while training earlier, she had felt Bardock's overwhelming energy. An unprecedented force. Kain looked at her husband with a hint of pride gracing her features. Where is Goku? Why hasn't he returned yet? Bardock did not linger on this topic, as he wished to shield his wife and son from such concerns, redirecting the conversation towards their younger son. This child has always been peculiar. Since you two went to train in the other world, he has often ventured to the other side of the mountain to train alone, claiming he has obstacles to overcome. His diligence in training is truly remarkable. Kain shook her head, unable to comprehend her younger son, who, despite possessing overwhelming strength, remained unsatisfied. Could it be that he truly intended to confront Frieza alone? That child is indeed extraordinary. I have always believed he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps he truly is the future of the Saiyans. Bardock expressed a newfound confidence in his younger son, especially considering Goku had matched Mumming's prowess at merely 6 years of age. What is a Super Saiyan? Kakarot, having stealthily arrived on Earth, had never undergone the Saiyan indoctrination and thus remained oblivious to such knowledge. It is merely a legend among the Saiyans. Kain seemed to perceive Kakarot's thoughts and gently ruffled his hair, saying, Perhaps you are that very legend. Yes, I will undoubtedly achieve it, Kakarot declared with fervor, clenching his fists, seemingly yearning to reach the status of Super Saiyan, if only to surpass that foolish brother of his. Where is Goku? Why hasn't he returned yet? Kain pondered, glancing at Kakarot's confident demeanor, and suddenly recalled that Goku had not yet made his way back, feeling it was rather odd. She stood and headed towards the door. Be careful. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, considering Goku's lingering energy was indeed unusual. He contemplated going himself, but thought it might be good for Kain to take a stroll. After all, he felt no imminent danger on Earth, with a graceful form enveloped in a dense aura. Kind swiftly soared towards the other side of the mountain, but on the opposite side of Bowsy Mountain lay an expansive wilderness. Nearby, a modern aircraft rested atop the rocks, and seated beside it was a young girl of around 10 years. Her blue hair tied into a spirited ponytail. She wore a wide-necked, white short-sleeve shirt that exposed her collarbones, emblazoned with the Capsule logo of the Capsule Corporation, paired with light blue denim shorts. The hem frayed and without a belt, showcasing her long, slender legs with an air of pride and confidence. This was Bulma, the genius daughter of Dr. Brief. Beside her sat a young boy with spiky black hair. His bright, crystalline eyes gleaming with innocence, he donned an orange martial arts uniform, the shaped collar revealing a black undershirt, cinched at the waist with a blue belt, exuding an energetic aura. "Bulma, you've been visiting quite frequently, haven't you?" Goku observed her with a hint of curiosity, puzzled as to why she continually sought him out. "Clearly, it's because you're the one with so many peculiarities," Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes, for it was Goku's strange remarks that piqued her interest in the first place. "You haven't changed at all since back then," Goku smiled, reminiscing about their adventurous days as he recalled Bulma's playful pout. "Here we go again," Bulma sighed dramatically, were it not for Goku's constant oddities. She, the beautiful and intelligent Bulma, would never deign to seek him out. "Listen, Goku, I've come to find you so many times. Why haven't you ever come to see me?" Bulma huffed, discontented with his silence. "Hell well, soon I'll be battling Frieza, and right now, I'm nowhere near strong enough to win." Goku glanced at his hands, gently clenching them as he felt the energy within, only to shake his head in dissatisfaction. "Frieza, the Universe Emperor?" Bulma scoffed, recalling how she had witnessed Goku standing toe-to-toe with Master Mumming. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Goku was no match for Master Mumming, having grown up listening to tales of the legendary duo. "You little rascal, you truly intend to face Frieza? Worry not. We have the battle sages, Master Mumming and Master Potato, on our side." "Those two old men?" Goku raised an eyebrow, glancing into the distance, feeling the overwhelming energy present there, which had significantly increased since before. However, he slowly shook his head and remarked, "But even with the two of them combined, facing Frieza now would be quite formidable. In the past, it might have been feasible. You've never fought him, so how would you know? And you sound as if you've encountered Frieza before." Bulma rolled her eyes, questioning whether he truly possessed prophetic abilities. Goku merely shook his head slowly, his gaze drifting towards the sky as he sensed the malevolent power deep within the cosmos. Indeed, he eventually closed his eyes, and in an instant, a silver river of stars filled his mind. Yet, half of that celestial expanse was cloaked in a purple haze, which coalesced with the light, gradually revealing a figure, clad in white, adorned with crystalline purple armor, with malevolent purple eyes and arms outstretched to embrace the cosmos. It seemed as though he aimed to encompass the entire universe. That guy has truly become even more powerful. Goku slowly opened his eyes, having sensed Frieza's energy had surpassed anything he had known in his past life. If previously, Frieza could be contended with by Mumming and his father, now it seemed a daunting task. However, the current Frieza is now capable of overwhelming the two of them combined. Bulma exclaimed, rising from her seat and scanning her surroundings. Yet she found no sign of anyone else. With a bemused expression, she turned to Goku and said, "You always act so strangely." "Mom," Goku replied with a slight smile, suddenly glancing up at the sky behind him, where Jine, clad in a pink leisure outfit, was approaching. "That I was wondering why you hadn't come home for dinner. It turns out you have a friend." Jine gently descended, standing before the two with a curious gaze. I almost forgot. Bulma, come to my house for dinner." Goku directly extended the invitation to Bulma, his mind devoid of any ulterior motives, merely seeing her as a good friend. This little guy serious? He inviting a girl to his home? Bulma's face flushed slightly as she scrutinized Goku, contemplating the implications. "That you're quite charming, and I'd be delighted to invite you over for dinner," Jine remarked, appraising Bulma with a knowing smile before turning back to Goku, saying, "Well then, I'll head back now, and you should come along with this young lady." "All right," Goku replied, watching his mother take flight, a grin adorning his face. "You fool," Bulma said, observing Goku's silly smile, her cheeks reddening with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She swiftly swatted the back of Goku's head, exclaiming, "I haven't agreed to anything yet." "Ouch, that hurts," Goku cried out, instinctively clutching his head. Why Mom's cooking is indeed delicious. "You should give it a try, Bulma," he said, rubbing his slightly pained head, eager to share something with his good friend. Considering your earnest invitation, I suppose I'll make an appearance." Bulma feigned indifference as she moved to the side of a modern aircraft and pressed a button. Boom. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, and a capsule leaped out from within, which Bulma effortlessly caught and placed in her capsule box. Addressing Goku, "You'll take me flying. Kinto-on," Goku shouted, forming his hands into a trumpet shape and calling out to the sky. In this world, his grandfather Gohan had gifted him and Kakarot each a Kinto-on. Although Goku no longer required it, seeing the cloud always brought him a sense of comfort. A golden cloud soared through the layers of white, landing before the two. "What's this?" "A new flying machine," Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leapt onto the Kinto-on. Bang! Unexpectedly, the golden cloud dispersed, and Bulma plummeted as if falling through the air, landing heavily on the ground. She rose, irritation etched on her face as she glared at Goku. "I forgot. Only pure-hearted children can ride the Kinto-on," Goku said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "You fool!" Bulma stood up, brushing the dust from her face, her gaze aflame with fury as she swatted at Goku again, declaring, "The reason I can't ride it is clearly because I'm too beautiful. Is beauty and intelligence a crime?" I was wrong, Goku replied. Humbly accepting his lesson, he leapt onto the Kinto-on, extending a hand to Bulma, saying, "Let's go." Bulma huffed, her face still sour, yet she firmly grasped Goku's arm. "Off we go, Kinto-on," Goku declared, one arm tightly held by Bulma and the other pointing toward home. Shouting loudly, whoosh, the golden light streaked across the sky, heading toward Bardock's home. "Goku, how has your training been lately?" Bardock inquired as soon as Goku stepped inside. "I still can't break through my current barriers. I feel it will be incredibly difficult to defeat that Frieza guy," Goku replied, taking a seat at the dining table and shaking his head slowly. "Well, take your time. Don't rush. I've heard that Earth is hosting a world martial arts tournament, gathering formidable warriors from all over. Perhaps you could seek some martial arts experience there to help you overcome your training bottleneck," Bardock suggested, sensing that the 2 years had not brought as much progress to Goku as he had hoped. "The World Martial Arts Tournament?" Goku mused, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes before he shook his head, saying, "I think I'll sit this one out. The competition there holds no significance for me now." The World Martial Arts Tournament, gathering the strongest warriors from Earth? Kakarot's eyes brightened at this revelation, eagerly raising his hand to Bardock. "Dad, Mom, I want to participate in this tournament. I want to challenge all the martial artists." Jine, hearing this, couldn't he help but smile helplessly, remarking, all right, you can participate and compete for the title of the world's strongest martial artist. Let me just say, the title of the world's strongest martial artist on Earth is not easily attained." Bulma interjected, feeling the need to clarify as she noted the casual attitude with which they discussed the tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament is the most prestigious competition on Earth. Even making it to the top 8 there signifies being among the world's elite martial artists. As for the champion, they are all renowned masters of martial arts, and every tournament is filled with rising talents and countless formidable opponents. Although you all possess extraordinary strength, claiming first place might still prove challenging. Bulma was aware that these individuals were far beyond ordinary Earthlings. Indeed, they were not Earthlings at all. Yet, hearing them speak so lightly of the tournament, as if victory were easily within reach, left her feeling slightly indignant. Considering that even the legendary figure, Master Wuming, had exerted tremendous effort to earn the title of the world's strongest martial artist. "Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel tempted to participate myself," Bardock said, observing Bulma's earnest expression, half-jokingly. "Let us eat first, Bulma," Goku suggested. While others might not sense it, Goku could clearly feel that on Earth, there were few who could match Bardock in a fight. If Bardock wished to compete in the tournament to hone his skills, he would need to suppress his strength to the same level as his opponents for it to be effective. "Never mind, I absolutely must win the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament," Kakarot declared, enthusiastically shoveling food into his bowl. Wow, Aunt Jine's cooking is truly exceptional, Bulma exclaimed after sampling the dishes, her eyes lighting up as she found it remarkably delightful compared to her own star-rated chef. If it's tasty, then eat your fill, Jine gently patted Bulma's head, clearly fond of the vibrant young girl. After a table laden with dishes, Bulma had only managed to eat a little before feeling utterly stuffed, her eyes widening in shock as she watched the four scions devour every last morsel of food. By the way, how does one enter this martial arts tournament? Kakarot suddenly asked after finishing his meal. Well, the selection for the tournament begins in early May, where martial artists from various regions will be chosen, with the top 8 advancing to the final competition in Martial Arts City on May 7th. Bulma explained, pausing before adding, the registration period is from April 28th to April 30th, meaning it ends tomorrow. Oh, I see. Goku realized with surprise how much the tournament had changed, although he typically didn't dwell on such details. Hey, Goku, are you going to participate? Kakarot asked, feeling that perhaps he could finally match up with his brother after these days of training. No, I have other matters to attend to, Goku replied decisively, as he still had his own training to pursue, needing to overcome certain weaknesses and transcend himself to reach a deeper realm. Time on Earth flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it was May 7 to H. 7:45 marking the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Signifying a full century since the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance, in a moment of reflection, everyone recalled a century ago when the demon known as Karlik II emerged, leading an army with the intent to conquer the world. Even with the mobilization of the national military forces, it proved difficult to withstand the impending doom, as the world teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the return of the martial arts masters, the war immortal Wu Ming and the turtle immortal Wu Tian, initiated a rebellion against the ambitions of King Karlik II. Under their leadership, the entire martial arts community commenced a vigorous uprising, ultimately shattering Karlik II's aspirations and restoring peace to the realm. In the wake of this victory, to prevent a recurrence of events similar to those involving the demon King Piccolo and King Karlik II, Master Wu Ming gathered martial arts experts from various sects to establish the Martial Arts Alliance. Moreover, to promote the development of martial arts, the alliance collaborated with a prominent fighting competition of the time to create the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Held every 5 years, this event allowed martial artists from all walks of life to engage in exchanges and determined the greatest martial artist in the world. As a result, martial arts experienced unprecedented advancements over the past century. A stark contrast to the landscape of 100 years ago. Now, within a mere 2 years, the arrival of Frieza has ignited an unparalleled surge of talent among various martial arts factions. As the pressure mounts, the martial arts capital, Wudao City, has transformed into a bustling hub, resembling a world-class festival. Even in the face of the impending threat posed by Frieza, the martial artists of Earth exhibit unwavering courage. Outside the vibrant venue of the martial arts competition, a sea of spectators gathers, making this tournament particularly noteworthy. This competition serves as a showcase of Earth's martial prowess before confronting a cosmic adversary, aiming to reassure the populace. Furthermore, all rewards for this tournament have been doubled. Participants who advance through the preliminary rounds will receive invaluable cultivation notes from the Martial Arts Alliance. Those reaching the top 8 will enjoy boundless benefits, including the opportunity for personal guidance from esteemed predecessors of the Alliance. The allure of the top 4 rewards is even more enticing, as they promise direct mentorship from the legendary war immortal, Master Wu Ming, one of Earth's most renowned martial artists. Such an honor is coveted, prompting even elder practitioners to contemplate participating in this prestigious tournament. The second-place reward is equally remarkable, offering the chance to learn the legendary technique known as the Realm Origin Fist, a skill that has been included in the Martial Arts Alliance's exchange catalog. However, the daunting martial arts points required for this exchange deter many, and without proper instruction, mastery is not guaranteed. After all, aside from Master Wu Ming, no one else in the Alliance possesses such expertise. His personal guidance signifies the transmission of this illustrious technique at long last. As for the first-place victor, the excitement among martial artists is palpable, for they will be accepted as a named disciple of Master Wu Ming, allowing them to train under his tutelage without severing ties to their original sect. This stroke of fortune has drawn numerous formidable contenders eager to seize the title of the greatest martial artist in the world. Come on, Clin. As the most talented disciple of the Dorian Temple, you must secure a spot in the top 8 at this grand martial arts tournament, exclaimed a tall monk clad in yellow robes to his equally robed companion. A small monk with no nose. Rest assured, senior brother, I'll return to inform Master that I am certain to claim the championship this time, replied Clin, his eyes gleaming with intelligence and pride as he regarded his senior brother, exuding confidence in the face of any challenger. Then I wish you luck, the tall monk said, withholding further comments. His younger disciple was indeed exceptionally strong, having even innovated upon their master's techniques. Once an inconspicuous novice, Clin had quickly risen to dominance among his peers at the Dorian Temple, becoming a formidable force. Look over there. There's someone around my age. Could it be that I'm not the only one in this competition? Clin mused, spotting a boy with a crab-shaped hairstyle dressed in orange not far away. A mischievous grin playing on his lips, for he doubted any peer could rival his genius, as Clin focused intently on the young boy. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, followed by a voice resonating in his mind. Target detection complete. Please confirm. The golden light in Clin's eyes gradually faded as a stream of information flowed into his consciousness. Name: Sun Wukong race, Scion age, 8 years battle power. Skills: weaknesses. Evaluation: an individual you should not provoke, that if he wishes to eliminate you, do not hesitate or flee. Engage him directly, for that would grant you a more dignified demise. Note: while you're detecting him, you may be discovered at any moment. Good luck, young one. What a ridiculous system. Clin mentally scoffed, seeing the small boy glance in his direction. He promptly darted into the martial arts arena. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament in this world is indeed a surprisingly grand affair. Feeling the gaze upon him, Sun Wukong turned abruptly towards the entrance. Spotting a figure advancing into the venue, he squeezed through the throngs of people, finally reaching the entrance to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, still astonished, for he had never witnessed such grandeur in his previous life. I felt as if someone had been watching me just now. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Sun Wukong pondered, observing his surroundings with curiosity. Hey, Wukong, what's wrong? Why did you rush over here so quickly? At that moment, Jine, Bardock, and Kakarot finally made their way to the entrance of the tournament. Nothing much, I just had the strange feeling someone was watching me, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head as he addressed Bardock and Jine. So, Mom and Dad, shall we head to the competition? Yes, good luck, Wukong and Kakarot. Make sure to secure the championship. Jine encouraged her sons, her fists clenched with determination, embodying the spirit of a scion that I will definitely claim the championship. Kakarot declared, his own fists tightening in resolve. After bidding farewell to Jine and Bardock, Sun Wukong and Kakarot presented their entry passes and made their way into the arena. Why did you have to push Wukong to participate in this tournament? Jine asked Bardock, watching her sons depart. This competition holds little significance for him. The pressure you place on him is too great. Let this grand martial arts tournament serve as a means for him to unwind. Bardock smiled at Jine, acknowledging the pressure Wukong had placed upon himself, which had prevented him from truly relaxing over the years. As a father, he wished for his son to experience some reprieve. Thus, he deemed it essential for Wukong to participate in this grand martial arts tournament. Indeed, sometimes this child could be quite perplexing, Jine remarked, glancing back at the arena, only to be obstructed by a door. She pouted slightly, muttering, honestly, I can't see anything from here. Let us go, Bardock said, his body gently lifting as he reached for Jine's hand. Where are we going? Jine inquired as she clasped his hand. We're going to find that Wu Ming fellow. He'll surely have a way. I've heard this event is being broadcast nationwide, Bardock replied, enveloping Jine's aura as they soared into the air. Hey, flying martial artists? Could they be the geniuses who previously participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? The crowd buzzed with excitement as they witnessed the two ascend. That it seems this year's tournament is of an unprecedented caliber. Indeed, after all, disciples of renowned martial arts masters from various regions have come together for this competition that I can hardly wait to witness the extraordinary battles that lie ahead. Once the host announced the tournament rules, the competitors drew lots. Sun Wukong was assigned to the second match, while Kakarot drew the 7th match. Fortunately, They were not placed in the same bracket initially. Who would have thought that Klin would also be here? And now he possesses such formidable strength. He truly is impressive. Sun Wukong smiled as he caught sight of Klin hiding in a corner, a grin spreading across his face. Could it be that he has discovered my hidden strength? That smile. Does it mean he intends to eliminate me? Klin thought nervously, interpreting Sun Wukong's gentle smile as a harbinger of impending doom. Are you Sun Wukong, a mere child barely out of infancy? A robust man clad in blue, towering at nearly 2 meters, approached Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with arrogance. Yes, that's correct, Sun Wukong replied, his stride interrupted as he regarded the man, his demeanor unruffled. Huh, you managed to pass the preliminary rounds? I guess you must have greased some palms with the association, but I want to allow you to continue this charade. Just remember to concede when the time comes, for I, the champion of combat, will show you no mercy. The burly man clad in blue surveyed Sun Wukong with a smug expression, as if victory were already assured. As the match commenced, the announcer for Ring 1 called forth the contestant Naili Ba to face Sun Wukong. The announcer proceeded to introduce the two competitors, stating, Naili Ba, a student of a renowned local martial artist, has repeatedly clinched the championship title in the Southern City Combat tournaments and was a top 8 finalist in the previous World Martial Arts Championship. Upon glancing at Sun Wukong on the stage, the announcer felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, being well acquainted with the martial arts scene, he remarked, the contestant Sun Wukong is merely 8 years old and is participating in the World Martial Arts Championship for the first time. Will he emerge victorious? The spotlight shifted to the two contenders as the match officially began, with the host gesturing for them to commence. The 8 arenas of the World Martial Arts Championship had filled, and the event was broadcasted live to households everywhere. That moment, television coverage was rampant, and major websites began streaming the event, with a myriad of comments circulating in the digital realm. It was evident that spectators from all corners of the globe were tuning in to this grand competition. As the dream of becoming a martial artist resided in the hearts of many, Flame Mountain, perpetually ablaze due to a cataclysmic fire, remained a place too perilous for even the most skilled martial artists to approach. It was said that the legendary martial artist Kame Sennin's second disciple, Neo-Mo Wong, once extinguished a fire using the Kamehameha technique, only for the flames to reignite, leaving him powerless to quell them again. Consequently, Neo-Mo Wong relocated the Neo-Mo Martial Arts School to the foot of Flame Mountain. At present, while the school remained open, training had ceased, and a multitude of individuals gathered to watch the large screen displaying the live match of the World Martial Arts Championship. Seated in the front row, the tall figure of Neo-Mo Wong was clad in a black martial arts uniform, cradling a petite, charming girl of about 8 or 9 years, her expression serene and her eyes sparkling with innocence, evoking a sense of endearment. Daddy, can such a small child really compete in this match? The little girl inquired, pointing at Sun Wukong on the screen. Indeed, this child is named Sun Wukong, Neo-Mo Wong mused, finding the name oddly reminiscent of his brother. Could he be a descendant of his brother? If so, it would not be surprising for one so young to dare to compete. He reminisced about the days when a martial arts school was established with the help of his uncle Wu Ming and his brother Sun Wufan. Yes, Daddy, but his opponent looks quite fierce, the girl exclaimed, her concern evident as she regarded the formidable man facing Sun Wukong. Fear not, Chi-Chi, Neo-Mo Wong reassured her, shaking his head, if he is indeed a descendant of my brother. It is the opponent we should worry about. He scanned the hall filled with spectators, his gaze ultimately settling on a 13-year-old boy clad in a black martial arts outfit, adorned with a white outline forming the character Neo. The boy's tousled hair, though messy, was striking, and a scar traced across his chiseled face, hinting at a sense of pride in his eyes. Alas, it seems that this time, In-Cha may find it quite challenging to advance to the finals. No, reaching the top 4 will prove to be a struggle, Neo-Mo Wong sighed. His disciple possessed notable martial talent, and in past competitions he could have contended for the championship title. Yet, this year's competition was indeed formidable. Even making it to the top 8 required significant effort, and the top 4 would be an extraordinary achievement. Is it truly possible that In-Cha's brother lacks the strength to reach the top 4? One apprentice gasped, for in their eyes, Lu Ping was an incredibly formidable figure, a veritable paragon of prowess, especially with his self-created technique, the Wolf Fong Fist, which made him invincible in Flame Mountain. This World Martial Arts Championship is nothing like previous years. Neo-Mo Wong remarked, gently stroking his daughter's head, contemplating how Chi-Chi also possessed exceptional talent in martial arts and might one day inherit the Kame Sennin's teachings. As the first match unfolded, the announcer departed the ring, and Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, bowing slightly to the man named Nali Ba. Little one, don't think your bow will cause me to hold back. Nali Ba sneered, his confidence swelling further at Sun Wukong's gesture. Sun Wukong merely stood calmly, gazing at Nali Ba with an expression devoid of pressure. I'm coming for you now, Nali Ba declared, his mind racing with doubts. Could this boy truly be exceptional, or was he simply a fool? Nali Ba thought, observing the composed child before him. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, he had always trusted his instincts. Suddenly, he summoned his strength, his muscles swelling with ferocity, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Oh, Nali Ba has unleashed the technique he demonstrated in the last top 8. The announcer noted, they say in this state, he can deliver a punch strong enough to fell an adult elephant. How will Sun Wukong counter this? The announcer's concern for the small boy grew. For Sun Wukong appeared diminutive and innocent, with eyes as clear as crystal, embodying an almost otherworldly charm. That I'm coming for you now. You'd best concede soon, Nali Ba warned, showing no leniency simply because his opponent was a child. Before he could finish a sentence, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his massive form carrying the full force of his punch, creating a fierce gust of wind that tousled Sun Wukong's hair, rendering him even more adorable. Yet, at the very instant Nali Ba's fist was about to make contact with Sun Wukong, the latter's form inexplicably vanished. Goodbye, big uncle. Nali Ba, having exerted himself fully to halt at the edge of the ring, was taken aback by a calm voice from behind him. With a resounding crash, he felt an overwhelming pressure from behind and, unsteadily regaining his balance, was flung out of the ring with a thunderous noise. Nali Ba has been knocked out of the ring. The announcer stared, astonished at the scene before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thus, Sun Wukong emerges victorious. It appears that despite his tender age, he possesses considerable martial prowess. Having witnessed many martial artists, the announcer quickly regained his composure. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Truth be told, such a battle held little significance for him. Perhaps it could not be deemed entirely meaningless, as he still needed to master his strength to defeat an opponent without causing harm, a form of training in itself. After exiting the ring, Sun Wukong observed the other matches and spotted several familiar faces, including Krillin and even Insha, who now bore a solemn expression, exuding an aura of expertise. He also recognized Namu, who had once pushed him to his limits in the previous World Martial Arts Championship. Why does it seem like they've all grown stronger? Especially Krillin, who isn't even trained under Master Roshi yet. Sun Wukong pondered, sensing a newfound strength emanating from Krillin that far exceeded his previous capabilities. Even detecting a mysterious energy within him. My brother is also about to compete, Sun Wukong suddenly noted, spotting Kakarot entering the fray. Kakarot's demeanor was cool and detached as he faced his opponent. And before the latter could even finish his introduction, he delivered a swift slap, showcasing his trademark indifference. Sun Wukong shook his head, realizing he had never before recognized this latent coldness within himself. Wait, what is that aura? It resembles Piccolo's. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a powerful and malevolent energy nearby, a chilling malevolence that rivaled Frieza's notorious evil. Furthermore, it seemed to be close to Frieza's location. Who could this individual be? In an instant, Sun Wukong shuddered, for he had never encountered such a sinister presence in his previous life. Nevertheless, he sensed that the energy was waning, its life force appearing to be in its twilight. Sun Wukong continued to hone in on that ominous aura, realizing it was not significantly weaker than Frieza's, but was gradually deteriorating. That if he truly intends to come to Earth, I shall confront him myself. In the depths of Sun Wukong's pupils, a fierce battle intent flickered, that if one were to disregard the circumstances of Earth and the presence of family and friends, he harbored no fear of challenges. Even when confronted by masters 100 times stronger than himself, he would not exhibit the slightest trepidation. Rather, such encounters would only serve to ignite his fighting spirit. Is Krillin also set to take the stage? A glance at Krillin and his opponent in Arena number 6 confirmed to Sun Wukong that victory was undoubtedly within Krillin's grasp. As anticipated, Krillin dispatched his adversary in under 10 seconds, swiftly securing his triumph. Meanwhile, people across the globe watched with bated breath, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the top 8 contenders, with even the king himself keeping a watchful eye on this momentous event, which held immense significance for humanity. In the subsequent matches, Sun Wukong and Kakarot carved their way through their opponents with ease, encountering foes who posed no challenge whatsoever, ultimately advancing to the top 8. Krillin, too, bulldozed his way to secure a place among the elite. Then came the moment for T. Although he faced some minor hurdles, his rigorous training in the desert, coupled with his studies at the Bull Demon Martial Arts Academy, allowed him to triumph over a formidable opponent and attain a position in the top 8. Boom! With the final drumbeat resonating, the selection process for the top 8 officially concluded, and their names were inscribed upon the martial arts leaderboard. I hereby declare the conclusion of the top 8 selection for the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, that a man in a sleek black suit, with golden hair, stood before the arena, his dark sunglasses failing to conceal the elation etched across his face. It must be said that this tournament has indeed given rise to a plethora of formidable contenders, with numerous youthful prodigies emerging. The excited host's gaze swept over the 8 finalists before proclaiming, "Now I shall announce the names of this tournament's top 8. Sun Wukong, Gardo, Kakarot. It seems that competitors Sun Wukong and Kakarot are strikingly identical. They must be a rare pair of twins. It is truly remarkable that they have both progressed to the top 8 at such a tender age." Not quite. Glancing at the host's inquiring gaze, Kakarot shot him a cold glance. In an instant, the host felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat twice and continued speaking into the camera. Next, we have competitors Atlara, Krillin, Icha, Layla, and Namu. Remarkably, 5 of our top 8 contenders are still minors. It is undeniable that this era of martial arts belongs to the youth, signifying the rapid advancement of martial arts on Earth. Now, let us allow the competitors a brief respite to complete the draw for matchups on May 8745 A.D. One day had passed since the determination of the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the memories of the previous day's events remained vivid. Enthusiasts had even created a fan leaderboard for this top 8 competition. It is undeniable that this round of the World Martial Arts Tournament has garnered considerable attention. As each competitor possesses unique characteristics that have captured the world's interest, the audience remembered the 2 tail-bearing twins, one aloof and the other radiant. The aloof boy, Kakarot, had eyes that seemed to conceal icy jade crystals, capable of instilling focus and calm in others. His cool demeanor and pure aura undeniably attracted a wave of female admirers. The sunny boy named Sun Wukong, with similarly clear eyes, possessed a different allure. His gaze radiated warmth, akin to a ray of sunshine, and his cheerful personality, coupled with his petite stature, made him infinitely endearing. Then there was Krillin, a noseless young man and a direct disciple of Master Dorian. There was little more to say about him, as his unusual appearance did not conform to conventional aesthetics. Following him was Icha, who, despite his youth, stood taller than the previous 3. The scar on his face added a layer of charm. And as a third-generation disciple of the Turtle School, he too garnered the attention of numerous female fans. Next came Layla, a striking young woman dressed in a purple ensemble reminiscent of a martial arts uniform combined with a skirt. The deep V neckline of her attire plunged alluringly low, and her light blue hair was styled in twin ponytails. Her porcelain-like complexion was adorned with sapphire-like eyes that seemed to captivate the soul, complemented by white boots. Her exceptional beauty and notable martial prowess drew substantial support from admirers. Then there was Nemu, a disciple of the northern ascetic monks, his skin dark and clad in half a monk's robe. Barefoot and with eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the world as he engaged in rigorous training. Following him was Gardo, a disciple trained in the Karen Tower, with a rectangular face, thick brows, and large eyes, exuding a sense of righteousness in his black attire. His formidable aura radiated strength. Lastly, Atlara, a muscular man resembling a beast, hailed from the untamed western lands where humans coexisted with wild beasts, giving rise to a new martial arts style, form intent. Dressed in a tiger skin coat, Atlara stood as the leading figure of this generation's form intent practitioners, adorned with countless accolades and regarded as a favorite to WINIT. Can be said that each of the 6 contestants possessed distinct traits, further heightening global anticipation for the emergence of this year's champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The venue, exposed to the spectators, featured a stage crafted entirely from diamond, surrounded by a cordon to prevent overzealous fans from disrupting the competition. While the 8 competitors had already retreated backstage, martial arts experts at the forefront worked to quell the restless crowd, while staff posted the matchups for the tournament. The first match would feature the ascetic Namu against Gardo, a disciple of Master Karen. Both exhibited an air of composure, yet their formidable strength was palpable. The second match would see Kakarot face off against Icha. Though both were relatively young, Icha was perhaps a few years older. Yet, it was evident that both possessed impressive martial arts skills. One hailed from the celebrated Bull Demon Martial Arts Academy, while the other's identity remained shrouded in mystery. However, some martial arts experts discerned traces of the Turtle School in his techniques, suggesting that this bout could also be considered an internal conflict within the Turtle School, though the outcome remained uncertain. The third match would pit Layla against Atlara. One relied on her beauty and modest martial prowess to enter the top 8, while the other, a practitioner of form intent, had honed her reflexes and agility amidst the wild jungles, making the outcome uncertain. The fourth match would see Krillin face off against Sun Wukong. Both were youthful yet boasted extraordinary martial arts skills. One was a highly respected direct disciple of Master Dorian, while the other's standing was slightly less illustrious. However, upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, the crowd was reminded of the legendary Sun Wufan, a figure seemingly born from martial arts, mastering various disciplines and transcending the ordinary. If Sun Wukong were indeed a descendant of Sun Wufan, the stakes of their match would become intriguingly significant. Now, let the first match commence, featuring Namu against Gardo. The golden-haired host, youthful yet brimming with vigor, announced the competitors as the name martial arts was called. The 2 fighters approached the stage. One, with dark skin, clasped his hands together, his eyes half closed, resembling a devout believer. The other, clad in black attire, with thick brows and large eyes, possessed a commanding presence that radiated confidence. Namu, 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 Gardo, Gardo, Gardo. The fans in the stands cheered passionately for their respective champions, while the 2 contenders locked eyes, immersed in their impending duel. Now, let the match begin. The golden-haired host positioned himself beside the 2 martial arts experts, ready to announce the commencement of the bout. Namu seemed to sense the formidable strength of his opponent. His hands clasped together in solemnity. A regal aura began to emanate from him, enveloping his form in a golden glow. Gardo's lips parted slightly as he assumed the renowned battle stance of the warrior ascension style. In the next moment, a misty aura enveloped him as well. Remarkable, both of these fighters have mastered the use of chi. How rare indeed. Sun Wukong and the other stood at the back entrance of the arena, quietly observing the match. Indeed, this tournament was proving to be the highest caliber in history, with the first 2 competitors immediately employing the legendary art of chi. The golden-haired host gazed at the hazy aura surrounding the 2 combatants on the arena, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Humph, our Galder has indeed been trained by Master Karen, possessing the potential to claim victory. To showcase his energy technique in the first round is quite a nod to Nameless. The fans of Galder murmured below. Nameless is the strongest. No need for explanation. Soon he will surpass Galder. Nameless supporters, unyielding, proclaimed that their champion had undergone rigorous training and was far from inferior. Tisich, this is child's play. I've mastered it long ago. Klin, observing the host's exuberance, felt a surge of indignation. Why was he matched against such an opponent? Aside from that Sun Wukong, he had confidence in defeating the rest, yet his first bout was against this one. What a cruel twist of fate. It seemed that Nameless held the upper hand. Sun Wukong, watching the standoff between the 2, quickly discerned the outcome. Despite Galder's training under Master Karen, victory against Nameless would be an arduous task. Karen Fist, The stalemate was finally shattered as Galder launched the first strike, his body taut as a bowstring, propelling himself forward like an arrow aimed at Nameless. I could see that moment. Nameless, refusing to be careless, opened his eyes wide and struck with lightning speed to meet Galder. However relentless Galder's punches were, akin to a tempestuous gale or a torrential downpour, they could not connect with Nameless, who remained in a defensive stance. Karen Energy Wave, realizing his punches bore no fruit, Galder abruptly retreated, executing 2 backflips in midair before landing firmly, grounding himself in a wide stance. Instantly, his aura began to rise like steam, his complexion flushing deeply. A white energy enveloped Galder's right hand, and he unleashed a powerful punch, the energy coalescing into a fist aimed at Nameless. Meanwhile, Nameless stood patiently, waiting until the fist approached him, then transformed his right hand into a fist, colliding with Galder's energy-infused strike. Yet even for someone as formidable as Nameless, he found himself being pushed back, inching ever closer to the edge of the ring. Whoosh, as his right foot grazed the edge of the arena. Nameless was bathed in a golden glow, shattering Galder's energy fist with a single blow. Boom! In a flash, Nameless surged forward, his right fist crashing into Galder's abdomen. To see the moment of impact, his energy erupted, sending Galder tumbling out of the ring, returning to a position of prayer with his hands. Incredible! The tide of the match had turned in an instant. Galder, who had initially held the advantage, found himself cast out of the arena. IT must be said. When masters clash, one must not be careless. The golden-haired host raised the microphone to announce to the fervent audience. Thus, Nameless advances to the semi-finals. Hooray for Nameless! Nameless! Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating Nameless' advancement. Alas, my dearest Galder has not made it to the top 4. This must be a cruel joke. Some of Galder's female fans began to voice their grievances. Now, we proceed to the second match of the semi-finals, welcoming contestant Kakarot to battle against contestant Yinch. Once the excitement settled, the golden-haired host made the announcement for the next bout. As he spoke, Kakarot, clad in a blue martial arts uniform, appeared on the stage alongside Yinch, who donned black attire. Kakarot wore an expression of indifference, completely unfazed by Yinch, viewing this opponent as no threat at all. Yinch, too, appeared relaxed, for he was the chief disciple of the Bull Demon Martial Arts School, a figure who could be regarded as a leader in contemporary martial arts. How could he possibly view this child as a competitor? Though young, Yinch was well known as the chief disciple of the Bull Demon Martial Arts School, possessing extraordinary martial talent, his striking skills ranking among the top in the new generation, making him a favorite for this championship. The golden-haired host slowly introduced the contenders. Our other contestant, Kakarot, is merely 11 years old. Even in the history of martial arts tournaments, he is one of the youngest competitors, practicing the turtle hermit style. Now, let us await the outcome of this match in the backstage of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The martial arts sage, as the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, was keenly observing this rare grand event. Beside him stood a man and a woman, the Scions Bardock and Jine, whom Wooming had brought along for convenience to witness the proceedings. It appears that the young people of your Earth possess some skill, Bardock remarked, surprised by the auras of the 6 fighters in the arena, noting that these children even surpassed their Scion peers. Of course, Wooming replied with pride. What do you think I've been orchestrating for hundreds of years? He then shook his head slowly, smiling. It's a pity, however, that they still cannot compare to your 2 sons. Indeed, they are, after all, the warrior race of Scions, Bardock stated without a hint of modesty to be by the way. Don't you want to see how strong your little son has become? Wooming looked at Bardock, who wore a self-satisfied expression, choosing to remain silent. After all, his sons were indeed formidable. I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something, Dada. That's his talent. How strong he is depends on his own destiny, Bardock replied nonchalantly. I only believe in my son as a super scion. Should I wait until he wins the championship to truly test his strength? Wooming inquired of Bardock and Jine. You might as well ask him directly. Knowing Goku's personality, if we ask, he certainly won't hide anything, Jine said, rolling her eyes at Wooming. You're already so old. Yet you want to spar with my 8-year-old son? Wooming felt a twinge of embarrassment. You make a valid point. I find myself a loss for words. But he could only say, haven't you ever paid attention to Goku's abilities before? He has been training on Planet Namek, and although he invited me, I never went, nor did I have the time to check on his strength, Bardock replied, looking at Wu Ming as if it were obvious. Though he was known as the Scion strategist, he had never given much thought to his son's prowess. Wu Ming fell silent again. What you say is true, but I still wish to see your son's strength. Oh, Kakarot is about to duel against that boy named Yinch Jine, who had been focused on her son. Notice Kakarot stepping onto the stage, facing off against a youth adorned with a character for bull. Upon hearing Yinch's name, Wu Ming's face lit up with intrigue that I didn't expect the legendary T-God to falter in the first round. Despite being among the top 4 in strength, yet he must face the protagonist of fate in the first match. I would bet 5 coins the LL be crushed. The second match of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had commenced. T-God, unmatched in the world. Yinch's fans, indeed, were numerous, their cheers echoing through the arena to go. Kakarot. Kakarot, too, received considerable support due to his cool demeanor and charming appearance. Kakarot, is it? I won't be holding back this time, Yinch said with a smile, assuming a combat stance characteristic of the Bull Demon Martial Arts School. Kakarot regarded Yinch with a slight nod, adopting his own combat position. The audience's surprise, the two fighters' initial stances bore remarkable similarity. Both evidently inheritors of the Turtle Hermit style. The spectators marveled at the resemblance, realizing it was indeed a rare occasion for Turtle Hermit to face off against Turtle Hermit, as both styles were foundational to martial arts. Kakarot and Yinch clashed in a flurry of punches, their movements resembling a torrential downpour, swiftly exchanging blows, their contrasting sizes rendering the outcome indistinguishable. Rock. Kakarot's gaze was as piercing as a torch, his right hand clenched into a fist, breaking through a myriad of punches and landing a devastating blow squarely on the face of the tea drinker. Despite the latter's superhuman speed, he was caught off guard, his body bending backward from the impact. Fortunately, his reflexes remained sharp, and he quickly rolled away to evade Kakarot's subsequent assault. Yes, soon as his feet found stability on the ground, the tea drinker was suddenly engulfed by a wave of immense energy that filled the arena. With a smug expression, he gazed at the young boy with the tail across from him and declared, "You seem formidable indeed. Now I shall unleash my true abilities." Kakarot responded nonchalantly, yet as he observed the aura emanating from his opponent, he could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Until now, his understanding of ki was still rudimentary, having yet to receive any systematic training. With a cold snort, the tea drinker executed the Bull Demon's mighty fist. His right fist extended straight, and a tremendous force coalesced throughout his body as he charged forward, a terrifying momentum akin to that of a rampaging bull aimed directly at Kakarot. Kakarot felt no fear. He was eager to test his opponent's strength. Crossing his arms in front of his face, he braced himself to withstand the overwhelming force. Boom! The colossal power crashed against him like a tidal wave. And despite Kakarot's body being honed to a degree far beyond that of ordinary humans, he found himself being pushed back relentlessly. Indeed, the tea drinker proved to be the current heir of the Bull Demon School and a martial arts master of star-like caliber. Under the might of the Bull Demon's mighty fist, Kakarot was forced to retreat, raising the question of whether the outcome was already decided, as Kakarot continued to be driven back to the edge of the arena. The blonde host began his commentary. With a sudden roar, Kakarot's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his black hair whipping in an unseen wind as the muscles in his slender arms surged with newfound strength, allowing him to withstand the tea drinker's fist. Seizing the moment while the tea drinker was still reacting, Kakarot swiftly twisted his body, wrapping his tail around the tea drinker's right arm, and in a decisive instant, his 2 fingers shot out, thrusting directly into the tea drinker's throat. The tea drinker felt a sudden constriction, gasping in horror as he staggered back, clutching his throat. In a moment of desperate retaliation, the tea drinker unleashed the Bull Demon's mighty fist, only to find himself countered by Kakarot, now gaining the upper hand. The blonde host, witnessing the rapidly shifting tides of battle, was filled with excitement and tension. Is this the way to wield ki? Kakarot pondered, glancing at his hands, and in the next moment, a brilliant white aura ignited around him. Do you think you have concealed such formidable power? I too shall reveal my ultimate technique, the tea drinker said, rubbing his throat, visibly surprised yet maintaining his composure. Very well. Kakarot, now devoid of fear, simply wished to test his might. With a howl, the tea drinker transformed into a feral wolf, his movements swift and lethal as he lunged at Kakarot with his hands outstretched like the fangs of a venomous wolf. Whoosh! The tea drinker, now resembling a giant wolf, launched a fierce assault towards Kakarot. Yet Kakarot, undaunted, employed nothing but the most basic of techniques to suppress the tea-drinker. The ITS over. Kakarot channeled his strength into his right arm, crashing into the tea drinker's lethal fangs. Everyone's astonishment. The star contestant from the Bull Demon School was sent flying. Whoosh! Just as the tea drinker seemed poised to be thrown out of the ring, he abruptly halted midair, casting a cold glance at Kakarot, and said in a calm voice, "I did not intend to reveal this, but you have forced my hand." Indeed, the tea drinker had already mastered the art of flight at such a young age, making the ensuing battle all the more intriguing. The blonde host, witnessing the tea drinker floating above, was taken aback. Wow, this tea drinker is quite capable, managing to hold his ground for so long. Sun Wukong nodded discreetly as he observed the floating tea drinker. This is infuriating. None of these opponents are worthy of me. Why must I face the most terrifying among them? Krillin lamented as he watched Kakarot and the tea drinker. Ding! Host strong discontent detected. System issuing task. Invincible belief. A voice echoed in Krillin's mind. What a nuisance, Krillin grumbled, yet he glanced at the system's task. Invincible belief. As the strongest human, how can one easily concede defeat? Please, host, strive to conquer Sun Wukong in the next battle. Task success. Reward of 1,000,000 martial arts points. Task failure. Loss of the next lottery opportunity. System, are you implying you wish to rob me of my lottery chance? Krillin scowled, feeling disgruntled. How could he possibly win? The individual before him was stronger than his master. What a joke. Please, host, continue to strive and become the strongest human soon in the arena. The tea drinker floated gracefully, adopting a stance of meditation as his ki circulated around him. Suddenly, he placed his hands on his waist, and a brilliant light began to coalesce between his palms. The Kamehameha wave had returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament after all these years, much to everyone's astonishment. How would Kakarot respond? The blonde host was electrified, invigorated by the appearance of the Kamehameha wave. Tea-God! 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 The audience erupted in waves of excitement, driven wild by the tea drinker's display of power. Kakarot, observing the tea drinker's escalating aura, prepared himself, bringing his hands together before his waist as a formidable energy began to gather, mirroring the legendary technique of the Turtle School. The Kamehameha? This was astonishing. Kakarot was utilizing the Kamehameha as well, revealing this clash as a battle of the Turtle School's finest. Who would emerge victorious? The blonde host's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Kakarot! Kakarot! The fans of Kakarot erupted in cheers, their voices drowning out even that of the tea god. The two unleashed their attacks simultaneously, a blinding white light converging in mid-air. The collision of the two Kamehameha waves ignited a fervor among the audience, reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Wuming shook his head at the unfolding confrontation, pondering why the tea drinker would engage in such a direct clash. The arena was filled with a cacophony of cheers, everyone celebrating the two young prodigies capable of wielding the Turtle School's renowned technique, the Kamehameha. The audience's enthusiasm soared, their screams echoing throughout the city. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi and Crane Hermit sat nearby, flanked by a trembling Son Gohan. Kakarot is truly impressive. I never taught him how to harness his ki, nor did I instruct him in the Kamehameha, yet he has grasped it through sheer intuition. Gohan attempted to break the awkward silence in the room. Humph, that old turtle has a discerning eye for his disciples. Such promising talents are truly a pity to waste, Crane Hermit remarked, shaking his head as he recalled the two disciples he had sent to the mountains for training, deciding to bring them back for proper instruction soon, determined not to fall behind the old turtle's legacy. Perhaps seeing these two has brought a tear to your eye, Master Roshi quipped. Casting a sidelong glance at Crane Hermit, pride etched on his face as he contemplated how to procure the tea drinker from the Bull Demon King. Having him under your wing is a waste of talent. Crane Hermit retorted, his expression dripping with sarcasm. At least I can find decent disciples, unlike some who can't even recruit a suitable student. The only one I trained ended up becoming an assassin. Master Roshi shot back, unflinchingly exposing the old grudge. Old turtle, do you wish to fight? Crane Hermit, known for his fiery temper, shot up from his seat, ready to brawl, seeing his master and uncle about to clash. Gohan hurriedly intervened, knowing it would lead to chaos at the foot of Flame Mountain, within the Bull Demon School. So cool. Chi-Chi, nestled in the embrace of the Bull Demon King, gazed at Kakarot, whose demeanor was cold yet whose prowess surpassed that of the tea drinker. Feeling an undeniable admiration for the boy, the tea drinker has truly grown stronger. In a few days, I shall personally escort both of you to Master Roshi for further training. The Ox King gazed at the tea-drinking warrior unleashing the Kamehameha, slowly nodding in acknowledgement, while gently caressing the little head of Chi-Chi. Was that child truly the disciple of his senior brother, or perhaps a pupil of Master Wu-Tian? The Ox King was taken aback as he observed Kakarot executing the same technique. Meanwhile, in Capsule Corporation, Bulma, clad in her pajamas, was watching the World Martial Arts Tournament online. She was astonished to discover that the little monkey's brother was quite formidable, capable of defeating the one known as Insha. As Bulma watched the match, she felt a sense of surprise. After all, Insha had long been renowned for his prowess. The genius disciple of the Ox King Martial Arts School was being subdued by Kakarot. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the match between Kakarot and Insha ultimately determined a victor. In the end, Insha was unable to withstand Kakarot's might and was directly knocked out of the ring. Thus, the third bout of the semifinals commenced, featuring Layla against Atla, the audience. This battle resembled a clash between Beauty and the Beast. One was a martial arts master of the Snowy Cheong School, utilizing the inherent advantages of femininity to the fullest, while the other hailed from the beastly-inspired Xingyi School founded by Master Ma Bei. Known for its primal instincts, the match was rather dull. Kakarot stood at the back of the ring, his expression one of disinterest as he observed the two fighters, particularly Atla, who, despite facing an opponent evidently weaker than herself, adopted a defensive stance, her gaze seemingly lost. What was going on? The female fighter, Layla, appeared to be quite weak. Goku, standing nearby, shared Kakarot's confusion, expressing his inability to comprehend why Atla was retreating continuously. That was clearly a technique unique to women-s allure, Clearin commented, observing the bewildered expressions of the two-to-do. Is that so? Clearin, you certainly know a lot, Goku remarked, chuckling as he looked at his familiar friend. Yet, curiosity struck him, but what exactly is allure? Clearin stammered, momentarily taken aback. Realizing the child's sheer innocence, a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he slowly replied. It refers to the natural advantages of a girl's physique, such as her thighs, hips, and bosom, which can be used to captivate the opposite sex. How utterly boring. Kakarot crossed his arms over his chest, genuinely perplexed as to what was so appealing about those attributes, which seemed utterly irrelevant to combat. As Atla's complexion flushed crimson, her strength waned further. After all, her instincts resembled that of a beast, but lacked the capacity for true primal thought. Unable to transcend human emotions and desires. Ultimately, she succumbed to her own urges, easily pushed out of the ring by Layla. With Atla eliminated, Layla emerged victorious in this bout. The blonde host, yawning, noted the lack of intensity in the match, contrasting it with the previous battles that had captivated the audience. The only highlight seemed to be Layla's exquisite beauty. Her stunning visage and understanding of how to seduce men rendered her utterly irresistible, even to seasoned warriors who would willingly submit to her will. Next, the fourth match of the semifinals commenced, featuring Goku against Clearin. The host, still captivated by the departing beauty, announced the beginning of the next match. "Go, Clearin!" Goku exclaimed, flashing a grin at his good friend as he made his way onto the stage. "Are we really that familiar? It's impossible for me to win, so I'll just give it my all as a test of my training." Clearin thought, momentarily stunned, before gripping his fists and stepping onto the platform. The host announced, "It appears that Goku is Kakarot's younger brother. Remarkably, he is only 8 years old, making him the youngest participant in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament." The excitement was palpable as the host continued. This demonstrates the advancement of martial arts on Earth. Let us eagerly anticipate Goku's performance. Clearin, the disciple of Master Doran from Doran Temple, is said to have surpassed his peers at such a young age. And we can expect an exhilarating match today, the host added, briefly introducing Clearin. The sound of a gong resonated throughout the arena. The final match of the semifinals officially began. I'll make the first move. Clearin declared confidently, adopting an offensive stance. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant white aura enveloped his diminutive form, transforming him into a fierce figure, exuding a significant presence. Bring it on. Goku responded, preparing to initiate the Kamehameha, honoring the bond of friendship he shared with Clearin. With rapid-fire punches, Clearin charged at Goku, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Yet, Goku effortlessly caught Clearin's punches, seemingly unfazed by the speed and force behind them. Diamond Fist, Clearin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with cunning as he unleashed a powerful blow toward Goku, accompanied by a thunderous roar and an overwhelming aura. Impressive strategy, Clearin, Goku acknowledged with a warm smile, even as he effortlessly grasped Clearin's fist. But regardless, these techniques are of no consequence to me. Clearin retreated, cautiously observing Goku, who remained unfazed. The disparity between us is simply too great at this moment, Goku remarked innocently. But perhaps after your training, you'll be able to challenge me properly. Not necessarily. Solar Fist, Clearin smirked, his form shifting as he moved stealthily, positioning himself against the blazing sun, his hands forming a scissor shape before his eyes. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted, enveloping the arena and causing discomfort to the spectators nearby. Even with his eyes closed, Goku could sense Clearin's movements. As the dazzling sunlight diminished, he stood firm, grasping Clearin's fist. All right, I was about to announce my victory, the blonde host began, but was interrupted by Goku's sudden exclamation, "Ah!" Clearin was taken aback, then chuckled, saying, "I concede, I stand no chance against you, Goku. However, I have one request." "What is it?" Goku asked generously, releasing Clearin's hand, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I want to see your full power," Clearin earnestly requested, gazing at Goku with sincerity. "Oh, you wish to witness my true abilities," Goku replied. Noticing the earnest glimmer in Clearin's eyes, he nodded. "Very well, I understand." "Yeah." The moment the host heard Clearin concede, he prepared to announce the outcome, but was startled by Goku's sudden outburst. A brilliant white aura surged forth from Goku like a mighty dragon, enveloping his form in an overwhelming presence that compelled Clearin to retreat. The spectators, as well as the martial artists present, trembled under the weight of this immense energy. Then, Goku's eyes shimmered with golden light. And in the next instant, the image of a massive brown ape flashed in his pupils, his aura turning feral, as if a colossal beast had awakened from a millennia-long slumber, exuding an aura that felt suffocating. How terrifying! Clearin trembled, feeling as though he was facing not a person, but a primeval beast, the wild energy threatening to shatter the very diamonds surrounding them. In the backstage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Wu Ming, Bardock, and Janae felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku, their hearts filled with astonishment. This energy seemed to surpass them all. Perhaps Wu Ming's Kaioken technique could barely match it. Yet, Goku had not even unleashed the Kaioken, let alone Wu Ming's modified version. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock stood in awe, sensing the surging wild energy that rivaled even his tenfold Kaioken, reminiscent of a fabled warrior from Legends. But it couldn't be. Such a level was still far from enough. Although sensing that Sun Wukong's aura was somewhat extraordinary, Master Wu Ming understood well that he was not a Super Saiyan. He had once heard Lord Kai speak of ultimate warriors akin to Super Saiyans and Frieza, who would transcend the limits of the universe, requiring a battle power of at least 100 million. While Sun Wukong's current aura was indeed formidable, it still fell far short of that mark. This child is truly astonishing. Even Jine, at that moment, was taken aback by the aura of her young son. Within that vast energy lay boundless ferocity and rage, evoking a sense of dread, reminiscent of a great ape's presence. Bardock closely attuned himself to the surging energy, and he sensed a resemblance to the giant ape transformation that Saiyans undergo on a full moon night. Yet Wukong had not transformed into a giant ape. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong's current aura bore a striking similarity to that of the giant ape transformation, Jin momentarily lost her composure. "Do not worry," Bardock said, stroking his chin, his eyes fixed on the screen where Sun Wukong appeared. He noted that Wukong's pupils had turned golden. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "It seems that Wukong has managed to harness the power of the giant ape within his ordinary form. He is indeed an exceptional child." Wu Ming, with a puzzled expression, glanced between Sun Wukong and Bardock, pondering that he only knew Super Saiyan 4 could contain the energy of the giant ape within. However, that state was achieved only in Super Saiyan form, and it involved the complete transformation into an ape, unlike Wukong, whose aura merely hinted at the brutality of the giant ape at Doran Temple. The Zen master, watching the match, was likewise chilled by this terrifying aura, feeling a tremor throughout his body. This overwhelming presence surpassed even Bardock's earlier display, leaving him in a state of despair, despite Doran's martial prowess. Which ranked among the world's elite, he felt as though he was but a grain of sand before the might of the child named Sun Wukong, leaving him greatly astonished on the sacred grounds of Karen Tower. The deity standing beside Bobo also felt a slight tremor, struggling to breathe, and soon found himself drenched in sweat, sensing the hidden terror within that aura. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? In his confusion, a name emerged in the deity's mind, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Yet he could not recall its significance. It a memory left by Namek. The deity gazed into the distance. Through the endless stars, seemingly catching a glimpse of a green hue reminiscent of home. However, he shook his head, his eyes betraying a touch of melancholy. Outside the Turtle Hermit Island, the waves were unusually colossal, as if responding to the immense aura emanating from afar. Inside the Turtle House, the Turtle Hermit and his companions exchanged wide-eyed glances, genuinely astonished by the Scion's terrifying power. The energy now far exceeded what Bardock had exhibited that day, leaving them utterly stunned, especially considering that this child was only 8 years old. The Turtle Hermit stroked his beard, still in disbelief. Indeed, this energy was utterly disheartening. In this regard, the Crane Hermit surprisingly found common ground with the Turtle Hermit. This little grandson is indeed remarkable. This energy is entirely beyond what a human should possess. Son Gohan nodded in agreement, having previously accepted Sun Wukong as his little grandson. Their mutual intentions naturally aligned. On the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's aura resembled a vast, unfathomable starry sky, still on the rise, sending the audience below into a frenzy, even causing the ground beneath them to threaten to buckle. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Krillin, barely managing to stay upright, raised his hand to halt Sun Wukong, his face drenched with sweat, unsure if it was from exertion or fear of the boundless power. This where it ends? Just as Sun Wukong was about to revert from his giant ape transformation to complete his Super Saiyan evolution, he paused upon hearing Krillin's words, and the dark clouds that had shrouded the day dissipated. Revealing clear skies once more, "That'll do," Krillin managed to say, though he felt a deep sense of dread in the presence of Sun Wukong's overwhelming power. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, having received some form of reward. That's so. Aren't you eager to see my full strength? I haven't even unleashed it yet." Sun Wukong, though slightly puzzled, refrained from exerting his full power. He surveyed the chaotic surroundings he had created and sheepishly scratched his head. Turning to the dazed, golden-haired host with an apologetic grin, "I truly apologize, sir, for making such a mess of the arena." What a monster! Upon hearing Sun Wukong claim he had yet to unleash his full strength, Krillin couldn't help but mutter to himself, realizing that even his partial power could alter the very fabric of reality. And oh worries. The golden-haired host took a few deep breaths, regaining his composure, and looked at Sun Wukong with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He addressed the audience, who had just managed to regain their footing. "I never imagined that contestant Sun Wukong's full power could be so terrifying. This energy even surpasses that of some martial arts masters. Truly, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is filled with exceptional talents. With contestant Sun's formidable prowess, even Frieza himself would find our Earth secure. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong!" The audience below the stage did not feel angered by the overwhelming aura that had left them dazed. Instead, they were filled with joy at witnessing such an immense power and celebrated the opportunity to behold such a prodigy, for this was an era of martial arts enthusiasts, though contestant Sun Wukong was still young. His strength was remarkably potent. Calling him by his name seemed inadequate. Henceforth, he would be referred to as God of the Void, for such talent and energy could only befit a deity. God of the Void. God of the Void. God of the Void. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong had gained yet another nickname. Thus, with Sun Wukong's victory secured, the match was temporarily paused and would resume in the afternoon after the arena was restored. The golden-haired host nodded at the exuberant audience, affirming that this martial arts tournament had been a resounding success, at least quelling the fears of humanity and preventing the spread of such trepidation. I truly apologize. Sun Wukong felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he sheepishly addressed the host, and no problem at all. Contestant Sunday, please prepare for the afternoon match. The golden-haired host replied with a smile and a nod. Oh, Sun Wukong acknowledged, turning to head backstage. However, with your strength, there is no need for preparation. The champion of the entire tournament is already decided. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, one could hardly fathom that an 8-year-old child could possess such colossal power. The golden-haired host thought to himself, shaking his head, dismissing further contemplation. Hey, how did you train? Upon returning backstage, Sun Wukong found Kakarot staring intently at him. Forget it. No matter how you train, I will not concede. Without waiting for Sun Wukong's response, Kakarot declared once more. Indeed, I am truly worthy of being my own counterpart. Sun Wukong smiled inwardly, reflecting on how, even in the face of overwhelming opponents, he would only wish to challenge them, striving to surpass and reach greater heights, never one to surrender easily. Although he and his current self exhibited contrasting attitudes, one fervent and the other indifferent, he recognized that it was still himself. And there was nothing amiss. That guy nearly here. Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head, as if he could see the scene above the ceiling. 3 days, back at Wu Ming's residence. Wu Ming gazed at the sky, contemplating who would take action when the time came. The afternoon battle was a foregone conclusion. Kakarot, seemingly spurred by Sun Wukong's presence, unleashed his full power from the very start of his match against Namu, ultimately securing the second-place spot. Sun Wukong's duel with Layla was equally swift. While Layla was stunningly beautiful and adept at seduction, had she encountered someone like Krillin, she would have ensnared him effortlessly, leading to her victory. However, against Sun Wukong, her every technique proved futile, resulting in a dismal exit. The finals took place merely half an hour after Sun Wukong's match with Layla. Remarkably, the final duel featured two brothers. Their combined ages barely surpassing 20 yet, they stood atop the pinnacle of the World Martial Arts Tournament, even eclipsing certain martial arts masters. "I'll make the first move," Kakarot said coldly as he stepped onto the stage. Casting a stoic glance at his brother, his voice steady as he called out, not yielding to his younger sibling. "Come on." As Sun Wukong perceived the rising aura of Kakarot, he simultaneously elevated his own energy to match that of Kakarot, embodying a form of cultivation. Yeah. In an instant, two identical figures collided, unleashing a fierce confrontation. The techniques and combat styles of the two were astonishingly indistinguishable, each responding in perfect synchrony to it was truly remarkable. These two combatants exhibited an uncanny similarity in strength, speed, and technique that moment. Even the host was left astounded, moved by the evolving silhouettes engaged in battle, his own enthusiasm ignited. That child Wukong truly possessed a spirited heart. In the distance, Bardock, cradling Jine, watched the intense clash between the two brothers. Observing Kakarot's growth amidst the combat brought him a sense of joy. Really, must these two children fight so fiercely? They are brothers after all. Jine, even from afar, could see the bruises on her sons' faces and their tattered garments, her heart aching with compassion. They were both transcending, surpassing their own limitations, standing among the crowd. Teacher Wu Ming seemed invisible to all but Bardock and Jine. He quietly observed the fierce battle between the two children, remarking softly that he could clearly see both were continuously enhancing their abilities, especially Kakarot, whose heart was filled with indignation and boundless vigor. Relentlessly honing his martial prowess, I have won. As the moon ascended, Kakarot ultimately found himself overmatched and conceded defeat. Sun Wukong flashed a radiant smile, his soiled attire failing to obscure the innocence of his expression and the profound depth of his eyes. The clear night sky, adorned with countless stars, was now well past midnight, a time when Earthlings would typically rest. Yet, the planet remained alive with celebration. This jubilation stemmed from the perfect conclusion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. For perhaps a long time to come, people would remember the two charming boys with tails, battling fervently until the late hours for their martial dreams. This was their steadfast dedication to martial arts and their unwavering belief in their own strengths. Perhaps the outcome mattered little anymore. For this tournament, both Kakarot and Sun Wukong would be forever etched in memory. Sun Wukong, embodying unparalleled energy, exhibited a remarkable conviction by engaging in combat at equal strength with others, demonstrating his respect for the path of martial arts. Kakarot, though temporarily overshadowed by his younger brother, summoned the courage to confront the terrifying energy of Sun Wukong and progress steadily in battle. Ultimately losing the match, his indomitable spirit and profound comprehension of martial arts were truly astonishing. The 20th World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Sun Wukong emerging as the champion and Kakarot as the runner-up. A fitting finale that promised to be a memorable event, unveiling a multitude of promising young talents, each with exceptional skills. Yet alas, there could only be one champion, the youngest martial artist in history. The golden-haired host beamed at Sun Wukong, his heart filled with joy for his love of martial arts. However, lacking the talent to compete, he could only serve as a host for the tournament, feeling a twinge of regret. To preside over such a prestigious event and witness so many emerging martial artists of the new era brought him immense delight. Allow me to announce the upcoming rewards. A voice, soft yet clear, reached the ears of everyone in the arena. Audience, contestants, hosts, and backstage workers alike. In the next moment, a figure, exuding an aura of grandeur as though traversing the stars, firmly stood atop the ring, clad in a white martial arts uniform, with silvery hair and eyes shining like the starry sea beneath his sword-like brows. He appeared as a towering presence of an era. Wuming, the source of martial arts on Earth, the martial immortal. It is indeed Teacher Wuming. My goodness, I have truly encountered Teacher Wuming. The arena fell silent, broken only by the golden-haired host, who, overwhelmed with excitement, turned beet red, his speech stumbling as he expressed his immense honor at meeting this legendary idol. Greetings, your hosting skills are commendable. I shall take over from here, Wuming said kindly, nodding slightly at the host. Teacher Wuming. The audience, both outside the ring and before their screens, erupted in cheers. Those who had briefly stepped away for food due to hunger rushed back, abandoning their half-eaten meals to squeeze toward the ring. The atmosphere buzzing with energy, far surpassing that of the previous matches. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. That it was as if a whisper from the depths of their hearts resonated within the crowd, calming the excitement of many. Observing the audience settle, Wuming smiled at Sun Wukong and Kakarot, nodding in acknowledgement. It was within my expectations that you two would secure the champion and runner-up positions. Everyone, I am here to announce something important. As you may know, the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, is soon to arrive on Earth. Wuming turned to address those below the ring. He is the ruler of the cosmos, wielding terrifying power and influence. We must not let our guard down. However, there is no need for excessive fear, as we will personally confront Frieza. Yet his formidable subordinates are numerous, and it is imperative that all martial artists unite to face this challenge together. Listen closely, everyone, Wuming continued, raising his hand as the crowd began to stir again. This crisis is unprecedented, far surpassing the likes of King Cold and others. You must take it seriously. Furthermore, I must inform you that their advance force is expected to arrive in 3 days. What? 3 days? Panic erupted among the crowd at the thought of facing a Cosmic Emperor's pressure in just 3 days, fear palpable in the air. Why fear? We have Teacher Wuming and the others with us. Indeed, with Teacher Wuming and Master Wutian here, what is there to fear? The arena buzzed once more, seemingly rallying themselves against their inner fears. Apologies, but in 3 days, we will not intervene, and we must conserve our energy and train diligently for the time being. The decisive battle against Frieza will rest entirely upon your shoulders. Teacher Wuming, observing the hopeful gazes of the crowd, slowly shook his head. His aim was not to have a single individual bear the burden of protecting Earth, but to cultivate a martial arts community capable of facing the impending upheaval. What shall we do then? Panic spread through the crowd as if they had lost their steadfast pillar of support. How can we manage on our own? We can do it too. We cannot always shift the burden onto Teacher Wuming. Indeed, Teacher Wuming and the others are to confront the most powerful evil in the universe. Frieza, we should share the load. That concludes what I wanted to say regarding Frieza. Seeing some individuals still determined to strengthen themselves, Wuming nodded approvingly. Now let us proceed to the top 8 of this tournament. First, Sun Wukong and Kakarot. The guidance I can offer you is limited. Wuming shook his head, feeling a hint of regret. These two children possessed exceptional innate talent for martial arts. Regrettably, one was nearly equal in strength to him, while the other had already laid a solid foundation under his senior's tutelage, making it inappropriate for him to intervene forcefully, as he himself had been taught by his senior. Very well then. Wukong, I will take you to a place of training where you can achieve rapid growth. That IT seems the Spirit Time Room may be the only option, Wuming mused, realizing that Wukong might uncover the secrets of the Super Saiyan there. Kakarot, I will impart to you the complete utilization of energy. How far you advance will depend on your own efforts, Wuming said to Kakarot, having decided to focus solely on passing on the methods of energy usage in the realm of the Origin Fist. Next, Layla and Namu, your talents are commendable as well. Ordinarily, I would select one of you from among the two, but I currently lack the time to teach you both. You may proceed to the Martial Arts Hall, where various martial arts will be open to you. We will address everything after Frieza's arrival. Wuming contemplated the decision not to take either of these two as disciples, opting instead to defer the matter. He continued, as for the remaining 4, Klin, Yinka, Atla, and Galdo, I trust you have prepared your letters of introduction. You may collect your rewards from the martial arts tournament tomorrow, and thereafter feel free to visit those esteemed elders. Yes, Master Wuming, the 6 individuals, excluding Wukong and Kakarot, performed a half-disciple bow towards Master Wuming. With that, the proceedings concluded. Wukong, Kakarot, follow me, Wuming declared, demonstrating his pragmatic nature. With that, he vanished in an instant. Kakarot glanced at him, then promptly followed suit. Farewell, Klin Yinka, he said, acknowledging them before departing alongside Master Wuming. This farewell left Klin and Yinka momentarily bewildered. Klin took it in stride, as they had interacted before, while Yinka felt perplexed, having had no prior acquaintance with Sun Wukong, and even having been bested by his brother. Upon arriving at Wuming's residence, Sun Wukong found his parents seated there, while Kakarot had also arrived, being warmly embraced by Janae. You two children are brothers. Is it necessary to fight so fiercely? Janae expressed a mixture of reproach and concern in her gaze as she saw Sun Wukong arrive. Well, you both have done quite well, Bardock said with a smile, gently ruffling Wukong's hair. From now on, I won't trouble you, Master Wuming. I will teach Kakarot how to harness his energy. Bardock clearly wished to avoid imposing on Master Wuming and encumbering his training time. After all, he harbored no desire for his son to engage in a deadly confrontation with Frieza. Very well. It's up to you, that I will take Wukong to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. I hope he can break through his limits there, Wuming replied. Nodding at Bardock, he yearned to impart knowledge directly to Kakarot, yet time was of the essence, with numerous obligations awaiting him. The hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong asked, a look of confusion crossing his face, as the name seemed familiar. Then he recalled having entered that place during his past life while training in the temple. However, the atmosphere there felt desolate and oppressive, making it impossible for him to endure even a single day in reality. Indeed, it is an exceptional training ground. A year spent inside equates to just 1 day in the outside world. Wuming explained, noting Wukong's bewilderment, that IT is indeed a remarkable place for cultivation. Wukong remarked, his eyes sparkling with hope. He was currently troubled by his inability to surpass his existing limits, and entering that chamber could potentially facilitate a breakthrough. By the way, Master Wuming, Do not forget that your martial arts techniques can also be taught, such as the Kaioken, Bardock reminded, seeking some advantage for his son. There is no need for that, Wuming replied. Shaking his head, he understood that once a Scion broke through their limits to achieve Super Saiyan status, even a modified Kaioken would not be of significant assistance and might even produce adverse effects. He continued, the Kaioken is a technique I spent decades refining, integrating energy to minimize physical strain, intended to aid humans in transcending their limits. However, Wukong should have his own means to achieve breakthroughs. Wow, Grandpa, you're truly remarkable. Being able to fuse the Kaioken with energy. What an extraordinary talent, son Wukong exclaimed, admiring Wuming's abilities, recalling his own attempts to merge the two in his previous life, which had been interrupted by the battle with Frieza. After achieving Super Saiyan status post-battle, techniques like the Kaioken became redundant due to their excessive strain on the body. Wuming beamed with pride, but soon realized he was basking in the praise of a mere child. Turning to see Bardock, Janae, and Kakarot observing him with bemusement. Ahem, well, the Kaioken, while it does reduce strain, becomes rather ineffective once combat power surpasses 1 billion, leading to negligible benefits and potential harm to the body. Quite regrettable. Wuming said, shaking his head in disappointment, as he had yet to devise a method to enhance the Kaioken further. Let's leave it at that. We should head back, Bardock nodded, sensing the limitations of the Kaioken, even if he had not fully experienced them himself, and thus refrained from further comment as the family made their way to Baozi Mountain that on May 9,745 of the age, the world was still abuzz from the recently concluded martial arts tournament. It must be said that this edition truly satisfied the cravings of martial arts enthusiasts, with all 8 finalists having comprehended the use of energy, the aura of the champion capable of shaking the very planet. The battles among the top 8 were nothing short of spectacular, showcasing a plethora of skills, mental fortitude, and perseverance, particularly the 2 young competitors whose combat spirit and technique belied their youth, leaving a profound impression on all. If the tournament had ignited fervor among martial arts practitioners, the arrival of the legendary Master Wuming sent the atmosphere soaring to unprecedented heights, ensuring that night would be forever etched in memory. A thin veil of mist enveloped the temple, forming a resplendent cloud, akin to colorful smoke, shrouding the temple atop the clouds in a beautiful and exalted light, where red and white hues danced within the vapor. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Bardock descended upon the temple, where Wuming had already arrived, engaged in discussion with the Earth-S deity, the god of Earth, and his attendant, Bobo. Wukong, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is the god of Earth, the guardian of our planet, and this gentleman is Bobo, once the most formidable martial artist on Earth, and now the attendant to the god, Wuming said, directing Wukong's attention to the 2 eminent figures standing at the pinnacle of Earth-S hierarchy. There was no need to introduce Wukong to the god, who had already observed him through divine means. Ah, God, and Mr. Bobo, Wukong exclaimed, feeling a surge of joy upon seeing them again, as he owed much of his martial journey to these 2. Indeed, Wukong is an extraordinary child, the god remarked, perceiving the purity within Wukong's crystalline eyes, which resonated with his own ideals. Then please, Mr. Bobo, take him to the hyperbolic time chamber, Wuming said, hoping Wukong would quickly grasp his powers and stand by his side in battle. For Earth had many formidable foes ahead, much like the ancient evils sealed away in the depths. Very well. Follow me. Bobo nodded gently, signaling Wukong to come along as he turned toward the towering palace. I hope this child can truly surpass the limits of the science, Bardock murmured, watching Wukong depart. He will succeed, for he is son Wukong, even at the tender age of 8, Wuming thought, observing the child who followed Mr. Bobo closely, his mind drifting to a legendary warrior who shattered illusions and fought valiantly to reach the pinnacle of the universe, an embodiment of his childhood dreams. Yet he was but 8 years old. How could all hopes rest solely upon him? The god shook his head, acknowledging that even with extraordinary talent, the child was still merely 8, and to place all hope upon him would be a tragedy for Earth-S martial arts. And indeed for the god himself. Rest assured, I have made further strides in martial arts. I will confront Frieza myself. Wuming declared, a fierce glint in his eyes as he gazed upward, seemingly catching sight of that malevolent figure at the edge of the universe. Is that so? However, I shall not entrust all battles to others, Bardock thought. Perceiving the profound transformation in Wuming.it was evident that he had transcended some boundary within the universe, his essence entirely renewed. As if he had crossed the threshold of 1,000,000,000 in combat power, entering a realm where aspirations soared unbounded. I must take my leave now. There are matters I must attend to. Farewell, God, Bardock, Wuming said, withdrawing his gaze from the celestial dome to bow respectfully to the god and Bardock before vanishing in a flash of light toward the lower realm. I must not be outdone by mere earthlings. Bardock clenched his fists, the scion blood within him igniting once more to AS for that Mechikasijan. He is no god of earth. Bardock felt the presence of Sun Wukong dissipate from this world, and he turned to the celestial deity to bid farewell before departing himself. A bright white light pierced through the pristine clouds, ruffling Bardock's jet-black hair. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with certain thoughts. Wukong, no matter what secrets you hold, I shall not press you for enlightenment. For you will always be my son, and, as your father, I must never be outdone by you. Battling against the fierce wind, Bardock continued to ponder, the scion's inherently combative nature awakening within him. As a scion, he could never allow himself to be shielded by others, the room of spirit and time. A mysterious realm established by the original deity of Earth possessed a distinct temporal flow compared to the outside world. However, the pressure and suffering endured within were magnitudes greater than that of the external environment, with thin air and desolate space, compounded by an extraordinary gravity that weighed heavily upon one's body. I have nearly fully adapted to the power of the great ape. Now it is time to refine my transformation into a super scion. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, tore at his tattered martial arts uniform, and spoke slowly. After approximately half a year of training here, he had finally acclimated to the might of the great ape, meaning he could fully harness this power. Yet, the evolution into a super scion under this energy remained a formidable challenge. Each attempt to transform into a super scion while in the great ape state threatened to engulf his sanity with an uncontrollable rage, and he felt the emergence of fiery red first sprouting from his body, a truly terrifying sight. He feared that upon completing the transformation, he would succumb to madness and be consumed by a relentless urge for slaughter. Thus, Sun Wukong stood within the temple, the dark golden hue in his pupils gradually fading to reveal his original black eyes, but he scratched his head and remarked, after maintaining this great ape energy for so long, reverting to my ordinary form is rather uncomfortable. Sun Wukong took a half step to the right, his pupils suddenly constricting as immense energy began to coalesce within his small frame, culminating in an extraordinary power that gathered upon his back. In the next moment, a golden radiance flickered behind him, igniting his golden aura, his once black hair, standing erect, instantly transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, within the depths of his pitch-black pupils, a jade-like green began to spread. Whoosh beneath the fierce blaze of golden flames, Sun Wukong's emerald eyes appeared chillingly cold, entirely contrasting the gentle warmth previously observed. This power, indeed, suggested that there existed a realm beyond that of the Super Scion. Reminiscent of the long-haired, browless figure he had previously encountered, Sun Wukong paused the expansion of his breath, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Forget it. Regardless, if another version of me from a different universe can achieve it, then there is no reason I cannot do the same now. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong resolved to delve deeper into mastering and transcending his current state. The power of the Super Scion is unlocked through anger. However, this very aspect leads to excessive excitement in battle, and the Scion's innate brutality could influence me as well. It is likely for this reason that when the power of the great ape merges with that of the Super Scion, the murderous and violent intent inherent in Scion nature is amplified to an unimaginable extent, threatening to completely erode my will. Sun Wukong steadied his mind, attempting to feel the immense power coursing within him. It must be said that his wisdom in martial arts was exceedingly high, almost as if he were a different person from his usual self. Thus, he concluded that maintaining calm would allow him to control the power of the Super Saiyan. By mastering this energy, he might fully integrate with the power of the great ape. With this thought, he began to gradually experiment, aspiring to genuinely achieve his evolution. Outside Bardock's residence on Baoju Mountain, it was undeniable that Kakarot's talent was remarkably high, at least on par with Sun Wukong or Bardock himself. Under Bardock's guidance, he had comprehensively grasped the use of ki in a mere day, even managing to perform the flight technique, soaring through the air. Consequently, by the time he celebrated his 10th birthday, the Nimbus cloud, gifted to him by Sun Wufan, would be rendered obsolete, that you've trained sufficiently for now. The rest is up to your own refinement. Bardock observed Kakarot racing through the air alongside the Nimbus cloud, a smile creeping across his face. Though this child often appeared aloof and solitary, he was, at his core, still innocent and endearing. That I won't be teaching you the universal fist just yet. Perhaps after a few years of honing your skills, I will pass it on to you. Bardock considered his son Kakarot, realizing that the universal fist was still too advanced for him at this stage. Learning it too early might even jeopardize his health. Hey Bardock, has a day passed yet? Jinai pushed open the door to the training room and approached the outdoor training area, addressing Bardock. Yes, it's about time. Let us go see the heavens together, Bardock replied, looking at his wife and son with a smile. Great. I want to see what the heavenly realm of this planet is like, Jinai said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her beauty undiminished even after bearing 3 children. Whoosh! 3 figures shot into the sky, ascending towards the azure expanse, accompanied by a golden light, which was none other than Kakarot's Nimbus cloud. Soaring alongside them, in the room of spirit and time, Sun Wukong finally achieved control over the Super Saiyan form. Let us give it a try. With a deep breath, his golden hair cascaded down, reverting to its original black, the jade-green pupils vanishing, returning to a deep black. All right, it's time to begin. Sun Wukong, clad in tattered garments, could not conceal the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. As dawn broke once more on Earth, all martial arts masters resumed their arduous training in preparation for the impending arrival of Frieza's army. On Turtle Island, Krillin, armed with a recommendation from Master Roshi, along with the tea-drinking experience he had gathered over a day of travel, finally arrived at Turtle Island. So, Old Crane, which one will you choose? Master Roshi inquired, glancing at the nearby Crane Hermit. Whichever I choose, my disciple will undoubtedly surpass your students. The Crane Hermit scoffed, disdain evident in his expression, for he had never held his senior brother in high regard in their martial arts journey. Then please, proceed, Master Roshi responded casually, viewing both Krillin and the tea-drinking boy as precious gems, worthy of careful cultivation. As for who would undertake that task, it mattered little. After all, despite his senior brother's impulsive nature, his heart was not inherently wicked, and his martial arts talent was exceedingly high. I'll choose this lad named T, the Crane Hermit declared after scrutinizing the two, although he knew their potential did not match his 3-eyed disciple. Nor could they compare to the 2 little monkeys from the martial arts tournament. He figured that T was slightly weaker and, under his guidance, could surpass Krillin. This would prove his superiority over his senior brother. Moreover, Krillin, with his facial disfigurement, would detract from his own image. All right, both of these kids are quite similar. Whoever I take as a disciple will yield the same outcome. Let us see who ends up with a stronger disciple. Master Roshi said with a smile, glancing at his senior brother. Humph, old turtle, I won T lose to you. The Crane Hermit shot a sidelong glance at Master Roshi, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned to the bewildered T and said, T, come with me. Farewell, Master Roshi and Krillin. T, being a disciple of Master Roshi, politely performed a bow before departing with the Crane Hermit, utilizing the flight technique to ascend into the sky. Now, Krillin, from this day forth, you are my disciple in the Turtle School, Master Roshi said, turning his gaze from the receding figures of the Crane Hermit and T back to the noseless Krillin. He contemplated for a moment before speaking sternly. The Turtle School, passed down from Master Mateto, has few rigid rules. Eat well, sleep well, and train well. However, one thing you must remember is that you are absolutely forbidden from engaging in any actions that would tarnish the school's reputation. Nor may you harm fellow disciples or bully the weak. If such acts occur, I will not hesitate to take action myself. Yes, Master Roshi. Krillin lowered his head, acknowledging the gravity of Master Roshi's words with a bow. Ah, Master Roshi, here are some gifts to express my gratitude. Krillin suddenly seemed to recall something, hurriedly retrieving a stack of colorful magazines from his backpack and offering them to Master Roshi. Ah, not bad. This kid still has some filial piety, far more thoughtful than Wufan and that Kakarot fellow, Master Roshi remarked, pleased with Krillin's gesture. In the fleeting moment that Master Roshi grasped the magazine, the demeanor befitting the god of martial arts entirely vanished, giving way to the lecherous disposition of a decrepit old man. Clearing his throat, he observed for a moment, his eyes sparkling with hearts, and suddenly realized that his new disciple, Krillin, was still present. Hastily, he tucked away the magazine and declared, "Now, we shall commence your training." "Very well, Master Roshi," Krillin exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of receiving guidance from the legendary god of martial arts. After all, Master Roshi's illustrious reputation had echoed through the ages for centuries. Even another renowned martial artist, dubbed the Master of 100 Schools, was in some measure his disciple. To receive his instruction was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Amidst the dense jungles of the southern wilderness, two figures emerged, striding towards the blazing sun. Both were raggedly attired, and their appearances were strikingly peculiar. One was a robust youth, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, drenched in blood, and most remarkably, he possessed a third eye. The other, diminutive in stature, seemed ageless, levitating effortlessly in midair, his pallid complexion accentuated by a touch of crimson on his cheeks, lending him an unsettling aura. At long last, they had emerged. This should suffice to meet the master's expectations. The three-eyed youth inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with hope as he looked into the distance. Indeed, Tianjin has grown remarkably powerful. Among his peers, he surely has no rivals left. The boy floating above also gazed at the three-eyed youth with admiration. Then, let us accelerate, Jiaozi. I can hardly contain my eagerness. The three-eyed youth, known as Tianjin, radiated boundless joy as he leapt into the air, soaring toward the horizon. Very well, Tianjin, replied the peculiar figure named Jiaozi, who promptly surged forward. Racing into the distance in the sacred temple, within the room of spirit and time, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, his entire being suffused with an overwhelmingly potent aura. Yet at this moment his heart was as tranquil as still water, a stark contrast to the tumultuous energy surrounding him. "First, this is the might of the great ape," Sun Wukong murmured, and in an instant, a glimmer of gold flashed within his obsidian eyes. However, aside from this, his appearance and aura remained unchanged, showing no significant transformation. It seemed that he had fully mastered this power. The exchange of states no longer resulted in any excess energy leaking forth. His tail swayed gently behind him as he attuned himself to the energy within, feeling an unparalleled calmness. Next, Sun Wukong's golden pupils suddenly constricted, and his entire essence shifted as a golden aura began to radiate outward. He exclaimed, as he felt a surge of ferocity wash over him. In an instant, the golden flame coalesced into a colossal dragon, entwining around his slender form, as his black hair stood upright, shimmering with flecks of gold. Boom! 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 In that moment, Sun Wukong sensed his heart beating in rhythm, as a golden giant ape within his pupils gradually expanded, exuding a wild and savage aura that soon enveloped the entire room of spirit and time, with a resounding roar that seemed to transcend the ages. Sun Wukong's diminutive frame, enveloped in golden flames, began to grow, the golden hue gradually shifting to a vibrant red, resembling a magnificent fire lotus. The ethereal image of the golden ape leaped amidst the blooming red lotus. As Sun Wukong felt a searing pain coursing through his body, inching upward as fiery red first sprouted from his arms, unleashing an overwhelming aura that threatened to shatter the very confines of the room. "Yeah," he cried out in anguish, releasing the pent-up torment he bore. The vast energy expanded once more, destabilizing the very space of the room under the weight of his unparalleled power from the crimson inferno. Dense purple lightning suddenly crackled into existence, and at that moment, Sun Wukong's growth ceased. The spectral image of the golden giant ape merged with his suddenly widened golden pupils, revealing a towering figure gradually coming into focus. Is this the state attained after merging the great ape's power with the Super Saiyan? A slightly hoarse voice emerged from within the golden flames. Soon, a red figure materialized as the golden flames began to recede into his being. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, an ordinary body finds it exceedingly difficult to accommodate these two powers simultaneously. Sun Wukong's voice bore a hint of fatigue as his form gradually became apparent. He now resembled an adult. His orange trousers and navy blue boots in tatters, exposing his alabaster skin. His upper body, too, bore the fiery fur, revealing bulging muscles beneath. His once golden hair had, unbeknownst to him, reverted to black, tousled and wild, reminiscent of some divine entity. This appearance bore a slight resemblance to the version of me I witnessed in another world, though my hair seemed a tad shorter. As Sun Wukong took strides towards the mirror within the room of spirit and time. He gazed at his reflection. The hint of weariness graced his otherwise mature visage. The golden pupils within his crimson eye sockets flickered subtly, concealing an immense reservoir of power. What formidable strength! Sun Wukong clenched his fists. And in an instant, the surrounding space trembled slightly, as countless arcs of purple lightning erupted in the void. The fusion of the great ape's power with the Super Saiyan had indeed wrought such a transformation. Yet he could feel a dull ache resonating within both his body and mind. In this state, prolonged combat would likely be untenable. It due to my insufficient training. As he dispersed the amassed energy within him, reverting to his smaller form, he observed his entire being now drenched in a crimson hue, as if he had recently traversed through blood, a truly terrifying sight. He could also sense a lingering weakness within his body. Although this form presented a substantial amplification of both physical and energy capabilities, the toll on his body and psyche was profoundly detrimental. Should I remain in this state for an extended period, I fear even I would struggle to endure it. Sun Wukong pondered, recognizing that while this transformation was ostensibly complete, it had wreaked havoc on his body due to his insufficient training. Time was drawing near. My own training would likely not yield significant advancements for the moment, and I must gradually acclimate to these two energies. Sun Wukong shook his head, deciding to conclude this session of training. After all, he was now sufficiently prepared to confront Frieza. As he pushed open the door to the room of spirit and time, Sun Wukong once again beheld the familiar expanse, the sensation akin to a lifetime passing in an instant. Ah, father, mother, and brother have also arrived? Sun Wukong's golden pupils scanned the area, quickly realizing that Bardock and the others were indeed present in the temple. He strolled forward and soon stepped out of the palace. Encountering the three familiar figures, Wukong, what has happened to you? Chi-Chi gazed at her approaching son, who stood bare-chested, his skin a vivid crimson, as though he had just emerged from a brutal battle. His trousers and boots were tattered, revealing faint traces of blood. Yet his trademark hair and innocent visage remained unchanged. Seeing her son in such a state, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over Chi-Chi, prompting her to rush forward and embrace him. Her tone tinged with reproach. You reckless child, always pushing yourself to train without a thought for your own well-being. You know your father is here to protect you, right? Wukong, what has happened to your eyes? Bardock approached, his curiosity piqued as he noticed Sun Wukong's pupils had transformed from black to gold. Nothing of consequence. I've merely acquired a new energy, Sun Wukong replied candidly, revealing no intention of concealing his power. For he had never been one to hide anything from others. A new strength. Bardock's eyes brightened with intrigue. Have you become a Super Saiyan? As soon as the words escaped his lips, both Kakarot and Chi-Chi fixated their gazes on Sun Wukong, eager to discern the full extent of his newfound prowess. Well, I suppose it could be considered that. I am a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong affirmed, meeting his father's gaze with composure, though he did not truly believe he had fully mastered the Super Saiyan form. He had vaguely sensed that the path ahead for the Super Saiyan was still a long way off. Is that true? I had always believed it to be a tale from a storybook. Is it possible that Super Saiyans truly exist? Upon hearing about the Super Saiyan, Jine felt a flicker of doubt, although her youngest son had a natural disposition that rendered him incapable of lying. The arrival of legendary tales into reality could instill a sense of uncertainty even in her. Yet, I sense that your aura is rather depleted at this moment. Could it be a result of your recent endeavors? Bardock scrutinized Son Goku, whose once snow-white skin now appeared as crimson as blood, his face slightly pale, yet his golden eyes sparkled brilliantly. Indeed, this energy exerts a tremendous burden on both my body and spirit. Son Goku nodded, seemingly exhausted, resting his chin upon his mother-esque shoulder. Very well, return and rest. There should still be about a month before Frieza himself arrives. Take this time to recuperate and gradually master your powers. Bardock felt a pang of concern for his son, gently nodding as he stroked Goku's head and spoke softly. Hey, Jine, you two should head back. Kakarot, let us proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber as well. Bardock took Kakarot, stepping past Jine, who was holding Son Goku, and spoke in a low voice. Yes, I will train diligently. Kakarot gazed intently at Son Goku, as if sensing the power within him, articulating each word with resolve. Is that so? Jine momentarily felt a twinge of sadness, sensing that her family had not been whole in recent years. However, she was not one to be oblivious to reality. She nodded and said, Then you two must strive hard. Yes, I will. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement towards Jine, then turned to the recently arrived Kai, saying, I apologize, Lord Kai, but I require another session in the hyperbolic time chamber. Certainly, but I must remind you that one can only utilize the time chamber for 2 days in their lifetime. Should you exceed this time limit, you may become lost in a haze of confusion and remain trapped within the chamber forever. The Kai's gaze shifted back to Bardock, stating, You have only 1 day remaining. Make sure to utilize your time wisely. Yes, that's so. Understood. Bardock contemplated this, yet his steps did not falter as he continued towards the time chamber. I will surely grow stronger, Kakarot proclaimed, observing his mother and brother, resolutely following Bardock's lead. After all, he could not remain overshadowed by his younger brother. Let us return as well. Mother, I feel somewhat wearied at this moment. Son Goku truly felt an unprecedented fatigue. After all, such transformations placed an immense strain on his spirit. Even he could not endure it. Very well. Let us go home. Mama will prepare something delicious for you. Jine watched as Bardock and Kakarot gradually faded from sight, tenderly caressing Son Goku's head, and then addressed the Kai. Farewell, Lord Kai. Yes, farewell. The Kai responded with utmost politeness, particularly towards such seemingly pure-hearted humans. This child has fallen asleep. He must truly be exhausted. As Jine considered placing Goku on the ground for them to fly home together, she suddenly realized that he was already fast asleep. A smile of happiness gracing her lips, she walked gracefully to the edge of the temple, gazing down at the layers of clouds enveloping the lower realm, and said, In that case, let us ride the Nimbus back. Nimbus, with her gentle voice, a golden cloud broke through the confines of the heavens, soaring to the temple's edge. Jine, cradling Son Goku, leapt onto the Nimbus, and the golden light streaked across the celestial boundaries. Heading towards the Capsule Mountain, Capsule Mountain, Son Gohan had finally completed his training on Kame House and returned to Capsule Mountain. Naturally, the first thing he wanted to do was visit Bardock's home to see his 2 little grandsons. It must be said that these 2 grandsons were indeed extraordinary. At such a tender age, they had managed to secure both the championship and runner-up positions in the world-renowned martial arts tournament. Are they not home? Son Gohan knocked on the door for quite some time, yet no one answered. He attentively sensed the atmosphere and discovered that there was no trace of them in the house. Where could they be? Just as he was about to unleash his energy to detect Bardock's whereabouts, he suddenly spotted a golden cloud in the azure sky, dividing the heavens as it made its way to Bardock's home. Oh, the Nimbus! It must be Jine and little Goku. Have Bardock and Kakarot gone to train? After a brief moment of sensing, Son Gohan discerned the presence of 2 individuals seated upon the Nimbus. Ah, Mr. Gohan, you've returned? Jine, holding Son Goku, had also spotted Son Gohan standing outside the door and promptly jumped down. Yes, I just got back. I've completed my training with Master Roshi, and my strength will not see significant improvement in the short term. Son Gohan replied with a smile, glancing at the slumbering Son Goku in her arms, and added, It seems you all just returned from training. Indeed, Goku just finished his training with the Kai. And now it is Bardock and Kakarot's turn to train. Jine instinctively glanced at Son Goku, still fast asleep, and smiled as she said, "Well then, I will head home first. Alright, that sounds good. I will come back once Goku wakes up." Son Gohan contemplated for a moment before smiling as he walked toward a small wooden house nearby. Seeing Son Gohan leave at a leisurely pace, Jine returned to her own home. However, her heart was still troubled. The terror of the cosmic tyrant Frieza loomed like a shadow in her mind, indelible and haunting, even though her youngest son claimed to have completed the transformation into a Super Saiyan. She remained apprehensive about the day Frieza's forces might arrive to shatter her current family. Within the temple, Bardock and Kakarot were engaged in intense combat in the hyperbolic time chamber, their speeds having reached their zenith, colliding hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. "Kakarot, my child, you truly possess rare talent." After about half an hour of continuous clashes, they finally paused, Bardock looking at Kakarot with some surprise. Although he had been born with a power level of only 2, his martial arts talent was undoubtedly superior to his own. Yet, it is still insufficient. This level feels far inferior to Goku. Kakarot clenched his fists, his energy surging explosively, surpassing his previous strength. However, a look of dissatisfaction lingered on his face. "To your age, this is quite impressive. Among Saiyans, few can reach around 10,000 at your age. It is indeed exceptional." Bardock regarded Kakarot with satisfaction, realizing that after training here, Kakarot had finally reached the threshold necessary to utilize the Ultra Instinct technique, mastering it at an astonishing pace, even surpassing his own past progress. Still not enough. The gap in power between me and that Goku fellow is still too vast. Kakarot tightened his fists, his heart filled with unresolved frustration. It was precisely this mindset that propelled him from nearly 1,000 to nearly 10,000 in a remarkably short time. Let us conclude today's training. I have imparted all that I can teach you, and from here on, it will depend on your efforts that I believe your potential is no less than that of your brother. While Bardock still felt that Kakarot could not match Goku, he nonetheless encouraged him. "Yes, I will." Kakarot, though acutely aware of the vast chasm between his energy and Son Goku's, felt no despair. In fact, there was a flicker of excitement within him. "Let's go." Bardock made his way to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber ahead of Kakarot. By the way, didn't you mention that some strong fighters were coming to Earth today? Kakarot quickly caught up with Bardock, recalling what Wuming had said that day and inquiring. "Yes, there are several formidable opponents who would be quite suitable for you now. You can use this opportunity to hone your skills." Bardock reflected on the Jinyu Force, a special unit formed by Frieza's army, previously considered an invincible foe. Now, however, he could single-handedly overpower 5 of them, and aside from Captain Jinyu, whose power level exceeded 100,000, the others should be comparable to Kakarot, who had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. With him watching over, Kakarot would not be harmed. "That I want to face them and grow stronger." Kakarot's dark eyes ignited with an intense fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Bardock had also pushed open the door to the room of spirit and time. Once again beholding the sunlight of the original world, at the same time, 5 spherical spaceships from the western wilderness finally descended upon Earth, crashing down to create 5 enormous craters within these colossal pits. Mechanical sounds gradually began to resound, and in the next moment, 5 figures leaped forth from the depths of the craters, clad in the standard armor of the Frieza Force. They varied in height and physique, standing in different directions. Is this truly the extent of the combat prowess on this planet? Queried a peculiar alien with purple skin and twin horns, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, a detector flashing various data above his right eye. Wasn't it said that the maximum battle power could reach 100,000? On the other side, a man with crimson skin and flowing white hair spoke up. "It seems they possess some techniques for concealing their battle strength." "Merely a trivial trick," scoffed the purple-skinned man, clearly dismissive of their methods of hiding their energy. "It seems there's a rather formidable battle power approaching over there. I see it exceeds 100, quite impressive." In comparison, a mere weakling with a battle power of 5 can hardly be considered anything but a master. A blue-skinned man adorned with bone armor glanced eastward, a hint of mockery playing at the corner of his mouth. "They must have some technique for concealing their battle power. We shouldn't underestimate them. And by the way, let us hold off on attacking for now." Guldo scanned his team and declared, "Regardless, We must showcase our newly rehearsed poses to allow the Earthlings a glimpse of the grandeur of the Ginyu Force. Understood, Captain. 4 voices resounded in unison, echoing throughout the area. Master Roshi, engrossed in watching some indescribable footage, suddenly sat upright, a serious expression crossing his face as he gazed into the distance. There are 5 distinct energy signatures, evil yet formidable. It seems they are indeed the Ginyu Force spoken of by my disciple Wuming. I should perhaps go and bolster those youngsters. Krillin, Master Roshi called out, hastily making his way to a construction site where the young Krillin was laboring under the weight of a massive stone. He instructed, "Stop working now and come with me to witness those aliens." Aliens? Krillin blinked in surprise, recalling Wuming's word from the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "That I must warn you. The opponents are exceedingly powerful. When we arrive, you're only allowed to observe and must not act recklessly." Master Roshi eyed Krillin, who bore an expression of joy, with concern, fearing he might suddenly lash out, a prospect for which he felt ill-prepared to intervene. "All right, Master Wu-Tian." Krillin nodded obediently, though his eyes twinkled with unspoken thoughts. In a thatched cottage in the northern region, Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu were immersed in their training, lifting enormous stones. Suddenly, Tien's gaze shifted, alertly scanning the western horizon. So, they have finally arrived. However, if this is all the power they possess, it seems premature for them to speak of invading Earth. Let me witness what these so-called aliens are capable of. Dumplings Tien, Kairatsu, we will not train today. Come with me to observe Frieza's elite special forces. Tien waved his hand dismissively, casting aside the stones they carried, then turned westward. "Let us go." Upon seeing Tien set off towards the west, Kairatsu and the others exchanged glances before following suit. This very moment, Master Dor, the elder of the Xingyi school, along with the disciple Bra from the Karen school, the female Master Shueqiong, and all other formidable martial artists also proceeded westward. Bun's Mountain. Have they finally come? Son Goku, who was training with his grandfather Son Gohan, suddenly turned his head towards the west, clearly sensing the 5 familiar energies. It seems they truly have arrived. Could it be that I am the last to notice? Son Gohan, who had been deeply engrossed in his training, suddenly snapped back to attention, realizing that his prior distraction had delayed his awareness. Among them, one energy is indeed unexpectedly powerful. However, such strength should not pose a threat to Earth. It pales in comparison to the energy you released that day, Goku. Son Gohan glanced at Son Goku, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, that individual possesses some skill. We must tread carefully if we engage him. Grandfather, Son Goku had no intention of striking just yet, for even the mightiest Ginyu was still far beneath his current capabilities, failing to pique his interest. More importantly, there exist individuals on Earth capable of dealing with the Ginyu Force. "Hey Goku, and you too Gohan, are you heading somewhere?" A gentle voice chimed in, and soon, John arrived, donned in a pink fighting outfit, addressing both Son Goku and Son Gohan. "Dado, what is this, mother? Are you also planning to join the fray?" Son Goku looked at his mother, puzzled, as she had never shown an interest in conflict. "Having sensed that your father and brother are already there, I felt a twinge of concern and thought I should check it out." Jain replied with a sigh, adding, more importantly, "I believe they might have information regarding your elder brother Raditz' whereabouts though. Is that so? Then let us go together." Son Gohan was already aware that Bardock and Jain had another child lost somewhere in the universe. A lingering concern for him. Western Wilderness. Have they all finally arrived? The 5 members of the Ginyu Force stood with their backs turned to the approaching masters, their hearts racing with excitement. After all, they were about to display the most extravagant entrance in the universe to the Earthlings. It seems we are nearly ready, and Captain, we are all set. The short, stout man with 4 eyes appeared equally thrilled. The silhouettes of the 5 individuals indeed exuded a formidable presence. "What do you think, Master Dor?" the dark-clad Bra inquired of the elder. "Hard to say," Master Dor replied succinctly. "The 5 individuals have their backs to us. With their strength, they must surely have sensed our approach. Were they plotting?" The elder of the Xingyi school, clad in animal skins with wild, unkempt hair, appeared fierce yet spoke with caution that it is likely, as Master Wu-Tian once mentioned, that these aliens may possess some unique abilities. Their current behavior surely harbors some secret, so we must exercise utmost vigilance. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, Xue Qiong retained an air of elegance. Her black hair flowing in the wind, her striking visage possessing an undeniable allure that Suddenly, the five figures sprang into action, an aura enveloping them, prompting the four masters to prepare for combat. "Raikum!" shouted the orange-haired man resembling a human, his body trembling as he pointed in a direction. "Berta!" The blue-skinned man inhaled deeply, shrugging his shoulders and assuming a peculiar stance. "Geez!" The red-skinned man with flowing white hair let his head droop, his long hair brushing the ground, only to snap back up, raising his hands slightly. "Guldo!" The stout man with eyes on either side of his head shifted his gaze, then suddenly struck an odd pose. "Jinyu!" The purple-skinned captain lowered his head between his thighs, hands clasped before his eyes, proudly announcing. The five called out in unison, and in the next moment, their forms melded together into an even more bizarre formation as they shouted. "Jinyu Force!" Even someone with the profound composure of Master Door found himself momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the five before him, utterly bewildered by their antics. What in the world are these clowns doing? The four masters exchanged glances, each reflecting an equal measure of confusion, collectively unable to comprehend the alien's mindset. How amusing! These earthlings, with a mere battle power of 400, have come here to court death. The man named Jinyu calmly regarded the four earthlings before him, remarking, "But you should consider yourselves fortunate. You are witnessing the debut of the universe's premier special forces. Are you the subordinates of Frieza? What is your purpose for coming to Earth?" Although the inevitability of battle loomed, the Shingi master sought to delay, sensing that while the other four might be manageable, Jinyu was an opponent they could not hope to defeat. Thus awaiting intervention from Master Wutian or Master Wuming. So, you are aware of Lord Frieza. It seems that even on remote planets, his reputation precedes him. Jinyu offered a sincere compliment to Frieza before continuing. This planet must harbor some science, or rather, individuals with battle powers exceeding 100,000 to bring them forth, and perhaps I may extend some leniency. Seance? The four masters exchanged bewildered glances, entirely ignorant of this race. "Very well. It seems you are unaware. Allow me to show you some affection first." A sly smile crept across Jinyu's lips as he began to approach the four masters. "Hey, Captain, it can't always be you stealing the spotlight. You ought to leave some for us." The team members expressed their dissatisfaction, encircling Captain Jinyu to obstruct his path. "Honestly, fine. Jinyu glanced back at them, sweat beading on his forehead, and said, "I'll leave these individuals to you. I'll await the ensuing battle. Then let us split them 4 ways. I shall make the first move." Bursting with fighting spirit, Berta transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging at the seemingly strongest master of the shaping stream. TCH, always relying on your universe's top speed to act this way. The remaining 3 team members shrugged helplessly, and soon, Jeez and Raikum also sprang into action, with Jeez facing Master Doran, while Raikum took on both Bra and Xue Qiong simultaneously. "This isn't fair. Raikum, you scoundrel, you've stolen my opponent." Gooden leaped up, his short and stout figure appearing rather comical. "There's nothing to be done. They attacked me together. And oh worries, Gooden, I will leave the final blow for you," Raikum said, blocking the attacks of the two while still finding time to speak to Gooden. "These humans are not too shabby. During combat, their power can reach around 10,000, making them elite warriors even in Frieza's army." Jinyu observed, nodding at the combatants. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Jinyu heard Gooden's astonished voice beside him and turned to find 2 humans, one large and one small, standing at his side. "Science?" Jinyu's gaze swept over their identical crab-like heads, finally locking onto their tails. So you are a member of the Jinyu Force." Bardock's tail swayed up and down as he coldly regarded Jinyu, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. "I must admit, he is indeed quite powerful. However, he is no match for me now. A scion with a battle power of only 1200, Jinyu's scouter displayed fluctuating data. Yet, this figure made him skeptical. There was no way someone with a power level of 1200 could approach him undetected. He said in a low voice, "It appears you possess some technique capable of controlling your battle power. However, I estimate your actual strength to be around 100,000 at what?" 100,000? How is that possible? Just a mere scion, Gooden exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief upon hearing that a scion could possess such power. Ah, yes, that's so. Bardock remained noncommittal. A battle power 100,000 had once been unfathomably high for him. Yet now, it could only evoke a wry smile. Hey, you're Gooden, right? I wish to fight you. Just as Jinyu was about to speak, he was interrupted by the spirited Kakarot standing nearby, a scion brat with only 500 battle power. Are you sure you want to fight me? Gooden looked disdainfully at Kakarot, feeling that his opponent's level was far too low to pose any challenge to Ha. Kakarot unleashed a powerful aura that surged forth, creating an overwhelming pressure directed at Gooden. Wow. Battle power, 9,600. The little brat has some skills. Gooden appraised Kakarot from head to toe, seemingly intrigued. Take this, Kakarot shouted, his fist striking out in an instant, catching the unprepared Gooden and sending him flying. Thud, thud, thud. Kakarot activated his flight technique, appearing above Gooden in a flash, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Scion, show me your true strength. Perhaps you can coax Captain Jinyu to unleash his full power for a thrilling battle. Jinyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he focused on Bardock, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming clash. You are far too inadequate, Bardock replied coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at Jinyu, lacking any desire to engage. After all, the gap between them was so vast that he couldn't be bothered to fight. Although Scions relished the joy of battle, facing Jinyu would be akin to swatting a fly. There would be no enjoyment in it. How dare you look down upon me, Captain Jinyu? Feeling insulted, Jinyu erupted in fury, his aura exploding forth as he swung a punch directly at Bardock. You are still too weak. As Jinyu unleashed his full power, Bardock merely extended his right hand and effortlessly grasped Jinyu's fist, eliciting cries of pain from the latter. No, this is impossible. Realizing that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape Bardock's grip. Jinyu's eyes widened in rage as he shouted, "There is nothing impossible." Bardock shook his head, observing the now flushed Jinyu. Had he not arrived on Earth, he could never have imagined possessing such terrifying strength one day. Ugh! Bardock suddenly opened his hand, unleashing a vast gust of energy that sent Jinyu crashing against the nearby rocks, shattering them into fragments. Fortunately, Bardock was aware that Wuming intended to let Captain Jinyu be honed by the Earthlings, thus refrained from using excessive force. No, this is impossible. A mere scion possesses such terrifying power. As Jinyu soared into the air, his disbelief mingled with fear, and he recalled a certain legend. The shock on his face instantly transformed into boundless dread. Sweat soaking his back as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Bardock, stammering, "The legendary Super Scion. I apologize, though I desire to become a Super Scion. I have yet to reach that level," Bardock stated, unperturbed and honest about his own strength. "Indeed, you are not yet one that I told you. Super Scions are the most bloodthirsty and combative race in the universe. You are nothing like that." Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Bardock was not a Super Scion. The mere thought of facing a Super Scion, one whom even Lord Frieza feared, sent chills down his spine. Even though you have not become a Super Scion, your current physique is remarkably strong, far surpassing mine, which I find quite appealing. Jinyu scrutinized Bardock's form with fervor, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he practically radiated enthusiasm. "What do you intend to do?" Bardock regarded Captain Jinyu warily, thinking to himself, "Surely you do not harbor any inappropriate intentions regarding my body. What kind of subordinates does Frieza employ?" "I desire your body." Jinyu tossed aside his scouter, his gaze filled with fervor as he pounded his fist into his own body, suddenly spitting out blood. What sort of operation is this? Bardock thought, growing increasingly cautious. The very idea of Jinyu wanting his body was unsettling. If he surrendered it, would Jinyu not challenge him upon returning home? "Submit." Jinyu spread his arms wide, adopting a bizarre pose, his expression one of fanaticism, akin to a cultist. Boom! Before Jinyu could finish his proclamation, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen, as Bardock struck him once again, sending him crashing into the mountainside. "I don't know what techniques you might employ, but just to be safe, I won't allow you to attack," Bardock coldly remarked, retracting his fist and giving a disdainful glance at Jinyu, who was wedged in the mountainside, looking utterly defeated. These Earthlings are indeed remarkable. While their energy may be slightly inferior to that of Ginyu Force's warriors, their combat skills and energy manipulation far surpass those of Jinyu's team. Turning, Bardock observed how the four masters were gradually shifting from a disadvantage to a stalemate. After all, one side had expended considerable energy, while the other was biding its time, naturally resulting in such a situation. However, given the several thousand difference in battle powers, reaching a tie was already the limit, and victory remained elusive. Wait, that child Kakarot has actually gained the upper hand, and he hasn't even used the instant transmission technique? Bardock suddenly noticed Kakarot still hammering away at Gooden. Stop! Gooden, battered and bruised, finally found an opening and reached out to Kakarot, signaling for a pause. What? Are you conceding? Hearing this, Kakarot paused, his fist poised to strike, and inquired curiously of Gudu. Allow me a moment. You little rascal. You attacked before I was even ready. Gudu, observing Kakarot's serene demeanor, could not help but curse inwardly, realizing the child was rather mischievous. But if I wish to strike you, why should I wait for you to prepare? Kakarot gazed at Gudu with his innocent, wide eyes, exuding an air of entitlement, while simultaneously raising his fist in anticipation of another assault. Now I shall unleash my full power, Gudu declared, taking a deep breath. In that instant, everything around them seemed to freeze. The wind, the rustling grass, and all actions of attack and defense halted at a single moment in time. No exception even for the formidable Bardock. Is the duration too brief due to the presence of a powerful adversary? Gudu mused, stepping forward to deliver a punch that sent Kakarot flying, avenging his earlier grievance. Captain, upon seeing Ginyu embedded within the crevices of the stone, Gudu could no longer restrain himself and exhaled sharply, restoring normalcy in an instant. What have you done to me? Kakarot, feeling a throbbing ache in his head, slowly rose from the ground, regarding Gudu with a serious expression. This is my true strength. Did you see it, little one? Gudu's four eyes darted erratically, gathering the energy for his next extraordinary feat, while his mouth continued to boast unabashedly. Yes, that's so. Kakarot's gaze fell, and he inhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, a soft blue aura enveloped his body, his energy swelling exponentially at a battle power exceeding 20,000. How can that be? Gudu felt a surge of fear, although his strength was rated at 14,000. His over-reliance on psychic abilities rendered him less effective in combat compared to those with a power level of 10,000. Faced with Kakarot's sudden rise in power, he felt panic. Yeah, the captain is signaling me. What does that mean? Gudu inadvertently caught sight of Ginyu, seemingly dazed, gesturing towards him, leading to contemplation. I'm coming. Kakarot unleashed his full power, a formidable aura erupting as he charged towards Gudu once more. A halt. Upon witnessing Kakarot's renewed attack, Gudu swiftly activated his psychic ability. In the next instant, everything fell into stillness again. However, at that moment, Captain Ginyu leaped into action, positioning himself in front of Bardock. Exchange. Ginyu struck a pose with both hands and unleashed a surge of purple energy. I can't hold back any longer. Gudu ultimately succumbed to the pressure, realizing he had to maintain Jinyu's activity while within the realm of suspended time. A task far more challenging. Bang! So focused on Ginyu, Gudu neglected his own defense and was once again sent flying by a punch. What is this? Bardock felt a moment of disorientation. In the next heartbeat, he saw Ginyu before him, the purple energy blast hurtling towards him. Whoosh! The purple wave connected the two, leaving Bardock momentarily dazed, yet upon regaining consciousness, he felt a profound pain coursing through his body. And as he looked up, he beheld his own visage facing him. Ha! What a powerful physique! It's unfathomable that a mere scion could attain such heights. But this strength now belongs entirely to me. In the next moment, Bardock heard his own voice erupting in maniacal laughter, yet it was Jinyu's voice that echoed, striking terror into his heart. You and I have exchanged bodies? Bardock, being astute, quickly deduced that the opponent's special ability was indeed body swapping. Correct. Now let me show you the terrors of this body. Ginyu laughed maniacally, relishing Bardock's pained expression, as if victory was already assured. What is happening? Why does that guy have my father's voice? Kakarot, stepping on Goku, gazed curiously at the scene unfolding between Bardock and Jinyu. Then let me test the might of this body. Jinyu, having seized Bardock's form, laughed uncontrollably, his entire being engulfed in a white energy aura that shot skyward. Cleaving the clouds above and toot, this power is extraordinary. It even surpasses Lord Frieza. This must be a battle power of 1,000,000. What an unexpected boon, Bardock, or rather Jinyu, gleamed with uncontainable joy in his eyes. Truly a terrifying ability. Yet, I am curious how you managed to suddenly appear before me and swap bodies. Surely, you recognize that with my strength, I would not be oblivious to your actions. Bardock, now inhabiting Jinyu's body, remained remarkably composed, merely pressing a hand against his own wounds as he inquired, I owe my gratitude to my dear teammate Goku. He possesses the ability to pause time. Jinyu answered casually, brimming with newfound confidence in his current form. Time pause. Bardock was momentarily taken aback. Such a skill was indeed formidable. Yet glancing at Goku, who was currently pinned to the ground by Kakarot, he quickly understood that wielding this ability was far from simple. My dear teammate Goku is being trampled by a scion, Jinyu noted, seeing the battered and bruised Goku beneath Kakarot's foot. Kakarot, fixated on Bardock, suddenly found his figure vanishing, perhaps due to his incredible speed. Bardock's form fragmented into countless afterimages, a dazzling sight to behold. Kamehameha. Kakarot maintained his composure, blue energy swirling around him, gradually converging into his hands, the cerulean light becoming blindingly bright, illuminating the entire wasteland. Sensing the energy within the afterimages, Kakarot's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, the Kamehameha surged toward the nearest afterimage. Impressive. Your eyes can keep up with my speed. As the afterimages dissipated, Bardock stood resolutely before the Kamehameha. The dazzling and powerful energy wave halted by a single hand. However, it is still far from enough. Bardock, now Jinyu, suddenly exerted force, pushing the energy wave back. Kakarot gritted his teeth, crossing his arms defensively, channeling all his strength to withstand the full force of his own attack. Kakarot, get out of the way! At that moment, Bardock's body, now occupied by Jinyu, charged forward and delivered a kick that sent Kakarot flying, intercepting the Kamehameha in the process. Fortunately, I foresaw their abilities. Otherwise, if he had exchanged bodies with Goku, it would have been disastrous. Though it was Kakarot's full power, it could not match Jinyu's energy. So even the injured Bardock was able to withstand it, though he looked on at Jinyu with trepidation. What is happening? A figure suddenly leaped down from the sky, clad in orange traditional garb and bearing a turtle shell on his back. It was the recently arrived Master Roshi. Master Mateto, another voice called out. It was Krillin, frantically rushing to keep pace with Roshi. Bardock, what is going on? It seems you two have exchanged energies. Master Roshi fixed a grave stare on Bardock, contemplating the potential complications should his suspicions prove correct. No, I am Bardock. I was caught off guard and fell victim to that guy's trick, resulting in this body swap. The Bardock beside him clutched his chest, racked with excruciating pain. What? This is troublesome. Master Roshi's expression shifted. Although he had made significant strides in strength over the past 3 years, he felt no confidence in facing Bardock. After all, he had experienced Bardock's overwhelming energy firsthand. Truly formidable, and not only does he possess the ability to swap bodies, but also other extraordinary powers. Krillin trembled as he assessed Bardock's form. Yet, suddenly recalling Goku's prowess from that day, he shivered, muttering, perhaps it's not as daunting as it seems. I can still perceive his information. What is the matter, old turtle? What is happening? The arriving Tenshinhan noticed Master Roshi's wary gaze fixed on Bardock, leaving him puzzled. Bardock has swapped bodies with the opponent. Prepare for a fierce battle. Master Roshi did not glance back, still regarding Bardock with a grave expression, feeling unprecedented pressure. Are you certain you wish to confront me? This body possesses a battle power of around 1,000,000. Jinyu cast aside Goku, his hand subtly twitching as he retrieved the detector, thrown some distance away, gazing at the eager individuals around him. Clack, clack. Following the arrival of Master Crane, Crane Jian, and Tian Shinhan, several martial artists descended from the surroundings, including masters from various schools such as the Flying Crane School and the Tianfeng School. Humph! Are you attempting to seize my father's body? A smirk curled at the corner of Kakarote's mouth, his body enveloped in a denser azure aura, propelling his energy to a new zenith. Kakarote, be cautious. This opponent is not easily dealt with, Bardock warned. His entire being trembling as blue energy surged through him, emanating a formidable force. Do not approach. This matter is best left to us, Master Rashi called out to the martial artist drawing near. And with a sudden jolt, his orange attire shattered, revealing his well-defined muscles, robust and imposing, surrounded by a fiery blue aura that stirred the clouds, causing nearby martial artists to be struck with awe. Is this truly the full power of the martial arts god, Master Wu Qian? The Tianfeng School master gasped, astounded by the overwhelming strength of Master Wu Qian. Let us assist the 4 elder masters over there. We can leave this to Master Wu Qian and his companions. The Flying Crane School master, sensing the vast disparity between his abilities and those of Master Wu Qian, retreated to another battlefield. Come at me all at once. I wish to truly experience the strength of this body. Jinyu's battle fervor surged as he eyed the formidable opponents before him, his heart swelling with the power of over 1,000,000. I never imagined I would one day team up with you, Old Turtle. Master Crane struck a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, his entire form enveloped in a shimmering white aura tinged with a delicate blue. Pure as the essence of life itself. Ha! In an instant, Master Rashi, Crane Jian, and Bardock launched a fierce assault upon Jinyu. I still prefer to fight alone. Kakarote observed the simultaneous attack of the 3 and took a step back towards Gudu. The figures of Master Wu Qian, Crane Jian, and Bardock moved with incredible speed, akin to a thunderstorm, shaking the surrounding rocks. However, Jinyu casually deflected all their attacks. The power of this body is truly immense. During the skirmish, Captain Jinyu felt an unending surge of energy coursing through him, and with a sudden burst of full force, he sent the 3 flying away, causing the ground around him to crack and ripple outward like expanding water waves, leaving a pristine patch of earth in his wake. Damn it. Although it pales in comparison to Bardock's last explosion of power, it is still beyond our means to contend with. Master Wu Tian's face turned ashen as he fixed his gaze on Jinyu. Fortunately, he can only utilize the energy inherent in his body and lacks knowledge of techniques like the Kaioken or other energy-enhancing methods. Otherwise, he would be even more terrifying. Bardock wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, half-kneeling as he regarded Captain Jinyu. Time freeze. Such a terrifying superpower. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was the president of the Superpower Academy, Battis, dressed in white attire, his rectangular face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. You can actually perceive my superpower? Gudu was taken aback upon hearing the voice. This was the first time someone had seen through his time-stopping ability, because I too am a superpower user. And I possess mastery over several types of superpowers, Battis replied, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his brown eyes as he smiled at Gudu. Swoosh. Just as Gudu prepared to inhale, completing the release of his time-stopping ability, he suddenly felt his body subjected to approximately 20 times the normal gravity, causing him to exhale forcefully, thereby ending the time freeze. How is this? This is the superpower of gravity. Although you are an alien, you will still find it unbearable. Battis raised a finger, smiling lightly at Gudu, fortunate to have received assistance from Master S, the president of the Superpower Academy. Despite his modest combat strength, he was well-versed in various superpowers. Hey, old man, he's my opponent. Don't you dare interfere. Kakarote expressed his dissatisfaction as he witnessed Battis attacking Gudu. Battis felt a bit awkward for a moment and replied, all right, it's your turn now. I'm coming. Kakarote's energy surged to its peak, shaking the entire mountain range, and he transformed into an arrow, darting towards Gudu. Swoosh. Seeing that Battis had moved away, Gudu quickly activated his time-stopping technique. Once more, whoosh, his energy flowed. Everything returned to stillness. Gudu swiftly maneuvered to the side, using his superpower to manipulate a large tree, sharpening one end to stab at Kakarote. Thud. However, given the presence of formidable foes like Jinyu in this space, And with Goku simultaneously employing two superpowers, the tree failed to pierce Kakarot, and Goku found himself unable to maintain control. Over here, just as Goku released his ability, he was struck squarely in the face by a white energy wave, sending him tumbling. Once Goku faltered, the floating tree plummeted to the ground. Just as I suspected, Kakarot exhaled, grateful for his keen observation, which allowed him to predict Goku's next move. Landing a precise blow, he leaped forward to Goku's side and delivered a solid punch to his forehead, knocking him unconscious. The ITS over. Captain Ginyu observed the disheveled trio, a smirk playing on his lips. Finally arrived, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform gracefully descended, his signature hairstyle and pure eyes unmistakable. None other than Son Goku. The lengthy mountains of the western wilderness stretched for miles, surrounded by lush greenery, ancient trees swaying gracefully in the wind, and stunningly intricate rocks dazzling the eye, their existence spanning countless years. This moment. The ancient mountains trembled intermittently, as if extraordinary powers were locked in fierce combat, while a few vehicles bearing the Capsule Corporation logo quietly made their way along the rugged paths, deep within the sprawling mountains. Indeed, extraordinary masters engaged in battle, essentially gathering the remaining elite fighters of Earth to confront the extraterrestrial invaders from across light years. The four elder martial masters of Earth fought with all their might, bathed in blue light, desperately resisting the three extraterrestrial beings, feeling immense pressure. However, their martial skills far surpassed those of the aliens, somewhat compensating for the disparity in strength. Yet even so, they could barely hold their ground against Jinyu's elite team, as their combat prowess still lagged by several thousand. Nevertheless, being on Earth, the four Elder Masters soon received an influx of martial artists rushing to their aid, further supported by the president of the Superpower Academy leading a host of superpower users. Although the combined abilities of these martial artists and superpower users did not match the four masters, their wholehearted efforts proved to be the last straw, ultimately overpowering and restraining the three extraterrestrials, casting them to the ground. Hey, you guys, teaming up isn't the act of a true warrior. How about a one-on-one? A bruised and battered Raikum shouted defiantly. We are battling against extraterrestrial invaders of Earth, not engaging in friendly sparring. You should just stay aside. The fiery-tempered elder of the Flying Crane School responded, delivering a slap to his head, exuding a murderous aura. Even if you manage to stop us. Our Captain Ginyu possesses a combat power of over 120,000, far beyond what mere earthlings can handle, gibbered the swollen-faced G's beneath his white hair. Your captain's level is nothing to be concerned about here on Earth. Master Doran, though aged, still held his hands together, albeit panting heavily. Not good. That fellow named Ginyu seems to have become exceedingly terrifying. His aura now intertwines with Bardock's. What has transpired? Bra cautiously sensed the distant energy and suddenly realized that Jinyu's aura had become bizarrely powerful. That alien seems to have exchanged bodies with Bardock, acquiring his combat prowess. However, such strength is beyond our means to contend with and must be left to Master Wutian and his companions. The master of the Tianfeng Lu sect recounted the scene he had just witnessed, leaving the four grandmasters utterly astonished. Indeed, with the presence of Master Wutian and Master Wuming among us on Earth, there should be no cause for alarm. Let us venture forth, and perhaps we may assist them. Grandmaster Xueqiong spoke soothingly to the crowd, as the aura emanating from Bardock that day had truly unsettled them all. Very well then, let us proceed and investigate. Should the need arise, we still have Masters Wuming and others to intervene, provided we remain vigilant against his body-switching technique. The old master Xingyi Lu contemplated for a moment before noticing the head of the Superpower Academy, Battis, and inquired. This body-switching technique must belong to some form of superpower. Battis, as the epitome of Earth's super abilities, do you have any insight on how to counter such a technique? This ability indeed falls under the category of superpowers. However, without having witnessed it firsthand, I cannot ascertain its specific nature. After all, documentation regarding soul-related abilities on Earth is exceedingly sparse. Nonetheless, this skill likely requires two individuals to face each other directly. Battis adjusted his glasses, appearing contemplative yet still arriving at no conclusion. The record of soul-related superpowers on Earth is indeed insufficient. Well, Knowing this is good enough, the master of Xingyi Lu proclaimed, then soared towards another battlefield. With the remaining grandmasters following closely behind, in a different area, amidst towering mountains and craggy rocks. The landscape bore the scars of devastation, with countless trees and shrubs reduced to charred remains, as if subjected to an immensely violent energy surge. Even the once mighty beasts lay lifeless upon the ground. Bardock, what has happened to your body? The arriving giant glanced at Bardock's form, then at Jinyu's, her beautiful eyes flickering with realization as she finally confirmed that it was indeed Bardock's body that had been swapped. Father must have had his body exchanged, son Goku stated, standing before Bardock and the others, his youthful visage still adorned with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Jinyu currently occupying his father's form. Yes, that's so. Bardock. Jin's gaze fixated on Bardock. I accidentally fell victim to his scheme. Bardock felt a tinge of embarrassment as he caught a glimpse of his wife's concerned expression. After a moment's thought, he turned to Goku and asked, "So, Goku, do you believe you can handle this situation?" Have all the scions gathered? How fortuitous. I need not seek you out that I never anticipated that such a hidden nest of scions existed in this small corner of Earth. Jinyu's expression was one of smug confidence. Upon hearing Bardock's query directed at his son, his demeanor shifted to one of incredulity. Have you lost your senses, allowing this inexperienced child to confront me? Well, that's acceptable. Son Goku's expression turned grave as he focused intently on Jinyu, remarking, "This fellow has yet to unleash the latent energy residing within my father's body." What a joke! Jinyu laughed heartily at Goku's steadfast gaze. "You should know that my battle power exceeds 1,000,000. Even King Frieza cannot defeat me without transforming. You really think you can best me?" Goku, Jin's concern for her son was palpable, her anxiety evident. "Mother, you wouldn't want father to remain in this state indefinitely, would you?" "Fear not. I can handle him." Goku turned to her, offering a naive yet reassuring smile. "Very well, but do take care." Although she sensed the surging energy within her son, it was her first time witnessing him in combat, especially against such a formidable opponent, and her heart was naturally heavy with worry. "Rest assured, mother, my brother will be fine." That moment, Kakarot approached Jin, gently grasping her hand, his gaze fixed on Goku, filled with a mix of reluctance and excitement. "Goku, be cautious. That individual possesses the ability to switch bodies," Bardock advised, contemplating the potential danger to Goku. "Understood," Goku replied, his energy flowing steadily within him. Not a hint of it escaping outward, he fixed his golden-eyed gaze upon Jinyu, stating, "Will you revert to my father's body willingly? Or must I give you a beating first?" What a jest! With a mere power level of 360, you think you could defeat me, Captain Jinyu? Jinyu activated his scouter, a series of numbers flickering before finally settling on 360. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly, dismissing the notion that even with hidden power, Goku could pose a threat. "Let us retreat," Master Wutian suggested, observing that he and his companions were too close to Son Goku, concerned that their presence might hinder his battle. "Come now, Jinyu," Son Goku said with a smile, inciting Jinyu's fury. "Go to hell and repent for your foolishness." Jinyu, enraged at being underestimated by a mere scion child, unleashed a torrent of purple energy, his right fist raised, seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. With a resounding bang, Jinyu accelerated to his utmost speed, aiming to obliterate this child who dared to look down upon him. Yet, as he reached the peak of his velocity, a sudden pain shot through his abdomen, and he coughed up blood. "It can't be." Jinyu stared in disbelief at the sight of Son Goku, who had appeared before him without him even noticing. It seemed as though Goku had not moved at all. He had merely sidestepped, delivering a sharp elbow strike that sent Jinyu reeling. "My apologies, but your openings are far too numerous," with a warm smile. Goku applied pressure with his elbow, propelling Jinyu away. "This must be a fluke." Jinyu clutched his stomach, crouching down, overwhelmed with shock. Despite Goku standing still, he had not perceived any movement from his opponent. "Impossible." Jinyu rose suddenly, roaring in madness, a powerful aura erupting around him, shattering the very earth and rendering the nearby masters motionless. Even the drones of Capsule Corporation hovering above were sent into disarray by his overwhelming energy. How terrifying! Even Master Wu Qian found himself taken aback. The sheer magnitude of this energy far exceeded his understanding, though it appeared less potent than the aura Goku had unleashed that day. Teach, this is far from my full strength. Bardock observed Jinyu, who now possessed his body, and felt a sense of disdain. The level of power displayed was simply disappointing. Be careful. Goku, Jin silently prayed. With a sudden bang, Son Goku vanished, charging directly at Jinyu, landing a punch squarely in his abdomen. So, are you still unwilling to exchange bodies peacefully? Goku refrained from exerting his full strength, given that it was his father's body at stake. Receive this, Jinyu staggered back, raising both hands high, a brilliant white light coalescing into a massive energy sphere, the culmination of his might. With a resounding roar, the brilliant light illuminated the mountains, blinding all who beheld it, as rocks and flora crumbled to dust. As the colossal energy sphere dissipated, revealing the orange-clad youth, Goku maintained his innocent demeanor, extending a hand towards Jinyu. Switch, Jinyu shouted, unleashing a violet energy wave from his mouth. In an instant, golden light enveloped Goku, who effortlessly blocked the purple wave with a single hand. Father, Goku called out to the astonished Bardock. Duh. Bardock finally reacted, rushing to Goku's side. With a swift motion, Goku directed the purple energy wave into Bardock's mouth. As the violet light enveloped both Bardock and Jinyu once more, Jinyu's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. No, it can't be. Your battle power exceeds 1 billion. That is absolutely impossible. As the purple light faded, Jinyu's face was a mask of horror, pointing incredulously at Goku, his eyes wide with disbelief. 0.1 billion battle power. Jin's astonishment was palpable. While she had always known her son possessed extraordinary strength, she had never imagined it could reach such terrifying heights. A power level of 1 billion was, to her understanding, an astronomical figure. My body has finally returned. Beside him, Bardock glanced at his own hands, his pupils suddenly constricting as a surge of energy coursed through him, exuding a formidable aura that far surpassed the might displayed by Captain Jinyu when he had possessed Bardock's body moments before. Yet this overwhelming power dissipated in an instant at a battle power of 100 million. Could it be that the endless dread began to creep into Captain Jinyu's heart? His face twisted in fear as he trembled and uttered the legendary Super Saiyan. What? Has that child Goku's power truly surpassed 100 million? How can it feel as though he is yet to reach that level? Even Bardock was taken aback by this revelation. He had sensed that Goku's aura, although powerful, had not breached the boundaries of the universe. He believed his own full strength was merely a few times stronger. Perhaps only around several tens of millions. Impossible. Without transcending the limits of the universe, achieving a battle power of 100 million is absolutely inconceivable to so easily unravel my body change technique. Captain Jinyu glared at Bardock, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Yes, that's so. Your exchange limit is 100 million, then? Perhaps that explains why you are willing to become Frieza's lapdog. Bardock replied coolly, his words striking deep and causing Jinyu to lower his head in silence. Bardock continued, it seems I was indeed correct. Surpassing the 100 million battle power threshold elevates not just the body and soul, but everything else to a new level, enabling feats beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. To think it is the Super Saiyan, this could spell danger even for King Frieza. Jinyu's eyes reflected boundless fear and despair. The Super Saiyan was indeed the strongest warrior, a legend whispered throughout the universe. Bardock suddenly noticed the scouter on Captain Jinyu's EAR.I in a swift motion. He seized it, his gaze filled with complexity as he coldly declared, Frieza, come to Earth if you dare. This shall be your burial ground. With a forceful squeeze, Bardock crushed the scouter to pieces. What is this? Are you speaking to Frieza? Jin looked at Bardock, a rare seriousness enveloping his face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yes, that scoundrel Frieza is using the scouter to monitor his subordinates. He must have heard everything by now and will arrive shortly. Bardock's gaze deepened. Having discerned Frieza's intentions, Akati seems we must prepare in advance. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Master Mutian pondered thoughtfully. Not to worry. If Frieza arrives, I shall handle him myself. The celestial voice echoed as master-wooming. donned in a white martial arts uniform, appeared before everyone, his demeanor serene as if he were an ethereal being. Ah, let me deal with that scoundrel Frieza. Sun Wukong turned to gaze into the cosmos, where his nemesis, the cosmic emperor Frieza, awaited. Can you transform into a golden-haired scion now, becoming a super scion? Master Wuming observed Sun Wukong, sensing a deeper, more restrained aura than before, and inquired, "You mean the super scion?" "Yes, I can reach that state now." Although Sun Wukong was unaware of how Master Wuming knew that the super scion had golden hair, he nodded affirmatively. "Golden hair, super scion? Are you saying that to become a super scion, one must have golden hair?" Bardock was taken aback. He believed that the super scion was merely a level of power few could attain, not realizing it also involved changing hair color. Speaking of which, we could discuss the matter of super scions later. Shouldn't we be deliberating on how to deal with these 5 individuals now? Master Wuming interjected, sensing that their conversation had strayed off course. Bardock cast a glance at the recently arrived baddie, pointing at him as he spoke. "These 5 individuals are aliens with considerable superpowers. I leave them to you and the Research Institute. However, their strength is not insignificant. Should they recover at the Institute, they might pose a significant threat to us," Batty observed Captain Jinyu, shaking his head slowly. "Simple. We shall erase their powers and seal their abilities," Master Wuming declared, enveloped in a blue glow, resembling a divine being, inspiring reverence. "How could this be? Another with battle power exceeding 100 million. What kind of place is this planet?" Jinyu felt an enormous hand descending upon him, sensing his energy being gradually extinguished while his superpowers were enveloped by a layer of energy, leaving him horrified. It was evident that such power had indeed surpassed the 100 million threshold. "I shall also assist in eradicating your nefarious powers," Master Wuming stated calmly, directing his gaze towards the fallen Jisoo, Gudo, and the other 4, as his hand pressed down once more, completely erasing their energy. "Very well, this matter is settled. You may all return. The real battle is yet to come in a few months." The blue light surrounding Master Wuming gradually dissipated, restoring his tranquil demeanor as he addressed the martial arts masters. "Farewell, Master Wuming." The martial artists bid their farewells to Master Wuming, Master Mutien, and the venerable turtle sage before departing. In mere moments, the mountains and plains were cleared of people, leaving only the 3 major martial arts factions and Bardock's family. Notably, the turtle sage's second disciple, Neo Mo Wong, also managed to arrive just in time. By the way, brother I believe your disciple named Jiaozi could also join the Super Ability Academy for further training. I am sure he would benefit greatly from it, Master Wuming suggested to his senior brother. He felt that Jiaozi's martial arts talent was not particularly high, but that his aptitude for super abilities was exceptional. Failing to enroll him in the academy would be a waste. "You need not concern yourself. I have my own arrangements." Turtle Sage nodded nonchalantly, though he was indeed moved. However, he was too proud to admit that he hadn't thought of it himself. Such a confession would never occur in this lifetime. "That must be Tianjin Fan," Master Wuming remarked, eyeing the sturdy man with 3 eyes, nodding in agreement. "Brother your disciple indeed possesses unique qualities. Need you even mention it?" Turtle Sage replied with an air of superiority. "Brothers and Mr. Bardock, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now." Master Wuming bowed to the Turtle Sage, Turtle Hermit, and Bardock before turning to depart, though he felt as if he had forgotten something. Soaring towards West City, Master Wuming suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! I had intended to witness the Super Scion firsthand, yet in the flurry of events, I completely forgot. Alas, it will have to wait until next time. What a pity!" He shook his head, his expression filled with regret. After all, as a former Dragon Ball aficionado, he had longed to witness the legendary Golden Warrior, a desire that intensified upon learning of Sun Wukong's accomplishment. He had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Surely there would be opportunities in the future. Yet, achieving such a level in merely 9 years was indeed remarkable for a child of such peculiarities. Master Wuming's eyes gleamed with wisdom, as if contemplating the reasons behind Sun Wukong's rapid progress in the western wilderness. Neo Wong approached Master Wuming respectfully, bowing as he spoke. "Master Wutian, I have a daughter with considerable martial arts potential. I intend to send her to you for training after some time. What do you think? Very well. Once we ascertain the situation with Frieza, you may bring her to me for assessment, Master Wuming replied, showing a measure of care for his own disciple. Thank you, Master. Now, Master Wuming, Uncle He, and Brother Wufan, I must take my leave. I have a mountain of matters to attend to at my dojo. Neo Wang bowed to the esteemed figures. Indeed, I may visit you in a few days. Be sure to welcome me properly, junior brother, Son Gohan said with a smirk, having shared a bond of both mentorship and friendship with Neo Wang, often caring for him more than he did for the Turtle Sage. Then I shall await your arrival, brother. The imposing figure of the Bull Demon King appeared almost childlike in the presence of Sun Wukong and his companions. He too turned to execute the sky dance technique and took to the air, albeit with a speed that paled in comparison to other martial artists of similar caliber, owing to his considerable size. Hey, Wukong, what exactly is this Super Saiyan with golden hair? At that moment, Bardock gazed at Sun Wukong and finally voiced his curiosity to know. It's just a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong replied, his eyes wide with a delightful innocence as he looked at Bardock. Why not have him transform, so we can see for ourselves? Suggested Master Roshi, equally eager to witness the legendary Super Saiyan Ada. So it is Sun Wukong's golden irises instantaneously reverted to a deep black, and a golden aura flared to life, stirring only a slight breeze that stood his dark hair on end before it was dyed a brilliant gold, while his ebony pupils transformed into a striking emerald, exuding an air of majesty. This truly the Super Saiyan. It doesn't appear to have significantly enhanced his strength, Kakarot observed, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Sun Wukong's completed transformation, feeling no overwhelming surge of power from him. It seems to merely involve standing hair and a change of color. Jai nodded in agreement, unable to sense the terrifying energy concealed within Sun Wukong. No, it is undeniably a qualitative leap. This power is astonishingly formidable, Bardock remarked, his eyes gleaming as he sensed the tremendous energy lurking within that seemingly frail body. It appears you have not only ascended to this realm, but have also completely mastered this power. While I can faintly perceive the immense energy within you, what you have released is nearly negligible. Master Roshi nodded thoughtfully, astounded that a battle power exceeding 1 million could be so thoroughly concealed. I truly did not anticipate that my son would genuinely be a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Jine focused intently and sensed the surging energy within her small son's slender frame, as vast as the ocean itself. A Super Saiyan, you say? Kakarot clenched his fist tighter as he beheld the resplendent Sun Wukong, his aspirations for strength intensifying as he envisioned even greater heights. I have a feeling there must be new levels beyond Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong mused as the golden aura around him dissipated, his emerald pupils once again tinged with gold. Contemplating, he speculated that there might indeed be further tiers above Super Saiyan, reminiscent of a time in another dimension when he glimpsed his own golden-haired self. That can wait for later. However, I am quite curious about how you achieve this Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock inquired, intrigued by his son's contemplation of the next step beyond Super Saiyan. You mean the Super Saiyan transformation? It can be accomplished in a state of rage. Specifically, it seems that each time I transform into a Super Saiyan, I recall the circumstances surrounding it. The first instance was, of course, on Namek when I surpassed my limits out of anger due to Krillin's death. As for subsequent transformations, maintaining a calm state is essential before invoking that anger as a catalyst to initiate the transformation. He continued, illuminating the process as he pointed to his own back, stating, it seems to involve gathering all of one's energy here, and then the transformation occurs. Anger, gathering energy at the back. Bardock appeared skeptical, but reasoned that his son would not deceive him. Thus, he cautiously tried to concentrate his entire energy at his back. Is this correct? Jine glanced between Sun Wukong and Bardock, attempting to channel her energy to her back as well. Despite her pacifist nature, she was still a Saiyan, raised on the legends of the Super Saiyans. However, I feel quite irate right now, Kakarot observed, feeling his anger swell within as he too attempted to gather his energy behind him. Whoosh! Bardock, lost in thought, suddenly felt a faint golden glow emanating from his back. And as his aura surged, it stirred up a tempest, causing his hair to stand on end while a hint of gold mingled with his energy, his pupils gradually fading. Did I just succeed? What happened to the supposed strongest warrior in the universe? Master Roshi stared in bewilderment at Bardock, whose aura was expanding, filled with astonishment at how effortlessly he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Could it really be that simple? Should I give it a try? Master Shun observed Bardock with a serious demeanor, contemplating whether he should attempt it himself. That seems entirely impossible, Jine remarked, realizing that even when concentrating all her energy at her back, it yielded no effect, and she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps my training is still inadequate. Kakarot dispelled his aura, sensing that no matter what, he could not break through his own limitations. Hey, Krillin, what on earth are you doing? Master Roshi's gaze shifted from Bardock to Krillin, who appeared to be straining as though constipated. Master Roshi, I was wondering if I could gather my energy at my back to see if I could break my limits and become a super earthling. Krillin stated, standing straight as he addressed his teacher. And have you tried it? What was the outcome? Master Roshi asked, wiping sweat from his brow as he glanced at Krillin, incredulous at his presumption of being a Saiyan. I did try, but it didn't work, Krillin replied, his face serious yet tinged with embarrassment. Hey, you lot, pay attention and don't end up like that old turtle's disciple, training so hard you ruin your brains. Master Shin scoffed at Krillin, relieved he hadn't chosen him as a pupil. Yes, Master, Tin and the others responded, grateful they had only contemplated the idea and hadn't acted on it, lest they face their teacher's ire. Poof! Suddenly, Bardock, whose aura continued to rise, coughed up blood, his energy collapsing as he sank to the ground. Bardock, are you all right? Jine rushed to her husband's side, her concern evident as she steadied him. But I'm fine. It must be due to my insufficient training. Wukong's method is indeed correct, Bardock said, rising with Jine's support, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. I was too eager for success. However, I can sense that I am not far from that realm. That's good to hear, and I hope you can reach that level before Frieza arrives. Here, take this. Master Roshi produced a green bean from his bag and tossed it to Bardock. This is a Senza bean. Consuming one will restore you, no matter how severe your injuries. Is it truly that remarkable? Bardock mused skeptically, but after tossing the bean into his mouth and chewing, he felt his body rejuvenate to its peak condition, even surpassing his previous state. This was a characteristic of Saiyans. Their cells possessed a memory function, allowing them to store experiences from battles and trials. Once injured and restored, they could utilize those memories to maximize their combat prowess. This is truly an extraordinary item. It can indeed turn the tide in battle. Bardock delightedly reflected on his revitalized state. Indeed, these treasures are a boon from Corinne, who exchanges them annually with the Martial Arts Alliance for various items. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling a sense of joy. Well, the matters at hand are concluded. I must return to my training. Master Shun observed his disciples and then compared them to Sun Wukong and Kakarot. Although the old turtle had not explicitly stated that Sun Wukong was also his disciple, the unmistakable turtle school attire left no room for doubt. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Exclaiming, "You three, return and multiply your training by 10. The cries of despair echoed as the three resignedly followed Master Shun to the training grounds. We shall take our leave as well. Master Roshi bid farewell to Bardock's family and Sun Wufan before turning to depart, while Krillin exchanged farewells with Kakarot and Sun Wukong before following suit. Well, Wukong has now achieved the level of Super Saiyan. Hopefully, we can enjoy some peace at home for a while, Jine mused, observing her three men, particularly her youngest son's bright smile, feeling the clouds of worry that had loomed overhead dissipate, letting out a sigh of relief. Not at all. We still require more rigorous training, Bardock and Kakarot declared in unison. How could they, as father and brother, allow themselves to be surpassed by the youngest member of the family? But it seems there is no longer any danger, Jine remarked. Upon hearing these words, Janae could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. As her gaze shifted, she beheld the solemn expressions of Kakarot and Bardock, their eyes brimming with a glimmer of battle intent as they regarded Goku. Being a Saiyan herself, she quickly grasped the underlying tension and stated, I understand, but I must insist on one thing. You shall not harm my Goku. Bardock and Kakarot exchanged glances, perplexed by the irony of the situation, wondering why such fervent protection was necessary. Huh. Goku erupted into laughter at the sight of his father and Kakarot, his innocent and unblemished smile infectious, momentarily filling the forest with joyous echoes. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant's countenance darkened as he listened to the sounds emanating from the machinery. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound surge of rage, contemplating the notion of arriving on Earth to obliterate that detestable scion into countless pieces. That loathsome monkey, daring to flaunt his power with a battle strength just exceeding 100 million, in 2 months. I shall make you taste the ultimate terror of the universe. That Frieza's gaze was now shrouded in ominous shadows, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, yearning to reach Earth and reduce its inhabitants to ashes. Lord Frieza, should we contact King Cold? There may be a super scion on Earth. Dodoria observed Frieza's demeanor, fear creeping into his heart as he noted the burning intensity in his crimson gaze. Indeed, that Frieza's eyes narrowed coldly upon Dodoria. Regarding him as if he were already deceased, he raised his right hand, pointing a finger at Dodoria, gathering a violet glow that sparkled like distant stars. Zing! The violet beam shot forth, piercing through Dodoria's kneecap. Frieza coldly remarked, "Mr. Dodoria, you must understand that I detest discussions of such trivial matters. Super Scions are ultimately nothing more than a foolish jest. That scion is merely a genetic aberration. Why yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria stammered, half kneeling on the ground, his hands clasping his wounded knee, blood staining his palms as pain twisted his expression. Yet he dared not utter a sound. Humph. So the Scions truly are on Earth, those cunning monkeys. However, a battle power exceeding 100 million is indeed unexpected. Frieza's eyes flickered with cold light as he pondered the peculiar occurrences. A seemingly ordinary planet had birthed a scion with a power level of 1 million, followed closely by another exceeding 100 million, and both were still young to that moment. A sense of dread began to take root within him. Notify all legions to proceed at full speed towards Earth. If we do not arrive within a month, I shall execute the leaders of each legion. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza felt an unsettling strangeness about Earth, prompting him to issue the first order in history that demanded haste. His heart was enveloped in humiliation. To contend with mere science required him, Frieza, the mightiest ruler of the universe aside from the god of destruction Beerus, to alter his plans. "Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria responded, slowly crawling out of the chamber to relay the orders. Unbeknownst to Frieza, a massive planet was barreling towards them along the path of their legions, destined for collision. Time flowed slowly on Earth. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. All martial artists were engaged in rigorous training, ever prepared to confront the legendary cosmic tyrant, Frieza, at this moment, within Bardock's home on Bao Mountain. Only son Wukong and Janae remained, as Bardock had departed for the Martial Arts Alliance to further his training. At the Martial Arts Alliance, equipped with the latest invention from Capsule Corporation, the Gravity Room, along with advanced medical equipment and the aid of Senza beans, he aimed to enhance his energy significantly. Kakarot had accompanied his grandfather to Kame House for deeper training in the Kame style, where a gravity chamber also existed. Master Roshi, being the god of martial arts, had earned a reputation that Kakarot could not overlook. Despite his already high battle power, there was still much to learn from him. After all, Master Roshi possessed 3 centuries of martial arts experience, far surpassing Bardock in knowledge and technique, perhaps even in strength. However, when it came to teaching, 100 Bardocks could not compare with Master Roshi. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, refrained from venturing out for training, as he knew his strength would not see significant improvement in a short period. To truly advance, he required the crucible of fierce battles to catalyze his growth and transcend to a new realm. Thus, he remained in quiet anticipation of Frieza's arrival, hoping fervently that Frieza would grow stronger. For only then could he engage in a true battle that would elevate him further. That Frieza fellow, he mused, surely this encounter would not be so simple. Nevertheless, he felt confident that he could handle him now. Sun Wukong contemplated, sensing that Frieza exuded a perpetual gloom, imbued with malevolence. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Frieza might unleash his wrath upon Earth, even considering confronting him alone. Yet, with his new transformation completed, all seemed manageable. And no matter what devious schemes Frieza might concoct, he was certain he would have ample time to address them. Moreover, he recalled his father's words, indicating that he had also intended to venture into the depths of the universe to challenge Frieza. However, Master Wuming had intervened, seemingly intending to use the Frieza core incident to elevate Earth's martial arts to new heights. Sun Wukong lowered his head, lost in thought, his curiosity piqued regarding the true nature of Master Wuming. Yet, his inherently naive and carefree disposition meant that such curiosity would soon dissipate, for he believed that Master Wuming would not wish harm upon Earth. Strangely, he felt as though something was watching Earth. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful aura that had briefly lingered there. Had he not fused the powers of Super Saiyan and Great Ape, he would have found it nearly impossible to detect. That aura bore a resemblance to that of Ashura. Sun Wukong gazed pensively towards the west, in the vastness of the universe. A colossal planet, resembling a frozen giant, traversed in a logical path, crushing countless stars in its wake without sustaining any damage. Unlike an ordinary celestial body, the planet's core stood a grand hall, where a towering figure sat atop the highest throne, clad in a purple bodysuit enveloped by a yellow garment, adorned with a helmet predominantly of purple hue. He occasionally ingested red capsules, his movements betraying an air of age. Lord Schlag, it appears we are on a collision course with a formidable cosmic army, reported a creature resembling a frog, its entire body a vibrant shade of green. As it bowed before the imposing figure, "Crush them," rasped a voice laced with an insidious power that sent chills down the spine. But that army appears to belong to the evil Emperor Frieza. The amphibian-like creature remained bowed, too fearful to meet the gaze of the lofty king. Upon hearing this, Schlag's eyes narrowed slightly, red lasers shooting forth from his gaze, pinning the frog-like creature to the ground. He spoke again. "Frieza dares to call himself the evil emperor of the universe. With me, the great cosmic king, present, we shall crush them effortlessly. Yes, Lord Schlag, or rather, great cosmic king." The other subordinates present knelt before Schlag, pledging their loyalty, declaring, "Frieza is indeed insignificant before the great cosmic king, the evil emperor of the universe. How unexpected to encounter such a being before my time is up." Excitement ignited within Schlag's pupils, as a plan began to formulate in his mind. Then, let the blood of this evil emperor serve to conclude my conquest of the universe. Alert! A large army has appeared ahead. Should we initiate emergency halt mode? Moments later, alarms blared within the hall, and the intelligence systems relayed protocols for handling the imminent crisis. "Crush them all. Prepare for battle, everyone." Schlag's hoarse voice resonated with a magical authority, echoing through the hall and reaching every soldier on the planet. "Lord Frieza, a planet is hurtling towards us at high speed and may collide with our advanced forces." A green-skinned soldier named Zarbin knelt before Frieza, trembling in fear. "Then shatter that planet to pieces." "Do I need to teach you how, Mr. Zarbin?" Frieza's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Sabo. The emergence of a suspected Super Saiyan stirred a sense of turmoil within him, and he felt increasingly irritable, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Yes, Lord Frieza," Sabo replied, feeling a flicker of flame ignite within him upon meeting Frieza's indifferent gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to flee hastily. Was it merely an ordinary planet? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he observed the planet hurtling towards him on the right screen. An unsettling intuition told him that this celestial body was indeed approaching him, if it truly was headed for me. Frieza's smile grew even more malevolent, his narrowed eyes glinting with a frigid light as his icy voice resonated once more. "I shall make everyone aware of what it means to be the emperor of the universe." Ha ha ha. The chilling, grating laughter echoed throughout the spacecraft, causing Frieza's soldiers below to tremble uncontrollably, for they knew all too well that whenever the laughter of Lord Frieza rang out, it signaled impending torment for someone. In the command room of Frieza's army, Sabo and Dodoria utilized advanced communication devices to issue orders to the various commanders. All forces were to mobilize and obliterate the bothersome planet. In an instant, the ships of Frieza's fleet underwent significant alterations, with Frieza's own vessel remaining at the center while the various squadrons advanced to the forefront, all aiming at the colossal planet barreling towards them. With a resounding whoosh, brilliant white light waves flickered to life, coalescing around the ships in a dense, awe-inspiring display, particularly unsettling for those afflicted with a fear of tight spaces, just as the planet drew near. All light waves were unleashed, enveloping the massive celestial body, transforming the universe into a dazzling expanse of white, breathtakingly radiant. Truly a beautiful spectacle, Frieza thought, though his seemingly entranced smile belied the cold calculation in his eyes. As if swept away by a fierce wind, the light waves dissipated, yet the planet continued its relentless advance, now shrouded in a deep blue protective barrier. With a thunderous crash, the immense planet barreled through several of Frieza's ships, coming to a halt directly before Frieza's forces, acting as an impenetrable shield that brought the entire army to a standstill in the void of space, where remnants of the fallen and wreckage of ships floated aimlessly. "Who is this? It appears that they are indeed targeting me," Frieza mused as he scrutinized the scene outside through the screens within the hull. In truth, even if every soldier in Frieza's army were to perish, not a ripple would disturb his icy heart. However, should anyone dare to provoke his existence, they would face the full brunt of his wrath. All members of Frieza's army, exit the ship. Let us welcome our distant guests. Frieza's gaze was frigid, yet his lips curled into a smile, as if he were truly preparing to greet friends. With a hiss, the top hatch of the spacecraft gradually opened, and countless soldiers clad in standard armor surged into the void of space. With the leaders of the various squadrons standing resolutely at the forefront, Frieza's craft slowly ascended into the cosmos as he regarded the approaching planet, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the planet quaked, a powerful sound reverberating through the air. And in the next moment, a massive door split open upon its surface, unleashing a torrent of soldiers clad in white bone armor, their numbers seemingly rivaling those of Frieza's army. The great universe King Shrag has arrived. And Frieza has yet to make an appearance that a proud figure, muscular and with golden hair, cast a haughty glance at Frieza's forces, uttering words that sent shockwaves through their ranks. The great universe king. You say, such a being exists in this universe. How surprising. Those who had anticipated Frieza to be furious were instead taken aback by his broad smile. Yet, those familiar with him could discern the boundless murderous intent lurking within his eyes. Since it is known, do we bow before Lord Shrag? Another cloaked, diminutive being intoned in a voice that sent chills down the spine. Of course, we must pay our respect. I have long heard of the arrogant fool claiming to be the great universe king in the East Galaxy. Frieza said with a smirk, having heard whispers of such a figure. However, given the vastness of his dominion, they had never crossed paths until now that a flicker of flame ignited at the tip of his finger. In an instant, a colossal energy sphere materialized, overshadowing the entire starry expanse, as Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter. This shall be my gift to the great universe king. While this gift is indeed commendable, what I truly desire is the life of the evil emperor. The frail figure appeared, extending its hand, as an energy sphere extinguished Frieza's fiery orb without a trace. The North Galaxy king, the supreme deity governing the North Galaxy, paced anxiously, his usual authoritative demeanor replaced by palpable distress. This is terrifying. These two combatants have clashed in the North Galaxy, and the situation has become truly dire. The North Galaxy may very well cease to exist. As the North Galaxy king circled the planet in a frenzy, a gorilla and a grasshopper hopped closely behind him. What shall we do? Frieza and Shrag have both appeared in the North Galaxy. Although their conflict will expend considerable power, the North Galaxy might suffer catastrophic damage. The North Galaxy king fretted, aware that the North Galaxy was his jurisdiction. Should calamity befall half the galaxy, he could not possibly explain himself to the Grand Kai or the higher deities. If only I could contact Wu Ming or Wu Qian. The North Galaxy king shook his head, understanding that while these two adversaries possessed remarkable talent, they were still no match for the evil Emperor Frieza or the self-proclaimed great universe King Shrag. It is known that Frieza's power renders the four great Kais powerless. leaving them to watch as he wreaks havoc. Shrag, born with an exceptionally malevolent spirit and far superior strength to ordinary Namekians, is undoubtedly equal to Frieza, deserving the title of Super Namekian. With such formidable opponents, what could Wu Ming and Wu Qian possibly use to counter them? Never mind. I must at least inform them. Otherwise, the battlefield may extend to Earth, and they would be none the wiser. It has been quite some time since I last contacted Wu Ming and the others. The North Galaxy King pondered as the antenna-like appendages atop his head flickered, signaling the beginning of a probe on Earth. In West City on Earth. Due to Bardock's remarkable adaptability, the gravity training facilities provided by the Martial Arts Alliance were no longer sufficient for his further development. Consequently, he accompanied Master Wu Ming to Capsule Corporation, taking residence in the latest gravity chamber devised by Dr. Brief. Now, after 3 months, Bardock's battle power had not seen significant improvement. At least, he had yet to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, his combat strength was steadily approaching 2 million, and perhaps he would reach 2 million or more before Frieza's arrival. As for Master Wu Ming, he too had made considerable progress, engaging in daily training sessions with Bardock while attempting to glean information. However, he discovered that Bardock was far more astute than he had anticipated. In comparison, Goku, Kakarot, seemed nothing like his biological son, leaving him with no choice but to focus solely on his training. Yet his strength had reached an impressive peak, and without the trials of life and death, further advancement was arduous, though his skills had seen some enhancement. Bardock, should we invite your son Goku to join us in training? I believe he could benefit from some training as well. Perhaps he could advance further on the path to becoming a Super Saiyan, making it easier to confront Frieza, Wu Ming suggested, eager to draw closer to Goku and uncover the peculiarities surrounding him. Even if Goku were to join us, I doubt he would make much progress. His training has likely moved beyond this method. It is hard to imagine that boy actually attaining the Super Saiyan transformation, let alone advancing beyond that. Bardock shook his head, sensing that his current strength was insufficient for significant improvement in this environment. Moreover, Goku had already reached the Super Saiyan realm. However, speaking of Goku filled him with a sense of pride. Master Wu Ming was about to say something when suddenly he was jolted, abruptly changing the subject. Lord North Kai, what prompts you to seek me out so suddenly? Wu Ming, the evil Emperor Frieza, and the great universe King Shrag are clashing in the North Galaxy, and their battleground is alarmingly close to Earth. It is likely that their conflict could spill over into your territory. You have any means to address this? A voice resonated in Wu Ming's mind. It was the North Galaxy King, communicating through telepathy from the other side of the Netherworld. What? Frieza is battling Shrag. Wu Ming wore a peculiar expression that left Bardock somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom his intentions. Upon hearing his words, Bardock was taken aback. It was indeed astonishing that there existed individuals bold enough to confront Frieza in the universe. Both of these warriors possessed terrifying power, although Shrag was slightly inferior to Frieza due to his advanced age and frailty. His cunning made him a formidable opponent for Frieza, who would find it challenging to eliminate him. The duration of their battle remained uncertain, and should it reach Earth, one must be prepared. The voice of King Kai resonated once more, further deepening Wu Ming's perplexity. He had waited 3 months for Frieza's arrival, only to learn that a conflict had erupted in the cosmos. However, it seemed that neither of these individuals were virtuous. Frieza's initial aim was to come to Earth. Didn't you know that, Lord Kai? Wu Ming inquired the king. I must admit I haven't focused much on recent events. After all, with you on Earth, I felt at ease. But why would Frieza wish to go to Earth? Is it possible that there are Scions residing there? King Kai, being the guardian of the North Galaxy, could not afford to devote all his attention to Earth. Yet he had heard whispers of Frieza's recent universe-wide manhunt for Scions. Indeed, one of them has even reached the level of Super Saiyan, and I've also experienced significant growth recently. Therefore, if Frieza and Shrag come together, it is not a cause for concern. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before elucidating the situation on Earth to King Kai, as the latter was, after all, his esteemed mentor. Super Saiyan. King Kai's voice trembled with disbelief. Despite his countless years presiding over the North Galaxy, he had only heard of the legendary Super Saiyan, but had never witnessed one firsthand. The revelation of such a figure left him utterly astonished. Yes, thus there is no need for you to worry, for even if Frieza and Shrag come together, we shall manage them. Ideally, they would eliminate each other. Wu Ming sought to reassure King Kai, yet he received no response. Unbeknownst to him, King Kai was entranced. As the highest deity of the North Galaxy, he simply wished for a moment of tranquility. Who were you just speaking with? Bardock inquired, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Wu Ming. Having never known him to possess such abilities. It was Lord King Kai, the deity of the North Galaxy. Wu Ming explained. Having waited in vain for King Kai's reply, he informed me that Frieza and Shrag are battling in the universe. Shrag? Who is that, daring to challenge the evil Emperor Frieza? Bardock mused, admitting he had never heard of such a figure in the cosmos. It is said he is a Namekian, similar to the Guardian. He was dispatched to other parts of the universe during a crisis on Namek. However, unlike the ordinary peace-loving Namekians, he has harbored malevolent power since birth, continuously growing stronger, eventually claiming dominion over the East Galaxy without ever having ventured into the North Galaxy. Hence, you would not know of him. After some contemplation, Wu Ming recalled details about Shrag, transforming into a learned sage, a Namekian capable of battling Frieza. You jest. Bardock's expression conveyed skepticism. He believed the mightiest Namekian could only reach the strength of Nail. A vast chasm separating him from Frieza. Indeed, he is no ordinary Namekian. One might refer to him as a super Namekian, Wu Ming stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Bardock. Much like your Super Saiyan. That makes things rather intriguing, Bardock mused thoughtfully. Let's continue our training. I aim to achieve Super Saiyan evolution before they arrive. Very well. I shall not hold back, Wu Ming proclaimed, his entire demeanor transforming as blue energy enveloped him. Crossing a threshold in an instant, with a thunderous clash, the two formidable warriors engaged in a fierce battle within the gravity chamber, while simultaneously, the room of spirit and time began to gradually deteriorate. Meanwhile, Goku, fresh from his training atop a great tree on Baozi Mountain, leaned back with his hands behind his head, gazing at the vast sky. He could sense the battle between Frieza and another deeply malevolent presence. The strength of that aura was formidable, capable of contending with Frieza for an extended period. Yet as Goku concentrated, he sensed another entity in combat, its life force within steadily dissipating. Forget it, neither of them are virtuous. Goku contemplated, his fingers resting on his brow before he lowered them, suddenly sharpening his gaze toward the distance. Who is this, and why have they gone to Bulma? This energy feels rather sinister. This is not good. Goku remarked, and in an instant his figure blurred before vanishing from sight. The Brief residence. Mrs. Brief paced anxiously, pondering the inexplicable absence of Bulma, who should have returned home by now. What could be the matter? Is Bulma off to Baozi Mountain alone again, or has she ventured into danger? A sense of unease washed over Mrs. Brief, an instinctive feeling that something unfortunate might occur. Doctor, Madam, a sleek new vehicle sliced through space and arrived at the Brief household. A young man emerged, his body stained with blood, his white martial arts uniform tattered and torn. He addressed Mrs. Brief urgently. Miss Bulma has been taken by a terrifying creature. Its power is overwhelming. I stand no chance against it. We must act swiftly. What? Mrs. Brief, already on edge, now appeared even more distressed. She gently chided the martial artist. Look at your injuries. You must tend to them first. Just report it as a work injury. With that, she hurried to the gravity training room to seek out Master Wu Ming. After all, given the creature's fearsome appearance and its ability to injure Bulma's protector so severely, it was evident that this being was far from an ordinary human. Only powerful figures like Master Wu Ming and Bardock could confront such a threat. Nevertheless, Mrs. Brief felt a modicum of reassurance. With Master Wu Ming involved, everything would be fine. Amidst the swirling clouds of the sacred temple, the Earth's guardian leaned upon his staff, surveying the happenings of the mortal realm. Although the martial arts alliance had afforded him some respite over the years, he remained ever vigilant for Earth. Thus, he continued his daily observations of the world below, while Bobo stood silently behind him, fulfilling his duties. The terrifying being that visited Earth last time. A powerful entity from another realm has indeed abducted Bulma. The Guardian was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Ever since Wu Ming's rise, Earth had frequently encountered these bizarre and fearful beings whose essence sent chills down his spine. These must be the fabled denizens of the demon realm. Yet the demon realm is the antithesis of the entire universe. Why would they concern themselves with a mere Earth? What could they possibly want? The Guardian was overcome with dread, feeling a wave of despair as he realized they had attracted the attention of a world as vast as the cosmos itself. This is truly terrifying, especially the malevolence that arose in the year 474 of the Age of Gods. It is suffocating, an adversary beyond defeat, far surpassing even Frieza, as the Guardian's thoughts spiraled into fear. His body trembled, and after a moment, he finally spoke. Fortunately, Wu Ming and Bardock have already intervened. I hope they can vanquish that demon. Earth was plagued by calamities, with the impending arrival of Frieza being just one concern. There were also horrifying entities from other realms lurking. The ancient Guardian sighed, increasingly aware of the burdens placed upon him as the deity of Earth, for he was faced with adversaries of unimaginable power. The source of all this turmoil must lie there. The Guardian's gaze fell upon a distant mountain, where a towering gate stood, exuding an aura of uncanny terror that seemed to defy existence. Yet, as the deity of Earth, he found himself powerless to erase that cursed place. The brief residents, Wu Ming and Bardock, interrupted from their training by Mrs. Brief, were taken aback by her words. They had not sensed the ominous presence that had recently manifested. Hey, Wu Ming, Bardock, the one who abducted Bulma has headed west. Their target must be the Demon Realm Gate. The Guardian's voice rang out above them, illuminating the path for the bewildered duo. The Demon Realm Gate. Wu Ming's pupils constricted, and the next moment his figure leaped into the air, soaring westward like a great bird. The Demon Realm Gate. What kind of place could that be? You seem quite concerned about it. Wrapped in a white aura, Bardock soon found himself racing alongside Wu Ming. It is said to be an exceedingly bizarre place. If Bulma were to be taken inside, many unimaginable events could unfold. Wu Ming tensed, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes. He had ventured through the Demon Realm Gate before, albeit not deeply. For if his intuition was correct, the innermost depths would be a realm of unimaginable terror, where even his former strength would be utterly inadequate. No, even now, facing it would be a perilous endeavor. He had once attempted to destroy the gate, only to be repelled by its eerie aura, suffering significant injuries in the process. Ever since, he had harbored a deep-seated wariness towards this place, the Demon Realm. What sort of domain is that? I have never heard of it before. Bardock, once again bewildered, felt that since arriving on Earth, he had encountered a plethora of new knowledge. The legendary Super Namekian Shrag, Frieza with a power level exceeding 1 million, and now this mysterious Demon Realm Gate. As Sun Wukong sensed the presence of a black figure rushing into the gate amidst the mountains of the west, he barely had time to react before the massive gate had already closed behind it. What a despicable fellow to have escaped. Sun Wukong gazed at the imposing gate, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He had nearly caught up with that demonic figure, only to have been careless, allowing the villain to abduct Bulma. Assessing the figure, it did not resemble the Azura he had encountered previously. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong prepared to approach and push open the great door. Is that Dad and Teacher Wu Ming? Have they come too? As he spoke, Sun Wukong took a step back, patiently awaiting the arrival of his father and Teacher Wu Ming. Whoosh, Bardock and Teacher Wu Ming crossed the vast expanse of space at lightning speed. Stirring up a whirlwind of dust, they came to a halt, taking in the sight of a towering mountain. Beneath it stood a colossal stone door, approximately 4 meters high, with 2 panels that swung outward, intricately adorned with bizarre and wondrous patterns. That moment, one panel was firmly locked, while the other stood ajar, obstructed at an angle by a sharp sword. Before that sword stood a child of about 8 or 9 years old, clad in orange, with a hairstyle reminiscent of crab. None other than Sun Wukong himself. Dad, Teacher Wu Ming, you both felt it too? Sun Wukong gently approached them, his innocent smile returning to his face as he continued. But it's a pity I couldn't catch up to that fellow. Indeed, this adversary might pose a significant challenge. Teacher Wu Ming nodded earnestly, his gaze fixed on the ominous gate, which appeared to hunger for souls like a demon. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. I sense a formidable enemy lies within. Thus, I shall enter alone. You too should return. Sun Wukong carefully assessed the gate and its ominous aura. Feeling as though he stood at the threshold of hell, an unfathomable abyss that required utmost caution. Even for him, in a way, I cannot allow you to go in alone. Bardock instantly rejected the notion. Indignant, not out of any other reason, but simply because he felt powerless to assist his son. Wukong, have you already achieved Super Saiyan 2? Teacher Wu Ming suddenly inquired, a thought sparking in his mind as he regarded Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 2? What is that? Is it an evolution beyond Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong responded, his expression one of confusion, his pure gaze devoid of any impurities, as if he had never encountered such a concept. Ah, it's nothing. If you choose to go, just be extremely cautious, for there may be enemies far stronger than Frieza within, Teacher Wu Ming advised gravely, even though he was reluctant to admit it. He recognized that Sun Wukong had likely surpassed both him and Bardock at this point, given that he had detected the infiltrating demon clan before they did. Far stronger than Frieza, you say? Sun Wukong, undaunted, exhibited a spark of battle intent in his eyes, seemingly eager for a confrontation with such a formidable foe. If you decide to go, that's fine, but promise me this. Whether or not you can save Bulma, you must return safely. Bardock contemplated for a moment, ultimately choosing not to hinder Wukong, nor insist on accompanying him, but instead gently ruffled his son's hair, feeling a profound sense of emotion. Rest assured, I will return with Bulma unharmed. Sun Wukong beamed at Bardock, drawing the sword effortlessly from its position. In the next moment, the great door slowly creaked open, releasing a foul, decaying odor that was almost nauseating. Take this pouch of senzu beans with you. Remember, if you sense danger, return immediately. We still have the dragon to rely on as a last resort, Teacher Wu Ming said, unfastening the pouch from his waist and tossing it to Sun Wukong. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wu Ming, Sun Wukong replied, weighing the pouch in his hands. It was surprisingly heavy before tying it to his waist and stepping into the boundless darkness. Now Bardock closed the door, otherwise we risk allowing evil beings to infiltrate Earth. Teacher Wu Ming remarked, watching as Sun Wukong's figure gradually faded into the shadows. I wish to remain here for a while, Bardock stated, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction Sun Wukong had taken. Suit yourself. If Bulma hasn't been taken to the demon realm, he should return swiftly. Wu Ming nodded in acknowledgement of Bardock's decision, realizing that with Sun Wukong's strength, as long as he did not encounter the Demon King Depura, he would likely be able to handle the rest. Teacher Wu Ming, after this, let us engage in a serious spar. I wish to push my limits further. Bardock turned to Wu Ming, his eyes filled with desire and fervor. He was determined to not be a hindrance to his son, for he was a scion, proud of his heritage. You wish to undergo a transformation through this. Teacher Wu Ming regarded Bardock with a serious expression. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in surpassing the 1 billion power level, having labored for 200 years to barely breach that threshold, while scions possessed innate gifts far beyond those of Earthlings. Transcending to Super Saiyan or breaking the 1 billion barrier remained a formidable challenge. Sun Wukong, despite his deep-rooted training through various realms, took considerable time to reach around 3 million in power, yet still struggled to transform into a Super Saiyan. Had it not been for Krillin's sacrifice, awakening the dormant energy through fury, it would have been even more difficult for someone as gifted as Sun Wukong to breach that barrier. Prince Vegeta, despite his formidable talent, was only able to transcend 1 billion after relentless training, driven by the pain of being surpassed by Sun Wukong and the fear of his own demise. For Wu Ming himself, it was no different. Upon reaching over 3 million in combat power, he could have potentially achieved around 35 times the realm of martial arts. Yet he remained unable to breach the 1 billion barrier. Even suffering injuries in the process, it took decades of accumulation and the pressure from Frieza to finally surpass that limit. Indeed, I cannot accept this. Bardock's gaze turned distant, his voice low yet resolute. As Sun Wukong stepped into the Demon Realm gate, he was immediately assaulted by an overwhelmingly foul stench, reminiscent of decayed remains buried for millennia, causing his stomach to churn. Furthermore, he could sense the atmosphere was incredibly thin. Yet the scant air was suffused with an intense heat that disoriented the mind. He could even faintly perceive that the aura within the demon realm was exerting an influence upon him. Though the effect was minimal, it was palpable, as if the entire realm were repelling him. Something feels different. With a slight furrow of his brow, Sun Wukong recalled that he had visited this place in his previous life during his childhood. However, the sensation he experienced upon entering this time was entirely different. To be precise, this visit was accompanied by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that far surpassed what he had encountered before. The nauseating stench was magnified several times, and it was only thanks to his extraordinary experiences that he could endure it. Sun Wukong stepped lightly across the lengthy, dark corridor, and as he emerged, the demon realm came into view. He glanced around, only to find the desolation mirrored that of his former life, the vast expanse devoid of any plant life. Instead, it lay in charred blackness, beneath a blood-red moon that cast an ominous glow over the barren land and decaying mountains. It seemed that the presence of Bulma and that other individual had vanished. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed slightly as he attempted to locate their energies, only to be astonished to discover that he could sense neither of them in this world. Whether it was Bulma or that devilish creature, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. This suggested that they had already departed from this area, complicating matters considerably. With a frown of concern, Sun Wukong surveyed the utterly desolate landscape around him, pondering where he should go next. Well, there's no other option. I might as well inquire with that Azura. Perhaps this mischief is the work of that individual. Sun Wukong placed 2 fingers on his brow, attuning himself to the strongest aura in the vicinity, and suddenly his pupils constricted as he vanished from his original spot. I thought I saw someone here just a moment ago. A deep voice resonated, as a tall figure gradually materialized at the spot where Sun Wukong had just departed. Beneath the crimson moonlight, his features became discernible, a being with blue skin, clad in simple attire. Adorned with 2 horns protruding from a blue head, his visage fierce, wielding a massive It must be your imagination. I've been watching this place closely, but if there were someone here, how could I possibly miss it? A lithe figure emerged from the mist, her back turned, obscured by the blood-red light. She continued, "You ought to keep a vigilant watch, or else the demon lord may take action against our realm. Rest assured, I am merely concerned about the possibility of someone entering the demon realm." The blue-skinned giant spoke earnestly, his expression laden with a hint of fear, as if he were deeply apprehensive of the demon lord. Indeed, ever since the demon king visited Earth years ago, we have not known a moment's peace. We must frequently prepare to receive the demon lord, and it is uncertain when this will end. I truly long for the days of yore. The lithe figure sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation, for it was indeed the command of the demon king, within the Azura Palace, the ruler of the Earth demon realm. Azura had just seen off the demon lord returning from Earth. He returned to the grand hall, seated upon a throne adorned with animal hides, casually embracing a demoness pouring wine beside him. He watched with keen interest as the demon dancers below swayed gracefully, while he swirled a metallic cup filled with crimson liquid, his right hand roaming over the body of the woman beside him, exuding an air of indulgence. However, the demon lord had merely returned with a trivial earth woman, yet it had resulted in injuries. What kind of formidable beings existed in the outside world? Azura's hand continued its movements, but his mind was occupied with thoughts. The fact that the demon lord had been injured on Earth genuinely astonished him. After all, this was a being personally selected by Lord Dabura, the king of the entire demon realm, chosen to serve the demon king. Yet such a powerful entity had been harmed on mere Earth. Moreover, it seemed he had barely escaped with his life, returning directly to the demon realm, seemingly indifferent to the usual chaos. This was truly hard to believe. Azura, what are you pondering? Azura, lost in thought, inadvertently halted his actions, neglecting the dog-headed demon who had come to offer him a drink, much to the latter's surprise. Have I done something wrong? Why am I being treated this way? Oh, it's nothing. I just find these days rather dreary. Azura raised his cup, the crimson liquid spilling over as he drank deeply, exhaling a sigh that we had already departed from the demon realm, residing upon this desolate planet, believing we could indulge in joy and tranquility. Yet, It is astonishing that this peculiar planet has drawn the Demon King's attention, preventing us from finding peace. Actually, it is because you, Azura, have been too indecisive. The Demon King has sent more and more individuals to scout Earth over the years, indicating that there must be something of significant interest to him. That if you could conquer Earth, would it not be a great accomplishment? Surely, you would be rewarded with favorable territories from the Demon King, allowing you to enjoy happiness and serenity. The dog-headed demon's eyes glinted with a cunning light as he proposed this to Azura. Earth? Azura's expression turned peculiar, shaking his head as he replied. Even Carrick and his son suffered calamities on Earth, ultimately meeting their demise. While I believe my strength is not inferior to theirs, I do not possess the confidence to eliminate them. Moreover, Azura trailed off, slowly shaking his head. What a joke! Even the renowned Demon Lord had been injured on Earth. How could a mere Azura dare to venture there, lest he be obliterated in an instant? However, the dog-headed demon's large eyes seemed to spark with insight, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly realized that someone had appeared before him, causing him to recoil in alarm. It has been a while. Azura. At that moment, Azura also regained his composure, lightly slapping the ground and propelling himself several feet away. His expression one of shock as he regarded the newcomer, a child no taller than 1 meter 20 or 30, clad in an orange martial outfit, with a hairstyle resembling a crab and eyes brimming with clarity, appearing to be around 10 years old. Who are you? Upon seeing that the figure before him was a child, Azura's taut nerves began to relax. Since he was just a child, perhaps he was someone captured by his subordinates who had now escaped. It was understandable that he had not noticed earlier, and Azura reassured himself that I am son Wukong. The boy in the orange martial outfit regarded Azura calmly, then continued, I would like to ask if you have seen Bulma. She was accompanied by a creature covered in lumps with wings, who seems to possess 2 heads. Bulma. Azura admitted he had never heard that name before. When Wukong mentioned the latter individual, he felt a flicker of familiarity, pondering where he might have encountered someone like that before. Could it be that he is referring to the Demon Lord Tesla? The dog-headed demon's expression changed dramatically at that moment. The beauty of the Demon Lord Tesla, with her exquisite demonic form, might indeed appear as mere lumps to the mundane human eye, and possessing 2 heads, she far exceeded the vitality of ordinary demons or humans. Was this not the hallmark of the Demon Lord Tesla? Demon Lord Tesla. Is that the name of this strange creature? Son, Wukong murmured to himself before inquiring once more, where has that fellow gone? I can sense that he is no longer in this vicinity. Hey, how dare a mere human come to the demon realm and cause trouble, even daring to slander the Demon Lord? Upon hearing Son, Wukong mention the name of the Demon Lord Tesla, the demons below immediately rose, roaring at Wukong, their actions and tone devoid of any reverence. Humph, human, you would do well to leave quickly. I can pretend none of this ever happened. Otherwise, you may bring calamity upon the entire Earth. At this moment, Azura also regained his composure, weighing his options, and ultimately refrained from directly attacking the child before him. His instincts honed over the years told him that this child was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Hey, I am asking you, where has that Tesla taken Bulma? Son Wukong's expression grew serious, his tone heavy with urgency, having witnessed those dear to him leave one by one in the interstices of various worlds. He placed greater value on familial and friendly bonds this time. Bulma was among his closest friends, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. Haha, what a joke. A mere human dares to question me. In an instant, Azura's anger flared. After all, he was a ruler in his own right, and such a young child dared to speak to him in this manner, a blatant affront to his authority. Now tell me, where exactly did Bulma go? Hurry up. Son Wukong's gaze turned icy, his patience wearing thin. Time was of the essence, and he was increasingly concerned about Bulma's safety, his tone growing sharper. Whoosh, upon hearing this. Azura's expression darkened considerably, though he was wary of the sudden appearance of this child. However, how could the mighty Azura king truly fear a mere child? With his right arm extended, spiral waves of energy coiled around his entire being. Seemingly condensing immense power, he launched a punch towards Son Wukong. Bang! That seemingly terrifying spiral-encased fist was effortlessly halted by a single finger of Sun Wukong. Not advancing an inch further, it appeared that without engaging in battle, this troublesome individual would not speak honestly. Sun Wukong applied a gentle yet firm pressure with the tip of his finger, deflecting the Asura's punch aside, and suddenly clenched his right fist, delivering what seemed to be an ordinary blow to the Asura's abdomen. Boom! That seemingly mundane punch sent the Asura crashing into the palace wall. Embedding him within it, he appeared disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of shock as he stared wide-eyed at the child before him. In that instant, a horrifying realization dawned upon him. How dare one show disrespect to Lord Asura? The demons below, whether due to innate ignorance or some other reason, displayed no fear upon witnessing Sun Wukong's punch sending the Asura into the wall. Instead, they charged forward with reckless abandon. Charge! Various demons rushed forth, emanating an aura that was utterly nauseating. Sun Wukong's gaze turned cold as he suddenly exuded a vast energy, stirring up endless winds and clouds, causing the multitude of demons to stagger and falter. Was it possible that this was the same Asura whose entire being was wrapped in spiraling waves? Just as he was about to strike Sun Wukong again, he sensed that overwhelming aura, swift as a tempest and fierce as thunder. Even the grand hall shook with the force of it. For himself, he found it hard to breathe, kneeling on one knee, utterly astonished as he looked at Sun Wukong, stammering, "The Earthling has injured Lord Tesla. Indeed, it was I who injured that audacious individual who dared to abduct Bulma, though I had not anticipated that he possessed skills such as instantaneous movement." Allowing him to escape, Sun Wukong's overwhelming aura continued to rise, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he had exerted no effort at all. He glanced at the Asura and inquired further. "Tell me swiftly, where did that pockmarked fellow take Bulma?" "Very well," the Asura replied, a chill smile flickering across his lips. The sight of this formidable child, capable of injuring the messenger of the Demon King, Tesla, combined with his previous punch, compelled the Asura to reconsider. After all, such a figure was certainly not someone like him could contend with in the demon realm. Struggling against the immense pressure of Sun Wukong's aura, he trembled as he spoke. "Lord Tesla took the Earthling girl to the demon realm. However, I advise you against going there. It is a graveyard for the powerful. In the universe you inhabit, there should be no one capable of challenging the Demon King." The mention of the Demon King sounded formidable indeed. Sun Wukong's clear eyes held no trace of fear. Rather, there was a glimmer of excitement. He replied slowly, "Then, where exactly is this demon realm you speak of? Do you truly wish to go?" The Asura's expression was peculiar. It was the first time he had heard someone express eagerness to venture to the demon realm. He knew all too well that to beings from the other world, the demon realm was a place of utter filth. Most importantly, any powerful individual from the other world, upon being slain by a demon realm's denizen, would find their soul unable to escape to the underworld, subjected instead to endless suffering and torment. Well, I'm quite interested in meeting such an individual, especially since he has abducted Bulma. Sun Wukong said no more, merely dissipating his aura and nodding earnestly at the Asura. "Very well," the Asura said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If you wish to court death, then do not blame me." He pointed northward. "At the end of that path lies a cave, and beyond that cave is the road to the demon realm. That's so?" "Thank you." Sun Wukong's gaze swept toward the north, as if he had traversed through the palace and glimpsed the distant scenery. He sensed a thicker aura there, and in the blink of an eye, his figure flickered away from the grand hall, his departing words lingering in the air. "Until we meet again, Mr. Asura." What a terrifying individual indeed. The Asura, still shaken, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, readjusted his appearance, and returned to his grand beast-skin throne, signaling a servant to pour him wine, while inwardly reflecting, "What a pity he is somewhat foolish to head directly to the demon realm. It is a waste of his life. This mere human truly believes he can rival the Demon King." The revelry continued. That fellow named Sun Wukong actually dared to venture alone into the demon realm. A path to certain doom that, as the Asura King gazed upward, He noticed the demons below wore puzzled expressions. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the festivities to continue. Indeed, no matter how formidable that boy may be, he could not possibly contend with the Demon King, the strongest in all the demon realm, one who could instill fear even in the gods. The crowd of demons erupted into a cacophony, seemingly to suppress their earlier trepidation. The Azura grasped his wine cup, only to find his hand trembling, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. He downed the drink in one gulp, placing the cup on a nearby stone, and rose to return to the inner hall. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, preoccupied with thoughts of Bulma, had already traversed countless distances, heading towards the northernmost point. The blood moon hung low, casting its light upon towering mountains. And his figure finally paused at the mountain's edge, gazing softly at the surrounding peaks. The aura here seemed even more intense and acrid. This must be the place. Sun Wukong focused intently, locating the source of the energy, which lay amidst the encircling mountains. There flowed a river of crimson, and behind it stood a cave that Sun Wukong's entire being radiated a white flame, gradually transforming into a protective aura that enveloped him. Isolating him from the oppressive heat, he crossed the blood-red stream and entered the cave. Instantly, it felt as though he had stepped into a place of unending torment. Darkness enveloped him, and an overwhelming dread pressed upon him. Yet, Sun Wukong remained oblivious, his clear pupils shining with an indelible brilliance. Even in the gloom, he walked slowly, unaware of how much distance or time had passed. Outside the Azura Palace, Bardock had been waiting alone for 3 days and nights. During that time, a few demons had attempted to wreak havoc in the human realm, but he had dispatched them effortlessly, yet he had not awaited Sun Wukong's return. Wukong, could it be that you truly... Bardock felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart. His young son, despite bearing many secrets, was still his son. With the terrifying energy akin to that of a Super Saiyan, he could not bring himself to believe that Sun Wukong had met his end so easily. Bardock, do not despair. Wukong may not necessarily be in peril. A deep voice interjected, resonating with a power that could soothe the soul. It was Master Wuming, returning once more. Seeing Bardock's dejected demeanor, he felt compelled to offer comfort. It is said that time flows differently in the demon realm compared to our world. 1 year in our universe equates to only a day or a month there. Is that true? Bardock's face brightened with a glimmer of hope as he inquired of Master Wuming. He could hardly believe that his son, who had transcended the boundaries of a Scion to become the strongest warrior in the universe, could be so easily vanquished. Indeed, it is true. Time and space in the demon realm are indeed distinct from the mundane world. Though the reasons elude me, Master Wuming nodded. He had some understanding, but lacked detailed knowledge. He had merely overheard the king of the worlds mention it in passing, without delving deeper, as it was said to be a secret of the divine realm. Such a notion indeed provided an explanation that if a day there equated to a year here, then although 3 days had passed here, perhaps little time had elapsed there. Bardock, having been to the room of spirit and time, nodded thoughtfully, his eyes rekindling with hope. Yet moments later, he appeared somewhat troubled, saying, "But what if the child is gone for several days? How am I to explain this to Jine? That is your concern." Master Wuming shook his head, revealing an expression of helplessness, though he refrained from disclosing that the differing flow of time indicated he had likely gone to the demon realm, where countless powerful beings resided, including the first and strongest, Demon King Dapula, whose power was comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Very well, I must return. What a hassle, Bardock sighed. Bardock shook his head, yet ultimately decided to return and inform Jine. Lest she be troubled. By the way, if Goku has not returned after 2 years, we shall embark on a quest to collect the Dragon Balls. With the Shinran present, even the deceased may be resurrected. Wuming, observing Bardock as he prepared to push open the gates of the demon realm to return, offered a reminder. Such a thing truly exists in this world. Bardock's expression was one of astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that such a miraculous phenomenon could allow one to rise from the dead. Well, in due time, come seek me for training again. Your limits should be nearing, Wuming stated, turning to take flight, as he too required practice, striving to surpass Goku before his return. Thank you. Upon hearing of the Shinran, Bardock felt a weight lift from his heart. His steps quickened, and he floated gracefully into the air. A white aura enveloping him as he set his course towards Baozi Mountain in the demon realm. Goku felt the world spinning around him. His vision swept through an endless darkness, until suddenly, a blue light pierced through, revealing a new world. Is this the demon realm? But how shall I return? Goku mused, surveying his surroundings, towering mountains and unique trees blanketing the ground, yet the cave he had come through was nowhere to be found. However, this demon realm possesses a distinct beauty. Goku inhaled deeply. Although the air remained unpleasant, it lacked the nauseating stench he had encountered earlier. Yet the demonic energy was overwhelming, far surpassing anything he had experienced. And the scenery was infinitely superior to that of the Azura-S realm. The vegetation bore a strikingly different hue, with a crimson sky and a verdant earth, presenting a rather peculiar sight. I should seek out Bulma. Goku's gaze sharpened as he placed his fingers on his forehead, gradually dispersing his aura to locate the energy of someone named Tulas. After all, Bulma's energy was far too weak for him to detect easily. Found it! Yet this individual was accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Goku furrowed his brow, trembling slightly as he remarked, unprecedentedly powerful. Could this be the so-called Demon King? Indeed, a formidable being, far surpassing Frieza. No, even 17 and 18 pale in comparison. I truly feel a thrill of excitement. Goku's face lit up with joy, but moments later, he calmed himself and said, however, this time it is to rescue Bulma. It would not be wise to engage in battle with him while carrying Bulma. Oh well, there will always be opportunities in the future. With a swift motion, the orange figure vanished from sight, breaking through the confines of space to arrive at the heart of the demon realm. At the center of the demon realm stood a magnificent colossal city, the residence of the supreme ruler of this realm, known as the Demon King. Towering above, the Demon King's castle resembled a demonic head with a gaping maw, within which resided the Demon King Depura, the utmost sovereign of the demon realm. Inside the grand hall, various demon soldiers stood at attention, while the walls were adorned with grotesque writings and illustrations, distinctly different from Earth style, evoking a sense of dread. Upon the opulent throne lounged a tall figure clad in azure attire, his exposed red-hued muscles and terrifyingly peculiar visage adorned with a hint of stubble, while elongated ears bore fleshly horns, draped in a gray cloak, his face perpetually exuding confidence, embodying the aura of a true king. Is this the individual you brought back? The Demon King, seated upon his elevated throne, surveyed his subordinate Tulas with an amused glint in his eyes, noting the purple, corpulent form embellished with black patterns, complete with meaty wings and cradling a violet-haired girl of around 12 years. Indeed, my lord. Tulas handed the girl to an attendant nearby and bowed respectfully to the Demon King that I instructed you to capture some martial experts from Earth to ascertain the current state of the planet. Yet you bring back a mere child? The Demon King maintained his eerie smile as he regarded Tulas, his dark golden eyes glimmering with magical intensity. This little girl is no ordinary child. She is the daughter of the largest conglomerate on Earth and has significant ties to the individual you have been monitoring, wombing. Tulas knelt on one knee, earnestly addressing the Demon King that I wonder how that planet fares. It is the palace reserved for me. Depura, if it develops to my liking, I shall incorporate it into the realm of demons. The Demon King nodded, recalling that he had scouted Earth 300 days prior, finding it still in a primitive state. Nonetheless, that planet piqued his interest, particularly a certain man who seemed privy to many hidden truths. He had even contemplated annexing Earth into his dominion. Ultimately, it was his sister who advised him to bide his time, awaiting a suitable opportunity to conquer Earth. Thus, over the years, he had occasionally dispatched individuals to Earth to gather intelligence, mostly resorting to the occasional abduction of Earthlings rather than outright invasion. Is Earth particularly vibrant now? As he turned a corner, a graceful figure emerged, clad in a form-fitting red and black ensemble that accentuated her curves, her long white hair cascading over a strikingly beautiful face with slightly bluish skin. Her light blue fingers gently tapped Bulma's head, eliciting a vibrant smile. What is this, Tawa? Have the individuals you mentioned finally appeared? Depura inquired, gazing at the woman with curiosity, aware that his sister was the most accomplished sorceress of the demon realm. Possessing many incredible abilities, even glimpsing fragments of the future, they have indeed appeared, and not just one. It seems the waters of Earth are becoming increasingly murky. How fascinating! Tawa's lips curled into a sweet smile, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. You mentioned humans capable of contending with the gods, but do they truly exist? Depura chuckled, shaking his head. He had no faith that ordinary humans could aid him against deities. After all, even he, as the Demon King, was relegated to a corner by the 5 Kaioshin. Although only one of those 5 remained, it was said that destroyer gods still roamed the universe, beings far beyond his capacity to confront. Perhaps Tawa nodded gently, acknowledging that she could only occasionally glimpse fragments of the future, derived from memories of that individual named Wooming. However, due to limitations in her magical power, she could only perceive snippets. This very reason fueled her immense interest in Earth, ultimately leading her to determine that she would incorporate Earth into the demon realm as a means to confront the gods. What is this? Did you not previously express unwavering confidence? Depura noted his sister's sudden hesitation, feeling a pang of displeasure. The future I glimpsed seems to diverge from the present. Why are Kakarot and son Goku 2 separate individuals? Tawa's face briefly reflected confusion, but it vanished as confidence returned to her charming features. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. I must continue my research on certain magics, and take my leave for now. And dear brother, during my glimpse into that fragment of the future, I saw that during my absence, an evil sorcerer attempted to control you, so do exercise caution. Tawa picked up Bulma, preparing to return her to Earth. After all, this little girl was to be half of the future's protagonist, and she seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily to send a thought to Depura. You lot, quickly return Bulma to me. Depura smirked, pondering what manner of sorcerer would dare attempt to control him, the Demon King, a fool who does not know his place. Just as he was about to speak, a voice broke through the calm, infused with a torrent of power. A mere child dares to stir trouble in the demon realm. Depura's gaze shifted from his sister Tawa to the front, where he beheld a child of about 8 years. Donned in an orange martial arts uniform, his hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, a tail swaying behind him, presenting an unexpectedly adorable sight, prompting a teasing remark that, "Oh, Goku!" Tawa exclaimed, turning to see the child before her. Astonished, "How did you arrive in the demon realm at this juncture?" "Hey, you're a woman, right? Quickly return Bulma to me." Goku locked eyes with Bulma in Tawa's arms, speaking earnestly, "My lord, that child once injured me on Earth." Tulas approached Depura, whispering to him, "What a disgrace. As an elite of my demon realm, you were bested by such a small child." Depura emitted a cold snort, seemingly displeased as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong. The young girl, Tova, turned her eyes, contemplating something unknown. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a flurry of fists before her. Swiftly retreating, she suddenly sensed a lightness in her hand, and upon focusing her gaze, she discovered that Bulma had already fallen into the hands of the opponent. It appeared that there was indeed some strength behind this. Depura observed Sun Wukong below, his pupils contracting slightly. Such power was remarkable. Even within the entire demon realm, only about 100 could reach such a level. The Demon Moon Envoy, the Demon Spirit Envoy, the Demon Hell Envoy, and Depura's gaze lingered on the recently returned Tesla. His lips twitching involuntarily as he spoke, "Demon Guide Envoy, you may take a breather. The 3 of you decide who will entertain the little girl." Turning to the peculiar trio, Sun Wukong caught sight of a figure clad in purple, with azure skin and a crescent moon adorning his head, the Demon Moon Envoy. Next was a robed figure with a long blue beard trailing to the floor, the Demon Spirit Envoy. Lastly, the Demon Hell Envoy, with crimson skin, a single horn atop his head, and eyes as deep as the abyss, resembled a specter from the underworld. Little brother, you possess quite the audacity, but it is rather inconvenient for you to hold this young lady. Perhaps you should hand her over to your elder sister. Although Tova was snatched from Sun Wukong's grasp, she remained unfazed, smiling sweetly. With a subtle motion of her hand, a surge of black light enveloped the space. And in the next instant, Wukong felt a lightness once more. Bulma had returned to Tova's grasp. Bulma. Sun Wukong's figure surged forward, his aura erupting like a tempest. Hey, little brat, your opponent is right in front of you. Just as he was about to charge, a figure abruptly blocked his path, seizing his fist. None other than the Demon Moon envoy with emerald green hair. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted in anger, his golden pupils shining brighter. As flames of energy began to burn with a hint of gold around him, he forcefully broke free from the Demon Moon envoy's grasp, then swiftly pivoted to deliver a kick. Boom! The Demon Moon envoy, a messenger of the demon realm, was not weak. He quickly retaliated, his arm colliding with Wukong's thigh. "Oh, is this your full strength? Not bad. It must be the strongest power from your world. Yet, it is entirely insufficient to wreak havoc in the demon realm." The Demon Moon envoy's lips curled upwards, his appearance masculine, yet his voice resonating with a soft, feminine timbre. "This will suffice to deal with you." Sun Wukong's aura blazed fiercely, gradually shifting to a golden hue as he engaged the Demon Moon envoy in a rapid exchange. The immense force radiating outward, causing the surrounding stone pillars to become pockmarked. Ha! Their fists collided with tremendous force, the impact radiating from their forms and sending tremors throughout the entire hall. Da-da! Their hands clasped tightly, competing against each other's energy. However, Sun Wukong ultimately found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. "Little brother, this won't do. Your opponent hasn't even exerted their full power," seemingly sensing Sun Wukong's impending defeat. The Demon Moon envoy appeared exceedingly pleased. "Yes, that's so." A subtle smirk graced Sun Wukong's lips as his golden pupils flickered out of sight, yet the flames around him intensified, adorned with hints of gold. In an instant, the golden radiance blazed forth like the sun, causing his black hair to rise, transforming into golden locks, while a glint of coldness emerged in his eyes, now a striking emerald green. Endowing him with an air of aloofness, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! With merely a slight exertion of force, the transformed Sun Wukong sent the Demon Moon envoy flying, following up with a powerful kick that sent the envoy hurtling through the Grand Hall. Now, let the second round begin. Sun Wukong stood resolutely in the center, his golden form radiating power, while his emerald gaze swept across the hall, exuding an aura far beyond what it had been moments earlier. Even Depura, the formidable demon king, was taken aback. The great demon realm, once the most sinister place in the universe, was now invaded by a mere child of the Saiyan race. Chaos erupted once more, and the long quiet demon realm was thrust back into battle. A figure burst forth from the crumbling castle, suspended in mid-air, its crescent-shaped eyes widening in disbelief as it beheld the castle below, through shattered gaps revealing a dazzling golden light. What a terrifying child, yet this is precisely the kind of personality I admire. The Demon Moon envoy extended his purple tongue to lick the black blood from the corner of his mouth. And with a delicate flick of his fingers, the moonlight began to coalesce, ultimately forming a crescent moon. Go. The crescent, imbued with purple light, danced in the Demon Moon envoy's hand, and in an instant, he propelled the purple moonlight back into the castle. Inside the hall, Sun Wukong's diminutive frame was bathed in golden light. Transforming his hair and tail into shimmering gold, he stood firm, and in a fleeting moment, his once fierce aura began to temper into a more contained form. Ha! Sun Wukong's gaze shifted slightly, spotting the purple moonlight. His body trembled as a golden aura morphed into a small dragon, shattering the moonlight. In the next instant, he shot forth, his right fist clenched, striking the air with a dazzling golden light, manifesting a figure that was again propelled through the Grand Hall. "It seems you do possess some skill," Depura acknowledged with a subtle nod, noting that this child's power had even surpassed that of the strongest being in that universe. "Frieza, this is the Super Saiyan." Tova narrowed her eyes, observing Sun Wukong, lost in her thoughts. "Let us all attack together." The Demon Spirit envoy and his companions, witnessing Sun Wukong's effortless defeat of the Demon Moon envoy, exchanged glances in the next moment. The three of them launched their assault, black, blue, and green lights converging in the air, filling the modest hall with vibrant colors. "ZCH, Sun Wukong's aura exploded forth, enveloping him in brilliant golden light as his figure darted with incredible speed. Engaging in fierce combat with the trio, the exchanges were so rapid that they surpassed the speed of sound, leaving the hall riddled with cracks. Yet despite this, the adversaries showed no signs of fatigue. Their speed only seemed to increase. Boom! The hall suffered further damage as a beam of purple light suddenly pierced through the palace, colliding with the deepest point of the golden radiance, sending both colors spiraling out of the hall and into the sky. Soon after, the three beams of light followed suit, racing upward. Really now, this hall hasn't been damaged in ages. Depura merely shook his head, stepping out of the grand hall to continue observing the skirmish. What an intriguing battle, don't you think? Tova smiled lightly, her fingertips dancing as Bulma's figure floated into the air. The two of them, enveloped in colorful light, ascended to the heavens to witness the unfolding conflict. In the crimson sky, akin to raging flames, countless wonders manifested, with the golden aura and purple moonlight suspended amidst the air, revealing Sun Wukong, aglow in golden light, and the demon moon envoy, shrouded in purple energy. At that moment, the demon moon envoy's right hand transformed into a crescent blade, yet it was firmly grasped by Sun Wukong, unable to advance an inch. Oh, how perilous, Sun Wukong remarked with a faint smile, gripping the purple light with his left hand and yanking it towards himself, drawing the demon moon envoy closer. Releasing the blade with his left hand, he tightened his right fist, the golden light flickering as overwhelming power surged forth, crashing the demon moon envoy into the ground. That I must admit, you are indeed formidable. Among all whom I have encountered, save for Lord Depura, you are the strongest. The demon spirit envoy floated before Sun Wukong, a smile adorning his face. Indeed, to overpower the demon moon envoy single-handedly was a remarkable feat. The demon hell envoy similarly ascended, standing behind Sun Wukong with arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. To think you could injure me on Earth, you truly are a terrifying individual. The demon guide envoy took position beside him, their two heads and four eyes reflecting a gaze filled with hatred. You are overwhelmingly strong, little brother. Even I cannot compare to you. The ground suddenly split apart as the purple figure soared through the air, joining forces with the other three, encircling Sun Wukong. What is this? Are you planning to join forces? Sun Wukong's gaze narrowed slightly, his muscles taut and poised for action. Indeed, your strength is quite overwhelming. In a one-on-one confrontation, it seems nearly impossible for anyone to triumph over you. The demon spirit master observed Sun Wukong with a glint of wisdom in her eyes, quietly contemplating Dada. I must admit, my anticipation is beginning to build. Sun Wukong extended his left hand into a claw and placed his right fist at his waist, adopting a martial stance indicative of the turtle school's initial posture. Brother, this marks the first collaboration of your four demon masters, does it not? Tawa inquired of the demon king Dubra, her eyes flickering with intrigue. If we exclude one demon king, then indeed, it is a first. I never expected this earthling to possess such formidable power, Dubra replied, a hint of delight in his gaze as he regarded Sun Wukong. Tawa shook her head, her violet pupils revealing the sight of a golden figure suspended in the air, as pure as crystal. With a touch of melancholy, she remarked, this child is far too innocent. His willpower is unimaginably strong, and I fear my magic may not be able to control him. This child truly such a troublesome adversary. Dubra pondered, glancing once more at Sun Wukong in the air, furrowing his brow as he contemplated whether to eliminate him outright. However, if we could capture him, long-term magical control might enable him to work for us. Tawa's violet eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, as though a solution had dawned upon her. I shall capture him for you shortly, though it appears I may not need to intervene. The demon king Dubra crossed his arms confidently over his chest, exuding an air of control. Let us hope so, Tawa replied, appearing composed, yet harboring an uneasy premonition. With a flick of her wrist, the demon spirit master conjured a green light, transforming it into a rope that ensnared Sun Wukong's left hand. Simultaneously, the demon soul master, his eyes shimmering, unleashed an ethereal blue light that enveloped Sun Wukong's golden aura A wave of darkness surged forth, as if it were obscuring the infinite stars of the demon realm. The demon lure master let out a furious roar, his body swelling with what appeared to be writhing creatures, and he struck out with tremendous force, aiming to hit Sun Wukong through the veil of darkness. Amidst the enveloping shadows, a purple moon suddenly rose, its mystical beauty cloaked in an eerie aura, while lurking dangers danced within. Is this truly your best effort? Sun Wukong's deep voice reverberated, startling the four adversaries, as they expected him to be rendered voiceless under such circumstances. Let us attack together and resolve this swiftly. The voices of the Demon Soul Master and the Demon Spirit Master echoed in urgency. Sensing Sun Wukong struggle to break free, they lunged forward, their arms elongating, seeking to overpower him in a single blow. With a roar, Sun Wukong bellowed, his previously extinguished golden aura igniting once more, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the entire starry sky. His vast energy radiated like the depths of the Milky Way. Wherever the golden light shone, it rendered the four attackers unable to advance, leaving Dabra himself astonished, for he could sense that in mere moments, Wukong's power had surged once again. Let us meet his challenge. The four demon masters, having failed to land their blows, retreated abruptly, unleashing their respective energies, purple, green, blue, and black, against the golden force. In an instant, the sky was divided into two realms, half bathed in gold, the other half interwoven with shades of red, blue, purple, and black. As they unleashed their full might, they managed to suppress the golden brilliance slightly. Immediately, the four pressed forward, merging their colors into a singular wave of radiant energy. A pulsating force unmatched, aimed directly at the golden figure. The spectrum of light clashed against the golden glow, drawing nearer to Sun Wukong, who remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the approaching energy, his hands gently clasped at his waist. A cerulean vortex swirling in his palms. With a shout, as the colorful wave reached him, Sun Wukong completed his Kamehameha, thrusting his hands forward. The azure energy wave illuminated the skies with blinding brilliance. Are they truly clashing? Dabra mused, intrigued by the spectacle of two formidable forces colliding in the air, while internally calculating his next moves. Brother, if you choose to strike, be sure not to engage in a direct clash with that child. Tawa cautioned, recalling something ominous. Why is that? Dabra inquired, perplexed, momentarily setting aside the question of whether he should intervene. Even if he did, could that little brat truly overcome him in a contest of strength? I cannot say for certain, but I sense that this Sun Wukong possesses an innate advantage in such confrontations. Tawa replied seriously, recalling fragmented memories of her brother Wu Ming's recollections. Dabra looked at his sister with a puzzled expression. Sun Wukong's roar intensified as the golden flames surged, threatening to transform the entire sky into a radiant golden expanse. The power surged to new heights, shattering the stalemate as the energy wave overwhelmed the four, triggering a violent explosion that sent debris flying across the landscape. How about it? Can I have Bulma back now? Sun Wukong emerged from the smoke, standing before Tawa, sweat glistening on his brow, his expression earnest. The figure of Sun Wukong, bathed in golden light, stood resolutely before the Demon King Dabra, a cloud of dust rising behind him. It seems you wish to challenge me, Dabra said, despite having witnessed Sun Wukong's strength. He crossed his arms and stepped forward, gazing down at the child with a mocking smile. Indeed, if I do not defeat you, I presume you will not relinquish Bulma to me, Sun Wukong stated. His emerald eyes locked onto Dabra's, sensing the overwhelming power that radiated from the Demon King, far surpassing anyone he had ever known. Oh, dare challenge Lord Dabra. You certainly possess courage. I commend you for that, Dabra remarked, maintaining his demeanor as he began to ascend slowly, looking down at Sun Wukong with a smirk. Then let us begin. Sun Wukong, unflinching, ascended to match Dabra's height, his small stature unyielding in the presence of the Demon King. Just as the two were about to engage, a voice echoed from below, resonating through the air. It was the four severely injured demon masters, bloodied and torn, appearing as mere shadows of their former selves. My sincerest apologies, Lord Dabra. We have been bested by such an inexperienced child, and it seems we must trouble you to intervene personally." The demon's spirit master gazed up at Dabra, her eyes filled with remorse and a hint of fear. "A bunch of useless fools. Yet this little brat's strength is indeed impressive. Perhaps he will allow me to stretch my muscles a bit." The laughter of Lord Dabra rang out, grating and unpleasant. In the next moment, a dark red aura engulfed half the sky, emanating an air of malevolence. Unexpectedly powerful. As Sun Wukong felt the energy coursing through the air, he perceived its wicked strength, and his emerald eyes ignited with boundless fighting spirit. Sensing his own power growing in response to Dabra's challenge, the black-red aura and golden flames spiraled upward, intertwining in a vortex in the sky, as both warriors elevated their energies with a thunderous boom. They struck simultaneously, their respective flames colliding violently, nearly merging into one, creating a tempest of attacks in mid-air, leaving both combatants evenly matched. This is B.A.D. In the midst of the fierce exchange, Sun Wukong's pupils widened as he anticipated Dabra's next move. Channeling all his energy into his right fist, he struck out fiercely, only to find himself hitting nothing but air, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Dabra's figure appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent the golden figure hurtling toward the ground. The same instant, Dabra transformed into a streak of light, reaching the earth before Sun Wukong, wearing a triumphant expression as he gazed at the golden streak plummeting down. "Tawa, brace yourself." With a sudden, forceful motion, Dapula hurled Sun Wukong directly towards his sister, Tova. Tova, adorned with a charming smile, waved her right hand, summoning a slender staff that materialized before her. With a gentle gesture, she directed it, enveloping the golden light in a burst of purple radiance. "Ah, surprisingly simple," she mused, observing Wukong ensnared by the violet glow, her lips curling into a sweet smile, exuding delight. "I had anticipated this fellow to possess greater prowess." He couldn't even complete his warm-up. Dapula retracted the dark crimson aura surrounding him, slowly advancing towards the violet light, casting a glance at the enraged Sun Wukong, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. "This will suffice, though it may require some time." Tova regarded Wukong as one with a flawless masterpiece, her joy intensifying with each glance. After all, transforming a benevolent human into a malevolent being who obeyed her whims was her greatest pleasure. Indeed, the formidable Demon King Dapula was not one to be rivaled by such a mere human. Upon witnessing Wukong's captivity, the demon envoy approached, half leaning forward, extolling Dapula's might. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the purple light. Flickers of gold sparking within, and fissures began to emerge. In the next instant, golden light erupted, and Wukong reappeared on the scene. "Oh, how perilous! I thought I could not escape this technique." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to Dapula and declared, "Now, let us resume our battle." "Unexpectedly resilient, little brother," Dapula remarked, his tone laced with amusement as he observed the golden glowing Wukong. "Should I commend you or label you a fool? You could have remained within that light, suffering no pain and thinking of nothing at all. Without having fought, one cannot speak definitively." Wukong, fully alert, recognized that Dapula was concealing a vast reservoir of power while he himself had expended all his energy, at least to the extent of a super scion. "Let me put it this way. Our previous skirmish barely constituted a warm-up. My true strength is far beyond your imagination." Dapula raised his fist, smiling at Wukong. "Then I eagerly anticipate it." Wukong's body trembled as he unleashed his power, golden energy radiating with such intensity that it seemed capable of shaking the very heavens and shattering the cosmos. "Even such power pales in comparison to mine. I am the sovereign of the demon realm. Let me assure you, neither your universe nor the demon realm harbors any humans who can contend with me." Dapula beheld the golden light shooting towards the sky, cleaving the heavens in twain. He spoke with an air of pride, unperturbed by Wukong's display. "Yes, that's so." Wukong felt no fear. He had never shied away from formidable foes. In fact, he relished the pursuit of powerful adversaries. Each time he encountered a foe far surpassing him, exhilaration coursed through him, propelling him into a transcendent state. Constantly striving for self-overcoming that I in the next moment, he struck, his body igniting a tempest as the ferocious golden aura surged forth, delivering a powerful blow to Depulla. Your strength seems to have increased. Depulla smirked, effortlessly catching Wukong's fist at the last moment. Ha! Wukong shouted, his right fist gripped, he leaped and aimed a kick at Depulla. Yet Depulla merely smiled nonchalantly, seizing Wukong's leg and abruptly slamming him onto his knee. In an instant, Wukong was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, a metallic tang filling his mouth. In a reflexive motion, he raised his tail, striking Depulla's arm. Even Depulla, formidable as he was, faltered under the blow. Loosening his grip, allowing Wukong's right fist to break free, he raised his hand, a golden disc gradually forming, aimed at Depulla's left arm. This trivial trinket, Depulla scoffed, placing his left hand in front of it. Effortlessly absorbing the razor-sharp disc, which he crushed with a surge of strength, scattering it into motes of light. It appears your journey ends here. With a hint of regret, Depulla lamented in solitude, seemingly reflecting on his unparalleled power, which left no one to rival him. Wukong bellowed, a red hue igniting around his golden aura, amplifying his strength as he forcefully broke free from Depulla's grasp. Retreating momentarily, the crimson flames dissipating once more. So you possess hidden strength. Let it all out. Depulla's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly thrilled by the prospect of a worthy opponent. Regrettably, this power can only be unleashed in bursts. Using it regularly would inflict severe harm upon my body. Wukong stood tall, gazing at Depulla, preparing to unleash his full might. Such a shame. It seems your journey is at an end. Depulla regarded Wukong, shaking his head. Despite his own formidable strength, the disparity with the Demon King was insurmountable. He spat contemptuously. What is this? Wukong raised his arm defensively, astonished to feel his entire limb ensnared by a strange energy. Then you shall turn to stone, and when you willingly obey Tova's commands, that shall be the moment you revert. Depulla gazed confidently at the child before him, seemingly certain of his victory. How infuriating! As Wukong felt his arms stiffening and losing sensation, gradually petrifying, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. This bizarre energy even threatened to overpower his Super Saiyan aura, if that is the case. Then I shall give it a try. A smile crept onto Wukong's face, even as one arm succumbed to stone. However, this fleeting smile ignited a sense of foreboding within Tova. The golden aura exploded. A tempest howled, and the very earth trembled as Wukong's muscles swelled. Simultaneously, primal instincts and murderous intent clashed within his mind. Roar! Amidst the raging winds, the echoes of an ancient giant ape reverberated, and Wukong's inner being began to expand, his form towering as he enveloped the petrified area in flames, reducing it to ashes, restoring his true self. Impossible! Depulla, Tova, and even the subsequent 4 envoys of the demon realm gazed at Wukong, their expressions a blend of shock and awe. The raw, savage energy emanating from him sent shivers down their spines. With a resounding crack, the red figure expanded, tearing through his martial arts attire, revealing his immensely muscular physique. In the next moment, purple lightning crackled within the golden aura, entwining around his enlarged form, resembling a celestial deity. This feels a bit unfamiliar. Now, in an adult form, Wukong's long black hair grazed his ears, his upper body cloaked in crimson fur, reminiscent of flowing magma, while his tail resembled a fiery whip, instilling dread. His golden pupils, framed by crimson sclera, had transformed from their usual warmth to a chilling coldness, tinged with a hint of malice. Now, this is intriguing. Depulla, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure as Wukong's piercing gaze fell upon him, feigning indifference while observing his opponent. This is my first time wielding such power in battle. Let us commence. Wukong's golden eyes locked onto Depulla, instilling a sense of inexplicable pressure even in the Demon King, that I had not perceived this power hidden within you, strong yet laced with a hint of malevolence. Perhaps it may be effective. Tova's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if contemplating her next move against Wukong. I must admit, you've undergone a significant transformation. Yet merely becoming a red monkey will not intimidate me. Dapula scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although Wukong's new form unsettled him slightly, as the Demon King, he would never concede that this individual could truly rival him. You can no longer defeat me. Wukong tilted his body, his icy gaze cutting through Dapula, slowly extending his right hand in a provocative gesture. Do you understand, human? I do not take such jests lightly. Dapula, the king of the demon race, stood resolute. Even the most formidable beings of the demon realm and the universe beyond were momentarily taken aback by this statement, their fury transforming into a mocking laughter. Punk, Dapura was once again enveloped in a shroud of dark red energy, his fists moving like the wind, striking swiftly upon Sun Wukong's head, the sheer force propelling the monkey high into the air. Pooh, as Dapura observed the crimson figure plummeting to the plains below. He elegantly took 2 steps forward, ascending to the pinnacle of the sky. With a mere opening of his mouth, the dark red energy coalesced, taking the form of lightning, piercing through numerous obstacles to converge upon the descending Wukong. The scarlet figure of Wukong, with a gentle push against the ground, leapt into the clouds with astonishing speed, so rapid that the 4 demon generals present barely registered the movement before he was already atop the clouds. Zila, with a flick of his wrist, Dapura transformed the dark red energy into a blade of demonic flame, its chilling edge slicing past Sun Wukong, successfully halting his next advance. Pooh, witnessing Wukong's motion thwarted, Dapura felt a flicker of delight within him. He opened his mouth once more as the dark red energy began to condense again, shooting forth with the swiftness of lightning, striking directly at Sun Wukong. Pung! The red figure was struck by Dapura's assault, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar, smoke billowing upwards in a mushroom shape. Ha! With such meager prowess, you dare to be arrogant before me. Dapura, truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Seemingly perceiving Wukong's newly manifested form as nothing extraordinary, Dapura erupted into reckless laughter. However, the mirthful Dapura suddenly recognized that the flaming Wukong had somehow positioned himself right before him, startling him into a quick retreat. How is this possible? When did you arrive here? Dapura, drenched in sweat, found himself utterly unaware of how Wukong had approached him, the fear that had dissipated now coalescing anew within him. While you were laughing, perhaps it was your hubris that betrayed you, Wukong remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips, appearing irresistibly charming in Dapura's astonished gaze. No, this cannot be. I must have underestimated you and failed to notice your movements. Dapura's brow glistened with cold sweat, yet he refused to believe that this mere human could possibly surpass him, the king of the demon realm, in speed. To be honest, not only you, but even I did not foresee that I would possess such astonishing power. Wukong mused with keen interest, lightly clenching his fists, feeling a surge of energy even greater than during his initial transformation. Do not become too complacent. In the midst of his fury, the Demon King launched another punch, traversing the 10-meter gap in an instant, the force of his strike generating a deafening crack in the air. Pa. Unexpectedly, this furious strike from Dapura was caught effortlessly by Wukong. Wukong exerted a slight pressure, distorting Dapura's visage. Halala! The dark red energy erupted, engulfing the entire sky, an evil glint intensifying in Dapura's eyes as the overwhelming energy forced Wukong to stagger back several steps. Indeed, you have yet to reveal your true capabilities. Wukong's golden eyes retained a trace of indifference, yet a smile lingered upon his lips, as if eagerly anticipating the impending clash. It was undeniable that the combination of his transformations not only amplified his strength to unprecedented levels, but also multiplied his scion nature's combative instincts manifold. What a surprise! It seems there truly exists someone capable of drawing forth my full strength. I must commend you, Earthling. However, as a reward, once you perish, I shall flay your skin, extract your sinews, and your soul will eternally dwell within the demon realm, enduring endless torment. Of course, I shall graciously incorporate your earth into my demonic dominion. Dapura's pupils, now tainted with dark red, exuded an aura of wickedness and terror, his grin both wild and domineering. Perhaps in that moment, he truly embodied the essence of the demon realm's king, that that's so. Then you may attempt to do so, Wukong replied, his demeanor unfazed by Depura's words, his gaze cold yet tinged with mockery, exuding a palpable fearlessness. Could it be that my brother Depura is finally prepared to unleash his full power? Even when facing the previous Demon King, he did not fully exert himself. This son Wukong is indeed terrifying. Tao amused, her gaze shifting between the two, pondering their confrontation. You shall regret your foolishness, son Wukong, Depura grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, the dark red light surrounding him rendering him utterly fearsome. Pung, both Depura and Wukong unleashed their strikes simultaneously, their fists colliding with such force that a straight line formed in the sky, lightning dancing around them like frantic serpents. In the next instant, an immense force radiated from their center, shattering mountains in its wake. How does it feel, human? Depura reveled in the sensation of his power overwhelming the figure before him. Observing the terrifying scene wrought by his strike, a smug smile spreading across his face as he regarded Wukong with derision. Pung! Son Wukong's golden radiance ignited, eclipsing the dark red hues in an instant. And at that moment, his power surged to an unprecedented ferocity, overpowering Depura and striking him directly to Depura, shall not be defeated, as he bore the weight of that meteoric force. Depura's body began to descend, perilously close to being driven into the earth once more. Yet in a flash, he summoned forth a brilliant glow that halted his descent. Once liberated, Depura launched into a fierce assault against Wukong, his speed transcending the limits of this world, his strikes accompanied by the thunderous sound of wind and lightning. Even Wukong, in his current formidable state, found it challenging to withstand Depura's full-on onslaught. As they momentarily separated, Depura's dark red energy morphed again into a blade of demonic flame, its sharp glint seemingly capable of cleaving the stars. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Wherever the blade passed, it threatened to sever all in twain. The earth, mountains, lakes, and forests alike, everything in their path was cleaved into neat halves that at that moment, Depura astonishingly managed to keep pace with Wukong's speed, narrowly avoiding several of Wukong's strikes, even managing to snatch a few strands of his crimson fur. What a terrifying adversary! Even having reached this level, I find myself merely matching him, and it is exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand. In the midst of their fierce battle, the two had wreaked havoc upon the entire demon realm. Yet Wukong sensed that in terms of raw energy, Depura still held an advantage over him. However, in speed and combat technique, he was clearly superior, and thus even armed with the Demon King's weapon. Depura remained slightly at a disadvantage. Reflecting upon the time I spent dead, I encountered many formidable beings, yet none seemed to rival this one. But was it that he was simply too strong for my previous self to comprehend? Wukong found himself lost in thought, nearly struck by Depura's blade. The sharp edge grazed his trousers instead. I must end this swiftly, Wukong thought, feeling a throbbing headache, his focus scattered. It was precisely this distraction that nearly led to his injury at Depura's hands during their previous exchange. Shwa, suddenly struck by inspiration, his right arm, adorned with crimson fur, extended straight, and a fiery lotus blazed upon it, gradually revealing a slender sword of energy in his palm. Pung! Simultaneously, Wukong launched a rapid counterattack against Depura, the energy sword cascading down like a shower of stars, overwhelming Depura. Pung! The scarlet flames ignited, deflecting the blade skyward. In that instant, the fiery lotus blade vanished from Wukong's hand as he surged forward, delivering a punch to Depura's abdomen before he could react. Boom! Enveloped in dark red flames, the Demon King Depura transformed into a meteor, crashing down upon the earth. Kamehameha wave. At this moment, Son Wukong felt an unbearable throbbing in his head, as if his body were being torn asunder. Summoning all his strength, he concentrated a brilliant surge of red lava between his palms, which expanded in an instant, resembling sparks igniting a vast prairie. Hala! The crimson wave of energy blazed forth, surging towards the demon Lord Depura with overwhelming might, embodying all of Son Wukong's strength. Impossible! A roar of disbelief echoed from the far side of the crater, where the demon King Depura could not fathom that he, the sovereign of the demon realm, would be outmatched by an ordinary individual. Gasping for breath in the air, Sun Wukong had reverted to his youthful form. His clothes tattered and his body drenched in blood, clearly having escaped that perilous state. His mental fortitude could no longer withstand the encroaching consciousness, and his body was incapable of simultaneously enduring such terrifying energies. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure and slowly descended to the ground, where he found a stunned Tawa observing him. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared beside Tawa, now cradling Bulma, who had been floating in mid-air. Farewell, denizens of the demon realm. He retrieved a senzu bean from his waist pouch, flicked it into his mouth, and felt an overwhelming surge of life energy that swiftly healed his wounds, though the pain in his head remained unabated. How intriguing, indeed. Tawa surveyed Sun Wukong from head to toe, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of him escaping. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed an invisible presence surrounding him. Akin to countless threads seeking to ensnare his body, he embraced Bulma with his left arm while extending his right hand to gather a wave of energy directed towards Tawa, feeling the constraints around him ease slightly. The energy wave crashed into the ground, and Tawa transformed into a vibrant burst of light, soaring skyward. With a gentle wave of her staff, an unusual energy enveloped Wukong's head. What is this? A sharp pain pierced his mind, and in the next moment, he perceived sinister whispers emanating from the depths of his consciousness. Despite his formidable strength, he felt an unsettling agitation, and golden light erupted around him as he attempted to dispel the haunting voice within. Yet, he only managed to free his body from the restraints. The murmurs in his mind persisted. "Hey, little son, where am I?" A voice emerged from his embrace, distracting him from the turmoil in his mind. "We must leave." Sun Wukong pondered briefly. His head throbbed intensely, and although Bulma had awakened and was beside him, he could not guarantee her safety in battle. With a slight movement, he began to head towards the distance. "I hope this proves useful." Tawa sighed as she watched Sun Wukong's figure vanish, her confidence wavering as she realized she had no assurance of controlling him. Moreover, in a state of full power, he was not inferior to her brother Depura at this moment. Her magic could only plant a seed, and whether that seed would flourish in his pure heart remained uncertain. What a truly terrifying individual. From the depths of the crater, a bloodied figure emerged, slowly crawling forth. It was Depura, the Demon King, his body mangled and half destroyed, his face a grotesque mask of flesh and blood. "Brother, you look terrible." Tawa shook her head at the sight of her sibling, gently waving her staff as pure life energy gradually mended his injuries. "That you'll be fine. Go back and recover at your own pace." The green light flickered around Depura, his disfigured face slowly healing, and the life force within him returning to normal, prompting him to halt Tawa's treatment. "All right, I shall resume my study of magic, but I must ask, once you are healed, will you go to Earth?" Tawa paused her healing, her staff vanishing as she turned to walk towards the palace, suddenly asking again, "I will go to..." In my moment of carelessness, I allowed Depura to suffer the greatest loss of his life. "Once I recover, I will seek revenge." Depura's eyes glinted with malice, a fierce desire to eliminate Sun Wukong burning within him. Be cautious then. If you seek vengeance, do so swiftly. That child has paid a heavy price for his transformation. However, I hope you could deliver his soul to me." Tawa pondered, smiling at Depura, realizing that Sun Wukong posed little threat to him now. After all, she had observed that he was on the brink of exhaustion. The reason she did not capture him was that even in his weakened state, he was beyond her capabilities as a sorceress. Yes, that's so. In that case, this becomes rather interesting. That Depura's eyes narrowed, an eagerness building within him to slay Sun Wukong. By the way, Lord Depura, the human likely does not know how to return to Earth. Perhaps we can initiate a hunt for them now. The injured demon minion seemed to recall something and hastily advised Depura. To be honest, he harbored resentment towards that Earthling as well. "Indeed, this human shall fall into my hands. Demon spirit, I entrust this task to you. I shall retreat to heal." Depura soared towards the palace, his sanctuary for recovery. As the king of the demon realm, he always emerged with newfound abilities after healing there. Beside a towering mountain, a blood-red river flowed eerily. What a conundrum. I cannot sense any presence from Earth. Sun Wukong, in his tattered attire, placed his fingers on his forehead, trying to perceive the surrounding energies. Yet he found it impossible to penetrate the barriers of this world and detect the essence of Earth. Ever since I awoke, everything has felt so bizarre. Little Sun, where exactly are we? Bulma cautiously surveyed her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. We are in the great demon realm. You were captured by that fiend. Sun Wukong replied, continuing to gather his energy and radiate it outward. What? You mean I've been captured in the great demon realm? Bulma gasped in shock, though she was a brilliant and fearless beauty. The notion of the demon realm terrified her. Yes, Sun Wukong lowered his fingers, realizing that no matter how hard he concentrated, he could not breach the confines of this world. Then let us hurry back. This place feels utterly terrifying. Bulma glanced around, noting the fearsome birds perched atop the towering mountains and the occasional sight of ominous white bones surfacing from the still waters, her anxiety escalating as she clutched Sun Wukong's arm tightly. I'm afraid there's no way to return just yet, as this realm is not aligned with Earth, and I currently lack the means to break through the dimensional barriers. Sun Wukong gently disentangled himself from Bulma's grip. Gazing into the distance, what shall we do then? Are we destined to remain in this dreadful place forever? Bulma's tears began to flow at the thought of being trapped in such a terrifying environment for eternity. Feeling utterly hopeless. Hey, please don't cry. Sun Wukong shook his head in exasperation as he watched Bulma weep, turning his gaze towards the ominous blood-red river that flowed endlessly, its destination shrouded in mystery. He took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the blood river, quietly sensing its energy. There, beneath the surface, he detected an unusual presence, and as he continued to follow the current, he sensed something remarkable at its end. At this juncture, there was no other choice. He could only attempt to investigate further. Feeling a revitalizing energy, his eyes brightened, and he addressed the weeping Bulma. Let us go. Bulma, wait, didn't you say there was no way back? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong. Confusion etched across her face. Yes, but at this point, we must try. There must be a way. Sun Wukong beamed a warm smile at Bulma, a smile so pure and luminous that it seemed to dispel the shadows lurking in her heart. Suddenly, Bulma felt a chill beneath her feet before she could fully comprehend the situation. Looking down, she realized she was standing atop a blood-red river, prompting her to let out a startled cry. Hey, Bulma, could you tone down that scream a bit? Sun Wukong remarked, startled himself, glancing at Bulma. You fool, you brought me here to this filthy river without a word, and now you dare to scold me? Bulma retorted boldly, puffing out her chest in defiance. I apologize. I apologize. Now, let's get going, Sun Wukong said, gripping Bulma's arm tightly. The radiant white light enveloped them like a vast net, pushing back the resistance of the outside world as they moved toward the source of the blood-red river. After what felt like an eternity of flight, they finally reached the convergence of the sky and the crimson river, where they beheld a swirling vortex of blood red. The clouds above danced in a relentless spiral above the river, resembling the very gates of hell. Hey, little son, is this really the place? It doesn't quite seem right. Bulma hesitated, her heart conflicted as she gazed into the vortex. I don't know, but we must try. Should I go in first? Sun Wukong suggested, turning to face Bulma. You idiot. Let's go in together, Bulma replied, furrowing her brow. The thought of being left alone was terrifying. At least with Sun Wukong by her side, she would not be alone. More importantly, despite his youth, this little son possessed martial prowess rivaling that of Master Wu Ming, making him a formidable protector. With a nod, Sun Wukong led Bulma into the vortex the moment they entered. A myriad of different energies began to converge upon them, a collision of worlds and the roar of the river. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's protective aura shielded them from harm as they beheld the blood-red scenery. Time became a blur until suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed them, transforming the crimson hues into a kaleidoscope of colors. The river beneath them became crystal clear, bringing a sense of relief to their hearts. We've finally returned. "This must be Earth," Bulma exclaimed, relishing the fresh air as she stood in the pristine waters, taking in the picturesque landscape with immense joy. "Not necessarily," Sun Wukong cautioned, stepping forward to attune himself to the essence of this world. Beneath the calm surface, he sensed a turbulent undercurrent. Despite not knowing their exact location, he was certain it was not Earth, and his brow furrowed in concern in the vast expanse of the universe. The cold and indifferent Emperor Frieza fixed his gaze upon the green figure before him, his impatience and fury swelling at an unprecedented rate. This Namekian had thwarted him for 3 long years, wasting the time of the formidable Frieza. "Oh, you truly believe that those fruits can contend with me?" Frieza, the Namekian, having consumed a peculiar fruit, felt his muscles swell as he regarded Frieza with a steady gaze. "What are you saying, great Cosmic King? This is the battle you requested," Frieza replied, narrowing his eyes at the strange fruit, recalling a time when he nearly defeated the Namekian, only to be saved by the very fruit he now consumed. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" The Namekian's muscles expanded dramatically, his green form towering as he grew to an intimidating height of approximately 100 meters. "Oh, it seems your body is deteriorating by the day. However, I'm always considerate. Allow me, Frieza, to escort you on your journey." Frieza observed the deep wrinkles on the giant green form, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Before that, I intend to claim your life." The now massive Namekian felt an immense power coursing through him. Yet he also sensed his vitality waning at an alarming rate. "You may not have the chance, for I shall send your forces and you to hell before that. Oh, and that individual who provided you with the fruit as well. How considerate of me, don't you think?" Frieza's gaze turned distant, his smile chilling as a dangerous aura radiated from him. "If you are so considerate, then kindly surrender your life to me," the Namekian retorted, unperturbed as his massive form generated a powerful gust, vanishing in an instant. In that moment, Frieza clenched his right fist, his left foot bracing against the void as he spun around, delivering a punch that collided with the Namekian's green arm midair. "Really now, it's always the same moves. You must be that Namekian, a fool with no brain." In stark contrast to the massive figure of the Namekian, Frieza appeared almost inconsequential, yet he managed to block the giant's assault with a single fist. With a swift motion, Frieza's left hand opened, a purple orb of energy materializing in an instant, enveloping the Namekian. "So, this is your farewell." Frieza stepped back, his fingertips channeling the purple energy into a swirling vortex. Gazing gleefully at the Namekian suspended in the air, with a flick of his fingers, the purple beam shot directly through the Namekian's heart, exploding spectacularly in the void. "Look, I won't be like you, relying on stale tactics." Frieza smirked, confidence radiating from him as he observed the Namekian's plight. A circular blade of light coalesced from Frieza's hand, spinning in mid-air, as if capable of slicing through all barriers. With a maniacal laugh, the blade hurtled toward the Namekian with unparalleled speed, a massive arm severed, drifting through the cosmos, while the Namekian's colossal body broke free from confinement, blood gushing forth like a fountain. You managed to evade me, but you've lost an ARM that it seems today is your day to depart." Frieza grinned, watching the Namekian's body convulse in the cosmos. The so-called Cosmic Emperor was no more than a farce. Unable to even remember the stale tactics he mocked others for using, the Namekian's remaining arm extended, gathering red energy, only for Frieza to feel an unexpected pull drawing him closer. "I must admit, your ability to conceal your powers is impressive. You've never used it before." The green liquid from the Namekian's severed arm sprayed the cosmos. A robust arm sprouted new, and in the instant Frieza approached, it glimmered with green light, launching itself at the Emperor. Frieza was struck back by a punch, but, being overwhelmingly powerful, halted mid-air, arms raised to catch the Namekian's subsequent blow. "I almost forgot, you possess a regenerative ability akin to that of a lizard. Quite a troublesome talent, but soon I shall leave you with not a single cell to your name." Yes, Frieza spoke. Purple flames enveloped him, his muscles swelling as his power surged exponentially, flipping the massive form of the Namekian. "Well then, let us see you try." The Namekian flicked his fingers, sending a red fruit soaring into the air, which he promptly consumed. Instantly, his body trembled, red light enveloping him as he plotted to capture the one named Dales after defeating Frieza. Drawn by the allure of such a formidable fruit. Are you consuming that fruit again? Just a friendly reminder. It drains your precious vitality, Frieza stated, arms crossed and floating in the void, showing no intention of stopping the Namekian. No, no, no. What you are consuming is your own life force. The corners of Shalag's mouth curled into a chilling smirk, and as his figure darted about, it summoned an incredibly fierce whirlwind that sent the warriors from both factions engaged in battle around him tumbling in disarray. Some feeble-minded individuals were even obliterated by the very tempest he created. How mundane, he mused, believing that such a modest enhancement could vanquish me. Allow me to inform you that my patience has nearly worn thin. Henceforth, I shall unveil to you the most terrifying power within the cosmos. Frieza's white form shimmered with a violet luminescence, and within his crimson eyes, the urge to kill surged forth. A.S. energy erupted. The purple radiance annihilated the soldiers of the Sherlag Legion surrounding him. With a resounding bang, the white body cloaked in purple light, though diminutive in stature, emitted a brilliance that rivaled that of Frieza's own red-ensconced green physique. Once again, the two engaged, and the tempest swirled, leaving only these two amidst the battlefield. Outwardly, both appeared cordial, yet when battle commenced, they each exuded lethal intent, sparing no mercy, eager to eliminate one another with haste. Given their respective powers, Frieza could have easily imposed his will. However, Sherlag, having consumed the crimson fruit, though his life force waned, grew all the more potent, forcing a stalemate with Frieza. Surely, this time a victor shall emerge. Disposing of a few minor soldiers from the Sherlag Legion with ease, Zebo gazed at the intertwining spheres of light in the vast cosmos, astonished that someone could withstand Lord Frieza for 3 long years. Indeed, the time wasted here has been considerable. This is undoubtedly the longest battle the Frieza force has ever endured since its inception. The great Cosmic King is indeed formidable. Dodoria, too, observed the green figure enveloped in a crimson aura with disbelief. They had not anticipated such a contender in the universe. Aside from King Cold, it seemed there was another capable of clashing with Lord Frieza to this extent. Previously, Frieza had all but secured victory, thwarted only by that peculiar fruit. Zebo squinted, recalling the spaceship they had passed, from which that red fruit had been cast, reviving the near-dead Sherlag and enabling him to contend with Lord Frieza. With a resounding bang, the violet figure was sent hurtling, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Sherlag laughed maniacally amidst the cosmos and proclaimed, "So, Cosmic Emperor, I shall unceremoniously claim your life." Such proclamations seemed premature. "Great Cosmic King," Frieza retorted. The violet glow surged, an overwhelmingly terrifying power erupted forth, and the diminutive Frieza's muscles swelled, transforming him into a figure of remarkable strength, his power magnified several-fold. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed at Sherlag and said, "To force me to exert my full strength, I must commend you, great Cosmic King. You have successfully made me feel humiliation, yet there lies concealed power. How intriguing, yet that is all there is to it." Sherlag once more produced a crimson fruit from his pocket and swallowed it, the sinister red glow intensifying. Boom! The two figures clashed again, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the surrounding planets as they unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks. Relying solely on external enhancements will ultimately not surpass the might of Lord Frieza. With a fierce shout, Frieza delivered a kick to Shalag's abdomen, causing his massive form to revert gradually to its usual state. Swish, Frieza's fingers twitched, unleashing several violet beams that pierced Shalag's vital areas, including arms and thighs. Smiling at him, he inquired, "Great Cosmic King, you are soon to report to Hell. Do you have any last words?" "Look, I am quite considerate, unwilling to let you depart with regrets." Whoosh! In the next instant, Frieza sensed an impending threat and swiftly retreated, only to witness Sherlag unleashing a colossal wave of light that barely missed him. What a cunning individual! Frieza turned to see a rotating planet collapse, a chill of fear coursing through him as he raised his hands, conjuring a swirling sphere of violet energy, deadly light ring. A golden halo descended from the heavens, colliding with Frieza's violet energy sphere in mid-air. As the smoke cleared, Shalag's figure vanished once more. It appears you have resolved to unite against me, Lord Frieza. If that is the case, then I shall eliminate you all at once. Frieza's eyes bulged with fury, feeling as though the entire universe conspired against him, and he resolved to accelerate his campaign against the cosmos. Within a slowly moving spaceship, two figures sat amidst ancient pavilions, one clad in black armor reminiscent of the Frieza Force, with a crab-like head and darkened skin, his gaze cold yet malicious. The other, Sherlag, donned in tattered yellow attire, his green skin sagging, self-proclaimed as the great cosmic king. "Well then, Dales, have you decided to collaborate with me?" Sherlag inquired, his tone enticing. "Once Frieza is defeated, this universe shall belong to you and me. My lifespan is nearly at its end, and soon the entire cosmos will undoubtedly rest in your hands. Defeating Frieza? I'm afraid not, great Sherlag. I harbor no such grand ambitions. That I merely seek to earn a living. As for unifying the universe and vanquishing Frieza, I lack any interest in such matters." The man named Dales waved his hand, signaling his disinterest in their conflict. "You seem rather carefree," Sherlag remarked, narrowing his eyes at Dales for a while, before continuing. "Do you still possess that fruit? I would like to take it, and when we vanquish Frieza, I assure you, you will not be deprived of your rewards. That I have some, though not in abundance. I must warn you." "Great Sherlag, while the spirit fruit can enhance energy, excessive consumption can greatly harm your body and potential," Dales cautioned, concern etched on his face. "That is inconsequential. By the way, does your team accept commissions? I wish to enlist your aid against Frieza." Sherlag proposed after some thought. "Confronting Frieza? No, I do not wish to partake in a battle between you two. I am merely a wanderer of the cosmos, occasionally selling goods to sustain myself," Dales replied, sincerity evident in his once arrogant gaze. "Very well, then. However, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, once I have defeated Frieza, I shall ensure that half of the universe is yours," Sherlag declared, rising from his seat, his stooped figure moving towards the exit of the spaceship. Defeat Frieza. Dales also rose, arms crossed, his expression icy as he watched Sherlag depart, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. "I shall await the opportune moment to eliminate you both. Then the entire universe shall belong to me." Lord Dales, the spaceship's entrance. Sherlag cast a glance back at the vessel, a sly smile creeping onto his aged face as he murmured, "Cunning scion. Once Frieza is dealt with, your end shall come. In the year 749 of the age of the Earth, time flowed gently, and nearly 4 years had elapsed since the conclusion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. Life on Earth was serene, and humanity had yet to experience an attack from the cosmic tyrant Frieza, to the point where they were gradually forgetting the incident. However, in the year 746, Capsule Corporation successfully developed virtual reality technology, which, with the aid of the nation and the Martial Arts Alliance, was promoted globally, featuring various martial arts games to assist beginners in their training. This integration of reality and the virtual realm significantly bolstered the flourishing of martial arts. Concurrently, the virtual network offered an area for the Martial Arts Alliance. Once a martial artist reached a certain level, they could apply for assessments there. Successful candidates would formally become members of the Martial Arts Alliance, receiving further martial arts education. Yet, merely playing games in the virtual network would not suffice to join the Martial Arts Alliance. Real-world training was essential. The virtual realm merely provided a pathway. Reality was the foundation of everything. Only by progressing in tandem could one refine their martial arts to the utmost. It was precisely due to this symbiotic relationship between the virtual and the real that martial arts on Earth flourished like never before, surpassing all previous eras. Master Wuming, having just completed his training in the virtual machine, slowly emerged, gazing up at the sky and murmuring, calculating the time. "It has been 4 years since Sun Wukong ventured into the demon realm. I hope he hasn't truly encountered Apura. If he has, it could present quite a dilemma. Fortunately, there exists the last resort of the Dragon Balls. It is intriguing to note that the current time coincides almost perfectly with the time when the original narrative commenced. Could this be the hand of fate?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Teacher Wuming's eyes. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with the advancement of virtual technology and its integration with martial arts, momentarily forgetting about Sun Wukong. Now, as he recalled, more than 3 years had already passed. With a deep breath, Teacher Wuming lifted his foot, and in an instant his figure vanished without a trace of the Bao Bao Mountain. Bardock gazed at his wife, whose delicate face was as cold as ice, rendering him momentarily speechless. It had been over 3 years since Sun Wukong's departure, and not a single day had passed in peace at home. He was constantly bombarded with complaints, particularly about being forbidden for sharing a bed, which was quite distressing. They had agreed that after a year, they would locate Wukong. Yet here they were, 3 years later. Jine raised her head to look at Bardock, her beautiful eyes seemingly frozen like ice. Isn't it true that Teacher Wuming has been engrossed in developing that virtual technology these past 3 years? I haven't been able to find him. That virtual technology is indeed quite useful. Haven't you also experienced its benefits? Noticing the increasingly frigid gaze of Jine and her slightly raised fist, Bardock hastily replied, Teacher Wuming mentioned that time flows differently in that realm, and only 5 days have passed there. Moreover, Wukong is a Super Saiyan. He is not so easily subdued. Bardock, you too are a Super Saiyan now. Aren't you? Jine's cold stare bore into Bardock. I will go find Teacher Wuming and seek a solution. Even if he tries to hide, I will drag him out. If all else fails, I will venture into the demon realm myself. Bardock cast a glance at his wife, his eyes filled with remorse. After all, he had witnessed his son step alone into the demon realm. Very well, I shall accompany you, Jine decided after some thought. Still uneasy about her husband's safety. What if, in a moment of impulsiveness, he truly ventured alone into the demon realm? That could lead to unforeseen consequences. Also, what about Kakarot? Let us take him along. Bardock observed the slight softening of his wife's expression, feeling a bit reassured. That child has been training at Master Roshi's for a while. It seems he is working alongside the daughter of the Ox King, Jine remarked, her expression somewhat peculiar. Teacher Wuming appeared to be heading towards Master Roshi's island as well. So let us set off, Bardock suggested, sensing the energy on Earth before addressing Jine. On came house. Kakarot donned a black martial arts uniform, gleaming with a metallic sheen beneath, its weight indeterminate. He was currently training in the sea. Facing the waves, though the results were less than impressive. Kakarot, how exactly do you use this realm's original fist? The knowledge transmitted through the virtual network is utterly inadequate. A small girl, dressed in a blue and red outfit, rushed to Kakarot's side, her eyes shining with admiration. I don't know. Don't bother me. Kakarot replied irritably, feeling vexed. Although that younger sibling was annoyingly strong, his prolonged absence of over 3 years had left him somewhat perturbed. Brother, do you no longer care for Chi-Chi? The porcelain-like girl observed Kakarot's impatience, her clear eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Hey, don't cry. Okay. Kakarot felt a pang of helplessness as he noticed Chi-Chi's reddening eyes. It was often said that women are troublesome. She had previously mentioned wanting to be his bride. Although he had no idea what that entailed, seeing her in tears compelled him to agree, only later realizing its true meaning through his mother's explanation. Nonetheless, he found Chi-Chi somewhat pleasant and did not reject the notion entirely. But could you refrain from crying? If you keep it up, I might just end up regretting agreeing to the whole bride thing. Hey, Kakarot, are you bullying Chi-Chi again? The bald-headed Krillin approached, having caught wind of the crying. No, Kakarot replied, casting a sidelong glance at Krillin, his tone nonchalant. Come, Chi-Chi, tell Brother Krillin how Kakarot has been bothering you. I'll help you get even, Krillin encouraged with a mischievous grin. Stay out of it. This is a family matter, Chi-Chi responded, stopping her tears as she regarded Krillin, who she deemed a little bald troublemaker always trying to steal her Kakarot away from her. Family matters? Krillin chuckled awkwardly, contemplating when he might get the chance to spar with Kakarot. His strength had recently improved, and he aimed to challenge Kakarot before he grew even stronger. Hey, is that Teacher Wuming? Kakarot suddenly turned his gaze toward the horizon, where a magnificent figure cut through the sea towards Kame House. It had been a while since he had seen Teacher Wuming. Krillin also noticed the approaching silhouette, pondering what new developments awaited them. Wukong, Kakarot, Krillin, where is Master Wuming? Teacher Wuming's white figure stood before them, inquiring. There, over there, Krillin pointed towards Kame House, his expression revealing a shared understanding with the others, though he refrained from voicing it. Ahem. Teacher Wu-Ming cleared his throat. I knew it. But honestly, doesn't Teacher Wu-Ming care for his health at all? Teacher Wu-Ming, is there something you need? Chi-Chi asked sweetly, bowing respectfully to Teacher Wu-Ming. Regarding Wukong, Teacher Wu-Ming glanced into the distance and continued, Bardock and Jine will be arriving shortly. We shall discuss matters once they arrive. Are we going to the Demon Realm to rescue Wukong? Kakarot queried as he stepped onto the island, looking towards Teacher Wu-Ming. Not quite. Here, take this. Let us discuss in detail once everyone is gathered. Teacher Wu-Ming produced an object resembling a clock from his pocket and tossed it to Kakarot. What is this? Chi-Chi and Krillin approached curiously, examining the clock-like object adorned with 2 buttons and a screen filled with green grids. Its purpose unclear. They're here. Teacher Wu-Ming gazed at the sky as 2 figures gradually materialized out on the remote island of Earth. Nearly all the strongest fighters had congregated. Hey, Wu-Ming, I recall you once mentioned having a final method to even resurrect the dead. Correct? Bardock asked as he landed. Indeed, there exists a mysterious energy on Earth that can fulfill any wish. Teacher Wu-Ming replied with a calm nod. What could it possibly be that allows one to return from the dead? Jine expressed her astonishment. Having resided on Earth for 7 or 8 years, she had never been aware of such a phenomenon. This, Teacher Wu-Ming gently grasped the yellow, crystal-like orb hanging from Kakarot's neck, shaking it in front of Bardock and the others as a golden light flickered, revealing 4 red stars that sparkled incessantly. Wow, is the orb given by my grandfather truly that powerful? Kakarot pondered, having carried the orb for a decade without sensing any extraordinary qualities. Indeed, while visually appealing, this orb does not seem to possess any exceptional powers, Jine remarked, equally puzzled, questioning if this orb could indeed bring Wukong back from another realm. Ah, Krillin interjected, hands on his hips, his eyes wide with surprise. This orb is quite special. In the distant universe, it is known as the Wish Ball, but here on Earth, it is called the Dragon Ball. Teacher Wu-Ming held the 4-star Dragon Ball, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. The Wish Ball? Bardock's expression conveyed confusion, as if the name resonated with familiarity. Jine, too, felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling having heard the name during casual conversations on Namek. Ahem. Teacher Wu-Ming cleared his throat once more. If you all are already aware, it would be rather awkward, he said, his expression shifting as he continued. This orb, known as the Dragon Ball, can summon the eternal dragon upon fulfilling certain conditions, granting the summoner 2 wishes. Is it truly that miraculous? Any 2 wishes. Jine's face lit up with astonishment as she took the 4-star Dragon Ball from Teacher Wu-Ming's hands. Inspecting it closely, I suspect there must be more than just 1 Dragon Ball. Since this one is the 4-star, it implies the existence of 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and even 8-star Dragon Balls. Collecting them all would fulfill your mentioned conditions? Bardock contemplated, observing the shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball. Yes, that is approximately correct, but there are only 7 Dragon Balls. Wu-Ming nodded slightly, astonished by Bardock's deductive reasoning. You claim to be a scion, yet rather than resorting to violence upon meeting, you display such remarkable analytical abilities and high intelligence. What kind of scion are you? He continued, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and reciting the incantation will indeed summon the eternal dragon. Is that so? Wu-Ming? Bardock looked at his teacher Wu-Ming, who nodded in affirmation before continuing his inquiry. Indeed, the incantation is come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. Wu-Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head, adding, alas, the 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the Earth, and it has been many years since anyone has managed to collect them all. Scattered across the Earth? This complicates matters, Bardock mused, stroking his chin with a worried expression. The vastness of the Earth made the task of locating these 6 orbs akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even a Super Saiyan would find it quite taxing. So, the device Wu-Ming provided to Kakarot is indeed a machine designed to locate the Dragon Balls? Wu-Ming observed the troubled expressions on Bardock and Genie's faces, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, the small, bald-headed Krillin chimed in with his opinion, more or less, that Wu-Ming's gaze narrowed slightly as he cast a casual glance at Krillin, continuing, that device is known as a Dragon Ball radar, which I had Dr. Brief construct. A T can indicate the precise locations of the Dragon Balls, making the search significantly easier to draw. So is indeed Wu Ming's foresight at play, Chi-Chi remarked, admiration shining in her bright eyes as she gazed at the almost ethereal figure of Wu Ming. Is this the device? Kakarot, skeptical yet intrigued, activated the Dragon Ball radar under the watchful eyes of Bardock and Jin. Beep, beep, the Dragon Ball radar emitted a series of sounds, displaying shapes reminiscent of Dragon Balls. However, it revealed only 3 Dragon Balls, 2 of which were marked in their vicinity with a triangular symbol. Hey, why does it only show 3 Dragon Balls, and it indicates that 2 are right here? Wu Ming, is this device malfunctioning? Genie asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone as she glanced between the radar and Wu Ming. This indicates that we indeed have 2 Dragon Balls here. Perhaps my senior brother, Wu Qian, possesses another. Wu Ming contemplated, recalling that his senior had found a Dragon Ball decades 8G-ODS for the display issue. It can be adjusted. The left button expands the search range, while the right reduces it. Quite simple. Wu Ming nodded, explaining to the group. Wait, so my senior Wu Tian has a Dragon Ball? Bardock cast a sidelong glance at the Kame House, sensing the lecherous aura emanating from the Turtle Hermit. And his expression darkened. Wu Ming, observing Bardock's reaction, smiled knowingly. One could easily guess what his lecherous senior was up to. I'll go check on Wu Tian. You all wait here for a moment, Bardock declared, taking the Dragon Ball from Genie's hand and entering the Kame House. Inside, he was greeted by the sight of the bald elder with a heavy turtle shell, engrossed in watching several voluptuous women exercising on television. Wu Tian, Bardock called out, his face darkened but relieved that he hadn't brought Genie or Kakarot along. The Turtle Hermit, oblivious to the intrusion, remained fixated on the women on the screen, his eyes dancing with excitement. Bardock inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to shout once more, Wu Tian. The powerful sound waves reverberated, causing the entire house to tremble, and a metal cabinet behind the wall toppled over, spilling out a crystal-like yellow orb with swirling red stars inside. What on earth happened? Has Frieza finally arrived on Earth? The dazed Turtle Hermit mumbled, struggling to his feet, his eyes still swirling, seemingly not fully awake. Everything's fine. I just need to borrow this Dragon Ball. You carry on, Bardock said, having spotted the Dragon Ball, as he picked it up with a smile, propping the cabinet back up before making his exit. What was that guy here for? And he took a Dragon Ball. Has he finally decided to use it? The Turtle Hermit, now fully alert, watched Bardock leave, his murky gaze suddenly becoming clear. However, upon seeing the television again, he reverted to his former self, adjusting the TV and resuming his unfinished business. Hey, is that a 3-star ball? Genie observed as Bardock tossed the Dragon Ball over, its crystal-like surface shimmering with 3 radiant red stars, a sight to behold. With this, we have 2 Dragon Balls. Let us continue our search for the others. Bardock said gently to Genie, as he too felt the urgency to find their youngest son, an unshakable concern weighing on his heart. Are you both going to take matters into your own hands? Wu Ming inquired, considering Bardock and Genie's long-standing worry for their child. Once they realized the existence of the Dragon Balls, they would undoubtedly venture out themselves to gather all 7. However, if that were the case, the origins of their incredible adventure would cease to exist. Of course, we must find the Dragon Balls quickly. Then we can summon Goku, Raditz, and that girl named Bulma back. What else would we be waiting for? Genie looked at Wu Ming, puzzled. What I mean is it's not necessary for both of you to go personally. Look at Kakarot. He's grown up, and staying here to train is not the best approach. Why not let them search for the Dragon Balls? It would serve as an adventure and a valuable experience, Wu Ming proposed earnestly. Although the narrative had become quite convoluted with Goku and Bulma no longer on Earth, he still wished to preserve the essence of that remarkable adventure. All right, leave it to me, Kakarot interjected, stepping forward, his fists clenched with confidence. He was eager to save his brother this time and felt a thrill at the thought. The absence of his annoying brother over the years had been quite unsettling. Are you going alone? Ginny asked, unable to shake her maternal worry despite Kakarot's prowess on Earth. How about this, Chi-Chi and Wu Ming? I initially thought to send you 2 together for a fresh adventure, which would surely rival Goku and Bulma's. However, seeing the smug look on Krillin's face, I'll say this, Krillin, you should join them. Consider it a training exercise and flying on the way, Bardock declared. Wait me, Krillin exclaimed, suddenly caught off guard, feeling as though he'd been dragged into something unexpected. Flying. Genie was taken aback, about to voice her concerns, but Bardock silenced her with a glance. All right, get ready and set off early. It's best to find the 7 Dragon Balls quickly. I believe you will gain unique experiences along the way. Wu Ming shook his head, addressing the group before turning to enter the Kame house, where he had matters to discuss with his senior on Kame Island. Genie nestled against Bardock, watching the 3 figures gradually fade from view. Her heart filled with infinite emotions. That little Kakarot finally has friends of his own. Now we can rest easy while they gather the Dragon Balls. Bardock gently stroked Genie's hair. Yet I still have some concerns. Genie replied, meeting Bardock's gaze with a hint of worry. Kakarot has grown. His strength is unmatched on Earth. Bardock's gaze drifted past Genie to the edge of the sky, sensing that Kakarot's power had significantly increased over the years, approaching a staggering level of 100,000 By the way, did you know that Kakarot is engaged to the Ox King's daughter, Chi-Chi? Genie suddenly recalled something, turning to Bardock. I didn't realize that this boy had such prowess. He truly is my son. Bardock replied with a faint smile that he held a favorable impression of the girl named Chi-Chi. She was charming and possessed commendable martial arts talent, making her a fitting candidate for a gentle and virtuous wife. How can you say that? You, a mere blockhead, are hardly comparable to my son. Genie shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes glinting with playful sarcasm. After all, Bardock had been quite the hindrance when it came to their initial union. Were it not for Janae's own relentless efforts, she might still be unable to form a pair. Coughing lightly, Bardock expressed his speechlessness. After all, he had no understanding of what marriage entailed back then. He could only hope for Goku's safe return. With her hands clasped together, Janae's gaze was filled with deep reverence. After years apart, she profoundly missed her little son. Surely, Kakarot was also striving for this. Wasn't he? Bardock stepped forward, adopting a posture as if to take flight. The mountains of the desolate night stretched for miles, outlining the wonders of nature, where hidden beasts gradually revealed their claws, foraging for sustenance. All right, let us call it a day. It's time to rest. The small, bald-headed Krillin, burdened by a massive turtle shell, spoke first. This was hardly a quest for treasures. Traversing such a distance with a great turtle shell was more exhausting than training. He wondered if Master Wu Ming was intentionally tormenting him. Despite his and Kakarot's seemingly equal fighting abilities, why did he have to bear such a cumbersome load? If Brother Krillin is tired, let us rest here. What do you think, Brother Kakarot? Chi-Chi glanced at the panting Krillin, feeling a pang of sympathy, then pouted as she looked at Goku, who was laden with equipment. Well, if that is the case, let us take a brief respite here. It appears we are still quite far from the Dragon Balls, Kakarot replied, casting a glance back at the sweaty Krillin before his gaze settled on Chi-Chi. Under the starlight, Chi-Chi appeared almost ethereal. All right, Brother Kakarot, boom. Chi-Chi responded and retrieved a capsule from her pack, selecting one and tossing it into the air. Instantly, smoke enveloped the nearby clearing. Once the haze cleared, a 2-story house emerged under the sparse moonlight, adorned with a bold character for cow. All right, let us go inside. This was prepared for me by Father when we arrived, though I've never used it before, Chi-Chi said, twisting the doorknob and gesturing for them to enter. You needn't say it. We can guess, Krillin remarked, eyeing the large cow character on the second-floor facade, smirking but refraining from further comment as he followed Kakarot into the room. Thunk. Upon entering, Krillin placed the gigantic turtle shell beside the wall, stretching his body and finally feeling a sense of comfort. Honestly, even with the weighted clothing, Master Wu Ming still insists I carry this heavy shell. It's utterly excessive. Krillin, perhaps Master Wu Ming simply holds you in high regard and wishes to cultivate your potential. Just look at how Brother Kakarot and I have not been afforded such an honor, Chi-Chi suggested earnestly, as if she were speaking profound truths. Clearly, he seeks to take revenge on me, but such efforts are futile. I am the strongest Earthling. Krillin clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within him that far exceeded that of 4 years prior, particularly following his recent breakthrough. He even felt capable of battling the former Son Goku. The strongest Earthling? Excluding Master Wu Ming and the others, I doubt you could even match Brother Kakarot, Chi-Chi mused, recalling that in their training, Krillin always seemed slightly slower than Kakarot, though he occasionally exhibited sudden bursts of strength after peculiar actions. What? We've never truly fought with our full strength. How can you be so sure I can't contend with Kakarot? Krillin, feeling inflated since his power upgrade, constantly sought to showcase that he had surpassed Kakarot. Hey, Chi-Chi and Krillin, it seems we're running low on food here. I'll venture out to find some game, Kakarot remarked, having overheard Krillin, yet he felt no inclination to engage him in a duel. After all, his goal had always been that wretched brother of his, who had caused immense worry for their parents and grandfather during his prolonged absence. Brother Kakarot, do you need me to accompany you? Chi-Chi, deeply concerned for Kakarot, hoped to spend more time with him. Though regrettably, Krillin's presence was a complicating factor. No, I can manage on my own, Kakarot replied after a moment of contemplation, preferring to go alone. And he stepped out of the door. I'm exhausted. I'll rest for a while. Wake me when it's time to eat, Krillin said as he entered the adjacent bedroom, utterly fatigued from the day's exertions. The immense turtle shell bore not just its own weight, but the enchantment wielded by Master Wuming. Had it not been for their mission, he would have discarded it long ago. All right, I'll tidy up and prepare a sumptuous dinner for Brother Kakarot upon his return. So he knows I can also be a virtuous bride, Chi-Chi thought, ascending the stairs to change into a chef's outfit and showcase her culinary skills honed over the years beneath the night sky. A colossal aircraft was cruising through the heavens, seemingly approaching the direction of Kakarot and his companions. Lord Pilaf, we are nearing the 2 Dragon Balls. With this, we will possess 4, a tall, beautiful woman in military attire reported to the short, light blue-skinned figure lounging on the couch. Ha ha. This brings me, King Pilaf, halfway to my grand dream. It seems I'm destined for greatness, the diminutive figure exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as drool began to trickle. Indeed, Lord Pilaf, the woman acknowledged, bowing before retreating, unable to bear the sight of his lecherous expression. This time, I shall make those detestable martial artists kneel before me, King Pilaf declared, his gaze dreamy, as though envisioning a future where all martial artists bowed before him, with the world echoing his name. How intriguing, an unbreakable fate. In the distance, Master Wuming seemed to sense the approaching destiny, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even he had not anticipated the vast changes this world had undergone, as these individuals still managed to encounter each other amidst their grand adventures. Yet he wondered where their fates would lead them this time. Furrowing his brow, Wuming mused aloud that Slag has managed to contend with Frieza for 3 years. One must commend the Super Namekian. But let us hope Frieza isn't pushed to truly train. Contemplating the scenario, Wuming shuddered at the thought of Frieza arriving on Earth with a glimmering golden crown, which would spell disaster. Even awakening the buried evil within Earth would be futile. Such thoughts sent chills down his spine. However, in the original narrative, Frieza trained due to enduring endless torment in hell, feeling the humiliation brought upon him by Son Goku as the universe's emperor. Surely, that would not be the case now, Wuming thought, casting aside his worries and returning to his training. After all, what could be more reassuring than the pursuit of self-improvement? Meanwhile, what's that aircraft doing? It seems to be circling around our house, Kakarot mused as he approached the dwelling, catching sight of the aircraft overhead, though he paid it little mind. Hey, Son Goku! Just as Kakarot reached the front of the house, he spotted 2 figures at the door. One, a woman in military garb wielding a hunting rifle with flowing hair, and the other, a ninja clad in traditional garb, carrying a long blade and sporting yellow fur. Resembling a canine, each held a flashlight that inadvertently illuminated Kakarot's face, causing him a frown. Just as he was about to speak, he heard their terrified exclamations. In the next moment, the pair swiftly activated a mechanism and darted towards the aircraft above. What is going on here? Kakarot questioned, puzzled as he observed their hasty retreat, feeling somewhat irked that they had dared to address him by his brother's name. We were just passing by. Please don't mind us, came a stammered reply from the air, before the 2 vanished into the aircraft, which ignited into a blaze and soared towards the distant horizon. What a peculiar bunch, Kakarot remarked. Kakarot shook his head, his heart devoid of any turmoil, as he shouldered the grotesquely crimson centipede and pushed open the door. Above the clear night sky, A small aircraft transformed into a shooting star, swiftly soaring through the air. And in the blink of an eye, it had reached a hovering airship. Xiao Ash, what on earth is the matter with you two, looking so alarmed? At that moment, Lord Pilaf reclined comfortably on the sofa, gazing at some indescribable images, a faint blush gracing his pale blue visage as he regarded the fiery intruders, a man and a woman, with a hint of irritation. Lord Pilaf, we saw Sun Wukong, Ash exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Disregarding the images on the television as he addressed Pilaf, it appears both Dragon Balls are in Sun Wukong's possession. This makes it exceedingly difficult for us to obtain them. Sun Wukong, Lord Pilaf, with his hands clasped behind his back, leaped lightly onto a nearby long table, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth. The name sounded eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Could it possibly be that nefarious martial arts alliance? Isn't he the one who had us relentlessly pursued for 3 days and nights? Xiao Wu, observing Pilaf's bewilderment, reminded him. Are you implying? Pilaf's steps momentarily halted, his pupils dilating as he recalled that fateful day when the three of them had been fishing by the river, discussing their grand ambitions of world domination, while the television played the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Their means of gathering intelligence on foes. However, in the next instant, they had witnessed that detestable little bald-headed boy, spurred by a sudden surge of power, unleashing a force akin to a torrential storm, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble and the river to rage with tumultuous waves. This Sun Wukong is rather formidable. Should I summon him to serve me? Lord Pilaf? Pilaf mused as he watched the child unleash his full potential on the screen, contemplating how to harness his own tyrannical aura to bring him under his command. Yet, in the next moment, he was overwhelmed by an oppressive force that left him gasping for breath. Crack, with a sharp sound. The large azure stone upon which the three sat trembled violently, becoming dislodged from the earth and plunging into the water. Glug glug. They soon observed dark shapes emerging from the surging river. What on earth is that? Lord Pilaf inquired, reaching out to touch the shadow, mistaking it for land, and prepared to leap upon it when suddenly a massive maw opened wide. It was a gigantic crocodile. Lord Pilaf, run! Ash yanked him away, swimming hastily to the side. Thus, they were relentlessly pursued by the crocodile for 3 days and nights before finally escaping. That wretched creature, Pilaf seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Having endured such nightmarish torment at the hands of that pest, with his legs spread apart, he pointed resolutely ahead, declaring, "Let us depart and eliminate Sun Wukong." Rip, his trousers tore audibly, a flush creeping back on his face as Xiao and Ash gazed at him in stunned disbelief. In that moment, an unexpected chill swept through the air. Lord Pilaf, Sun Wukong, is the champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. His mere presence could crush us. Ash, drenched in cold sweat, warned Pilaf, who, being a warrior himself, had a far deeper understanding of the martial arts alliance than Pilaf did. Then we shall modify our strategy, keeping a close watch on them, ready to implement our plan to seize the Dragon Balls at any moment. Pilaf contemplated, acknowledging that he could not withstand such a terrifying aura as he nodded, and his gaze shifted towards the two, a sinister grin spreading across his face. By the way, you two dared to retreat in the face of danger and boldly intrude into my chamber. As Pilaf's malevolent smile sent shivers down their spines, Xiao and Ash huddled together in fear. Toot! Pilaf leaped off the table, scampering to the wall, where he pressed gently against the steel structure. The wall parted, revealing a red button. He pressed it, and instantly the entire room began to shake. Doors between the steel walls swung open, revealing mechanical arms that seized the two, while another arm removed their shoes and began to tickle their feet with a feather. Ha ha! Lord Pilaf, we were truly mistaken. Xiao and Ash laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming from their eyes as they surrendered to the whims of Lord Pilaf, who stood nearby, reveling in their dismay. Very well, you shall enjoy yourselves here. I shall take my rest and prepare to deal with that insufferable brat tomorrow. Lord Pilaf, brimming with satisfaction, disregarded their capitulation and retreated to his chamber. In the depths of the mountains, Kakarot was preparing the centipede he had caught. removing its head and tail, squeezing out the venom and other impurities before placing it over a fire to grill. It smells quite appetizing, he mused, taking a bite of the crispy, roasted centipede. Glancing towards the brightly lit house before making his way back and gently pressing the doorbell. Kakarot, did you throw away the centipede? Upon opening the door, Chi-Chi's words faltered as she beheld Kakarot holding the roasted centipede. Her expression transformed instantly, and she pushed him out forcefully. This centipede is rather delicious, with a chicken flavor, and it's wonderfully crunchy. You should try it, Kakarot remarked, his demeanor indifferent, yet he understood the value of sharing with friends like Chi-Chi and Krillin. You idiot, Kakarot! Who would eat such a thing? It's absolutely revolting. Chi-Chi's face turned beet red as she fixed her gaze on Kakarot, particularly on the roasted centipede in his hands. Actually, it tastes quite good. Kakarot replied, tearing off a piece of the centipede and chewing, the sounds of crunching echoing as he savored it. You idiot! Enraged, Chi-Chi unleashed her aura, a long blade materializing from her hat and launching towards Kakarot, while the gem-like object atop her hat emitted beams of laser. Swish, swish, swish! In a sudden outburst, Chi-Chi unleashed her power, catching Kakarot off guard. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, allowing him to evade the barrage of attacks. However, the centipede meat in his hand and the nearby fire were utterly obliterated. Idiot, idiot! Chi-Chi continued to rage, her formidable onslaught carving deep trenches into the ground, though fortunately, the destruction was confined to her front. Leaving the house in scathe, Tisich, Kakarot scoffed, his speed increasing as he dodged the relentless attacks, swiftly appearing behind Chi-Chi. With a gentle yet decisive motion, he knocked her unconscious. Oh, you really despise centipedes so much. They're quite delicious, after all. Women are truly peculiar. Kakarot shrugged, cradling the unconscious Chi-Chi in his arms as he returned to the house and laid her on the nearby sofa. Gurgle, Kakarot's stomach grumbled once more. Protesting his hunger, he placed a hand on his abdomen, furrowing his brow, and I'm still quite hungry. Perhaps I should find something else to eat. And oh, more centipedes this time, There's a tiger here. Just as Kakarot stepped outside, he noticed a large tiger concealed within the grass, its formidable physique and rich fat appearing particularly appetizing. Roar! The king of beasts was preparing to launch an attack on the monkey to satisfy its hunger. However, in the next moment, it sensed an overwhelming threat. Though it was the king of beasts, it did not believe the small monkey before it could pose a challenge, yet it chose to retreat out of caution. Bang! The king of beasts had barely taken 3 steps before a sharp pain shot through its head, and consciousness faded away. Oh, Kakarot, you finally heeded Chi-Chi's advice and changed your meal? Kakarot, unable to inflict harm on Chi-Chi, had merely sought to calm her momentarily. She quickly regained her senses and found Kakarot dealing with a large tiger at the entrance. Kakarot nodded, offering no further words. This tiger is for Chi-Chi. Hearing that Kakarot had followed her suggestion, Chi-Chi's heart soared with joy as she rushed over to hoist the tiger onto her back and headed straight for the kitchen. Kakarot watched her enter the kitchen with the tiger, shrugging as he cleared away the remnants of the centipede and the fire, before returning indoors to wait. Wow, Chi-Chi's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Kakarot is in for a treat. At that moment, the little bald-headed Krillin finally regained consciousness, savoring the delicious meal prepared by Chi-Chi. Indeed, it's far more delectable than centipede meat. As Chi-Chi reveled in her triumph, she heard Kakarot, with grease smeared across his face, remarking nearby. Instantly, a dark cloud loomed over her. Are you certain that's a compliment? Centipede meat? Klin wore a perplexed expression, yet at that moment, Kakarot was indulging in a hearty feast, entirely oblivious to him. As for Chi-Chi, she had no desire to recall the ghastly memory, and the mere thought of that crimson, menacing centipede filled her with an inexplicable wave of nausea. Ultimately, the tiger was devoured clean by Kakarot, and thankfully, both Klin and Chi-Chi had long since become accustomed to such sights. Remaining unfazed by it, I'm exhausted and ready to sleep. Tomorrow, we embark on a new journey. Having just finished his meal, Klin rubbed his eyes and retreated to his room. Good night, Kakarot, my senior brother. After tidying up the dishes, Chi-Chi bid farewell to Kakarot and ascended the stairs to the room specially prepared for her by her father, the Ox King, which was fully equipped with everything she needed. Kakarot responded with a nod before turning and entering another room. One must admit, the abode prepared by the Ox King was indeed quite spacious. Besides Chi-Chi's private bedroom, there were 3 guest rooms, perhaps indicative of his grand demeanor, as even a casually acquired house exuded such opulence. Ah, I truly look forward to discovering the Dragon Balls. Lying on his bed, Kakarot felt an unexpected pang of longing for his brother, though he dismissed it, as his true intention was to surpass him entirely upon their reunion. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, dispelling the darkness of night, Kakarot and his companions tidied up and enjoyed breakfast before preparing to eat once more. Ditto. Why do those 2 Dragon Balls appear to be closer to us? Chi-Chi, having stored the house in a capsule, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, only to discover that 2 Dragon Balls had indeed come within proximity. Indeed, it seems others are also on the hunt for Dragon Balls. Clint examined the radar's display, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of others. To the west, he sensed 3 presences, albeit weak ones. Should we confront them? Kakarot frowned. Their feeble energies made him disinclined to engage. Let us take a look, even if their powers are lacking. However, I can't shake the feeling that they seek to steal our Dragon Balls, Clint pondered, sensing an ill intent from the trio. Particularly since a task had been issued by the system. Stealing Dragon Balls? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression one of surprise, which rendered her quite adorable. Yes, that's so. Kakarot's gaze sharpened, fixated on the west. Those Dragon Balls are intended for my detestable brother. Let them dare to take one, and I assure you, I will not hesitate to pummel them. Hey, Kakarot, Chi-Chi, I'll go check it out first. Clint observed Kakarot's fierce determination and silently mourned for the trio. If they dared to attempt seizing the Dragon Balls, Kakarot might not kill them outright, but he would likely leave them half dead. However, this would hinder his ability to complete the task. Thus, he informed Kakarot before soaring off. Well then, we shall wait for you at the location of the other Dragon Ball. Kakarot considered that Clint could easily handle the 2 individuals and refrained from saying more, moving in the opposite direction. Kakarot, my senior brother. Chi-Chi glanced between Clint and Kakarot, realizing this was a splendid choice, and promptly followed Kakarot, leaving the little bald-headed brother to fend for himself. Watching the 2 figures gradually recede, Clint tightened his grip on the large turtle shell on his back. Leaping into the sky, he felt a slight wobble in his body, but steadied himself, channeling his energy as he flew westward. I hadn't realized their flying machine was quite substantial. Could it be that this Pilaf is not an ordinary person? And has the system deceived me? Clint furrowed his brow as he approached the entrance of the flying machine, knocking firmly. With a mechanical sound, the door swung open, and Clint stepped inside, fully releasing his aura to sense any lurking dangers. Surely this is a ruse. There's nothing here, only 3 feeble beings. Clint felt something was amiss. After all, he and Kakarot were renowned martial artists of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and now they were disciples of the martial arts god. Wution.it was ludicrous for ordinary people to attempt stealing Dragon Balls from them. One of these intruders is also tied to the previous mischief. King Pilaf glared at the video feed of the little bald-headed boy cautiously approaching. His teeth clenched in anger. It was this little boy who had incited that freak named Son Goku to unleash his full strength, leading to a most regrettable episode for him as King Pilaf. Mao Ash prepared to attack and capture this little bald-headed boy. I want him to experience eternal torment. King Pilaf stood atop the table, brandishing a small whip, his face twisted with malice. Yes, your highness, yawning, Mao, and Ash quickly grabbed their weapons and stealthily moved to ambush from the side. Oh, have they arrived? Clint sensed 2 presences drawing near, his earlier wariness dissipating. Did they believe they could subdue the strongest earthling like this? Suddenly, the walls of the corridor disintegrated, and mechanical arms along with red lasers began to bombard Clint. Is this the extent of their capability? As the concealed danger erupted, Clint smiled broadly, his small frame swiftly moving, evading the corridor and spotting the 2 individuals hiding nearby. Hey, you 2, just as Clint began to speak. The pair launched an assault, bullets raining down like a torrential storm, glinting with the cold light of sharp blades. Futile. Clint moved with both hands, catching all the bullets, and noticing Ash's long knife had somehow ended up discarded on the ground. So it was you two lurking around us, waiting for the chance to seize our Dragon Balls. Clint spread his arms, the bullets cascading from his hands onto the ground, instilling considerable psychological pressure on the duo. Why yes and no. They trembled before the noseless little bald-headed boy, feeling as though they were facing a devil who could disregard their bullets. "Where are your Dragon Balls?" Clint inquired, and upon hearing their acknowledgement of their intent to seize the Dragon Balls, he couldn't help but grin, seizing this opportunity. "They're not here, Mao," and Ash exclaimed in unison, addressing the little bald-headed boy. With a sudden surge, Clint's aura erupted, shaking the entire flying machine, causing Mao and Ash to tremble uncontrollably and collapse. "Little bald-headed boy, don't get too cocky in the adjacent room." Pilaf watched on the monitor, seething with rage at Clint's bullying of his subordinates. His minions were only meant to be bullied by him. He pressed a button, causing the mechanical walls above and below Clint to open once more, revealing a multitude of machine gun barrels. "This is utterly useless against me." Clint casually tossed Mao and Ash aside into a safe zone, releasing his aura and charging through the storm of bullets toward another room. With a powerful push, Clint effortlessly dismantled the steel door, revealing King Pilaf standing atop a table, appearing comically absurd. "Oh, is that a Dragon Ball?" Clint's gaze shifted from the ridiculous Pilaf to a box nearby. Before Pilaf could react, Clint reached the ancient box, crushing the lock with force. Upon opening it, he beheld two crystal-like spheres, one with 5 stars, the other with 2, both shimmering with brilliance. "At last, I have found them." Clint exhaled deeply. This meant he wouldn't have to interrogate these ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would risk incurring Wu Tian's wrath. "Thank you for retrieving these Dragon Balls for me. Consider my purchase," with a flick of his hand. The Dragon Balls vanished into thin air. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to King Pilaf. "You fool! How dare you take my belongings so easily?" Just as Pilaf finished speaking, he realized the little bald-headed boy had vanished without a trace. "What is this thing?" Pilaf shook the capsule, unable to decipher its contents, before pressing the button and tossing it to the ground. Instantly, a crystalline helmet appeared before him. "Wow, it's actually a limited edition virtual connector from the Capsule Corporation, and it seems to bear the emblem of the Martial Arts Alliance, granting access to various virtual games and martial arts information." As the newly arrived Xiaowu and Axiix gazed upon the helmet, resembling crystal in its brilliance, their eyes sparkled with wonder. This helmet, adorned with the emblem of the Martial Arts Alliance, was undoubtedly priceless and exceptionally rare. "Do not move. This belongs to Lord Pilaf," he declared. Observing the envious expressions on their faces, Pilaf, with his short legs, swiftly approached and cradled the helmet in his arms, his excitement palpable. The prospect of enjoying all the games it offered was far superior to his own shabby virtual connector. In the next moment, Pilaf recalled that he had just been robbed, and this helmet was merely a means to settle a debt. He contemplated casting it aside, but hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance. "Let us first locate the final Dragon Ball. Once they are all gathered, we shall lure them to our castle and seize all 7 Dragon Balls in one fell swoop." Indeed, Lord Pilaf's intellect was remarkable. Devising such a meticulous plan, Axiix promptly showered him with compliments. Yet Xiaowu thought to herself, would we truly be able to overpower them? Observing the self-satisfied duo, she swallowed her words. "You two are incredibly swift." After soaring for quite some time, Krillin finally spotted the 2 figures and gently descended to the ground, his expression one of mild reproach. Brother Kakarot says that running at such speed is beneficial for training. "Moreover, Krillin, if you fly here like that, Master Wuming will surely punish you," Chi-Chi remarked, scrutinizing Krillin. "Not at all. I have special reasons for this that I believe that even Master Wuming would not reprimand me upon seeing this," Krillin replied, glancing around cautiously, although a look of guilt soon spread across his face as he chuckled nervously. "Hey, Krillin, have you brought back the Dragon Balls?"